The Strongest Sect of All Times Chapter 441 to Chapter 515. With the determination to break through the enemy lines, only death awaits. When these words came out from the mouth of the affectionate and righteous Xianxia, they emitted an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Kill! Kill! In the wilderness of Death Valley, battle cries shook the sky. If the camera panned to the sky and looked down, it could be seen that under Xianxia's lead, 1,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall were riding hurricane wolves, rushing down the hill like a tide. The scene. It was quite shocking. Awoo! Awoo! The howls of the wolves echoed in the wilderness, causing the 10,000 warhorses to panic. If not for the soldiers forcefully suppressing them, they would have fled in fright. Although these warhorses had undergone professional training and had experienced battles on the battlefield, they would definitely turn into soft-footed shrimps in the face of ferocious wolf beasts. There is no suspense. Xianxia stood on a huge rock in the distance. When he saw the Xinjiang County cavalry in a mess, his eyes were filled with disappointment. Sending the Wolf Rider Hall to intercept and kill was considered the first operation after the formal training. However, the opponents were too weak. Before they could even attack, they were already frightened to death. It was not that the Xinjiang County cavalry was weak, it was that the Wolf Riders were too strong. Who else in the Falling Star continent could form a 1,000-man Wolf Rider group with a rare wind-type beast? General! General! The only remaining deputy general tried to stabilize the frightened warhorse and said with a trembling voice, It's a pack of hurricane wolves. How is that possible? Miao Hui's expression changed greatly. He was not shocked by the sudden appearance of the hurricane wolves, but by the fact that these rare wolf beasts could actually carry so many people on their backs. Miao Hui could understand if some people were lucky enough to subdue the hurricane wolves. However, it was impossible for 1,000 people to subdue 1,000 hurricane wolves. Wait, Iron Bone of the Xinjiang County seemed to be riding hurricane wolves as well. As someone who spent all his time in the military camp, he had also heard about the recent happenings in the Jianghu. However, he only treated it as news and did not take it to heart. Now that there was a large number of hurricane wolves carrying people on their backs, he could not help but wonder if they were Iron Bone's disciples. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of light shot over at an extremely fast speed, accurately killing the last deputy general. Xiao Ziji, who was hiding in a tree in the distance, quickly pulled the bolt and reloaded. He aimed his gun at the shocked Miao Hui. Even though the crosshair of the 8x scope had locked onto Miao Hui's head, he did not pull the trigger. The sect leader had said that he wanted the head. A bullet through the brain would spoil the beauty a little. With the Wolf Rider Hall and the hidden snipers, Miao Kuai, who was leading tens of thousands of cavalrymen to attack from 1,000 miles away, no matter how one looked at it, it looked like he was delivering his head on a silver platter. Shua! 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 On the other side, under the leadership of Xianxia, 1,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall had already formed a spear formation and were thrusting fiercely. The Xinjiang County soldier, who was trying his best to control his warhorse, had no time to make any defensive arrangements before his chest was ruthlessly pierced by the long spear. Boom! Boom! One after another, the warhorses were sent flying by the burly hurricane wolves. Some of them crashed into the rocks and died on the spot, bleeding from their orifices, to be exact. This was the clash between tanks and cavalry. It was a complete and utter domination. Kill! Kill! After the members of the Wolf Rider Hall ruthlessly tore through the defensive line, they waved the overlord spears in their hands with all their might, knocking the surrounding cavalrymen off their horses. Poochie! Poochie! The hurricane wolves under them waved their forelimbs, their sharp claws cutting through the air and directly chopping the soldiers who had just landed into 8 pieces. Although the scene was bloody, it also showed the cruelty of the battlefield. In a battle between two armies, no one would consider mercy, and no one would care whether the methods used were cruel or not. Because only by killing could one survive. Kill! Kill! The members of the Wolf Rider Hall, whose average cultivation was at the 9th grade martial disciple level, wielded overlord spears and had hurricane wolves. When facing a group of soldiers riding on frightened warhorses, it could only be described as a massacre. In the beginning, Xianxia was still worried that there would be casualties. However, when he saw his own side members killing the Xianxia County's soldiers and instantly suppressing them, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it. He had overestimated the strength of Xianxia County. After learning from Mayor Xia that the battle would affect Xianxia County, Sect leader Jun had been busy and prepared for the past month. In the end, the first battle was so easy. To be honest, he had really overestimated it. Not to mention sending his disciples. Even if he sent the hurricane wolves, he could easily finish them off. After all, their average strength was at the 5th grade martial disciple level. The 5th grade martial disciple level was equivalent to a 5th grade martial master. 10,000 cavalrymen of 5th and 6th grade martial disciple level had no chance of winning against 1,000 5th grade hurricane wolves. Retreat! Retreat! Miao Hui shouted in fear. The defense line was completely torn apart, and the soldiers were utterly defeated. At this time, they could not make any effective counterattack. Retreating was the wisest choice. However, when facing a group of wind-type ferocious beasts that were known for their speed, could they retreat? The answer was no. Not only could his subordinates not retreat, but he also could not retreat. This was because Zhong Yi had already locked onto him and was charging at him with the Overlord spear. Shua! Miao Hui immediately took out his saber and slashed out a powerful saber energy. As one of the generals of the White Tiger Corps, his strength was not bad. He had already reached the level of a first-grade Wuzong. Bang! Zhong Yi's spear was like a dragon, directly breaking the saber energy. Then, he jumped up from the wolf's back, poured his spiritual energy into the tip of the spear, and stabbed at Miao Hui. How is this possible? Miao Hui was shocked. This guy's strength was only at the peak of a martial master, but he could easily break his saber energy. Ding! Without any time to think, Miao Hui placed his saber in front of him and blocked the tip of the spear with the blade. Plop! The warhorse under him could not bear the force and collapsed on the ground. Shua! Miao Hui was also sent flying from the horse's back. He staggered and fell on the ground. His eyes were filled with shock. Are you a martial master or a Wuzong? This was a battlefield, not a tea party. Naturally, Zhong Yi would not waste time with him. He used the cloud-treading steps and quickly approached him. Suddenly, rays of light shot out from his spear. Ding! 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 Miao Hui suppressed his shock and blocked left and right with his saber. Because the opponent's strength was too strong, his arm was immediately numb. No, this guy's strength is not weaker than mine. It will be troublesome if I continue to fight him. Miao Hui quickly used his movement skill and fled into the depths of the forest. He could not even protect himself. He did not have time to care about his subordinates who were surrounded by the wolf riders. I have sinned. Jun Changxiao said telepathically, don't let this guy get away. Whoosh! Xiao Ziji, who had already taken aim, pulled the trigger decisively. The bullet turned into a ray of light and shot into the depths of the forest. Miao Hui, who had just entered the forest, heard the sound of the wind and immediately knew that something was wrong. Just as he was about to dodge, his thigh was hit by the bullet and he was sent flying. Shua! Before he could even scream in pain, Zhong Yi caught up with him and stood in front of him. The dazzling tip of the spear was already pressed against his neck. Puchi! Puchi! In the area behind him, the members of the Wolf Riders were still killing each other. The tens of thousands of Xianxia County's cavalrymen were killed one by one. Unable to control their horses, these cavalrymen were no better than foot soldiers. 1 hour later, corpses were scattered everywhere. Blood gathered into a river. At this point, the cavalry regiment of Xianxia County that had rushed over thousands of miles had become a sacrifice. Plop! The injured Miao Hui was thrown by Zhong Yi at Jun Changxiao's feet. When he saw the cavalry regiment that had been completely destroyed, his face immediately became abnormally ferocious. Executioner. Shui Rengue stood in front of him and said indifferently, you have killed so many innocent people. It's time to pay with your life. Miao Hui raised his head with difficulty and said in horror, You are the 5-star General Shui Rengue of Zhongzhou State? P.S. Sob, please vote. 5-star General? Jun Changxiao looked at Shui Rengue in surprise. Although he did not understand the military ranks in this world, it was definitely awesome on Earth. The system explained, in the Falling Star continent, a 5-star general is definitely considered a famous general. Is he as powerful as Bai Ruihu? Jun Changxiao asked. The system said, according to the information I received, although Bai Ruihu is one of the top 10 generals in southwest Yangzhou, his military rank is only a 3-star general. F***ck. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, then Hall Master Shui is awesome. Not just awesome, but extremely awesome. In the entire Falling Star continent, there were no more than 20 generals who could obtain the 5-star general rank. This was not only an honor, but also a recognition of strength. You know me? Shui Rengue was very surprised. Miao Kuai said, back then, I followed General Bai to Zhongshuang province. I was fortunate enough to witness General Shui training the Ren army at the field. He spoke very quickly, obviously hoping to survive with this thin layer of relationship. I see. Shui Rengue said this and did not say anything else. Kill him, Jun Changxiao said indifferently. General Shui. Miao Kuai's expression changed drastically. Please spare my life on account that we are both soldiers. Shui Rengue turned around and said, a soldier's duty is to protect the country and fight on the battlefield, not to kill innocent people like you. We'll talk about it later. He paused and said with a slightly desolate figure, I'm no longer a soldier, and I don't deserve to be one. General Shui, Puchi, a sword flashed, and Miao Kuai's head rolled on the ground. His eyes were wide open. He did not expect to die like this. An executioner who killed people like Scything Flax deserved to be beheaded. Ding. Annihilated the cavalry led by the White Tiger Army's valiant General Miao Kuai. Meets the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate, 10%. Host received 500 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 3892500. After hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao thought to himself, sure enough, on the surface, it's to defend Qingyang City, but there are hidden criteria. 10% would give him 500 contribution points. If he were to complete 100%, wouldn't he get 5,000 contribution points? If he were to exceed it by a little more, the final reward would surely be even better. Come on, come on. Jun Changxiao's eyes burned with passion as he said, Xinjiang County's army, hurry up and kill your way over. 1,000 men had eliminated 10,000 cavalrymen. Although it seemed like they had won with a numerical disadvantage, it was actually the result of their mounts, equipment, and cultivation. What was even more impressive was that none of the members of the Wolf Rider Hall had died. None of them were even injured. Miao Hui's 10,000 cavalrymen had been controlling their frightened warhorses the entire time, so they had no time to counterattack. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, it's not challenging at all. He liked the kind of plot that often described the grandeur and cruelty of war in 3 to 5 chapters. Sect leader. Shui Rengue said, the cavalry division led by Miao Hui can't be considered the elites of the White Tiger Legion. You must not let your guard down. Yes. Jun Changxiao nodded. However, they had only fought one match, so they definitely wouldn't get carried away. The cavalry division was completely wiped out. As usual, everyone began to skillfully loot the corpses. There weren't any martial arts resources or silver in the interspatial rings of the soldiers, but they were all equipped with demon explosive crossbows and 2 demon explosive arrows. At that time, if they had been able to stabilize their frightened warhorses, they would have definitely used these extremely lethal weapons. Fortunately, they were useless. This was because Xiao Ziji and the 2 members of the Drizzle Hall, who were hiding in the dark, were definitely going to show off their skills again. It's a big county after all. There's nothing valuable here, Jun Changxiao said. Shui Rengue said, once on the battlefield, life and death are no longer in our control. Soldiers won't bring martial arts resources to help others. That's true. Jun Changxiao used exquisite fire and burned all the corpses of the soldiers. Then, he ordered his disciples to clean up the battlefield. Whoosh whoosh. A cool breeze blew across the hillside. The battlefield, which was originally filled with blood, was now clean as if nothing had happened. Shouyang City. City Lord Han was anxiously pacing back and forth. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He had just received news that Jinyang County's 10,000 cavalry had broken through Huaiyang County's Qingling City and were coming from 1,000 miles away. City Lord. A general in armor said, "Our Shouyang city has 50,000 soldiers. We should be able to contend against them." City Lord Han shook his head. "The attacking general is Executioner Miao Kuai. His cavalry division is equipped with demon explosive crossbows. Even if our Shouyang city has a lot of soldiers, we might not be able to defend." The general was silent. As a soldier, he had naturally heard of the power of the demon explosive crossbow. One arrow from each person could easily destroy the city gate. If the enemy used this weapon, they really had no chance of winning. Sigh. City Lord Han sighed, "Let's leave it to the heavens." He clearly knew that what was about to come was a force that he couldn't contend against. But for the city, for the people, they would never be slaves. They had to defend to the death, however. After waiting for 3 days, the cavalry division of Jinyang County still hadn't arrived. This made City Lord Han a little confused. The general was puzzled. "City Lord, with the cavalry's speed, they should have arrived a long time ago. Why haven't they appeared yet? Maybe the enemy wants us to lower our guard so that they can launch a surprise attack." City Lord Han analyzed. The general said, "According to our intelligence, Miao Kuai's cavalry disappeared after entering Azure Sun County. That's the most terrifying part." City Lord Han hurriedly said, "Tell the soldiers to be on full alert. We can't relax in the slightest." Yes. Everyone in Shouyang City was on guard day and night. They were afraid that the enemy would suddenly attack. After returning to the sect, Xianxia received the news. He couldn't bear to see City Lord Han fighting with the air, so he wrote an anonymous letter and sent it over. The content was that the invading army had been annihilated and they could rest assured. Looking at the anonymous letter, City Lord Han sneered, "This must be the enemy's trick. We can't believe it so easily." Therefore, not only did Shouyang City not lower their guard, they were even stronger than before. All right. Sitting in the main hall, Jin Changxiao heard the latest news from Li Luoqiu. He spread out his hands and said, "Since City Lord Han likes to fight with the air so much, let him continue to enjoy it." Sect Master. Li Luoqiu said, "Because the Miao Kuai cavalry disappeared, the Jinyang County army stationed in Qingling City has not moved." "What about Heian County?" Jin Changxiao asked. Li Luoqiu said, "2 cities have already been breached. At this rate, it will take at least 1 to 2 months to take down the other 10 cities. Delay for as long as possible." Jin Changxiao muttered. For the next few days, the latest news from the 2 counties was sent to the Iron Bone sect through the sound transmission technique. Jin Changxiao paid attention to it all the time. Sect Master. Li Qingyang reported, "Junior brothers and sisters have all broken through to the peak of martial disciple realm." In order to let the disciples break through faster and face the upcoming war, Sect Master Jun specially gave out a lot of spirit stones. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to all reach the peak of martial disciple realm. Now, resting his chin on the back of his hand, Jun Changxiao muttered, "Let's wait for the herbs to mature and refine the martial master pill." Because the 2 counties were desperately defending, Jinyang County was also afraid of losing too much, so they deliberately slowed down the pace of their attack. This dragged on for more than 10 days. One day, Elder Wei handed over a spatial ring and said, "Sect Master, the herbs have matured." Jun Changxiao hurriedly took it and opened the alchemy pavilion. There were more than 4,000 martial master pills that could be refined. Good, very good, very good, refine, refine, I must refine. P.S. I shamelessly asked for a refund for next month's ticket. Ding. Ding. Ding, the sound of the martial master pills being refined rang from day to night and from midnight to early morning. It was definitely noise, however, sect leader Jun was very happy when he heard it. He slept soundly and even danced energetically during his morning exercises. By noon, more than 4,000 martial master pills had been refined. Jun Changxiao casually took out one pill from his interspatial ring and muttered, "After consuming it, one can easily break through to martial master." If this news were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Without hesitation, he gathered all the peak martial disciples and gave each of them one pill. The rest of the martial master pills were all stored in the medicine hall and set a rule that only peak martial disciples could receive them. Can one really break through to martial master after eating the pill? Since sect leader said so, it must be true. I'm about to break through to martial master. I'm a little excited. The peak martial disciples who received the martial master pills all returned to their rooms and swallowed the pills while suppressing their excitement. It tasted good. It was a little sweet and fragrant. Whoosh whoosh, after a while, in the inner court disciples' rooms, the aura of advancement surged out of the rooms and gathered in midair, forming a rather spectacular scene. Xianxia stood in the main hall and witnessed the scene of his disciples breaking through. A bright smile appeared on his face. The feeling of his precious disciples breaking through was even more satisfying than his own advancement. This is too incredible. Xianxia, who was comprehending the sword art in the inner court practice field, looked at the aura of advancement in disbelief. As a martial emperor, he had never seen so many people breaking through at the same time, of course. In the Falling Star continent, it wasn't that a collective breakthrough had never happened before. For example, when a heavenly treasure was triggered, a divine attribute would suddenly appear in a certain area and the martial cultivators would benefit from it. However, relying on pills to break through at the same time was absolutely unprecedented. The vast aura of advancement lasted for about 2 hours and gradually decreased. The disciples who had taken the martial master pills all became martial masters. Boom, boom, in the training room, the disciples who had just broken through to martial master were bombarding the testing machine one by one. Li Qingyang was at the side in charge of statistics. Sect leader. After the test ended, Li Qingyang said, the average strength of the disciples who broke through to martial master is around 40,000. Xianxia said in surprise, they are all high-level martial masters. A rank 1 martial master had a strength of around 30,000, which was considered average. Around 40,000 was considered high, 50,000 was considered extreme, and 60,000 was considered superior. In the Falling Star continent, those who had become advanced martial masters usually had superior spiritual roots. On the other hand, there were only a few iron bone disciples who had just broken through. Most of them were of mortal bone. This was very powerful. It is no wonder that I, Elder Jiang, am astonished. It's comfortable. June. Xianxia leaned back in his chair with a smile on his face. Being able to train a group of disciples with low aptitude into advanced martial masters filled him with a sense of honor. The system poured cold water on him. The host still has 99 years to go before Iron Bone becomes the strongest sect. If you are a man and stand before me, Jun Xianxia fiercely said, I'll definitely punch you until you can't take care of yourself. What a pity. The system said, if the host isn't there, I won't be able to hit you. Jun Xianxia was too lazy to pay attention to him. He muttered, my realm has increased. I just need to wait for Xianyang County to come. Apart from Yao Menjing, all 2,524 Iron Bone disciples had reached martial master or above. Even a fifth-rate sect didn't have that many, of course. It didn't mean that Iron Bone was strong. It was because the disciples had a strong foundation and less top-notch strength. Not to mention martial kings, even Wuzong only had 2 pitiful disciples. One was Jun Changxiao, and the other was Shuiren Gui. There were quite a few Iron Bone peak martial masters. Li Qingyang and other inner disciples, as well as Zhong Yi, who had just entered the sect, had all reached that level. It was a pity that they didn't have Wuzong pills. They could only rely on their understanding of martial arts to achieve a breakthrough. It wouldn't take long. It was because their aptitudes were good. This wasn't it. After a few days, Xianxia, who was stuck at peak martial master, first refined the cyclone in his body into a spirit core and officially entered Wuzong. Boom, in the training room, he punched out. The testing machine displayed a strength of 280,000 Jin. Not bad, not bad. Xianxia was very satisfied. In his previous life, he had used 5 years to enter first-grade Wuzong. Now, he only used 1 year to do it. Moreover, he didn't use any martial arts at that time, so his strength was only around 200,000 Jin. Now, it was 80,000 Jin higher. He could grow faster and become stronger. Naturally, it was because he was cultivating at Iron Bone. Thinking back to when he was carried here and threatened, Xianxia couldn't help but think, if I had chosen to lead back then, it would have been very good if I could break through to martial disciple in a year. Increasing his strength was only one of the benefits. Secondly, he had also cultivated I Jing and other martial arts. The benefits were definitely great. At this time, if sect leader Jun wanted Xianxia to leave, he would definitely not agree. He would definitely hug the pillar and say proudly, "I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving." Boom, suddenly, the sound of a fist was heard. Xianxia came back to his senses and saw Jun Changxiao standing in front of the testing machine. The strength of the punch was 600,000 jin. For a peak wuzong to produce this kind of strength, it was definitely something only a superior grade martial artist could do. Although Xianxia was surprised, he wasn't envious. Because he was confident that he could also produce 600,000 jin when he broke through to peak wuzong. On a tall mountain peak, Xianxia, dressed in white, floated in the air. She looked like a fairy. Xianxia, when you enter wuzong, you can go to Luzhou in the northeast to look for the extreme mysterious ice pool. With your talent and physique, coupled with the Taishan ice heart technique, you can definitely increase your cultivation quickly. But you must remember that your heart must be as still as water. Otherwise, if your state of mind is slightly disturbed and you enter the extreme mysterious ice pool, you will be eroded by the 10,000-year cold ice qi and suffer unbearable pain. The old voice rang in Xianxia's ears, causing the worry between her brows to become even more intense. She thought to herself, Grand Elder, although I have broken through to Martial Grandmaster now, I have yet to truly achieve a heart as calm as still water. What was it that made her unable to conceal her spirit and qi, unable to comprehend the state of being as still as water of the Taishan ice heart technique? What are you thinking about? A voice came from below. Jun Changxiao was sitting on a rock. He had a charming smile on his face. Was it him? Xianxia's beautiful face returned to its usual coldness. She said, Sect leader, I want to go out and gain experience. How long will it take? Jun Changxiao asked. Looking towards the northeast, Xianxia said uncertainly, maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years. 10 years, 100 years, Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Is there any difference between this and leaving the sect? Sect leader, didn't you say that I will always be the eldest disciple of the School of Iron Bones? Xianxia said, so, no matter how long I leave, I will always be the eldest disciple of the School of Iron Bones. You really want to go out and gain experience? Yes. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, I respect your choice. P.S. I'm full of confidence in asking for votes. However, Jun Changxiao said, now is not the time to go and train. Let's wait for the war to end before leaving. Okay. Xianxia thought so too. She only wanted to ask for the sect leader's opinion. If he agreed, she would consider choosing a suitable time to leave. Speaking of which, if Jun Changxiao didn't agree, would Xianxia still go and train? This question was not asked nor answered. Thus, it was up to everyone to imagine. Actually, Jun Changxiao wouldn't completely bind his disciples to the sect. Going out to train was beneficial to their growth, so he definitely wouldn't oppose it. As for defections, he wasn't worried. This was because if a disciple had the slightest thought, their memories would be erased. It was because of this restriction that sect leader Jun dared to recruit disciples without any scruples. Otherwise, he would definitely check them one by one to make sure they weren't spies sent by other factions. Currently, there were more than 2,000 disciples, and none of them lost their memories. This meant that they truly approved of Iron Bone and weren't here to play spy. Of course. As the sect's prestige grew, there would definitely be other factions that had such thoughts. Sect leader Jun was looking forward to how his memories would be erased. The system was speechless. The host's idea is really cheap and naughty. Iron Bone's disciples had a great breakthrough. The war outside was still ongoing. A few brave city lords in Huayang County were still stubbornly defending their cities with the soldiers and civilians. As for Haiyang County, although they couldn't prevent more cities from falling, they were able to delay the enemy. Using this time, Jun Changxiao ordered his disciples to continue cultivating and strive to break through to a higher level. Sect leader Shui Renggui said, I think we should take the initiative to attack and catch the Xianxia County army off guard. The members of Wolf Rider Hall had all become martial masters. This gave him more confidence. Xianxia shook his head. If we attack without permission, it's the same as directly participating in the war. Xianxia County might give up on attacking the other two counties and focus on attacking Xianxia County. Makes sense. Shui Rengue said. Xianxia looked at the sand table and said, so we can only wait. Wait for them to attack, and then use the excuse of defense to repel them. The mission was to defend Xianxia City. As long as the other party was defeated, the mission would be completed. Sect leader. At this moment, Li Luoqiu walked in with quick steps and said solemnly, news came from the front lines. After Xianxia County broke through the fortified city, they mobilized 30,000 soldiers and are charging toward Green Sun City. Xianxia was speechless. Can't you guys follow the rules? If you don't destroy Heian County and Huaiyan County, why do you keep harassing my Xianxia County? Shui Rengue explained, Xianxia County wants to take down Green Sun City, and then attack the other cities in Heian City from different directions. Alright. Xianxia said, what will come will come. We can't avoid it no matter how many there are. Li Luoqiu continued, according to the news, the leader of this invasion is called Tao Yuan, another valiant general under Bai Ruihu's command. I've heard of Tao Yuan. Shui Rengue said, he comes from a family of generals and has studied military law since he was young. He is a junior with a bright future. The army he has trained is called the Tiger Might Army, and it is one of the best in Yangzhou. Although he hadn't been a soldier for many years, he still paid attention to military matters. It was a habit that was hard to get rid of. So, the 30,000 attacking army is stronger than the cavalry? Xianxia asked. Shui Rengue said, the Tiger Army led by Tao Yuan is well-disciplined and brave. A boorish man like Miao we can't compare to them. Can they be compared to the Wolf Rider Hall? Xianxia asked. Shui Rengue said, of course not. As a former 5-star general, he was confident that he would be able to defeat Tao Yuan even if he were to fight him head-on. Of course. It was built on the fact that the Wolf Rider Hall was too strong. If he had 2,000 or 3,000 soldiers, even if he was possessed by the war god, he wouldn't be able to fight against such an elite force. Let's go. Xianxia said, let's go to Xianxia City. Yes. The 1,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall left Iron Bone on their hurricane wolves. Not only did Sect Master Jun transfer Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other inner disciples, he also sent another 1,000 inner disciples. The sect only had a little over 2,500 people. Taking away 2,000 of them at once could be considered as going all out. The epic mission was to defend Xianxia City. Xianxia had to do it without fail. If he failed the mission, he would be stuck at Wuzong Peak for a long time. Damn it. On the way, he broke down. Although the mission gives a lot of rewards, it will be terrible if I can't complete it. Xianxia City, City Lord's Mansion. Xie Guangquan was like an ant on a hot pan. He was anxiously pacing back and forth. When Xianxia received the news, he also received the news. Xianxia County didn't play by the rules. They sent 30,000 soldiers from Heian County. This was something he didn't expect. What made our adorable city Lord Xia collapse even more was that they were actually from the Tiger Might Army. This was the elite army that got 3rd place in the army tournament a few years ago. If they came to attack Xianxia City, they would definitely die. City Lord. A general gritted his teeth and said, no matter what army Xianxia County sends, I will defend the city to the death. This person was called Sun He, the general of Xianxia City. Although he had a lot of experience in leading armies, he was still too weak compared to a general like Tao Yuan. If he was given an army with the same number of people and strength, he would lose no matter how many times he fought on the battlefield. Some people were born with military talent. People like Tao Yuan who was willing to study hard would definitely beat many generals. Of course. If Shui Rengue was given an army with the same number of soldiers, he could beat Tao Yuan until he couldn't tell north. After all, a 5-star general didn't rely on age. They climbed up step by step with strength. City Lord. At this moment, a subordinate reported, Sect Master Jun is here to visit. Xie Guangquan, who was anxious, hurriedly said, quickly invite him in, quickly invite him in. In the hall. Jun Changxiao had just sat down when Xie Guangquan said with a frown, Sect Master Jun, 30,000 soldiers from Xianyang County are coming. I'm afraid Xianyang City is in danger. The enemy was the Tiger Army led by Tao Yuan. He didn't have any hope. Thank you, City Lord. Jun Changxiao said, I also received the news. That's why I brought my disciples here to help. Xie Guangquan was very moved, but his heart was also filled with bitterness. The enemy is the famous Tiger Army of southwest Yangzhou. Xianyang City won't be able to escape this calamity. That might not be the case. Jun Changxiao pointed at Shui Rengue who was standing behind him and said, City Lord Xia, I brought a general who is good at marching and fighting. He will definitely be able to help Xianyang City resolve this crisis. Xie Guangquan couldn't help but take another look at this slightly sloppy middle-aged man. He muttered in his heart, he doesn't have the aura of a soldier at all. Can he really march and fight? Being recognized by Miao Hui reminded Shui Rengue. He had specially disguised himself when he came to help, and his general aura was well hidden. At first, Jun Changxiao didn't understand and asked, Hall Master Shui, why did you disguise yourself? Shui Rengue said, I'm just a deserter. If news of this spread to Zhongzuan Prefecture, it would only bring unnecessary trouble. Hall Master Shui is afraid of bringing trouble. To the sect, right? Jun Changxiao said. Shui Rengue nodded. Jun Changxiao glanced at him, then looked at the disguised Xianxia. He said seriously, when Iron Bone has enough strength to contend against all dangers, you won't have to hide anymore. During this period of time, Mayor Xia had also been very attentive. He had strengthened the walls of Xianyang City a lot. However, it was nothing more than a superficial defense. If the other party used a lethal weapon like the demon explosive crossbow, the city would collapse even if it reached the clouds. In the city, there was a rather spacious drill ground. The 50,000 soldiers of Xianyang City had already gathered. Although they were very disciplined, they were only 3rd or 4th rank martial disciples in terms of strength. Not to mention facing the Tiger Army that was about to attack, it would be difficult for them to fight against Miao Hui's cavalry. Sect leader Jun Xie Guangquan walked up to the high platform and said, This is the fighting force of Xianyang City. Jun Changxiao stopped and said, Mayor Xia must have spent a lot of money. Xie Guangquan almost burst into tears. 50,000 soldiers. Their daily training and equipment cost a lot of money. It took a lot of effort to train them. Shui Rengue said telepathically, Sect leader, the soldiers trained by Mayor Xia will definitely not be able to fight against Tao Yuan's Tiger Army. I think we can let the disciples defend the city. Jun Changxiao also thought so. It was not that he did not trust Xie Guangquan's soldiers, but guarding Xianyang City was related to whether or not he could complete his mission. He had to be careful. Mayor Xia. Jun Changxiao said, If you trust me, I, Iron Bone, am willing to defend Xianyang City on your behalf. Then I'll have to trouble you. Sect leader Jun Xie Guangquan also knew that the soldiers he trained had almost no chance of winning, so it was better to bet on Jun Changxiao. The Iron Bone he took care of had become strong in just a short year. Perhaps they could really defend the city. These 50,000 soldiers will listen to sect leader Jun's command. Xie Guangquan even gave up the military power. It was obvious that he was really going to gamble. No need. Jun Changxiao said, Just let your soldiers rest in the city. Leave the rest to the Iron Bone sect. Mayor Xia's mouth twitched. Although the 50,000 soldiers were not elite, it was still a force. Sect leader Jun did not use them. He was a little too confident. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, thousands of Iron Bone disciples ascended the tower and lined up in a row, keeping a large distance from each other. Green Sun City was huge, and so were the city walls. It was definitely unrealistic for 1,000 people to stand side by side. The Iron Bone disciples stood on top of the city gate tower with their chests puffed out. Their backs were facing the city, and their bodies exuded an unyielding aura. The citizens, who were originally slightly panicked, felt a sense of security when they sensed that aura. Mayor Xia, who had been a little worried and doubtful at first, was also affected by the Iron Bone disciples' unyielding attitude and became respectful. Sect Master Jun. He shouted, the 3,600,000 people of Green Sun City are willing to live and die with the city. We are willing to live and die with the city. 50,000 soldiers shouted in unison. We are willing to live and die with the city. The millions of citizens in the city also shouted loudly. For a time, his voice tore through the sky and was unable to calm down for a long time. The murderous aura that had gathered in the sky turned into a hot-blooded aura that made people's blood boil. Jun Xianxia sat on the roof of the city gate tower with the back of his hand supporting his chin. He looked straight ahead and murmured, as long as I, Iron Bone, am here, no one will be able to break through Green Sun City. Whoosh! Xiao Ziji jumped onto a sentry tower and placed the Type 88 sniper rifle and AWM sniper rifle in place. Then, he took out more than 10 magazines and began to reload them. The Xinjiang County Army would definitely fire frequently if they attacked. He did not want to reload after firing as it would only be a waste of time. On the other two sentry towers, the Drizzle Hall members were already in place. They formed a group of 3 and set up 2 God-modified AWM sniper rifles. These people's physical strength was not as strong as Xiao Ziji's. If they fired frequently, they would have to replace them to better withstand the recoil. The 3 snipers were in place, and the Iron Bone disciples on top of the city wall summoned their iron shields. The magic explosive crossbows that were taken from the Miaoyu cavalry were also summoned. Each disciple was given 5 magic explosive crossbows. In the city, the members of Wolf Rider Hall led by Zhong Yi were also preparing. Thousands of hurricane wolves stood on the drill ground, emitting an intimidating aura. I can finally stretch my arms and legs. I've been holding it in for so long. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were in front of the city gate tower doing warm-ups before the battle. Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Tian Qi, Yi Xingchen, Long Zixuan, and other inner disciples were also in front of the city gate tower. Xianxia sat in the recess of the city wall, tapping his fingers on the brick surface with a smile on his face. In the upcoming battle, Iron Bone would definitely send out all of their elites. Sect Master Shui Rengue walked up to the city gate tower and said, everything is ready. Okay. Jun Xianxia replied. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, a faint sound came from the north. Dust filled the air in the distance, as if a sandstorm was sweeping over with great momentum. Ta. Ta. As it got closer, the sound became clearer. It was obviously the sound of thousands of horses galloping. They're here. Mayor Xia's heart was in his mouth. The people in the city were also nervous. After all, the invaders were from the 6th class Xinjiang County. Sitting on the roof, Jun Xianxia smiled and said, today will determine whether we can complete the epic mission and become the Sword and Martial King. Hiss. Hiss. After a short while, the dust gradually settled 1,000 feet away from the city. 20,000 fully armed warhorses stood side by side, carrying valiant soldiers in leather armor on their backs. Ta. 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 After a while, another 10,000 infantrymen in armor rushed over with spears in their hands and lined up neatly behind the cavalrymen. From the aura they exuded, they were definitely much stronger than Miao Hui's cavalry. Whoosh! 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 As the enemy appeared, the Iron Bone disciples on the city wall retreated and stood on the northern city wall. The camera was looking down from the sky. Outside the city, the morale of Xinjiang County's 30,000 soldiers was high. Inside the city, there were only 1,000 soldiers on the northern city wall and city tower. This was a bit of a disparity. One day in the future, when the flames of war spread to Xinjiang County and tens of thousands of cavalrymen arrived at Xinjiang City, a man and his disciples would stand on the city wall and protect the city's 3.6 million people with their iron bodies. This sentence, this hole, I will fill it up today. General. After the Xinjiang County's 30,000 soldiers were in position, a deputy general pointed at the city tower and said in surprise, someone is sitting there. Tao Yuan, who was around 25 years old, looked up and saw a person sitting there. Our attack this time is considered open and aboveboard. Xinjiang City must have received the news. Why are there so few soldiers on the city wall? A deputy general asked in confusion. Could it be that they know they can't compete with our Tiger Army and sent some people up to put on a show? Someone asked. Tao Yuan kicked his horse and walked to the front of the army. He shouted at Qingyang City, "Is the one sitting on the city tower the Qingyang City Lord?" Xie Guangquan, who was in the city, heard this and his mouth twitched violently. "I'm not as flirtatious as Sect leader Jun." 30,000 enemy troops were invading, but Sect leader Jun was still sitting on the roof of the city tower. Sect leader. Li Qingyang leaned on the 8x scope and aimed at Tao Yuan's helmet. "The target has been locked on. Hit the horse's foot." Jun Changxiao said, "Give him a greeting gift." Xiao Zuiji lowered the muzzle slightly and pulled the trigger decisively. With his current marksmanship, he would definitely hit wherever he pointed. However, the moment the bullet shot out silently, a black shadow suddenly flew out from the enemy army and blocked in front of Tao Yuan, instantly forming a defensive barrier. Bang! The bullet hit the barrier and a muffled sound was heard. However, the barrier was extremely strong and couldn't be broken. Xianxia frowned and said, "Martial King. TSK. Jun Changxiao said, "I wanted to give him a greeting gift, but I didn't expect him to give himself a show of strength." Whoosh! The old man standing in front of Tao Yuan waved his long sleeve and removed the thick spiritual energy wall. He said in a deep voice, "Only incompetent rats would stab people in the back." Although he said that, he was shocked in his heart. The bullet was too fast. Although he caught it with his spiritual sense, he wouldn't have been able to save it in time if he was delayed. Tao Yuan's expression changed slightly. If it wasn't for the protection of a strong cultivator, he would have been in danger just now. He thought too much. Sect leader Jun was just giving a greeting gift. Even if he didn't have the protection of a martial king, he would at most hit the horse's foot and disturb it. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao stood up and said, "General Tao, Qingyang County is just a small place. Why do you have to attack us?" Tao Yuan said, "Friend, you haven't answered my question yet." The situation was so dangerous just now, but he could still speak so calmly. This person's state of mind was very strong. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, "I'm not the mayor of Qingyang City. I'm the Iron Bone Sect leader." Jun Changxiao? Tao Yuan asked. "Our sect master Jun's name has spread far and wide. Even the rising stars of the military world have heard of his name." Jun Changxiao said, "That's right." Tao Yuan frowned slightly and said, "You're just a sect. Are you going to participate in a secular war? If your True Sun County were to attack other counties, my Iron Bone would naturally not participate. However, Green Sun City is my home. How can I sit idly by?" Jun Changxiao said. "All right." Tao Yuan said, "Sect Master Jun is determined to protect Green Sun City with his life." "Nonsense. If I don't guard Qingyang City, the mission will fail." "Humph." The martial emperor, who was standing in front of Tao Yuan, snapped coldly, "Who was the one who shot the arrow? Come out and fight me for 300 rounds if you have the guts." Xianxia lazily got up and said indifferently, "Martial kings are not allowed to participate in worldly wars. You should know about this rule, right?" The martial king sneered and said, "This old man is not participating. I just want to exchange blows with the experts of Qingyang City." Damn. A martial king wants to exchange blows with the experts of a 9th-grade county? It's obvious that I'm here to bully people. "All right then." Xianxia said, "This elder will exchange blows with you." Ta. He stomped on the city wall and used the cloud steps. He jumped down with his hands behind his back. It could be said that he was extremely confident. "Elder Jiang is mighty." The disciples cheered and cheered. Plop. Xianxia accidentally jumped down from the city wall and fell to the ground. "Jiang," the disciples' mouths twitched. "Are you sure you're the only elder of the Ironbone sect?" Cough cough. Xianxia stood up from the ground and patted the dust off. He coughed twice and said, "The ground is too soft to withstand our battle. Why don't we change the location?" Forcefully giving himself a way out, this move was definitely better than Jun Changxiao's. "Humph." The martial king sneered and said, "You choose the location." Xianxia pointed at the forest in the distance and said, "Let's do it there." Then, he transmitted his voice, "Sect leader, martial kings can't participate in worldly wars. I'll lure this guy away. The rest is up to you." "Go," Jun Changxiao said. It was the first time he knew that martial kings couldn't participate in wars, but he still let out a long sigh of relief. There must be many martial kings in the 6th grade Jinyang County. If 2 of them were sent to attack the city, they definitely wouldn't be able to defend Xianxia City. Whoosh, whoosh, Xianxia and the martial king used their movement techniques and walked toward the forest in front of them. Tao Yuan returned to the formation. Dozens of soldiers wearing heavy armor and carrying medium-sized shields blocked in front of him. Obviously, they were worried that hidden weapons would shoot at them again. General Tao. Jun Changxiao said, Xianxia City is small and has few people. There aren't many valuable resources. Why don't we all retreat peacefully? If they could solve the problem with words, they naturally didn't want to use weapons. Tao Yuan said, I'm here under orders. If sect leader Jun doesn't want too many casualties, you can open the city and surrender. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, the word surrender doesn't exist in Jun's dictionary. If that's the case, then we can only decide the winner on the battlefield. Tao Yuan waved his hand after saying that. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cavalry in front made way, and hundreds of infantrymen pushed out 4 heavy siege weapons that looked like catapults. F***CK. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, there's such a thing? Shui Renggui said, this is a crystal core catapult. It's powered by crystal cores. Even the most ordinary stone can create a super destructive force. At this time, Xie Guangquan also walked up. When he saw the 4 catapults, his expression changed drastically. It's over, it's over. This is much more powerful than the demon explosive crossbow. Sect leader Jun, Tao Yuan said, I'll give you one more chance. Do you choose to surrender or defend to the death? Ka. A few infantrymen worked together to load the 4 iron balls that weighed 1,000 pounds onto the catapults. They were powered by crystal cores. Once they were thrown, the power generated was enough to blast a hole in the city wall. However, they were only loaded with iron balls. If they were loaded with crystal cores, they could easily blow up half of the city wall. Jun Changxiao said decisively, defend to the death. Tao Yuan waved his hand. Whoosh! 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 After the crystal core catapults were calibrated, the 4 iron balls were immediately thrown out. Because of the crystal cores, the speed was not only fast, but it even dragged a stream of light. Mayor Xie's expression changed drastically. The force of each ball was at least 200,000 pounds. If they hit the city wall, the defense that he had painstakingly built would be in vain. Zhou Hong. Jun Changxiao said, I'll leave it to you. Ta. Zhou Hong stepped forward and stood at the front of the city tower. He put one hand on his sword and locked his eyes on the 4 flying iron balls. This? Xie Guangquan was dumbfounded. Such fast speed, such strong force. Was he going to rely on his sword to break it? Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a sword being unsheathed could be heard. In Mayor Xie's field of vision, a dense sword shadow appeared, interweaving into an inescapable net. In one breath, 80 swords. P.S. Who said I'm not exploding or begging for votes? Today, 3 chapters, begging for votes. Because of Zhou Hong's special cultivation method, the number of times he appeared in Iron Bone was about the same as Sima Zhongda and Cui Bujian. But that didn't mean that our swordsman didn't grow. Standing in front of the city gate tower and using the single-word speed formula, he slashed out 80 times in an instant. That was the proof of his increase in strength. This guy has gotten stronger. Yi Xingchen thought. Although he had reached Wuzong, he wasn't confident that he could win against Zhou Hong. Before Zhou Hong joined the sect, he was already a martial master. Although he didn't have access to martial resources, he could still improve his swordsmanship by practicing the Lingjian divine formula. He was a professional swordsman, to the point where he was intoxicated. If he wanted to win, he had to suppress him with greater strength. Xie Guangquan's eyes widened, he only felt Zhou Hong's wrists in front of him. How could there be so many sword chi, expert, whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, just at this moment, 4 iron balls that carried the power of 10,000 kilograms flew over in an arc, and they were just enveloped by the interweaving sword chi. Poochie. Poochie, the moment the iron balls flew over, they were cut into pieces like tofu. Their power was also reduced. Ding. Ding! 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 The disciples of the Iron Bone sect raised their iron shields one after another, effortlessly blocking the falling pieces of iron. Tao Yuan and the enemy general widened their eyes when they saw this. One man and one sword. Just how terrifying was it that he was able to easily neutralize all 4 iron balls that were shot at him? Bang! Sect leader Jun caught the flying iron balls with one hand and said, "My disciple's strength is probably not weaker than the 2nd or 3rd stage Wuzong." The system said, "This kid's future achievements will definitely not be limited to the Sword King. He might be a Sword Emperor or even a Sword Saint." TSK, TSK. Jun Xianxia said, "That's a high evaluation. I've sinned." He pointed at the 4 crystal throwing machines and said, "Destroy all of them." Bang! 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 Xiao Ziji fired 1 shot, pulled the bolt, and fired 4 shots. The whole process was extremely fast. Boom, boom. Boom! The 4 bullets hit the crystal core of the launcher precisely, raising an enormous explosion and blowing away dozens of enemies nearby. Tao Yuan and his lieutenants were all dumbstruck. Jun Xianxiao sat down again and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Is General Tao satisfied with the greeting gift from Green Sun City? He was very satisfied. And it was very frightening. Tao Yuan's expression was extremely ugly as he thought to himself, "What kind of hidden weapon is this? It actually managed to break through the catapult from such a distance." It was a technology that had never existed on the Starfall continent. "General Tao," Jun Xianxiao said, "let me tell you this responsibly. If you really want to attack my Qingyang city, I'm afraid that your soldiers will all die here." "Humph," a deputy general snorted coldly and said, "What big words. You don't believe me?" Jun Xianxiao snapped his fingers and said, "Babies, let's show these guests who came from afar today." Creak, below, the sound of the city gates opening could be heard. Awoo! Awoo! The members of the Wolf Riding Hall, who were already prepared, rushed out on their hurricane wolves and lined up neatly outside Qingyang City. Hiss! The appearance of the hurricane wolves caused the 20,000 war horses to neigh in fear. However, they quickly calmed down after being comforted by the soldiers. It was obvious that these war horses were more experienced than Miao Kuai's war horses. "General," a deputy general said, "it's the hurricane wolves." Tao Yuan's expression turned ugly. He knew that the hurricane wolves were at least as strong as a rank 4 or 5 martial master. Riding them in battle was definitely not something his war horses could compare to. "General Tao," Jun Xianxiao said proudly, "against my Wolf Riding Hall, do you think your 20,000 cavalrymen can win?" Tao Yuan said indifferently, "Although your mounts are strong, they don't rely on brute force on the battlefield." "Does this mean that the members of the Wolf Riding Hall are only brute force?" Jun Xianxiao laughed. Swoosh! Shui Rengue, who was standing on the city gate tower, waved the war flag and said to himself, "Little guy, today I will teach you a lesson. What is a battlefield, what is war? Kill!" Zhong Yi, who received the order, shouted loudly. Swoosh! Swoosh! The members of the Wolf Riding Hall raised their overlord spears and charged forward on their hurricane wolves. Their explosive momentum disturbed the surrounding air. "Fight!" Tao Yuan ordered. Ta ta ta, the 20,000 cavalrymen moved forward and formed a battle formation. Looking from the sky, it looked like a crescent moon. Shui Rengue knew that Tao Yuan wanted to rely on the advantage of numbers to form a large net and surround the members of the Wolf Riding Hall. Good strategy. Unfortunately, you underestimated my Iron Bone Wolf Riding Hall. Swoosh! Shui Rengue immediately waved the war flag. Zhong Yi shouted, "Break the enemy lines, only death, kill, swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!" The members of the Wolf Rider Hall, who were following closely behind him, gathered together and formed a spear formation. Then, they attacked the net like sharp arrows. A group of wild wolf beasts could change their formation so quickly. This made Tao Yuan quite surprised. Kill! The commander of the cavalrymen drew his sword and rushed forward, looking down from the sky. A spear and rolling waves were rushing at each other from the left and right. "Release the arrows!" the commander of the Tiger Riding Hall shouted. The charging cavalrymen waved their hands and took out bows and arrows from their horses. Their legs were tightly clamped on the horse's back. They held the bow with their right hand and pulled the bowstring with their left hand. They were not only cavalrymen but also archers. Swoosh! 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 The 20,000 cavalrymen shot their arrows at the same time. 20,000 arrows were shot and formed a one shape. Defend! Xianxia shouted. Swoosh! 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 The charging cavalrymen summoned their iron shields from their interspatial rings and raised them. The disciples in the front activated their defensive barrier, forming a 360 degrees defense without any blind spots. Ding! 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 The sword rain was blocked by the iron shields. Release! Swoosh! Bang! Before the deputy general, who was charging over with the cavalry, could give the order, the flowing light bullet directly pierced through his temple. Plop! The corpse fell and was trampled by the following horses. Ka! Xiao Ziji threw his AWM and set up his Type 88 sniper rifle. He fired 20 bullets at the crowd as fast as he could. Plop! Plop! 20 charging soldiers fell from their horses one after another. There were small holes between their eyebrows, not a single bullet missed its mark, and every move was fatal. Although the charging cavalrymen did not have the commander to give orders, they still took out arrows from their quiver. However, they did not have time to pull the bowstring because the iron bone disciples were already charging at them with the help of the hurricane wolves. Poochie! Poochie! The tip of the overlord's spear in front shone brightly. It instantly shot out a stream of light and directly pierced the chest of the enemy soldier in front. Kill! Kill! The following disciples followed and charged with the overlord's spear in their hands. They directly tore a hole in the net that appeared. Tao Yuan was dumbfounded by such a valiant and powerful combat strength. The Tiger Might army trained by Tao Yuan had been through hundreds of battles. It was one of the top elite troops in southwest Jiangzhou. However, they were completely vulnerable in front of the Iron Bone Wolf Riders. That was normal. Although the Tiger Might army was well equipped and mostly rank 6 or rank 7 martial disciples, the members of the Wolf Rider Hall were all martial masters, and high-level ones at that. They had done a strength test earlier. Without any martial arts, their explosive strength was around 45,000 kilograms. Together with the Hurricane Wolves and the Overlord's aura, it would be a piece of cake for one Wolf Rider to fight against 10 Tiger Might battalion soldiers. Jun Chengxiao dared to send 1,000 people to fight the 30,000 enemy soldiers because he was absolutely superior in strength and equipment. Otherwise, he would have just defended the city and let them attack. Thud, 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 thud. The Tiger Might army did not panic because their defense line was torn apart. Many soldiers quickly closed the net and surrounded the spears that were charging in. Tao Yuan was relieved when he saw that. How can 1,000 people escape when surrounded by the Iron Bucket formation? The strength of the Wolf Riders surprised him. However, they were few in number. Once they were surrounded, they would be sitting ducks. Kill! Kill! Xianxia led the team to turn around and charge toward the area where the cavalry had just gathered. Because they were strong and well-equipped, they were unstoppable. Poochie! Poochie! More of the Tiger Might army were knocked off their horses. Soon, the members of the Wolf Rider Hall fought their way out of the encirclement. During the process, the enemy must have counterattacked. However, although the spears could hit their targets, they were blocked by the iron shields. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 soldiers of the Tiger Might army poured their spiritual energy into their sabers and slashed at Li Yao with their sabers. Ding! Ding! The Iron Bone disciple who was besieged suddenly waved his overlord's spear and broke the sabers in front of him, but he could not protect his back. Tao Yuan sneered. This was the result of breaking in recklessly. Ding! 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 6 or 7 sabers all hit the Iron Bone disciple's back, and clanking sounds were heard. Tao Yuan's smile froze. The Tiger Might army soldiers were also dumbfounded. Die! Whoosh! After the Iron Bone disciple blocked a few slashes, he turned around and sent the dazed soldiers flying. On the other side, there were also many members who were attacked from both sides. However, no matter if it was swords, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, or forks, none of them were able to hurt them. In the end, they were even able to beat up their enemies. Why was that? This was because they were wearing soft silk armor that was impenetrable by swords and spears. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall gave face to the Tiger Army and didn't activate their seal shields. Otherwise, no matter how they attacked, they wouldn't be able to get close. Kill! Zhong Yi roared furiously, the hurricane wolf beneath him moving at full speed. The Overlord spear in its hands danced wildly on both sides, and wherever it passed, the enemy soldiers would be sent flying. This was definitely a tiger general. Boom, boom. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall followed closely behind their commander. They maintained a long snake formation, and in the end, they killed their way out of the encirclement. Tao Yuan's facial muscles had already stiffened. Surrounded by his iron bone formation, thousands of iron bone disciples were still able to fight their way out. This was definitely a blow to their self-esteem, however. The show had just begun. Under the wave of Shui Rengui's battle flag, Zhong Yi turned his spearhead and led his members to kill their way in. It was like Zhao Zilong of Changshan and Changban Slope. Awoo! Awoo! Boom! 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 The hurricane wolf ran wildly, and with its strong body, it knocked the warhorses away. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall who were riding on the hurricane wolf frequently stabbed their overlord spears. Streaks of light flashed, and the surrounding enemy soldiers were knocked to the ground one by one. When Zhong Yi led his men out of the chaos, 4,000 to 5,000 of the 20,000 iron bone cavalry were either dead or injured. Tao Yuan was completely dumbfounded. The elite division that he had painstakingly built and had won third place in the army tournament was actually being harvested like weeds in front of thousands of iron bone disciples. If it were any other division in Qingyang County, the Tiger Army would be able to completely crush them. However, in front of the Wolf Rider Hall, it was completely useless. It was like a martial disciple fighting with a well-equipped and powerful martial master with his bare hands. Not to mention injuring the martial master, it would be amazing if he could even touch the corner of the martial master's clothes. Some readers thought that people would die on the battlefield. That was right. War was merciless and the battlefield was cruel. Death and injury were inevitable. However, when the Wolf Rider Hall appeared in an invincible manner, death and injury were negated. Sect leader Jun had worked hard during this period. Moreover, with Jun Xianxia's character, he would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Since he dared to fight against an army of 30,000 with only 1,000 people, he must be confident. Kill! Kill! Zhong Yi led his men to charge again. This time, they changed into a triangular formation. The members kept their overlord spears and took out their cold-edged swords. Whoosh! 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 The hurricane wolf galloped forward as fast as the wind. Under the enhancement of spiritual energy, the cold-edged swords suddenly flashed with dazzling sword light, mercilessly harvesting the Tiger Army's wolf riders who were like wheat. After this battle, they lost as many as 2,000 people. After a few rounds of charging back and forth, the Tiger Army's casualties had risen to half. Tao Yuan would not allow the enemy to continue killing like this. He waved the war flag angrily. 10,000 infantrymen strode forward, holding special long weapons with hooks at the top. These were hooked spears used to restrain cavalry. Whoosh! 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 10,000 infantrymen raised their hooked spears and pointed them at the ground. Idiots, Jun Changxiao said indifferently. Awoo! Awoo! Zhong Yi led his men to charge again. Although he saw the strange-looking weapons and the possibility of sweeping the wolf's legs, he sneered and shouted, "Charge!" Whoosh! 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 The hurricane wolf accelerated and increased its speed again. Seeing this, the infantrymen suddenly realized that if they were to hook the legs of such ferocious wolves, there would be a huge impact. Tao Yuan also realized this and hurriedly shouted, "Put away your weapons." It was too late. The extremely fast hurricane wolf pack arrived in the blink of an eye. Their forelimbs hit the hooks hard. Not only were their tough bodies unharmed, but they also directly sent a large number of soldiers flying. Looking down from the sky, it could be seen that the moment the wolf cavalry and the infantrymen approached, a large number of them were instantly sent flying, and the formation was also messed up. Some of the Tiger Army soldiers were trampled by the hurricane wolves, and there were bloody holes in their chests. Even a martial master of the same level would not be able to withstand a kick from a 5th or 6th grade wolf beast, let alone a group of low-level martial disciples. Kill, kill, the sound of killing shook the sky, and the momentum was like a rainbow. On this battlefield, the wolf cavalry hull was not the only one performing. Xiao Ziji, who was in the sentry tower, was also shooting non-stop. The cavalrymen were shot down one by one. Whoosh, the bullet flew out again and accurately hit a soldier's chest. Ahahaha. Li Tian said excitedly, "Brother Snake, I hit him, I hit him." Viper's mouth twitched. "You did hit the target, but do you know how many bullets you used to hit one of them? Let's try again." Li Tian suppressed his excitement and raised the Type 88 sniper rifle. He locked onto a cavalryman and after a short period of checking, he decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh, the stream photon bullet flew out, however, it did not hit the original target. Instead, it hit the back of Zhongyi who was rushing over. Li Tian, Viper, after killing a soldier, Zhongyi turned around and bared his teeth as he roared, "Don't hit your own people." Whoosh, at this moment, another stream photon bullet shot out and swept past his eyes, directly exploding the head of a cavalryman who was rushing over from behind. P.S. Today might be the last update. Tomorrow, another wave, please vote. The 1,000 wolf riders were like an invincible sharp blade. They crushed the 20,000 cavalrymen and 10,000 infantrymen, making them unable to counterattack. Crushing. Absolutely crushing. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the city gate tower, held his face in his hands and sang, "How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible." Mayor Xia's mouth twitched. Outside the city, the sound of killing was deafening. Corpses were everywhere. Sect leader Jun still had the mood to sing leisurely. How flirtatious, however, Mayor Xia was also quite shocked. These Iron Bone Sect disciples, riding on hurricane wolves, burst out with terrifying combat strength, not to mention Tao Yuan's tiger troop. Even if they faced an elite troop, they would be invincible, especially when they knew how to use arrays. That kind of cooperation and tacit understanding were not formed overnight. Thinking of this, Xie Guangquan couldn't help but look at Shui Ringgui, who was holding the war flag, and thought to himself, this person is definitely talented. Kill. Kill. The members of Wolf Rider Hall riding hurricane wolves and holding cold-edged swords seemed to have turned into killing gods, mercilessly reaping lives. Mayor Xia's hanging heart was completely at ease. Because from the current situation, Qingyang City was temporarily safe. General. A deputy general's face turned ugly. Retreat. Half of the 30,000 tiger troop had died, and their morale had plummeted. If they continued to fight, they would be wiped out in less than an hour. Damn it. Tao Yuan clenched his fists in anger. The troop that he had painstakingly cultivated was defeated by 1,000 people. This was unacceptable to him, he had to accept it even if he didn't want to. In order to not let more soldiers die, he could only say with hatred, retreat. Since he joined the army, this was the first time he had lost a battle, and it was in a situation where he had the advantage in numbers. Swoosh, the deputy general waved the war flag and gave the order to retreat. The soldiers of the Tiger Might army, who were in panic, immediately retreated desperately. This kind of invincible enemy made their scalps explode. They wished they could grow a few more legs and escape as fast as possible. Sect leader Shui Ringgui said, "They have retreated." Xie Guangquan was overjoyed. He, who was prepared to live and die with the city, did not expect that the final result would be that the enemy would be defeated before they could even attack the city. Jun Changshao said, "You come and go as you please? Do you think my Azure Sun County is a market?" He paused for a moment, and then said, "Kill them all, especially that one called Tao Yuan. Capture him alive." Yes. Shui Ringgui waved the war flag again. Upon receiving the order, Zhongyi once again led the team to charge forward. Relying on the speed of the hurricane wolves, they wiped out the enemy soldiers who attempted to escape one by one. General. The deputy general's expression changed drastically. They're too fast. There's no time to retreat. Tao Yuan shouted angrily, "Demonic explosive soldiers, stop them." Swoosh. Whoosh. The 500 soldiers of the Tiger Might army took out their demon explosive crossbows and loaded them with demon explosive arrows. Not good. Xie Guangquan said, explosive magic crossbow bolts. Jun Changxiao smiled coldly and said, I thought they wouldn't dare to use them. Tao Yuan did not dare to use the demon explosive crossbows when the crystal core throwers were destroyed because he knew that the enemy's hidden weapons would definitely hit them and cause a series of explosions. Now that he had summoned them, he had put a lot of distance between them and the enemy. No matter how strong the hidden weapons were, they had to have a range. I don't believe that the strange stream of light can fly over from 10 miles away from the city. Whoosh, just as Tao Yuan was thinking, a stream of light streaked across the void and finally hit the demon explosive arrow that a soldier had just loaded on his crossbow. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The sound of explosions was endless. Looking from the city tower, one could clearly see flames and dust rising into the sky from 10 miles away. Hiss. Hiss, the series of explosions startled the war horses, causing them to raise their heads and neighed. Their eyes were filled with fear. Although Tao Yuan was a little far from the explosion, his war horse was startled and almost fell off. This? He tried to stabilize himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. General, be careful. At this moment, the lieutenant next to him exclaimed. Tao Yuan hurriedly looked to the other side and saw Zhong Yi rushing over on the hurricane wolf in the dust. Oh no! He hurriedly wanted to ride his horse and escape, but it was too late. Zhong Yi put away the cold-edged sword and instantly approached Tao Yuan. His big hand suddenly reached out and grabbed him from the war horse as if he was holding a chicken. General! The lieutenant and the soldiers roared angrily. Zhong Yi asked the hurricane wolf to slow down and lifted Tao Yuan up. He shouted, quickly put down your weapons and surrender. Damn it! Tao Yuan wanted to resist, but when he was captured, his meridians had been sealed by the enemy. At this moment, he could only be lifted up weakly. The general was captured, and there were wolf riders behind him. The lieutenant of the Tiger Army was filled with despair. After a short period of weighing the pros and cons, he threw down his weapon. At this time, he had no choice but to surrender. Whoosh, whoosh, the soldiers of the Tiger Army threw down their weapons one after another. The cavalrymen also stopped their horses and jumped down from them. Since they had surrendered, the members of the wolf riding hall would definitely not kill them wantonly. Therefore, they pulled out a line of defense and surrounded more than 6,000 soldiers. Ding! Defeated the Tiger Army of Xianxia County. Meet the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate 30%. Host will receive 1,000 contribution points. Ding! Captured the enemy general. Meet the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate 50%. Host will receive 1,000 contribution points. Ding! Host has successfully defended Xianxia City. Meet the hidden criteria. Epic mission completed. Completion rate 120%. Host will receive 4,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 9892500. Ding! Host has exceeded the requirements of the epic mission. Host will receive opening talisman X1, holy grade talent modification liquid X1, and some experience points. The system notification ended. The spiritual energy in Jun Changxiao's Dantian was undergoing a qualitative change. At the same time, the cyclone next to him also turned into spiritual energy. Whoosh! In the outside world, majestic attributes emerged from his body. Half of it was vigorous and the other half was fierce. Eh? Everyone seemed to have sensed it and looked up. Seeing Jun Changxiao surrounded by the aura, they asked in surprise, is the sect leader about to break through? That's strange. Xianxia was puzzled. Why is there such a big commotion? When he broke through to Martial King, there were also signs of a breakthrough. However, compared to the sect leaders, it paled in comparison. What a powerful sword aura! Zhou Hong said with a serious look. Whoosh, whoosh, at that moment, the two different types of energy gathered around Jun Changxiao turned into a beam of light and flew toward the sky. It was as if they were going to soar into the clouds. Xianxia was dumbfounded. When he broke through to Martial King, there was no such phenomenon, Yi Xingchen said with a serious look. Sword and Martial King, both of them will become kings. They will soar into the clouds and announce the arrival of a true king to the world. Gah! Xianxia was stunned and his facial muscles stiffened. Sword and martial king, both of them? Could it be, he exclaimed in shock, the sect leader is going to become the sword and martial king. P.S. I'll write and post in the morning. Sword and martial king, city lord Xia, who was standing at the side, almost fell to the ground when he heard Xianxia's words. His heart was in turmoil. In the Falling Star continent, there were dual cultivators who could reach the peak of both Dao and martial king, however, this only existed in the records. City Lord Xia had never seen it before. Could it be that sect leader Jun's breakthrough today was going to broaden his horizons and make him unforgettable? Lu Qianqian's beautiful eyes were also filled with surprise. The sect leader usually only cultivated the martial Dao. When did he cultivate the sword Dao? Now that he suddenly stood on the city tower and wanted to become a sword and martial king, she was very confused and surprised. Whoosh, the two beams of light continued to pierce through the sky. No matter where one was in the Azure Sun County, as long as one raised their head, they could see the phenomenon. What is that? It feels like it's going to spread to the sky. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? Although many cultivators were confused, the more they looked at the two beams of light that shot into the sky, the more reverence they felt. Ordinary people even had the thought of worshipping. There were many martial kings and sword kings in the Falling Star continent. However, the sword and martial kings were very rare. Since they were about to descend today, everyone naturally had the urge to worship them. What was even more exaggerated was, the swords of the cultivators in the Azure Sun County trembled involuntarily as the beams of light that represented the sword Dao soared into the sky. It was as if they were cheering for the arrival of the king. What's going on? My sword doesn't seem to be listening to me anymore. Could it be because of the rising beams of light? Many cultivators were shocked. Whoosh, a figure flew out from the back mountain of the Tsang Mountain Sect. It was a white-haired old man with a strong aura. He landed on the training ground and looked up at the sky. He exclaimed, "This is the sign of the sword and martial king." The elders of the Tsang Mountain Sect were also alarmed. Ma Yunting walked out first and said in surprise, "Sect leader, this place seems to be Azure Sun City." Wang Donglin was also stunned as he asked, "Since when did our Azure Sun County have a monster that can cultivate both sword and martial arts, and even become a king in both?" Speaking of evildoers, Ma Yunting subconsciously blurted out, "Don't tell me it's Sect Master Jun?" Wang Donglin agreed with this statement and said, "It's really hard to say." The growth of Jun Chongxiao and Iron Bone over the past year was enough to make the two of them think that they deserved the word monster. The Blue Mountain Sect Master said, "It's truly a joyous occasion that a sword and martial king has been born in our Azure Sun County." The Shangguan family. Shangguan Hong said excitedly, "I never thought that I would be able to witness the birth of the sword and martial kings in the Azure Sun County." His sons, who were standing behind him, were also in awe. Even though their cultivation wasn't too high, they had heard from their father that the sword king and martial king had reached such a level. Without a doubt, they were the top geniuses of the Starfall continent. He was not a genius. He was a dragon among men, on this day. Jun Chongxiao's breakthrough in two Daos caused a phenomenon in the sky. Vast energy filled the entire Azure Sun County, causing many cultivators to be shocked and proud. However, even further away, the phenomenon in the sky could also be seen. Various cultivators were discussing intensely. Many of them were old. When they saw the two beams of light, their hands trembled as they said, "Someone has broken through, the sword and martial kings." What? For a moment, the various cities in the counties were in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. According to the historical records, it has been at least 5,000 years since the sword and martial kings were born. My God, this is too sudden. Judging from the direction, it should be the 9th grade Azure Sun County. If it's really an Earth stage cultivator in the Azure Sun County who has broken through to the sword and martial kings, this county will probably rise to prominence. When the sword and martial kings pierced through the sky and could be clearly seen in several counties, it caused a huge commotion. Some people were confused. Why would a sword and martial king be born so suddenly? Some people were discussing. If there was really such a powerful person in the Azure Sun County, their social status would definitely increase greatly. In Heian County, Huaiyang County, and Jinyang County, the army was working hard to attack the cities. When the phenomenon appeared, the soldiers looked up and forgot that they were at war. Commander. A strategist frowned and said, "This is the sign of the arrival of the sword and martial kings." Bai Ruihu, the commander of the White Tiger Army, who was ordered to attack the 3 counties, walked out of his tent and said with a frown, "It seems to be the location of Azure Sun City. General Tao just sent troops over, and the sword and martial kings were born." "I'm afraid this is a bad omen," the strategist said. He guessed wrong. Before this phenomenon appeared, Tao Yuan and his Tiger Might army were already unknown. The arrival of the sword and martial kings in the Azure Sun County made Bai Ruihu realize that something was wrong. He immediately ordered, "Contact General Tao and ask him to return immediately." Yes. Whoosh whoosh, the 2 beams of light pierced through the sky. Jun Changxiao, who was standing on the city gate tower, closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. The spiritual energy in his spiritual core was much purer than before. The second spiritual core was also filled with boundless spiritual energy. There was only one word to describe it: awesome. The system muttered, "Isn't this epic mission for a little too easy?" From its point of view, it would at least have to face the main force of the White Tiger Army in the True Sun County and defend Azure Sun City. In fact, the epic mission's appearance was also meant to be like this. However, Tao Yuan would choose to surround the other cities in Azure Sun City and attack Azure Sun City first. Thus, he fulfilled the mission requirement. The Wolf Rider Hall defeated the Tiger Army and captured the enemy's general. Not only did they meet the hidden requirement, but they also completed the defense mission. It was fate. The phenomenon of the 2 beams of light piercing through the sky lasted for more than 10 minutes. When the energy in Jun Changxiao's spiritual core was completely converted, it suddenly disappeared. Clang! Clang! The moment the light beam disappeared, countless swords were unsheathed in Qingyang City, which was the closest to Jun Changxiao. Then, they turned into streams of light and flew out, hovering above Jun Changxiao. Awesome! Su Xianxia opened his eyes wide. The Iron Bone disciples looked at him with even more admiration. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao opened his eyes and murmured, "Sword and martial arts, I am the king." Wang! Wang! The swords around him vibrated violently as if they were responding to their king. "Congratulations, sect leader Jun, for becoming the sword and martial king." Mayor Xia cupped his fists and said. The storm in his heart didn't calm down because of the disappearance of the phenomenon. After all, the scene of thousands of swords was still shocking him. "Sect leader is mighty, sect leader is mighty." The Iron Bone disciples shouted in unison, echoing in the sky above Azure Sun City. On this day, the sword and martial king had arrived in Azure Sun County of Yangzhou. In the annals of history, it would definitely leave a heavy mark for future generations to worship. Since Jun Changxiao had broken through to the sword and martial king realm, the discussions of the various provinces and counties would definitely not stop. Many forces and clans would also begin to investigate the person who had broken through to the sword and martial king realm in Qingyang County. After enjoying the pleasure of breaking through, sect leader Jun looked at the forest outside the city and saw the dumbfounded martial king of Xinjiang County. At first, this person was evenly matched with Xianxia in the forest. However, when the momentum of the breakthrough spread, he was deeply shocked and no longer had the mood to fight. Elder Jiang hurriedly used the cloud-treading steps and landed on the city gate tower. He happened to witness the whole process of the 2 beams of light shooting into the sky. "I won't say that I forgot that Xianxia was still fighting with someone, so I was quick-witted." "Old man." Jun Chang smiled and said, "How about the 2 of us fight?" Because he had broken through to the sword and martial king realm, his voice was filled with the aura of a king, martial disciple, martial master, and Wuzong were, after all, only low-middle level. The martial king realm was a huge dividing line. It would change in all aspects, including voice and aura. The martial king of Xinjiang County frowned. He definitely wouldn't care about a martial king who had just broken through. However, this was a newly born sword and martial king, who in the Falling Star continent didn't know that the sword and martial king's battle prowess was above that of martial king and martial king. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao jumped and flew out of the city gate tower. The increase in his strength led to the increase in his movement technique. His jump gave people the feeling that he was about to fly. Ta. He landed steadily in front of the martial king and said, "Do you want to use your fist or your sword?" The martial king of Xianxia County's mouth twitched violently. "If I use my fist, you're a martial king. If I use my sword, you're a sword king. How the hell am I supposed to choose?" This was the advantage of the sword and martial king. They could fight however they wanted. Sect leader June, the martial king, said coldly, "Xianxia County has lost this battle. I'll take my leave first." Facing a sword and martial king made him feel very guilty. "No." June Xianxia said, "You must fight with me. If you win, General Tao can take him away." "Not fighting, forcing you to fight." Needless to say, Xianxia County's King Wu was immediately tempted when he finished his last sentence. His mission in attacking Qingyang City was to protect Tao Yuan. Now that he had been captured by the enemy, he would surely be held accountable if he were to return alone. If that's the case. He made up his mind and said, "I'll meet the sword and martial kings today." "With your fist, or with your sword?" "Fist." In a small forest outside Qingyang City. Jun Changxiao and King Wu of the Xianxia County were about 20 meters apart. Xianxia was the only spectator at a close distance. The Iron Bone disciples were all standing on the city wall and watching from afar. "Sect Master Jun, you're fighting a martial king right after breaking through. You're truly valiant," Xie Guangquan said in admiration. Jun Changxiao said, "Can we start now?" King Wu of the Xianxia County got into a fighting stance and thought to himself, "Although this kid is a sword and martial king, he just broke through. I'm a rank 4 martial king, so I should be able to fight him." From the word should, it was clear that he didn't have much confidence. There was nothing he could do. The sword and martial kings were famous. Without a high-rank martial king, it would be difficult to face them. Whoosh whoosh. Jun Changxiao unleashed his cultivation, and a dense aura instantly spread out. King Wu of the Xianxia County hurriedly said, "Sect Master Jun, we agreed to use your fist. Don't use your sword." Jun Changxiao said, "Don't worry. I won't need to use my sword to deal with a martial king like you." The Xianxia County's martial king was furious. "You're a sword and martial king. You're awesome, but you can't look down on others like this." Whoosh whoosh. In his anger, he also unleashed his cultivation. Although his aura was quite strong, there was a clear gap between him and Sect Master Jun in terms of aura and purity. Xianxia said in surprise, "Sect Master has just broken through. Why is his aura so dense?" That was because he had 2 spirit cores in his dantian. If they were unleashed together, it would definitely be stronger than a single spirit core. With 2 spirit cores, Jun Changxiao's aura was not only dense, but his endurance was also strong. Even though he had just broken through and was evenly matched with the rank 4 martial king in front of him, he could still exhaust his opponent with his boundless spiritual energy. It could be said that our Sect Master Jun not only had the advantage of being a sword and martial king, he also had the advantage of having 2 spirit cores. He was definitely worthy of being called a monster. "Old man," Jun Changxiao said, "I'm going to make my move." The more he said this, the more uncertain King Wu of the Xianxia County felt. Whoosh. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao used the cloud-treading steps and rushed over. He was so fast that it was as if he had crushed a gallop talisman. Not good. King Wu of the Xianxia County's martial king's expression changed slightly. In the next second, he put his hands in front of his body to block and condensed a dense spiritual energy wall around him. Boom, the sound of an explosion was heard and waves of energy surged out. Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him and punched with his right fist. Not only did it break the spiritual energy wall, it also landed on King Wu's arm. One could faintly see ripples in the air. Thump. 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 King Wu of the Xianxia County was pushed back. When he stabilized his body with great difficulty, his eyes were filled with shock. The strength of this punch was at least 2.5 million jin. He had just broken through and already had such terrifying strength. This person was definitely a supreme rank martial king. No, a supreme rank sword and martial king. Whoosh. Jun Changxiao appeared in front of King Wu again and slapped him with his big hand. It seemed to be an understatement, but the strength it contained was increasing steadily. When it hit King Wu's right shoulder, it had already exceeded 3 million jin. King Wu of the Xianxia County was only an advanced rank 4 martial king and his strength was only 2.5 million. He was sent flying and crashed into more than 20 trees. Wah! When he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xie Guangquan, who was on the city gate tower, saw this and his mouth twitched violently. That was a genuine martial king, but he was beaten up by Sect Master Jun who had just broken through. Damn it. King Wu of the Xianxia County tried his best to stand up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened his hands abruptly. He quickly gathered the elements of heaven and earth around him. Jun Xianxia said, "Are you going to use your trump card?" Whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the elements of heaven and earth gathered in King Wu's hands from all directions. They formed a bright ball of light formed by 3 different elements. This is, Xianxia frowned slightly and said, high-rank 3-point origin gathering technique? Whoosh, whoosh. The ball of light gathered in King Wu's hands became stronger and stronger. Jun Xianxia stood in place, unmoved. His eyes were filled with disdain. In the past, it was others who looked down on him. Now that he had become a sword and martial king, he was looking down on a rank 4 martial king. Ta! King Wu of the Xianxia County took a step forward and shouted with his eyes wide open, 3-point origin gathering technique. Whoosh! The ball of energy formed by the 3 elements of heaven and earth was thrown forward with great force. For a moment, a strong wind blew and the grass and trees flew everywhere. Xie Guangquan, who was far away, was shocked. He thought to himself, if it was me, I wouldn't be able to survive even if I had 10 lives. When he looked at Jun Xianxia again, he saw that he was still standing in place. He looked like a high and mighty king. Could it be that he was going to take it head-on? The tripartite origin gathering technique was a very profound spiritual power martial technique. When a martial artist used it, they would extract 3 types of origin energy from the heaven and earth to gather powerful energy. This martial king from the Xianxia County had already comprehended it to perfection. After a simple accumulation of energy, he used it. As for how powerful it was, there was no need to describe it in terms of weight to prevent the readers from ridiculing it. In short, it was very powerful. It was so powerful that when it flew over, the trees that were relatively far away were uprooted by the wind. Xianxia furrowed his brows. Although he had broken through to the 3rd rank of martial king and had entered the extreme level of cultivation in the sect, he still wasn't confident that he could take this move head-on. The sect leader stood in place. Was he going to take it head-on? Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Xianxia raised his hand. Dense spiritual power spread out from his body and quickly formed a solid defensive air wall in front of him. After breaking through to the martial king level, one's control over spiritual power would be more perfect and they would be able to develop the ability to condense air walls. There was also another very important function. When one's thoughts turned into spiritual thoughts, they could see everything around them. When the condensed light attacked, Jun Xianxia used his spiritual thoughts to capture it. The strength of the power was within his tolerance range, so he decisively formed an air wall. Martial King, this feels so good. Whoosh! The tripartite origin gathering technique shot over while sticking close to the grass. In the end, it crashed into the air wall with a boom. The powerful explosion instantly formed a wave that surged in all directions. Flowers, trees, and stones were instantly crushed into powder by the terrifying power. Looking from the city tower, the area where Jun Xianxia was standing was completely bare. Even the ground had cracked. Terrifying. Xie Guangquan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, he was more concerned about whether sect leader Jun was alright or not. Gradually, the spiritual power dissipated and the collision area was clearly visible. The solid air wall was still there. Jun Xianxia was still standing proudly. The corner of his mouth even raised into a smile that deserved a beating. No, impossible. The martial king from the Xianxia County widened his eyes. He had even unleashed his trump card, yet he still hadn't been able to break his opponent's air wall. Just how much spiritual energy did he have to be able to do that? So, these are the sword and martial kings? Xianxia was shocked as well. Yi Xingchen thought to himself, he just broke through. He shouldn't have such abundant spiritual energy. Even one of the 10 great martial emperors could not figure it out. Jun Changxiao waved his hand to remove the psionic energy wall and said, I've shown my trump card. Now, I'm going to get serious. After saying the last word, he used the cloud-treading steps and sped away. His speed was so fast that even Xinjiang County's King Wu didn't have time to set up a spiritual energy wall in front of him. In fact, it was useless to set things up. Under Jun Changxiao's 3 million gene of strength, the only thing he could do was to find a way to be completely destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. In the forest, the sound of fists could be heard frequently. In just a few moments, Jun Changxiao relied on his absolute strength to beat King Wu of Xinjiang County. King Wu fell to the ground, his limbs twitching and white foam coming out of his mouth. Everyone's mouth twitched. Such a high and mighty martial king was actually beaten so miserably. It was truly unimaginable. Could it be that the sword and martial kings were really that powerful? They didn't know that the reason why sect leader Jun could beat a rank 4 martial king was not only because of the sword and martial kings, but also because he had 2 spirit cores. Although they couldn't double the effect, they still increased his strength by quite a bit. For example, the 3 parts essence gathering art that attacked just now. If Jun Changxiao had 1 spirit core, he could have withstood it. However, the psionic energy wall would definitely have been broken, and he wouldn't have been able to withstand it unscathed. A battle between martial kings ended just like that. King Wu of Xinjiang County, who was beaten up, not only did he fail to take Tao Yuan away, he also inevitably became a prisoner. Xinjiang City, on the drill ground. The surrendered soldiers of the Tiger Army squatted together with their hands on their heads. Sect leader Shui Rengue said, what should we do with these people? If we can get them to surrender, then do so. If we can't, then let Xinjiang County pay the ransom, Jun Changxiao said. A rising star with the talent of a general, a genuine rank 4 martial king, was definitely worth a lot of money. Shui Rengue said, Tao Yuan comes from a family of generals. I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult to get him to surrender. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, there's no one I can't get to surrender. If there is, then give him a bowl of fried rice. If not, then give him 2 bowls. Shui Rengue thought of Lu Wancher's cooking, and the word delicious immediately appeared in his mind. General Tao. Jun Changxiao walked over and said, are you convinced of your loss? Tao Yuan, who was tied up, was silent for a while, then said, I'm convinced. He lost too miserably in this battle. The Tiger Army was also completely crushed by the Wolf Cavalry. He was absolutely convinced. Jun Changxiao said, my Iron Bone Army needs a lot of talents. Are you interested in joining? Tao Yuan raised his head with difficulty and said, Sect leader Jun, although I'm not a big shot, I will never surrender to the enemy. General Tao. Jun Changxiao was not discouraged. He said, you misunderstood. I mean, join my Iron Bone School. What's the difference between this and surrendering to the enemy? Tao Yuan said coldly. There's a difference. Jun Changxiao said, I'll ask General Tao first. Do you belong to any sect or sect? I don't belong to any sect or sect. Tao Yuan said. Jun Changxiao said, although you're a general of Xinjiang County, you don't belong to any sect or sect. Why can't you join my Iron Bone School? There was nothing wrong with that. However, Tao Yuan said, you're guarding Xinjiang City with your disciples, so you're my enemy. Joining your school is the same as surrendering to the enemy. No, no, no. Jun Changxiao said, I'm guarding Xinjiang City because it's my home. If Xinjiang County didn't attack, I wouldn't have participated. Now that you've failed, my Iron Bone School will stay out of this. We're not enemies, so it's reasonable for me to join your school. We'll talk about it later. Jun Changxiao said again, joining my Iron Bone School is just a disciple. It's not like I'm asking you to lead troops to fight against Xinjiang County. Xie Guangquan's mouth twitched. Sect leader Jun's mouth was really coquettish. Tao Yuan was also stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. General Tao. The martial king from Xinjiang County said weakly, you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me. Bang. Bang. Bang, Jun Changxiao punched him until he fainted. He clapped his hands and said, General Tao, I'll give you some time to think about it. Then he said, Mayor Xia, lock these captives in the dungeon. Okay. Xie Guangquan immediately ordered Tao Yuan, that martial king, and the thousands of captive Tiger Army soldiers to be locked in the dungeon. Sect leader Jun, he cupped his hands and said gratefully, "If it wasn't for your school's help, my Qingyang city would have fallen long ago." Jun Chongxiao said, "Don't be happy too early. This is just the vanguard. Xinjiang County's army is still in Heiyang County and Huaiyang County." Xie Guangquan's expression immediately became serious. "That's right. Xinjiang County only sent 30,000 men. There were more than 100,000 soldiers behind them." Although Jun Chongxiao had completed his epic mission, the crisis in Xinjiang City and the entire Xinjiang County had not been resolved. Because the main invader was the White Tiger Legion. Miao Hui's cavalry and Tao Yuan's Tiger Legion were just two of them. Therefore, sect leader Jun did not bring his disciples back to Iron Bone and continued to stay in Xinjiang City to help the 3.6 million people resist the invasion. Becoming a sword and martial king gave him more confidence to face the 6th grade Xinjiang County. Iron Bone continued to stay in Xinjiang City, and Xie Guangquan was almost moved to tears. At night, a banquet was held in the city tower. After 3 rounds of wine, he thanked Jun Chongxiao with tears and snot. He was so emotional that he almost knelt down to thank Jun Chongxiao. "Thank you, City Lord." Jun Chongxiao tugged at him and said, "This Jun has already said that Green Sun City is my home. I won't tolerate outsiders bullying it. Come." He raised his wine cup and said, "Don't say anything. Everything is in the wine. Drink." Xie Guangquan drank a lot that night and was very drunk. In the end, he held an empty wine jar and danced on the city tower. Jun Chongxiao quietly looked at the cute city lord Xia, who was drunk, and took out the Saint-grade aptitude-modifying liquid from his interspatial ring. Not only did the epic mission allow him to become a sword and martial king, but it also gave him an opening talisman and a bottle of Saint-grade aptitude-modifying liquid. This was undoubtedly very satisfying. Pa. He opened it and drank it. Ding. Congratulations, host, your spirit root has improved from supreme grade to saint grade. An improvement in spirit root's aptitude was undoubtedly like a complete rebirth. However, with the help of the aptitude-modifying liquid, it easily reached the level of saint grade spirit root. It was really unbelievable. Strange. Jun Chongxiao muttered, "My spirit root has improved, but why does it feel like there is no change?" The system said, "Does the host feel that there should be an increase of 1 million kilograms of strength for there to be a change?" That's right. Wash up and sleep. You can do it in your dreams. F***ck Jun Chongxiao cursed, then rubbed his hands and pulled out the system store. There were many things to do during the day. Now that he was free, he naturally had to spend all the 4,892 contribution points that he had. No need to consider it. Starting from the mid-tier mall, previously, in order to test his 5 luck points, he only dared to use the basic merchant shop to test it. Now that he had more contribution points, he finally had the confidence to do so. He pulled down the shopping center. Ding. Sect contribution points, 9792500. A brand new product was presented, and Jun Chongxiao happily flipped through it. The first product that caught his eye was called Sect Equipment Device. According to the detailed introduction, it was made up of 5 parts: the weapon machine, the equipment machine, the martial skill machine, the pill machine, and the treasure machine. Its function was that it could be connected to the host's spatial ring. With just a thought, all kinds of things could be allocated to the host for the disciple to collect. It was similar to a vending machine in the disciple's shop, but it was more detailed. Jun Chongxiao rubbed his chin and said, "The refined weapons, equipment, or pills have to be personally handed over to the disciples. With this thing, they can receive it themselves. Bye." Ding. The host has spent 1,000 contribution points and received the Sect's Equipment X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 8792500. Jun Chongxiao continued to read. Soon, he saw a defensive martial skill called Spirit Armor. The quality was not too high, only at the middle level of the best quality. However, if one cultivated it successfully, they could turn their spirit energy into armor and wear it on their body, forming a powerful defense. This is good stuff. Sect leader Jun's eyes immediately lit up. The seal shield was also a defensive martial skill, but its function was to form a defensive shield in front of the body. During this period, one could not attack, or the defensive shield would lose its effect. To put it bluntly, it was to turn oneself into an egg. It could withstand attacks, but it could not extend its hand to fight. Therefore, when the members of the Wolf Rider Hall fought with the Tiger Might army, no one would use it, because it was just a moving eggshell. Spirit armor was different. Using spiritual energy to form an armor in front of him, he would be fully armed while still being able to attack without being affected at all. He spent 1,000 contribution points to buy spirit armor. The system automatically matched the Sect's cultivation technique, and Sect leader Jun copied another 5,000 books in one go. This was because the Sect's equipment machine had not been taken out yet. Otherwise, with just a thought, it would automatically be equipped with the martial skill machine. Jun Xianxia continued to read. Soon, his gaze stopped on an item called Beginner Grade Spiritual Medicine. All the middle-level shops were middle-level. This was the first time he saw a beginner-grade item. He clicked on the details. Item, Beginner Grade Spiritual Medicine. Introduction. It is said that Taishan Laojun used the divine fire of Sixteen, one of the 4 great heavenly fires, to refine a miraculous elixir. Note, a failed product. Effect, it can cure all kinds of difficult and miscellaneous diseases. Disadvantage, because it is a failed product, it can only cure martial artists below the martial king realm. Price, 1,000 contribution points. F***CK. Jun Xianxia said in surprise, a failed product refined by Taishan Laojun. The system said, that's just a rumor. Jun Xianxia shook his head and said, unfortunately, it can only be used on martial artists below the martial king realm. Otherwise, I would definitely buy one to help Elder Wei treat his difficult and miscellaneous diseases. So, it's useless. The system said, the host doesn't have to buy it. Jun Xianxia thought so too. He continued to read. Suddenly, he thought of something and muttered, it should be able to cure Palace Master Shi's eye disease, right? The system said, the Palace Master of Miaohua Palace is a 9th level Wuzong. She meets the treatment requirements. It was Jun Xianxia's first time hearing about Shi Jingshuan's cultivation. He couldn't help but say in surprise, she's only in her early 20s, but she's already so strong. If she wasn't the leader of a sect, she would probably be ranked in the Gathering of Heroes list. Reaching the 9th level Wuzong at the age of 20 would not only be ranked in the list, but also in the heaven class. Should I buy one for her? Jun Xianxia muttered. He was very conflicted because it was worth 1,000 contribution points. If he bought it, there would definitely be a bunch of readers cursing him for being a saint. Forget it. I'll keep it for now. Jun Xianxia continued to browse through the items and saw 2 more martial arts techniques. One was a soft palm technique. It was a beginner-grade supreme-grade technique, suitable for women to cultivate. The other one was more special. It was called the clear heart technique. Although it was a mental cultivation technique, it was only used to stabilize one's state of mind, making it easier to focus on cultivation and not be distracted by distracting thoughts. The Iron Bone Palace lacked all kinds of martial arts techniques. Since Sect Master Jun didn't lack contribution points, he bought them with 2,000 contribution points and made 5,000 copies of each technique. After spending 9,892 contribution points, he was left with 5,642 contribution points. There was no other way. With contribution points, he could do whatever he wanted. Jun Xianxia took back the store and opened the purchased items. He directly bought 20 bottles of aptitude-modifying liquid. This was a reward for the Wolf Riders who performed well in the previous battle. Zhong Yi's performance was also very good. He even captured the general alive. I can reward him with a bottle of aptitude-modifying liquid. Jun Xianxia muttered. He had 6 bottles now. He couldn't decide who to give it to, so he could only give it to them based on performance. If there was a punishment system, Li Tianshan, who accidentally shot Zhong Yi, would definitely be in trouble. The next day, Jun Xianxia gathered all the disciples in Qingyang City early in the morning and taught them the defensive martial arts technique, spirit armor. The Wolf Rider Hall members who performed well on the battlefield also received the aptitude-modifying liquid. After taking it, they all improved from mortal grade to intermediate grade. As expected, they were all dumbfounded. Zhong Yi, who had advanced from high grade to supreme grade, was also dumbfounded. Su Xiaoma walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Junior brother Zhong, don't be agitated. This is just a normal thing. P.S. I feel like I'm not in the mood to write. I need to adjust. I'll update 5 times today." After receiving the martial arts technique, the Iron Bone disciples began to cultivate it. They first cultivated the clear heart technique. Once this technique was activated, their state of mind was indeed much more stable. Everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Apart from those with great perseverance, they would more or less be distracted when cultivating or doing things, or be disturbed by external things. The clear heart technique was used to clear all distracting thoughts and stabilize the state of mind. As long as the state of mind was calm, the comprehension of martial arts would definitely be faster. In the temporary residence arranged by City Lord Xia, Jun Changxiao circulated a few large and small circulations and muttered, "Activating the clear heart technique can make concealment of spirit and qi faster. This is good stuff." Moreover, this technique could not only be used to comprehend martial arts, but also to comprehend martial arts techniques after activating it. It was a very versatile auxiliary technique. The Iron Bone disciples also realized this, so they focused on comprehending the clear heart technique. A few days later, on the training field of the military camp, several Iron Bone disciples released their psionic energy, forming a cloud-like aura that gradually covered their bodies and condensed into a looming armor. Martial arts technique, Spirit Kai. After using it, not only did they put on armor, but they also condensed a helmet. They were just short of equipping their teeth. This kind of defensive martial arts technique was easy to learn but difficult to master. Even if they comprehended it successfully, the strength of their defense would depend on their psionic energy. The few Iron Bone disciples who tested were only rank 2 or 3 martial masters. They could only form an illusory armor, unable to materialize it. Whoosh whoosh. Xiao Ziji walked over and released his psionic energy. Majestic attributes whizzed out and condensed into an armor as quickly as possible. He threw a few punches and said, "It's not affected at all." "Oh my god. Senior brother Zhao's armor is so strong." Several disciples surrounded him enviously. Xiao Ziji, who was at the peak of martial master, had higher psionic energy than his junior brother. His armor was close to materializing. He stood on the training field like a brave general. At this moment, Su Xiaoma walked out and said in surprise, "Junior brother Xiao, isn't your armor too cool?" He also used Spirit Kai. However, standing next to Xiao Ziji, he was obviously weaker. Li Fei, Tian Qi, and the others also walked over one after another. They displayed their Spirit Kai with great interest. After a final comparison, whether it was in terms of materialization or form, there was still a slight gap between them and Xiao Ziji. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that Xiao Ziji majored in physical strength. Extremely boring. Yi Xingchen, who was sitting on top of the city wall, looked at the people below him testing their martial techniques. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ling Kai had also learned it, but he did not take it to heart. What he truly cared about was the heart-calming mantra. This sort of mental cultivation technique that stabilized the mind was just too helpful for martial arts. Even Zhou Hong cultivated it because it could help him calm down and comprehend the sword Dao better. While guarding the Azure Sun City, the disciples were still immersed in cultivating their martial skills, causing Xie Guangquan to sigh inwardly. No wonder the Iron Bone is so strong. The disciples are very diligent in their cultivation. After the Tiger Might army was defeated, the enemy army in Heian County and Huayang County did not make any movements, giving Jun Changxiao quite a bit of time. Tao Yuan, who was reduced to a prisoner, was a little tragic. He was locked in a cage and was not given any food. Once he was hungry, he starved for 3 days. Every time Jun Changxiao ended his cultivation, he would come over to chat. The topic was not to persuade him to surrender, but to explain the delicious food on the tip of his tongue. He was starving, yet he talked about delicious food. He had never seen such a despicable person. What was even more despicable was Jun Changxiao even called Lu Wancher over. He set up the stove in the prison and explained every step of cooking with deep emotions. Even the most ordinary stir-fried cabbage, under his influence, emitted the fragrance of thyme. Tao Yuan could only remain silent, and continue to remain silent. Even if he was starving, as a soldier, he could not be tempted by delicious food and waver his will. Sect Master Jun was not in a hurry. As long as he had time, he would continue to explain the delicious food on the tip of his tongue. Night. The sky was filled with stars. Jun Changxiao lay on the roof of the city tower and looked up at the full moon. He muttered, "I miss home." These few days, he had been explaining to Tao Yuan about delicious food. Most of it was Chinese Shandong cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, etc. So it was inevitable that he would look up at the moon and lower his head to miss home. I wonder if anyone still remembers me. Jun Changxiao bitterly mocked himself. I have no family and few friends. Who would remember me? Suddenly, he realized that he had nothing to worry about on earth. Why should he be so stubborn? Couldn't he just live peacefully in the other world? Besides, he was the leader of a sect and had many disciples. Although they were not relatives, they were teachers and friends. It was not bad for them to grow together happily. Xiao, little Long Long jumped over from the city wall and landed beside Jun Changxiao. Then, it shrank its head and laid beside its master. Because of the beast pill, the little fellow's appetite problem was solved, so it rarely appeared recently. Jun Changxiao patted its little red head and said, "When can you grow up?" Goo goo. Little Long Long let out a strange cry and lazily closed its eyes. Jun Changxiao shook his head and turned to look at the northernmost city wall. His gaze locked onto Lu Qianxian, who was dressed in white. This woman had been standing there for a while. Sect leader Jun, who had been releasing his spiritual senses, had long noticed her. What was she thinking? Lu Qianxian was thinking about the clear heart art. This kind of mental cultivation method could stabilize one's state of mind. It was very helpful for her to comprehend the Taishan ice heart art. A few days later, sect leader Jun noticed that the ice mountain girl, who was originally a little melted, was getting colder and colder day by day. It's so cold. Walking in front of her fellow disciples, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Sect leader. One day, Lu Qianxian came to see him and said, "The war is over. I'm going out to train." After cultivating the clear heart art, her slightly turbulent state of mind gradually moved towards the level of heart like still water. Therefore, she was eager to go to Lu Prefecture in the northeast. Okay. Jun Changxiao didn't object. The two of them, one standing on the city wall and the other below, were more than 10 meters away from each other. However, they didn't speak after exchanging words. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Sect leader. At this moment, Li Luoqiu, who was in the iron bone, transmitted her voice. Something happened. What happened? Jun Changxiao asked. Li Luoqiu said, "Our spies sent news that the sects of Xianxia County brought many experts to Blue Mountain Sect. It seems that they want to cause trouble." Cause trouble? Jun Changxiao frowned slightly. The sects of Xianxia County going to Blue Mountain Sect should be related to this war. If it were me and I wanted to attack a certain county, I would naturally have to make arrangements for the influential forces in the county. Elder Jiang, Hall Master Shui. Jun Changxiao jumped down from the city wall and said, "You are responsible for protecting Qingyang City." Qianqian, Xingchen. He added, "Follow me to Blue Mountain Sect." The little dragon, who was sleeping, woke up and jumped onto its master's shoulder. Awoo! The Hurricane Wolf King was summoned. Jun Changxiao jumped on it and led Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingchen to Blue Mountain Sect. Everything was just as Jun Changxiao had guessed. If the Xianxia County wanted to attack a county, they would definitely send people to arrange for the major powers in the county to attack. The major sects and great evil sects in Heiyang and Huaiyang counties had also made arrangements. Thus, when the war came, they all chose to seal their mountains and ignore the requests of the city lords. How did they arrange it? It was very simple. They brought people to cause trouble. The two fifth-rate sects in Heiyang County were beaten up by the experts sent by the Xianxia County. Although the injuries weren't fatal, they were all injured. Even if they really wanted to do something for the county, they couldn't do anything because the main forces of their sects were injured. The two counties were clearly arranged. Since the Xinjiang County had the ambition to annex the Qingyang County, they would naturally make arrangements for the Blue Mountain Sect. The old method. They sent experts to challenge the Blue Mountain Sect openly. Moreover, they sent 3 martial kings and more than 20 wuzong. They stood on the Blue Mountain Sect's training field with their chests puffed out proudly. Sect Master Yu. An old man in his 60s or 70s sneered, "We haven't seen each other for at least 50 years, right?" He was called Shui Tingfeng. He was the first elder of the fourth-rate Spirit Stream sect in Xinjiang County. He was also the leader of the troublemakers. In the main hall, the Blue Mountain Sect's sect master, who was wearing a loose robe, frowned and said, "You and I were at the same level back then. I didn't expect you to be a martial king now." Ha ha ha. Shui Tingfeng laughed and said, "I'm from a sixth-rate county and a fourth-rate sect. Isn't it normal for me to become a martial king?" He and the Blue Mountain Sect's sect master were old acquaintances. They had once fought in the largest sect competition held in southwest Jiangzhou. At that time, both of them were wuzong and were equally matched. In the end, they lost to Sect Master Yu. Until today. Shui Tingfeng had not only become a martial king, but also a fourth-rate martial king. Not to mention Xinjiang County, he could be considered a top expert in the entire southwest Jiangzhou. Elder Shui. Another martial king beside him grinned and said, "The aura of the Blue Mountain Sect's sect master is only at the peak of wuzong. You lost to him back then." He was Zhuang, an elder of the Spirit Stream sect. Although his name was ordinary, he was a rank 3 martial king. As for the other martial king, he came from the fourth-rate Duanshui Pavilion of the Xinjiang County. His cultivation was only that of a rank 1 martial king. More than 20 wuzong experts were from the Spirit Stream sect and the Duanshui Pavilion respectively. Their strength was at the 8th or 9th level. They stood on the martial arts practice field and released their auras without restraint, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Ma Yunting, Wang Donglin, and the other elders standing behind sect leader Yu all frowned. These people did not come with good intentions. Shui Tingfeng did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "We came to Tsang Mountain Sect this time to ask about martial arts." "Seek guidance on martial arts?" Sect leader Yu sneered and said, "Xinjiang County's army of 200,000 is currently attacking Heiyang County and Huaiyang County. I'm afraid you're here under orders." The Tsongshan sect had also heard about what had happened outside. Many times, they had even discussed whether they should help or close the mountain gates when the enemy forces invaded Xinjiang County. In the end, before they could reach an agreement, Xinjiang County had already sent someone over to make arrangements. "You can say that." Shui Tingfeng did not hide anything and said, "Our county chief's intention is to wait for the army to arrive, then close the mountain gates and pretend that we don't know or see anything." Sect leader Yu sneered, "Has your Spirit Stream sect already submitted to the county chief of Xinjiang County?" Factions had no direct relationship with counties. For example, although the county chief of Xinjiang County could control 8 cities, he had no authority over a sect or even a large sect like the Tsongshan sect. County Chief Shua has great ambitions. Our Spirit Stream sect is naturally willing to assist him and help him achieve great feats, Shui Tingfeng said. Sect leader Yu said indifferently, "The county chief of Xinjiang County has ignored the treaty and repeatedly declared war on the surrounding counties, causing countless lives to be destroyed. You're helping the evildoer." Ha ha ha. Shui Tingfeng laughed and said, "The so-called treaty exists in name only. Which county in southwest Jiangzhou doesn't have ulterior motives?" County Chief Shua's campaign this time is to establish a stronger system so that the people of the small counties can live a stable life. T. Ma Yunting could not help but say angrily, "Heiyang City and Huaiyang City were attacked by you and then massacred. Is this what you call a stable life?" Shui Tingfeng said without changing his expression, "They chose to resist, so they must pay the price. Xinjiang County only needs people who are loyal to Xinjiang County." Sect leader Yu said coldly, "If we're not on the same page, then it's pointless to say anything more. Everyone, please leave." Shui Tingfeng smiled coldly and said, "Sect leader Yu, we came all the way here to learn martial arts. Is your Tsongshan sect going to refuse?" Ma Yunting said, 3 martial kings came here not to learn martial arts but to bully the weak, right? Shui Tingfeng smiled and said, you can think of it that way. At first, he was still polite, but now, he was just short of directly saying that they were here to cause trouble. Sect leader Yu and the elders were furious. The 2 fourth-rate sects of Xianxia County had gone too far. Ma Yunting. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out, pointed at him and said, do you dare to come down and fight with me? This was an outer elder of the Spirit Stream sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of Wuzong. He could not stand Ma Yunting's words, so he decided to start with him. After Jun Changxiao's guidance, although Elder Ma had broken through to Wuzong, he had just entered the 3rd grade. He definitely could not defeat a peak Wuzong. I'll fight with you. Wang Donglin jumped and landed on the martial arts field. His strength was at the peak of Wuzong, so he could fight with the outer elder of the Spirit Stream sect. The expert surnamed Luo strode forward and said proudly, please. Whoosh. 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 While the experts of the 2 sects of Xianxia County were causing trouble at Songshan sect, Jun Changxiao was riding on the Hurricane Wolf King with Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingchen. 4 hours later, the 3 of them arrived at Songshan Mountain, but they did not see any disciples guarding the gate. Let's go. Jun Changxiao directly rode the Hurricane Wolf King up the mountain road. He jumped and flew over the gate of Songshan sect and landed in the outer courtyard. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard, and Ma Yunting was sent flying. Jun Changxiao, who had just stabilized himself, used his spiritual sense to catch Elder Ma in advance. He immediately used the cloud-treading steps to fly up and catch Elder Ma. Huh? The experts of the Spirit Stream sect and Wanshui Pavilion looked at him in surprise. Who was this person? He was riding on the Hurricane Wolf King. Thud. Jun Changxiao landed on the ground, holding Ma Yunting. There was a palm print on his chest, and his face was unusually pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Outside the martial arts field, Wang Donglin, who was the first to fight, was being supported by a disciple. It was obvious that he had lost the fight with martial artist Luo. Sect. Sect leader. As soon as Ma Yunting opened his mouth, he could not suppress the blood in his body. He directly spat out blood and fainted. This kind old man had stopped others from disturbing his epiphany when he was recruited by the 100 sects. He had also helped the Iron Bone many times, so their relationship was very good. Now that he was knocked unconscious, how could Jun Changxiao accept it? He gently put Ma Yunting on the ground, then raised his head and glanced at the experts of the 2 sects of Xianxia County. He murderously said, since you're here, don't go back. Whoosh whoosh, Jun Changxiao's body emitted a heavy aura that instantly filled the entire outer courtyard of Tsung Mountain sect. Ma Yunting had fainted. These so-called experts from the 2 sects of Xianxia County must take full responsibility for this. This is, Wang Donglin said in surprise, the aura of a martial king. Although sect leader Yu had never met Jun Changxiao, he knew his identity from Ma Yunting's words before he fainted. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Wasn't this young and promising Iron Bone sect leader only Wuzong? How could he be a martial king now? Moreover, judging from the heavy aura, he was definitely not a first-grade martial king. The last time Jun Changxiao came to visit, the elders of Tsung Mountain sect who had interacted with him were also stunned at this moment. They remembered very clearly that sect leader Jun's martial aura was only a 2nd grade or 3rd grade Wuzong. How could he become a martial king in such a short time? They couldn't figure out why. In the end, they could only conclude that the Iron Bone sect leader must have deliberately suppressed his cultivation when visiting the sect. When Jun Changxiao revealed his martial king cultivation, everyone in the Blue Mountain sect was deeply shocked. Shui Tingfeng disapprovingly said proudly, "Boy, who are you? That's not important anymore." Jun Changxiao sneered and said, "What's important is that you're about to be unlucky." Whoosh, he used the cloud steps and rushed to the martial arts practice field in an instant, rushing toward the 8th grade Wuzong who had attacked Ma Yunting just now. "Oh no!" that person exclaimed. Boom, Jun Changxiao had already appeared in front of him. He punched his abdomen cleanly, causing the clothes on his back to shatter and a fist mark to appear on his skin. There was a fist mark on his back. It could be seen how terrifying the power of this punch was. The 8th grade martial grandmaster who defeated Ma Yunting suddenly stood in place. The muscles on his face were frozen in fear. His mind and brain had already lost connection. In the end, he collapsed on the ground like mud and became a corpse that still had some warmth left. Overbearing and ruthless. Elder He. The experts of the Spirit Stream sect shouted angrily. Brat. Shui Tingfeng's eyes were cold as he said, "You killed the people of my Spirit Origin sect." You, boom. Boom. Before he could finish, Jun Changxiao appeared in front of the two Wuzong Peak stage cultivators of the Spirit Stream sect. He reached out his hand and grabbed their necks. He said coldly, "Watch how I kill you today." Crack. Crack. His 10 fingers tightened abruptly like a pair of pliers. The two Wuzong Peak stage martial artists who were bound didn't even have time to struggle before they both died. Die. The martial king from Duanshui Pavilion strode over. His right fist was condensed with spiritual energy that was close to materialization, and he blasted over with a force of 1,000,000 kilograms. Jun Changxiao abruptly turned around and punched out with his right fist, colliding directly with his opponent's fist. A violent force came crashing down like an avalanche. Bang, crack, thump. 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 That Duanshui Pavilion's martial king had a sinister look on his face as he explosively retreated backwards. By the time he stabilized his body, his right arm was paralyzed and the bones in his hand were directly broken. Sect leader Yu and the elders of Tsung Mountain sect were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. They could understand that a martial king could kill a Wuzong as easily as crushing an ant. However, sect leader Jun had broken a martial king's arm with a single punch. This was too terrifying. Shui Tingfeng's face turned solemn. He didn't put Jun Changxiao in his eyes at first, but he didn't expect him to be so tyrannical. Great Elder. Zhuangyong said telepathically, "This kid's strength is not to be underestimated." Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changxiao appeared in front of the injured martial king with the cloud-treading steps. Like a high and mighty king, he said, "Today, I will sacrifice a martial king to the heavens." Don't even think about it, little thief. Zhuangyong strode over. The spiritual energy gathered in his hand was immediately displayed, forming a scorching and dazzling beam of light in an instant. A martial king was indeed a martial king. It seemed to be a casual move, but whether it was the momentum formed by the martial skill or the power it carried, it was very explosive. If it were the sect leader and the elders of Tsung Mountain sect, it would be difficult for them to contend with such a strong opponent. You overestimate yourself. Jun Changxiao raised his hand and dense spiritual energy gathered in an instant, forming a crimson beam of light at the fastest speed. This was the 7 mysterious sunglow break. Sect leader Jun had been practicing this skill for a long time, but this was the first time he displayed it in front of others. Whoosh! The crimson beam of light instantly burst out, leaving a long trail of light behind it. Boom! The energy beam from the other side was ruthlessly destroyed, but the crimson beam of light didn't dissipate. Instead, it carried a great force and rushed forward. Not good. Zhuangyong's face changed greatly. Buzz. At the fastest speed, a spiritual energy wall was instantly arranged in front of him, forming an absolute defense. Boom! However, when the crimson beam of light hit the wall, it couldn't withstand a single blow. The fist-sized beam of light accurately hit Zhuangyong's chest. Thump. Thump, thump. The huge impact caused the third-rank martial king of Spirit Stream sect to stagger back more than 20 steps before he could stabilize his body. Wah! A mouthful of blood spurted out. If it wasn't for the energy beam and the spiritual energy wall that offset a lot of the power of the 7 mysterious sunglow break, he would have already been injured and fell to the ground. Trash. Jun Changxiao sneered and used the cloud-treading steps to catch up with the martial king of Duanshui Pavilion, who had dodged while he was fighting with Zhuangyong. Buzz! The cold gleam sword appeared in his hand out of thin air, and he coldly said, "In your next life, don't come to Azure Sun County." The martial king's complexion changed greatly. He released all the spiritual energy in his spirit core and formed the strongest spiritual energy wall in his life. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed, resplendent like a flower. A sword mark appeared on the spiritual energy wall formed by the martial king of Duanshui Pavilion. His head was separated from his neck and fell to the ground. His face was filled with horror and despair. Plop! The headless corpse fell. The strongest spiritual energy wall formed by the martial king of Duanshui Pavilion also dissipated in the air along with its master. On this day, The martial king of Duanshui Pavilion died in the Blue Mountain Sect. The perpetrator was Xianxia. Hiss. The Blue Mountain Sect leader and others gasped when they saw Xianxia kill the martial king of Duanshui Pavilion with one sword. This powerful strength and this overbearing means were like the arrival of a god of death. Whoosh whoosh. Shui Tingfeng rushed over with abundant spiritual energy. He raised his hand and threw a heavy punch. At the same time, Zhuangyong also used his fist technique. This was the spiritual energy explosion fist of the spiritual energy sect. Although it was not a spiritual energy martial technique, as long as it hit the target at close range, it would cause explosive damage. Moreover, this was a joint attack. When two people used it at the same time, it would cause resonance, and the power would only be stronger than when one person used it alone. Boom, boom. It was too late to say, but in the blink of an eye, Shui Tingfeng and Zhuangyong's spiritual energy explosion fist had already hit Xianxia's back. A strong wave of air roared out, instantly bringing about gusts of wind. Wuzong and even the Iron Bone disciples standing around were suddenly stirred up by the two forces, and their eyes were filled with horror. This level, this power, what the F***CK, PS, 3 chapters, please vote. A 4th-rank martial king and a 3rd-rank martial king performed a joint attack. The power generated in an instant was so terrifying that it even shattered the D-grade stone slabs in the outer courtyard. At the same time, the remaining power generated by the spiritual energy ripples formed ripples that spread in all directions, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat 7 or 8 steps. They stabilized their bodies, but the blood in their bodies was boiling violently. Oh my god, this kind of residual power was too terrifying. Sect leader Yu and the elders of the Blue Mountain Sect were very worried. They were worried that Xianxia would be seriously injured. The experts of the two sects of the Xianyang County sneered. With such a strong power and the joint attack of 2 3rd and 4th rank martial kings, that hateful guy would definitely die. Whoosh whoosh, the wind continued to howl, sweeping away the dust in the surroundings. The area of the battle gradually appeared. Shui Tingfeng and Zhuangyong were still in their attacking positions, and powerful spiritual energy was spreading out. However, to everyone's disbelief, Xianxia was still standing in the same place. However, his white clothes were now replaced by a black armor. The two martial kings of the Spirit Stream sect did hit their target, but they didn't hit his body. Instead, they hit his armor. How? How is this possible? Zhuangyong was shocked. His and the Great Elder's joint attack was definitely 4 million Jin. Even a peak high-rank martial king wouldn't be able to withstand it. How could he stand there unscathed? Shui Tingfeng's face was also ugly. However, he reacted faster than Zhuangyong. He instantly determined that the reason why his opponent could stand there was definitely related to the armor he was wearing. To be able to withstand such a powerful force and still act as if nothing had happened, could it be that this was an extremely high-quality defensive equipment? Wrong. It wasn't a piece of equipment. It was an armor formed by Xianxia's spiritual armor. Due to the rich spiritual energy, it was not only similar to a real armor, but it could also change into a black color at will. Elder Ma was seriously injured, which made him very angry. Therefore, the armor turned black, which represented death and slaughter. Seeing Xianxia standing there unscathed, sect leader Yu and the elders of the Blue Mountain Sect were not only shocked, but also secretly relieved, it seemed. Sect leader Jun was stronger than they thought. Whoosh, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly turned around. The middle-grade frostlight sword in his hand slashed through the air, forming an unparalleled sword energy. Retreat. Shui Tingfeng and Zhuangyong retreated at the same time by means of a mysterious body movement. Although they managed to avoid the sharp sword qi, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. This person's weapon could easily kill a martial king from Duanshui Pavilion. It was definitely not an ordinary weapon. What kind of person was he? What kind of person was he? Shua. Xianxia strode over and locked his eyes on Zhuangyong. His entire body was instantly filled with a cold and sharp sword momentum. How strong was he? The entire Tsang Mountain Sect's outer courtyard was suddenly filled with a sharp aura, giving people a terrible feeling of desolation, and Xianxia, who was rushing towards Zhuangyong, seemed to have turned into a sharp sword under the influence of the sword momentum. Wang. Wang. Wang, under the cover of the cold and sharp sword momentum, the swords held by many martial cultivators trembled violently, as if they were worshipping a king. Seeing such a strange scene, sect leader Yu's eyes gradually widened. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Sword! Sword King!" Shui Tingfeng was aghast. He is the Sword and Martial Kings. Sword and Martial Kings. Everyone present opened their mouths and looked at Jun Changshao as if they were looking at a monster. The Sword and Martial Kings had not been seen in the falling star continent for 5,000 years. No, they were just born in Xingyang County a few days ago. Wait, the experts of the two sects in Xingyang County suddenly realized that the Tsung Mountain sect they were in now belonged to Xingyang County. This seemingly young teenager had first released the aura of a martial king, and now the aura of a sword king. Could it be that he was the one who became the sword and martial kings a few days ago? Unbelievable, unbelievable. The injured Wang Donglin was dumbfounded. Not long ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky when the sword and martial kings descended. He and Ma Yunting had wondered if it was sect leader Jun. In fact, at that time, he and Elder Ma had only hoped that such a powerful existence would be Jun Changshao, because he was the only one who could bear the word monster. Now that he had unleashed the power of the Sword King, Wang Donglin finally realized that it wasn't just a hope. It was real. Sect leader Jun wasn't a demon. He was a demon. Everyone was shocked when he released the aura of a martial king. Jun Changshao once again unleashed his Sword King cultivation base. Everyone was so excited that they were all dumbfounded. Shui Tingfeng and Zhuang Yong finally understood why this young man, who looked like he was only at the first stage, had such a terrifying combat strength. It turned out that he was a sword and martial king. Whoosh! While the two were still in shock, Jun Changshao stepped on the ground and flew dozens of feet into the air. It felt as if he was standing side by side with the sun. Zhuang Yong, who was locked in place, was terrified. Then, his expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. However, when he retreated a few steps, he felt the surrounding sword intent pressing down on him like a wave. The pressure slowed down and made his legs heavy. Zhuang Yong was shocked. In his understanding, only Wu Huang's Qi domain could use the aura to bind others. After breaking through to the martial king realm, one could condense the spiritual energy into a wall and use spiritual thoughts to spy on everything around. After breaking through to Wu Huang, one could not only fly in the air, but also spread out spiritual energy to form an aura field to bind the target. This was called the Qi domain. Jun Changshao rose into the air and controlled the sword intent to form an oppressive force. Although it was similar to Wu Huang's Qi domain, it was actually the second move of the Lingjian divine art, force technique. He had already comprehended this move before breaking through, but he was not familiar with it. After entering the sword and martial king realm, he immediately had a deeper understanding. First, he broke the 7 mysterious light, then turned the spiritual armor into armor, and now he used the second move of the Lingjian divine art. Sect leader Jun had used a lot of moves today, to be honest. At Wu Zong's level, although the fight was very intense, he still lacked something. Now that he had entered the sword and martial king realm, he could easily use any move. He understood that what he lacked before was shock. It was not enough to shock. He had to be lethal. Whoosh! Jun Changshao rose into the air and bound Zhuang Yong with his sword. His eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "I'll kill another martial king today." Zhuang Yong, whose movements were restricted, was shocked. A strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Was he going to die? No. No. No, Zhuang Yong's eyes were about to pop out. The spiritual energy in his body surged crazily, forming an almost solid wall in front of him. Buzz. At the same time, outside the wall, an arc-shaped transparent barrier appeared. 2 layers of defense were deployed. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Jun Changshao, who was in the air, slashed with the cold light sword in his hand. Dense sword energy fell from the sky, forming a sword rain. One word: fast technique. 500 sword strikes in one breath. Jun Changshao, who was in mid-air, had thrown out 500 swords in one breath. The sword energy that filled the sky was simply too cool. Whoosh whoosh. The dense sword energy turned into a cold rain of swords in mid-air and crashed down on the barrier formed by Zhuang Yong, domineering and powerful. Bang! 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 It only took a few dozen sword qis for the qi wall, which was similar to an array formation, to be destroyed. The upper-grade true treasure in Xianxia's arms shattered on the spot. The blood in his body was boiling violently. He suppressed it and tried his best to reinforce the last of the spiritual energy wall, hoping. Boom! 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 The sword energy continued to crash down mercilessly and hit the spiritual energy wall again and again. In a short time, cracks appeared on the wall until it completely collapsed. Puff! Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. The true treasure and the spiritual energy wall were all broken, which was a heavy blow to him. He was already seriously injured. If he could resist it, it would not matter. However, after the second line of defense was broken, more sword energy burst out with cold power. No! Xianxia roared in despair. Puff, puff, more than 200 rays of sword qi went straight for the root of the problem, instantly slashing his body. Deep sword wounds immediately appeared on his body, and blood spurted out. Many martial artists' mouths twitched. This kind of attack was tantamount to cutting him into pieces. After a while, the sword energy disappeared into nothingness. Xianxia was still standing in the same place. His body was covered with sword marks and could be described as a bloody mess. The real fatal wound was on his neck. There were 4 shallow sword marks. His expression was ferocious and his eyes were unfocused. Elder Zhuang Shui Tingfeng, who had rushed out of the range of the sword energy, roared angrily. However, as soon as he shouted, Xianxia, whose back was facing him, leaned back and fell on the cracked ground. Jun Changxiao killed another martial king. This martial king was still a third-grade martial king. Everyone in Xianxia sect was shocked. The experts of the 2 sects in Jinyang County were terrified. 2 of the top experts in Yangzhou in the southwest were killed today. This was extremely terrifying and unbelievable. However, after killing Xianxia, Jun Changxiao's sharp eyes looked at Shui Tingfeng again and said coldly, "Next, it's your turn." He still wanted to continue killing. Jun Changxiao wanted to tell the true Yang County and the Falling Star Continent that he would take the life of anyone who harmed his friends. Lu Qianxian frowned and thought to herself, sect leader started a massacre. Isn't he afraid of offending 2 fourth-rate sects? When he thought about the enmity his sect had with 2 third-rate heretical sects, he realized that if he was afraid of this and that, he wouldn't be him. Jun Changxiao wasn't afraid, but Shui Tingfeng was. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear, and the thought of retreating rose in his heart. This kind of dual king of sword and martial arts was definitely not someone he could contend with. Not to mention, the dual king of sword and martial arts was able to form a binding force similar to a force field just now. However, if they retreated just like that, where would they put their face and the spirit stream sect's face? Shua. Shui Tingfeng executed his movement technique, and like an arrow released from a bow, he sped towards the outside. Face was nothing. It was already good enough that he could stay alive. A martial king who had no fighting spirit and was focused on escaping was really fast. In the blink of an eye, Shui Tingfeng had already jumped out of the Tsang Mountain sect. In a few leaps, he arrived at the foot of the mountain and disappeared into the forest. Jun Changxiao didn't chase after him. Instead, he locked his gaze on the horrified experts of the true Yang County and said coldly, "Remember, if you don't have the strength, don't challenge me." "Yes, yes." Everyone hurriedly said. Whoosh, whoosh, sword light flashed. Clang. Jun Changxiao sheathed his sword. The experts of the true Yang County and martial arts who were standing in the outer courtyard of the Tsang Mountain sect fell to the ground, with fine sword marks on their necks. The 3 martial kings and 20 Wuzong who were responsible for the arrangements of the Tsang Mountain sect were all dead, except for Shui Tingfeng who ran away. Otherwise, Jun Changxiao finished his words and said, "All of you will die here." The entire Tsang Mountain sect was silent. In such a short time, sect leader Jun had killed 2 martial kings and so many Wuzong. He was too terrifying, too terrifying. Jun, sect leader Yu retracted his gaze from the corpses. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he saw that Jun Changxiao had disappeared along with the Hurricane Wolf King. Whoosh! 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 In the dense forest, Shui Tingfeng used his movement technique to the extreme and headed toward the true Yang County. He had been ordered to make arrangements for the Tsang Mountain sect, but in the end, he met a killing god. This was something he had never dreamed of. Damn it! Shui Tingfeng shouted angrily when he thought of Elder Zhuang's death. You killed the people of the Spirit Stream Sect. I will bury the Tsang Mountain Sect and the entire Azure Sun County with you. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know who this young man was. Since he had come to help the Tsang Mountain Sect, he must be from the Azure Sun County. Therefore, this debt was not only on the Tsang Mountain Sect, but also on the Azure Sun County. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. When innocent people were involved, the mentality of the Spirit Stream Sect's first elder was no different from that of the evil sections. In a world where martial arts were respected, there was no such thing as good or evil. Some forces just wanted to set up a good image for themselves. In fact, the dirty things they did behind the scenes were even worse than those of the evil sections. Whoosh! 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 Shui Tingfeng rushed forward and gradually relaxed when he was about 500 to 600 miles away from the Tsang Mountain Sect. A woo! Suddenly, a wolf howl came from behind him. Shui Tingfeng extended his spiritual senses and saw that the young man was chasing him at an extremely fast speed on the Hurricane Wolf King more than 10 miles away. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately ran forward without stopping. Unfortunately, the Spirit Stream Sect's first elder's cultivation level was higher than the Hurricane Wolf King's, but his speed was slower. The distance between the two was gradually closing. Whoosh! When he was only a few hundred meters away, Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and placed them on his waist. He began to use the Kamehameha Chi. 7 Mysterious Sunglow Break, whoosh whoosh, as he galloped, the special attributes hidden between heaven and earth gathered and finally formed a dazzling red light in his palms. Sect leader Jun didn't use it directly. Instead, he continued to accumulate power until he was satisfied. Then, he pushed his hands forward and said, 7 Mysterious Sunglow Break. Whoosh! The red light beam, which was as imposing as a rainbow, shot out explosively, dragging a stream of light behind it. The powerful inertia caused the charging Hurricane Wolf King to stop abruptly and retreat 3 to 5 meters. Oh no! Seeing this, Shui Tingfeng's expression changed drastically. The light beam that shot out from behind was not only powerful, but also very fast. He couldn't dodge it at all. Buzz! In an instant, a spiritual wall formed in front of him, and a small pagoda-like defensive treasure was thrown out. In an instant, 3 layers of defensive enchantments were formed on the road. This small pagoda was called the World Defense Pagoda. It had reached the early stage of the upper grade and was Shui Tingfeng's personal defensive treasure. It was much more powerful than the one Zhuang Yong had just activated. Most Martial King Realm experts had treasures to protect them. But our sect leader Jun didn't, because he only bought martial arts and equipment in the shop. However, he would get it soon. The 7 Mysterious Sunglow Break whistled and rushed over, breaking many layers of enchantments in an instant. The World Defense Pagoda, which was suspended in mid-air, trembled violently and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Jun Changshao didn't pick it up. His hands were still supporting the red light beam, and he attacked Shui Tingfeng's back. Boom! The light beam and the spiritual wall collided fiercely. The powerful impact instantly broke the wall. The great elder of the Spirit Stream Sect, who had lost his defense, was hit in the back. He crashed into the mountain wall like a kite with a broken string. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The meridians in his body were severely damaged. Jun Changshao, who was riding the Hurricane Wolf King, landed lightly in front of him. He played with the dim World Defense Pagoda in his hand and said lightly, I said, since you're here, don't go back. Shui Tingfeng was severely injured after the treasure and Qi Wall were destroyed. He had no ability to escape at all. He had arranged the forces in Heiyang and Huaiyang counties well, but he didn't expect to fail in Qingyang County, which he didn't care about the most. However, when he heard Jun Changshao refer to himself as this lord, Shui Tingfeng couldn't help but guess. Could this person be the leader of a sect, especially when he thought of Ma Yunting, who called him sect leader Jun before he fainted? He suddenly realized. You are the sect leader of Iron Bone, Jun Changshao? That's right. Jun Changshao said. He didn't plan to hide his identity from the beginning. He didn't say it because he was angry and only wanted to avenge Elder Ma. Shui Tingfeng's eyes were filled with disbelief, He had heard of Iron Bone and knew that although this sect leader wasn't simple, his cultivation was only at the level of Wuzong. Sect. Sect leader Jun, Shui Tingfeng said with difficulty, "We are all people of Jianghu, why do you have to kill me?" He was terrified. He didn't have the arrogance he had when he came to Tsung Mountain Sect, this was the cruel reality. If you were weak, others would bully you. If you were strong, others would fear you. Swoosh. Jun Chongxiao squatted down and grabbed his collar. He said lightly, "You beat Elder Ma like that and you still have the nerve to call yourself a person of Jianghu?" If he had only injured Ma Yunting and not seriously injured him, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes to kill. Shui Tingfeng said with a bitter face, "It's inevitable that there will be accidental injuries in a spar." Pa. As soon as he finished speaking, sect leader Jun slapped him and said, "This counts as accidental injury." A palm print appeared on Shui Tingfeng's right cheek, accompanied by a burning pain, but he endured it and said, "Yes." If slapping could make the other party withdraw his killing intent, he would rather be hit a few more times. Jun Chongxiao shook his head and said, "As the king of martial arts, why don't you have any backbone?" Shui Tingfeng was silent. Jun Chongxiao said, "Song Mountain Sect and Iron Bone are allies. Bullying them is bullying me, Jun Chongxiao, so, clang." The cold sword was unsheathed. Shui Tingfeng's face suddenly changed, or perhaps he realized that he was going to die, so he angrily said, "Jun Chongxiao, if you kill me, it's the same as offending the entire Xinjiang county. When the time comes, the county governor will send an army of 1,000,000. You won't be the only one to die. Everyone will die with you." Jun Chongxiao pretended to be conflicted and said, "If I let you go, my Azure Sun County will be buried with you. If I kill you, my Azure Sun County will also be buried with you. This makes it very difficult for me to choose." Shui Tingfeng was dumbfounded. Earlier, he said that he would bury the Blue Mountain Sect and the entire Azure Sun County with those who killed my Spirit Stream Sect. Jun. Sect Master Jun, Shui Tingfeng hurriedly said, I was just speaking out of anger, you don't think, Pucci." The sword gleam flashed, incomparably sharp. Shui Tingfeng was still talking, but his head and neck had already been separated, and then fell on the grass, his eyes gradually losing focus. "I'm sorry." Jun Chongxiao withdrew his sword and said, "I took it seriously. Let him go, die with him. Kill him, die with him. Since that was the case, then kill him." Plop, the headless corpse fell, blood flowing. Ding. Hidden mission completed, kill without mercy, 1,000 contribution points have been obtained. Ding. Sect contribution points, 564250000. Ding. Sect contribution points have overflowed. After killing all the experts of the two sects who came to invade the Blue Mountain Sect, Jun Chongxiao completed another hidden mission. This was rather unexpected, and he hadn't expected it. As usual, Jun Chongxiao searched Shui Tingfeng's body and found 2 spatial rings. He then used his exquisite fire to burn them to ashes. The system said, "If you didn't hear what he said, would the host kill him?" Jun Chongxiao said, "That's not important anymore." The system said, "The host's spiritual sense is twice as strong as an ordinary martial king." He would never have thought that his words would be heard by the host who was 100 miles away. Jun Chongxiao said, "My spiritual sense is stronger than others because I have 2 crystal cores?" "That's right." The system said. Jun Chongxiao smiled and said, "It seems that even without the help of you and Shangqing, I can still have a foothold." The system said, "The host is not only a sword martial king, but also a dual spirit core. Without my help, you can indeed establish a foothold in the Falling Star continent. How about this?" It said, "Why don't you temporarily stop the system and wander the other world by yourself? However, the bound soul bomb won't be stopped just because I stop moving. Get lost." Jun Chongxiao wouldn't stop the system. After all, although he had the strength to establish a foothold in the other world, his sect was still very weak. No matter what, he had to meet the requirements of the strongest sect, remove the bound soul bomb, and then stop this guy who kept attacking him. The system said, "Host, this is called killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness." "Yes, yes." Jun Chongxiao said in agreement, "You are a donkey." On the way back to the Blue Mountain Sect, Sect leader Jun began to count Shui Tingfeng's 2 space rings. In the end, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. 10,000 spirit stones, crystal cores, ores, medicinal herbs, even the banknotes were worth tens of millions. Damn. Jun Xianxia said in surprise, this guy is really rich. How could the great elder of a fourth-rate sect not be rich? The system poured cold water on him. What the host cares about now is not the harvest, but how to deal with a fourth-rate sect and a sixth-rate Xianxia County. That makes sense. Jun Xianxia frowned. Although he had killed the man, he was in a good mood. However, he had to seriously consider how to deal with the aftermath. Otherwise, he would be foolishly showing off. The system said, after these 2 sects learned that their martial king was killed, they definitely won't let it go. Xianxia County will definitely invade when they learn that the host has captured Taoyuan. This is a bit troublesome. Jun Xianxia rubbed his temples, feeling that the situation was very troublesome. If he offended a third-rate evil sect, he could just hide inside the sect's protective array and fight with them. If he offended a sixth-rate county, he would hide and the people in the county would be affected. Oh right. His eyes lit up, and he said, I still have the battle exemption card. If I write Xianxia County on it, won't I be able to avoid battle for 3 months? The system said, let's not talk about whether this product will be effective on a county. Let's talk about what the host will do after 3 months. Bring a few thousand disciples and fight against 2 sects and a 1,000,000-strong army? Impossible. Jun Xianxia knew his own limits. Even if the Wolf Rider Hall fought against 200,000 or 300,000 soldiers, they would still die miserably, let alone a 1,000,000-strong army. If there's really no other way, I can only use the battle exemption card. After all, 3 months is 3 months. Just as sect leader Jun made up his mind, he spread out his spiritual sense and caught sight of a flowing light 100 miles away. It was rapidly approaching. To be exact, it was rapidly approaching. Wu Huang. Jun Xianxia was shocked. Immediately after, he realized that the flowing light was flying toward him. The system said nervously, the aura of the incoming person is very similar to the person you just killed. They must be from the same sect. F***ck. Jun Xianxia broke down and said, I just killed him and he's coming for revenge. This speed is too fast. As he spoke, he had already used the cloud-treading steps and fled into the depths of the forest. He was confident that he could fight against a high-level martial king, but against Wu Huang, he absolutely had to run as fast as he could. However, not long after he ran, a cold shout came from the flowing light behind him, you killed my spirit stream sex people. Today will be your death anniversary. Whoosh whoosh, the voice contained a strong aura, and the entire space seemed to tremble. Jun Xianxia, who was running wildly, was suddenly restrained by an invisible force, and his body gradually became slower. This was Wu Huang's Qi domain. F***ck. Jun Xianxia was covered in cold sweat, and he held in his heart, I really want to live for another 500 years. Jun Xianxia knew that after killing 3 martial kings from the 2 sects in Xianxia County, they would definitely investigate. Sooner or later, they would find him. However, he didn't expect that right after he killed Shui Tingfeng, they would send someone to chase after him. Moreover, they sent someone at the level of Wu Huang who could fly. They thought too highly of him. Actually, sect leader Jun didn't know that after he killed Xiangyong, the spirit stream sect, which was thousands of miles away, had sensed it. When Shui Tingfeng was running away, he used a special method to transmit what happened to him. That was why they sent out their strongest force. The system said, host, you killed 3 martial kings. If they don't send someone more powerful, wouldn't it be like the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa? If he wasn't in danger, sect leader Jun would definitely have discussed the plot of the Calabash brothers with the system and asked whether he liked eldest baby or second baby. Can you stop making sarcastic remarks? Hurry up and think of a way to get out of danger. Host, you have been completely restrained by Wu Huang's Qi domain. Right now, I can only describe the situation as you can't fly. That was a wing. What the F***ck, don't panic, I still have hard blade. The system poured cold water on him. With host's current strength, hard blade can't deal with Wu Huang who can form a Qi domain. Just as Jun Changxiao was about to collapse, a vast pressure came from behind him and enveloped him. It made him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Although this force was stronger than the training tower's gravity, he could still adapt to it. However, with the Qi domain, he couldn't increase his speed. He was almost frozen in place. It's over, it's over. I'm going to die today. In the midst of despair, Jun Changxiao suddenly thought of the escape talisman. This was the last talisman given by the big gift package. In the past, sect leader Jun always thought that as the sect leader of the Iron Bone sect, he could be beaten, abused, and humiliated. However, he couldn't do something as cowardly as running away. A man should be unyielding. A man should be upright. Shua. His spiritual sense entered the ring and he held the escape talisman in his hand. Whoosh, right at this moment, that Wu Huang powerhouse had already flown over from dozens of kilometers away. His speed was so fast that it was breathtaking. Brat, die. He shouted angrily and raised his hand. Above Jun Changxiao, the invisible heaven and earth attributes suddenly appeared. As if drawn by some kind of power, they instantly gathered together and formed a huge palm print. Whoosh whoosh, the wind howled, and its power was astonishing. After breaking through to the Sword and Martial King realm, sect leader Jun felt that he was very awesome. Every move he made was shocking. However, compared to Wu Huang, who could easily control the elements of heaven and earth, the difference was like heaven and earth. Therefore, the most important thing in life was to be happy. Huff, the huge palm came crashing down. From afar, one could clearly see a visible wave of air pressing down. It felt as if a mountain was collapsing, sending up clouds of dust. This process happened extremely quickly. Jun Changxiao had only held the talisman in his hand and had yet to crush it. At this moment, if he didn't have the ability to escape, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him. He could only go to hell and beg for mercy. Jun Changxiao's heart was beating wildly. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and his whole face was almost distorted. This was partly because of the pressure and the Qi domain, and partly because of the prediction of death. Jun Changxiao had experienced it before. Therefore, he understood the importance of staying alive better than anyone else. I haven't established the strongest sect yet, and I haven't said goodbye to being single yet. How can I die here? Bang! The escape talisman was crushed. Boom! Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded in the clear sky. Immediately, the space seemed to be torn apart by some kind of power, and a huge gap appeared. Whoosh! A stream of light flew out from the gap and fell down like a meteor. The Wu Huang powerhouse who had gathered the heaven and earth attributes to attack Jun Changxiao suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked up and said in surprise, "Oh no!" Boom! A huge noise sounded in the wilderness, and the whole ground suddenly shook. The birds and beasts in a radius of hundreds of miles were frightened and ran in all directions. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? In the nearest town, many martial cultivators and common people walked on the street. They looked in the direction of the sound, but didn't find anything unusual. The crack that had been torn open in the sky earlier had vanished as well. Everything had returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Nothing had happened here, but the area where Jun Changxiao was restrained just now had a huge change. A huge pit appeared out of nowhere in the originally empty grassland, as if it was caused by a meteorite falling. Damn it, at the bottom of the pit, a weak voice sounded. Then, a hand grabbed the edge of the pit, and a person slowly climbed out. This person's clothes were torn, and his hair was disheveled. There were dents and scars on his exposed skin, as if he had been severely beaten. Jun Changxiao had disappeared from the area where the palm print had hit, and Wu Huang of the Spirit Stream sect, who had attacked him, was also gone. Jun Changxiao had disappeared because he had crushed the escape talisman at the critical moment. As for Wu Huang, he was more miserable. At this moment, he was at the bottom of the pit, and he had fainted completely. What's going on? It's very simple. After the space was torn, the flowing light flew down and hit him exactly. The whole process happened so fast that Wu Huang didn't have time to think about defense. Huff. Huff, the person with disheveled hair who had climbed out of the pit lay on the ground, facing the sky, and gasped for breath. Then, he said, I hit him. He's really unlucky. From this sentence, it wasn't difficult to see that the flowing light that had knocked Wu Huang unconscious was actually this guy, but then again, that was not the case. How could he suddenly fly out of the space crack and hit the expert of the Spirit Stream sect so accurately? Could it be that the escape talisman that Xianxia had crushed just now had the ability to summon an expert from the void to kill him? This operation was too amazing, wasn't it? Crack, the person with disheveled hair clenched his hands tightly, and a crisp sound was heard. He said angrily, "You forced me to lower my cultivation and escape to the mortal world. Sooner or later, I will avenge you." After saying this, the bruised skin all over his body began to strangely shrink. His body, which originally looked like an adult, gradually turned into that of a teenager. The side effect of lowering my cultivation is that my body will weaken, as if I have returned to my youth. The physical body that I have worked so hard to build will also become fragile as my muscles contract. The man murmured, and the anger in his eyes became more and more intense. All of this is because. He used all the strength in his body and roared angrily, "I don't even know who the F***ck stole the 7 profound sunglow fragment scroll. I'm even more unlucky than the guy lying down there." The 7 profound rays broken scroll. Could it be that this person was he Woody, who was being chased by so many experts in the endless void? It's him. He didn't expect that such a miserable person would appear in the falling star continent, and in such a way. It was truly inconceivable. In fact, he Woody didn't want to. But he couldn't take out the 7 profound rays broken scroll, and others thought that he had it, so he could only be chased to the end of the world. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. So, he had no choice but to use a special ability to directly tear space, cross the void, and enter a lower plane. Judging from the aura he released when he was being chased, he was definitely a very terrifying existence. But after coming here, the great side effect of using the ability weakened his body and cultivation, and his soul power also suffered a heavy blow in the process of crossing the void. Right now, he Woody's appearance was that of a young man, and his cultivation had been wasted. It was fortunate that he was still alive. In that case, he was similar to Xianxia. However, he was a protagonist who met a disaster, while Night Emperor was a protagonist who was reborn. Phew. He Woody lay on the ground for a while and stood up with difficulty. He said, "The attributes of this lower plane are different from the attributes of the previous world. They are very weak. I have a lot of advanced martial arts, but they can't be of any use." That was the most tragic thing. Even if he lost his cultivation, he could still continue to cultivate and make a comeback. But coming to the falling star continent was equivalent to changing his cultivation environment. In the past, martial arts either needed special attributes or were unpredictable and couldn't be comprehended at all. It was equivalent to dropping from the maximum level to 0. What made he Woody even more depressed was that when he used his divine ability, he had clearly locked onto a lower realm that was compatible with his martial arts. How did he end up in a plane with a completely different style after crossing the void? Maybe my injuries are too serious, and my mind is a little unstable, so there is a deviation. Although he was disappointed, he Woody was still very satisfied to be able to avoid being chased by experts. It didn't matter if his body, cultivation, and soul power were gone. As long as he was still alive, he would have a chance to become stronger. He would have a chance to return to his peak and take revenge. More importantly, he still had his invincible talent. In this mortal realm, with my aptitude, I can absolutely look down on all heroes and beat up all geniuses. Therefore, as long as I come into contact with their martial arts, it will be easy for me to become the strongest in a short period of time. He Woody dragged his weak body and left. He needed to find a place to recuperate. As for Wu Huang of the Spirit Stream sect, he was still unconscious in the deep pit. When he woke up, he would definitely be puzzled as to why he was suddenly ambushed. Plop. Time returned to the moment Sect Master June crushed the talisman. His entire body appeared in the wilderness 1,000 miles away from the area where the huge palm had pressed down on. Then, he sat down on the ground. Who? He took a deep breath. You managed to escape? Escaped. The system said. Damn it. Jun Changshao lay on the ground and said with lingering fear, it was too dangerous. Crushing the escape talisman helped him escape danger, but it also brought about a huge side effect. At this moment, his body felt as if it had been hollowed out. But Recalling what had happened just now, Xianxia murmured, "Before I left, I seemed to have heard a clap of thunder." What happened? The system said, "The principle of the escape talisman is to cross the void. Therefore, it is normal for it to cause a phenomenon." I see. Xianxia understood. From this conversation, it was not difficult to see that Wudi did not know about the appearance of Wu Huang and the subsequent events. And from the system's words, it could also be inferred that the appearance of the unlucky guy from the other mortal realm on the falling star continent might have something to do with the escape talisman. This series of events was not only strange, but also very coincidental. Strange. Xianxia rested for a while and said, "How can a fourth-rate sect have Wu Huang?" The system said, "That person's aura is unstable. He should have just broken through not long ago." Oh. Xianxia stopped thinking about it. Because of his weak body, he could only lie quietly on the grass. At this time, even ordinary ferocious beasts can eat you. Can't you just hope for me? About an hour later, the Hurricane Wolf King rushed out of the forest with the little dragon on its back. Sect leader Jun, who was very nervous when he heard the noise, let out a long sigh of relief when he saw his contracted beast. That's not right. Why is the Hurricane Wolf King here, or did it slip away when I was being chased by Wu Huang? How quick-witted. The Hurricane Wolf King did not slip away and came back safe and sound because the spiritual origin Sect's expert was knocked unconscious. If Wudi had not suddenly dropped a stroke from the sky, he might not have been able to escape Wu Huang's pursuit even if he used the escape talisman to escape thousands of miles away. The side effect lasted for 4 hours. After it dissipated, Xianxia gradually recovered his strength. Then, he rode on the Hurricane Wolf King and headed toward the Xianxia sect. When he arrived at a mountainous area, he faintly heard the roars of ferocious beasts. He released the spiritual sense that he had just recovered. 20 miles away, dozens of ordinary ferocious wolves were surrounding a young man with disheveled hair and injuries all over his body. Xianxia shook his head and said, "How pitiful." The young man's injuries were very serious and he did not have any martial aura. He was obviously an ordinary person. Yet, he dared to enter the forest. Was he not courting death? Thinking about how he had just narrowly escaped death, sect leader Jun suddenly felt compassion and decided to help him. However, just as he was about to go, he was surprised to find that although the young man's injuries were very serious and he did not have any cultivation, he was actually able to blast away several ferocious wolves with his fists. This, Xianxia was a little stunned. He was sure that the young man under the cover of his spiritual sense did not have any martial aura. Even if he had not even opened a single meridian, he could still send ferocious wolves flying with his fists. It was unbelievable, the system said. Maybe he was born with divine strength. Xianxia's eyes immediately lit up. He was injured, but he could still fight dozens of ferocious wolves with his bare hands. This was definitely a good seedling for cultivation. If he was taken in and nurtured properly, he would definitely have a great future. Go. Go save him. Shwa. The Hurricane Wolf King galloped away. Boom, boom, in the mountains, Wudi raised his fists and sent 2 ferocious wolves flying again. Although his face was slightly ferocious because of his injuries, his eyes were filled with disdain. I am a dignified sage. Although I am now a tiger that has fallen from grace, how can a group of ferocious wolves bully me? More than 20 ferocious wolves also realized that the human in front of them was not simple. So, after their attacks failed, they stopped and faced him with bared teeth. Awoo! At this moment, wolf howls came from the mountain forest. Immediately, a burly ferocious wolf king walked over on a whirlwind. Trouble. Wudi furrowed his brows. When the Hurricane Wolf King appeared, the dozens of wolves were so shocked that they hurriedly lay on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. A wolf king of this level was like a god in their eyes. This is troublesome. Wudi furrowed his brows. The wolf beast that suddenly appeared was definitely the king of the wolf beasts. Its strength was not to be underestimated. If it was in the past, he could definitely kill it with his gaze. However, he was severely injured now, and it was difficult for him to deal with normal wolves, let alone fight it. Hell! The Hurricane Wolf King raised its head and roared. Its ferocious gaze was locked onto Wudi. From the looks of it, it seemed to be preparing to attack. Damn it. He cursed in his heart. It was not easy for him to escape the pursuit of a group of strong cultivators. However, as soon as he arrived in the mortal world, he was about to die in the mouth of a wolf beast. He was unwilling to accept this. Whoosh, the hurricane wolf king directly pounced over and opened its bloody mouth. He was in despair. His injuries were too severe, and his physical body had severely degenerated. He could not counterattack or dodge at all. Little brother, don't panic. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Xianxia suddenly stepped forward. He gathered strength in his right fist and directly punched the hurricane wolf king in the face, sending it flying with a bang. One of his own people fighting one of his own. What kind of show was this? The whole process happened in a flash. If it were a normal person, they would have been stunned. However, He expression did not change. He stared at the man who saved him. In this world, he murmured, there is actually a man more handsome than me. Hearing this, Xianxia almost fell to the ground. He was about to die, and he was still thinking about this. There must be something wrong with his brain. How the hurricane wolf king retreated far away. Its eyes were filled with fear. It then ran away with its tail between its legs. It thought to itself, wasn't it just an act? Why did he really hit me so hard? After the hurricane wolf king left, the 20 or so wolves were also scared and ran away. Little brother. Xianxia smiled and said, are you okay? He let the hurricane wolf king play the villain while he played the hero to win the young man's favor and recruit him. This was a good plan. I'm fine. He nodded, turned around, and left. Although he was grateful that someone had saved him, calling him little brother made him unhappy. Little brother. Xianxia shouted, you didn't even say thank you and just left like that. Isn't that too rude? Thank you. Sect leader Jun shook his head as he watched that fellow leave. I thought he would be deeply grateful. He couldn't let such a good seedling go. Xianxia hurriedly chased after him and said, little brother, you haven't come into contact with martial arts yet, right? When If** King came into contact with martial arts, you were still a liquid. Little brother, are you interested in joining the sect that I created? When If** King built the water court, you were still liquid. Little brother, He stopped and interrupted, big brother. Ba, big brother, can you not call me that? Xianxia said, you look like 16 or 17 years old. I'm already 18 years old. If I don't call you little brother, what should I call you? He recalled his glorious past and couldn't help but blurt out, you can call me the Invincible King. Invincible King? Xianxia's mouth twitched and he muttered in his heart, this must be a delusional young man. He was a delusional young man. I like it very much. I admire it very much. Okay. Xianxia said, little brother. He pulled his hair and pointed in a random direction, saying, hurry up and leave immediately. He had lost his cultivation and landed in a plane that was not compatible with his martial arts. This was already a huge blow to him. Now, there was a chatterbox following behind him, calling him little brother all the time. He was about to cry. Little brother. Xianxia said, my sect is short of people now. You. Stop talking. He stopped him from talking again. But just as he finished speaking, his injuries were affected and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Traversing the void with his physical body and soul had brought him a great deal of damage. The battle with the wild wolf just now had undoubtedly made things worse. To be honest, He was still able to walk because he had a good foundation. Little brother. Xianxia said, I have a healing pill here that can help you remove your injuries. He smiled bitterly. The injuries on his body were caused by the bombardment of powerhouses and by crossing the void. How could a mortal pill treat them? Swish, Xianxia suddenly reached out his hand, grabbed He chin, and threw the beginner healing pill in. This kind of pill that could instantly heal injuries was something that Earth-stage cultivators in Qingyang County would fight for, but now he was forced to feed it to someone else. He was angry, but just as he opened his mouth, the melted medicinal juice merged into his body, instantly forming a recovery force that repaired his damaged meridians. In just a moment, the pain and injuries on his muscles quickly disappeared and healed. His pale face gradually turned red. He Wudi was completely dumbfounded. He, who came from a higher plane, had eaten many high-level pills, but he had never seen such a pill that could heal injuries quickly. It was too magical. It was too incredible, Xianxia said. Little brother, how's the effect? Big brother. He Wudi said solemnly, what kind of pill is this? It can actually heal injuries quickly. A little brother and a big brother. The relationship between these two was very complicated. He couldn't figure out who was older and who was younger. You want to know? Xianxia said, join a sect and I will tell you. He Wudi was silent for a moment and said, what sect? Is it very strong in this world? My sect is called Iron Bone Clan. Hey, why are you leaving? This sect's name sounds like a joke. How can I join it? Xianxia's mouth twitched. Regarding the sect's name, not to mention many readers who only saw the name, even he couldn't help but complain. He had also considered changing the name, but after thinking about it, he still felt that this was the most interesting. What do you think? Little brother. Xianxia chased after him and explained, my Iron Bone Clan's name may be strange, but everyone in it is talented, and it is also very prestigious in Falling Star Continent. Not interested, he Wudi said. Right now, he wanted to understand this world as soon as possible, understand the cultivation system, and begin to cultivate wholeheartedly, strive to return to the peak as soon as possible, and then, secretly go up again. Little brother. Xianxia said, join my Iron Bone Clan, and I will take you in as my last disciple. All kinds of martial arts and resources will be provided for free. You only need to focus on cultivation, this opportunity will not come again. Without cultivation, he could fight with a pack of wolves. This was definitely a natural talent. If he was trained, he would definitely be the meat shield of the sect. No matter what, he had to take him in. He Wudi was not interested in becoming a last disciple, but the martial arts and resources would be provided for free. His eyes instantly lit up. He was not sure whether this Iron Bone Clan was strong or not. However, he had just arrived and was unfamiliar with this place. He might as well join and familiarize himself with it. If he really couldn't do it, he could just leave. Yes. Xianxia used to think so too. Now, he Wudi stopped and said, are you really taking me in as your last disciple? Of course. Martial arts resources will be provided for free? Of course. All right. He Wudi said, since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly join. Shush, Xianxia hurriedly took out the entry form and said, name. He Wudi. This name was very invincible. Gender. He Wudi was speechless. I think I should be a man. Xianxia valued He Wudi's innate strength. He Wudi had just arrived and needed to understand everything about the continent, so the two hit it off and colluded. Maybe it was the will of the heavens. Let's go. Xianxia took out the sect master's ball and summoned the purple lightning tiger. Follow me to Tsang Mountain Sect. Since he had accepted him as a disciple, he couldn't call him little brother anymore. A lightning-type beast? He Wudi was surprised. This kid is so young, but he can control such a rare beast. He's not simple. Sect master. He asked, are you following behind? He Wudi used to have a high cultivation level, but he wasn't arrogant. Now, he had accepted the fact that he had fallen from full level to 0, so he joined Iron Bone and regarded himself as a disciple. He was much stronger than Xianxia. After that guy was reincarnated, he always thought he was a martial emperor and acted like he was very strong. In the end, he was beaten up by Sect Master Jun with the ball. Living in the world, one must know how to be flexible and adapt to the environment. He Wudi was temporarily in trouble, but he had a good mentality. It was only a matter of time before he returned to the peak. If Xianxia didn't meet Sect Master Jun and didn't join Iron Bone, there would be a lot of twists and turns on the road to growth. Of course. He Wudi was strong, but he wasn't the top in his plane. He had to endure and compromise for survival, so he had this kind of personality. Night Emperor was different. He was one of the 10 martial emperors of the Falling Star continent in his previous life, the strongest. Only this kind of person who reached the peak and looked down on other mountains would have that kind of arrogance. Snap. Xianxia snapped his fingers. Swoosh. The Hurricane Wolf King hiding in the dark rushed out. Ride it, Xianxia said. Wudi was stunned when he saw the Hurricane Wolf King sent flying. He immediately understood something and said with his mouth twitching, Sect Master, you tricked me. Cut the crap. Xianxia said, hurry up and ride it. We're in a hurry. When they accepted her into the sect, they called her Little Tian Tian. After accepting her into the sect, he put on airs as the sect master and called her Madame Miao. He was really shameless. At that moment, Wudi felt that joining a sect was like falling into a wolf's den. However, this kid had a lightning-type demonic beast and the king of the wolf beasts. Maybe the Iron Bone Upright sect was really powerful. If you're satisfied, then continue cultivating. If it's very ordinary, I'll just find a chance to leave. Wudi muttered to himself as the Hurricane Wolf King spread its limbs and dashed out like the wind. He almost lost his grip and was thrown off. He howled, I'm AF** King normal person now. Can't you take care of me? Invincible. On the way, Xianxia said in a clear voice, remember, the first principle of the Iron Bone clan is to be an Iron Bone person and do Iron Bone things. The system added, host, don't use the escape talisman. F***ck off. Songshan Sect. The 2 martial kings and 20 Wuzong killed by Xianxia had been dealt with. Their interspatial rings were also taken away by Yixingchen. In the past year of cultivating in the Iron Bone sect, what he learned the most was looting. Swish. Swish. Not long after, the Purple Lightning Tiger Cub and the Hurricane Wolf King jumped in from outside. Sect Master Jun. Sect Master Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly said, did Shui Tingfeng run away, or, kill him, Xianxia said. The corner of Sect Master Yu's mouth twitched. There were so many experts from the 2 sects in Jinyang County, but they were all killed by him. Not a single one was left alive. He was really valiant. This is. Sect Master Yu looked at Wudi. Xianxia said, he's a disciple I just took in on the way. Sect Master Yu was dumbfounded. He went to kill Shui Tingfeng and took in a disciple on the way. What the hell was going on? Yixingchen glanced at Wudi and thought, vulgar mortal. Lu Qianqian was still cold. If Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were here, they would have put their arms around the new disciple's shoulders and started chatting enthusiastically. Where's Elder Ma? He's been sent to the medicine hall for treatment. Xianxia hurried to the medicine hall and gave Ma Yunting a mid-grade healing pill. What? Sect Master Jun is a martial king. What? 3 martial kings and 20 Wuzong were all killed by him alone. After Elder Ma woke up and learned everything from Wang Donglin, his eyes widened in disbelief. Sect Master Yu. In the main hall, Xianxia cupped his hands and said, Jinyang County is invading. Jun still has to protect Jinyang City, so I'll take my leave first. Sect Master Jun dares to fight against a 6th-grade county for the sake of the people. I admire you. Sect Master Yu said seriously, my Blue Mountain sect is willing to help your sect defend Jinyang County. At this time, he had to declare his position. He would never consider whether or not to participate in the war. No need. Xianxia said, Jun can handle the following matters very well. Sect Master Yu was stunned. Could Sect Master Jun handle 2 4th-grade sects in a 6th-grade Jinyang County? How could he handle it? Sect Master Yu. Xianxia stood up and cupped his hands. Jun will take his leave first. He was also swift and decisive. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left with Lu Qianqian, Yixingchen, and Wudi, who he had just taken in. On the way, he didn't even think about it. He opened the middle-grade store and bought a low-grade spirit medicine, returning his contribution points to normal. When he thought about Wu Huang, who had come to kill him, Xianxia realized that this matter would definitely end here. Therefore, he took out the battle exemption token and engraved the words Jinyang County on it. He was worried that the experts of Gue Yuan's sect would come to kill him again, so he urgently wanted to enter the battle exemption token as soon as possible. As for whether it would work or not, he could only pray in his heart. Whoosh, at this moment, the battle exemption token flashed with a dazzling light. The system said, it worked. Really? Xianxia was overjoyed. In the deep pit, Wu Huang, who had been knocked unconscious, finally woke up. He held his head and stood up. With a ferocious expression, he said, so painful. No, wasn't I cultivating in the sect? Why am I here? Wu Huang climbed out of the deep pit and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. He was puzzled. He tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember anything. This was the effect of the battle exemption token. Gue Yuan sect had already attached themselves to Xianxia County's county chief. After the battle exemption token took effect, he temporarily forgot all his hatred. Actually, it made sense. Gue Yuan sect and Wanshui Pavilion were here on the orders of the county chief. Jun Changxiao came to help. If he killed their people, it would be equivalent to forming a grudge with Xianxia County. Xianxia County was written on the battle exemption token. Once it took effect, all grudges related to Xianxia County would be forcibly erased. The time limit was 3 months. Once the token's effect was over, both Wu Huang and Xianxia County would return to normal. At that time, those who should be killed would be killed, and those who should be attacked would be attacked. Jun Changxiao didn't know that after returning to Qingyang City, he was worried that the battle exemption token wouldn't work and was still actively setting up defenses. Sect Master. A few days later, Li Luoqiu sent news. Heian County has also fallen. However, the main force of the White Tiger Corps has already retreated. They have no intention of attacking Qingyang County. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Since the battle exemption token was no longer effective, he handed the city over to Xie Guangquan again and returned to the sect with his disciples. Sect Master. On the way, He Wudi said, "You said you would be my last disciple." Yes. After returning to the sect, Jun Changxiao arranged for him to be in front of the gate and be responsible for closing the gate every night. He really was the last disciple. He Wudi, who was standing in front of the red gate, felt a gust of wind and felt his heart collapse. What kind of trick is this? P.S. I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't update until midnight. This update will be the 4th update of the day. Tomorrow, I'll probably be outside during the day. He Wudi's addition allowed Iron Bone to have a true last disciple. Pfft, haha. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to laugh until I'm out of breath. Su Xiaoma and the others held their stomachs as they laughed until they were convulsing. At the beginning, when he found out that the sect leader wanted to accept He Wudi as his last disciple, he was still very puzzled. In the end, the last disciple really closed the door, which made them laugh from ear to ear. He Wudi, who was standing in front of the door, twitched his mouth violently. That guy first let the contract beast attack him and came up with a trick. Then, he promised to take him in as his last disciple, and it was still a trick. This was really a trap. Kid. He Wudi secretly said, "Do you think that by using a trick, you can keep me, a disciple with monstrous talent?" He began to plan. If Iron Bone didn't attract him, he would immediately leave. "Junior brother be careful." A voice sounded. He Wudi turned his head, and then heard a bang sound, and his entire face was hit by a happy football. Bang, he crashed into the inner wall, forming a V shape. Li Fei, who was standing on the martial arts field, scratched his head and said with an embarrassed expression, "Senior brother, I really didn't do it on purpose." Su Xiaoma said, "I can see that." Junior brother Li Qingyang brought He Wudi to the inner courtyard wing and said, "This is your room, there are sect uniforms and sect rules inside. Wake up early tomorrow morning, do the routine drill, and then I will bring you to the Cultivation Method Pavilion." Hearing the 3 words Cultivation Method Pavilion, He Wudi's eyes immediately lit up. He was eager to understand the martial arts of this world as soon as possible, and then cultivate from the most basic. However, the next day, he changed into a brand new school uniform and danced awkwardly with the other disciples. His face was filled with despair. This was too damn shameful, too shameful. strangely enough, after doing morning exercises, Wudi actually felt comfortable and energetic. He didn't have time to think about why, and hurriedly followed Li Qingyang to the cultivation method pavilion. The cultivation technique pavilion wasn't too big, and there weren't many martial skills on the shelves. This made Wudi somewhat disappointed, and he also realized that the Iron Bone sect shouldn't be some famous sect. First, I'll randomly choose a mental cultivation method to cultivate, then find a time to leave. He thought to himself and began to choose. Junior apprentice brother you just entered the sect and have not opened your meridians. You should cultivate Yi Jing Jing first, Li Qingyang suggested. Okay, senior brother. Wudi also knew that since he was starting from scratch, there was no need for him to cultivate any fist art, palm art, or any other kind of martial arts for the time being. Therefore, he chose the Yi Jing Jing and left. On the shelf behind him was the 7 profound sunglow fragment scroll. He wondered what expression Wudi would have on his face when he saw the martial skill disappear into thin air and placed it on the iron bone. Li Qingyang brought Wudi to choose the martial skill pavilion and even brought him to pick up the pills and resources. Then, he carefully introduced the cultivation places of the sect. Our second senior brother is very competent. Wudi, who had been tricked and kicked in the face, was a little unhappy at first. However, seeing how enthusiastic this young man was, his impression of the sect improved a little. After returning to his room, Wudi opened the Yi Jing Jing and murmured, with my monstrous talent, wouldn't it be easy to cultivate this kind of low-level martial arts? Wudi was very confident. However, when he started to read the Yi Jing Jing, he gradually could not help himself. In the end, he exclaimed, incredible. He couldn't say how incredible it was. However, he was sure that the Yi Jing Jing was extraordinary in this realm, although he had never cultivated in the Falling Star continent and was not familiar with the cultivation style here. He could tell that it was extraordinary just by looking at the martial skill. He was indeed an expert. I don't have any martial arts cultivation now, and my meridians are sealed because of space travel. I should be able to open them easily if I cultivate this mental cultivation method. Wudi hurriedly began to cultivate. Although this mental cultivation method was different from the one he cultivated in the past, it was not too difficult because it focused on the big and small circulations. As expected, he murmured, the path of martial arts is mostly the same. Wudi's talent was really strong. After cultivating for only an hour, he was able to circulate the Yi Jing Jing. Tsk tisk. He exclaimed, it even has the function of tempering the body. It's really the best mental cultivation method for beginners. Cultivate. After only one day, Wudi successfully gathered a small amount of spiritual energy in his body and opened the blocked first meridian. He entered the first stage of the meridian from 0. This speed was very fast. Tao Yuan, who was brought to the iron bone, was also arranged to a separate room. Moreover, it was not locked and he could move freely. The battle exemption card took effect. He temporarily lost his memory and forgot that he was defeated and became a captive. Creak. The door opened, and Jun Changxiao walked in. He smiled and said, General Tao, are you used to living here? Tao Yuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Sect Leader Jun, I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. I don't know why I was locked in prison, but thank you for saving me. Jun Changxiao knew that the battle exemption card took effect and could forcefully erase all enemies' memories. Therefore, he pretended to be a masked hero and rescued him from Qingyang City's dungeon. What a sneaky way of doing things. General Tao, to be honest, I saved you because I admire you. Since you don't belong to any sect, why don't you join the Iron Bone clan? Jun Changxiao said. Tao Yuan fell silent again. Right at this moment, his stomach started to grumble uncontrollably. Jun Changxiao said, I've already prepared food and wine. Tao Yuan was really hungry. Moreover, because his memory had disappeared, he was neutral with Jun Changxiao. Therefore, he followed him to the cafeteria. It smells so good. Wudi, who had just walked in and was sitting in the corner, sighed as he ate. As expected, Lu Wancher's cooking was something that even a top expert would find difficult to endure. Tao Yuan followed Jun Changxiao and sat down. 1 Black and 2 Black began to serve the dishes. Each of them was cooked separately. He Wudi looked at the variety of dishes, then looked at the fried rice he was eating. The corner of his mouth twitched. This was too much of a difference in treatment. General Tao. Jun Xianxia said, please have a taste. My Iron Bone clan's simple meal. Tao Yuan was really hungry. He first cupped his hands politely, then picked up his chopsticks and started to eat. As soon as the food entered his mouth, his expression became sluggish. When he swallowed it, the expression on his face gradually stiffened. He had been in the military camp all day and ate like a soldier. When had he ever tasted such delicacies? Sect leader Jun Tao Yuan couldn't help but say, I've never eaten such delicious food. If you like it, then eat more, Jun Xianxia said with a smile. Tao Yuan didn't eat. He put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Sect leader Jun saved me from the dungeon and arranged good food and wine. I'm very grateful, but as for joining the clan, he didn't continue, but from the words he said later, it was obvious that he refused. Jun Xianxia said, General Tao, if you join, I'll take you in as my last disciple. All martial arts resources will be provided for free. Pooh. He Wudi, who was sitting in the corner, spat out a mouthful of rice. Tao Yuan, who had been hungry for a few days, felt like he was about to fly into the sky after eating a delicious meal. However, joining the Iron Bone sect made him feel very conflicted. To be honest, he was wholeheartedly focused on military affairs and had no intention of joining a sect. But for some reason, after being locked in the dungeon and being rescued by sect leader Jun, he was too embarrassed to directly refuse. How about this? Jun Xianxia said, General Tao, choose to stay here for a period of time. He was not in a hurry to recruit. He hoped to use Lu Wansher's food and the atmosphere of the sect to slowly influence Tao Yuan. Needless to say, it was very effective. Tao Yuan, who lived in the Iron Bone sect, saw the Iron Bone disciples happily doing morning exercises and cultivating every day. He secretly exclaimed, such a happy sect is really rare. General Tao. One day. June. Xianxia said, I am a member of the Wolf Rider Hall. There is a military exercise today. Do you want to take a look? Military exercise, Tao Yuan was immediately tempted. He followed Jun Xianxia to the Iron Bone Mountain and stood on the mountain peak. Below, Shui Rengue waved the war flag, and 1,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall riding hurricane wolves appeared on the open grassland. This, Tao Yuan exclaimed, Hurricane Wolf. Jun Xianxia laughed, this is my Iron Bone's Wolf Rider Hall, similar to the cavalry commanded by General Tao. Tao Yuan's gaze was solemn, your sect's disciples riding such a high-level wolf rider, they are definitely invincible and invincible. Jun Xianxia chuckled and said to himself, your Tiger Might army has been utterly defeated by me. Shua. Shui Rengue waved the war flag. Shua. Shua. 1,000 wolf riders charged forward, constantly changing their formation during the process, causing Tao Yuan to be so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. These disciples riding hurricane wolves could even use formation skillfully. It was unbelievable, if his tiger army fought against them, they would definitely be defeated, of course. Tao Yuan was more concerned about Shui Rengue, who commanded the wolf riders. Jun Xianxia said, General Tao, that is the hall master of my Wolf Rider Hall. He is a retired soldier and has some knowledge in the art of war. If you are interested, you can discuss it with him. I am. Tao Yuan said bluntly. Jun Xianxia thought that the opportunity had come, and arranged for him to discuss it with Shui Rengue. The two of them discussed it until late into the night. Tao Yuan was a rising star in the military. Although he was talented, he was still far from being a 5-star general. Shui Rengue's understanding of the way to use of troops. Shui Rengue to Tao Yuan. The more to the two, the more to the point close for a long time. After the discussion to the end. To the junior to the iron to the junior to the end. Shui Yer Jun Shui. To the Shui to the lion, of to the, of to the two, of the heaven. Tao Yuan's eyes were filled with yearning. As a general, he didn't care about breaking through to Martial King, Wu Huang, or Martial Emperor. He cared more about obtaining the rank of a 5-star general in his lifetime. This was proof of strength. General Tao. Shui Rengue said, with all due respect, although Bai Ruihu can be considered a famous general, his ability is limited. Following him will only limit your future talent. Tao Yuan was silent. Moreover, Shui Rengue continued, as far as I know, Bai Ruihu is narrow-minded and extremely jealous. Once General Tao's military talent is displayed enough in Xinjiang County, he will definitely smell danger. Jun Changxiao, who had been eavesdropping with his spiritual thoughts, touched his nose and said, Hall Master Shui's strategy of sowing discord is ingenious. Tao Yuan remained silent the whole time. He had some understanding of Bai Ruihu's character. Shui Rengue said seriously, General Tao, why don't you join Iron Bone? The two of us can work together to build the Wolf Riders and make them the strongest army in the Falling Star Continent. The strongest army in the Falling Star Continent, these words ignited the blood in Tao Yuan's body. Every general hoped to build the strongest army in the continent, Shui Rengue continued, General Tao should know the requirements to become a 5-star general, right? I know. Tao Yuan said. To become a 5-star general, one must have a well-trained and powerful army. Shui Rengue had built a super army in Zhongshuang province back then, called the Renjun Army. It had always been ranked third on the Falling Star Continent's army ranking, so it was awarded the title of 5-star general. The White Tiger Army led by Bai Ruihu was also quite famous, so it was awarded the 3-star general rank. However, its ability was limited. It was already difficult to become a 4-star general, let alone a 5-star general. Tao Yuan's Tiger Army was not bad, but its upper limit was so high that it could not help him obtain a higher rank. Although the Wolf Rider Hall was a sect, it could apply to become an army. Its future potential was enormous. The sect master said. Shui Rengue said, if General Tao joins Iron Bone, you can become the deputy hall master of the Wolf Rider Hall. Tao Yuan was silent for a moment, then said, I'll think about it. Done. Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. In his opinion, Tao Yuan must be tempted. He only needed a little time to join Iron Bone. As expected. After a night of thinking, Tao Yuan came to the main hall the next day. He cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Jun, I am willing to join Iron Bone clan. Jun Changxiao happily took out the entry form and filled in his name. At this time, with the no battle card, Tao Yuan joined Iron Bone without any burden. If the effect disappeared and he turned around and left, then it would be very troublesome. Therefore, Sect Master Jun said, after a while, I will appoint you as the Deputy Hall Master. You can be a closed-door disciple for now. Yes. Therefore, not only was he Wudi standing in front of the door, but also Tao Yuan. They each had a door and were responsible for closing the door after dark. It was very fair. This, Tao Yuan said helplessly, this is the closed-door disciple? After recruiting Tao Yuan, Jun Changxiao started to plan how to deal with Xinjiang County and the 2 fourth-rate sects in 3 months. Become stronger. Become even stronger. The next day, Jun Changxiao first set up the sect's equipment and began to distribute large amounts of spirit stones and high-grade qi-gathering pills to the disciples, so that they could break through faster. Hall Master Li, Jun Changxiao said, I will leave the sect's affairs to you for now. I have decided to cultivate in seclusion. Okay. Li Luoqiu said. After everything was arranged, Jun Changxiao first cultivated in the spirit gathering array for 2 hours, then got up and went to the Tower of Experience. He did not temper his body on the first level, nor did he temper his movement technique on the second level. Instead, he directly went to the 3rd level, which he had never been to before. Ta. He stepped into the area covered by the attributes of heaven and earth. Phew. Jun Changxiao took a breath and said, what is the theme of the 3rd level? Host, try it with a punch, the system said. Shwa. Jun Changxiao threw a punch and said in surprise, my spiritual energy is being consumed very quickly. The system said, the 3rd level is to make the host consume spiritual energy too quickly and then quickly replenish it, repeatedly refining the purity of the spirit nucleus. Is that so? Jun Changxiao began to throw punches. With the energy of his 2 spirit nuclei, it would not be a problem for him to fight for several days and nights in the outside world. However, in just 2 hours, it was completely consumed. Huff huff. He sat down cross-legged and activated body metamorphose scripture. The heaven and earth attributes in the third level surged out like a wave and were completely replenished in just a few minutes. Xianxia said in surprise, "If I fight with others and exhaust my spiritual energy, then come in here to replenish it, won't I be able to continue fighting?" The system said, "Host, you are thinking too much. The attributes here will only be replenished when you consume them." The function of the third level of the training pagoda was that the spiritual energy that burst out from the pagoda would spread out. The spiritual energy that was absorbed would also be expelled. The cycle would repeat and the spiritual energy would be refined. Xianxia's idea of fighting with the enemy outside and absorbing spiritual energy from the pagoda was completely unrealistic. Alright. After being splashed with cold water by the system, he shrugged and began to squander his spiritual energy. Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, bang. 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 After exhausting all his spiritual energy for the second time, the area where Xianxia was at was filled with rich spiritual energy. The momentum was so great that it made people gasp in amazement. With 2 spirit cores, he had a lot of spiritual energy. Huff, huff. He activated his mental cultivation method again and spread it out. The spiritual energy that collided with the heaven and earth attribute of the third level returned to his body. After 2 consecutive times, Xianxia realized that the intensity of his spiritual energy had increased a little compared to before. Although it was not obvious, if he continued to cultivate, regardless of whether it was spiritual energy or the use of it, there would definitely be great improvements. In the path of martial arts, the physical body was the foundation. The spiritual energy in the spirit core was what really determined one's strength. Even the simplest normal attack was a competition of spiritual energy, not to mention the use of various martial arts. Continue, Xianxia began to cultivate seriously. Bang, 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 huff, huff, huff. A few hours later, sect leader Jun collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Although spiritual energy could be released and absorbed in a cycle, the physical body could not keep up. Therefore, even a sword and martial arts king like him would be exhausted. The third level is lit up. Could it be that someone went in? Let's go in and take a look. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei went to the third level first. When they saw Xianxia lying inside, they realized something. So sect leader is cultivating. What's the third level training for? It doesn't seem to be anything special. The disciples who could already adapt to the second level gathered on the third level. Because they did not understand the function, they stood there and looked at each other. After a short rest, Xianxia told them the function and they began to attack non-stop. The sad thing was, after some people played a few times, their physical strength was greatly depleted. In the end, they couldn't hold on any longer and exploded with a bang. Their souls also returned to their bodies, and then their bodies were sent out while twitching. The third level also had a punishment system. Excessive consumption would result in side effects. As a result, the disciples became more cautious. After confirming their own limits, they would train for a certain amount of time every day. There were records on the third level as well. Because only disciples could be counted. Even if sect leader Jun held on for a few hours, his name would still not be on the list. Xianxia has become the record holder for the first level of the Tower of Experience in 3 hours. A heavy voice sounded. After a few days of training, Night Emperor relied on his immense psionic energy and endurance to become the first record holder. On the first level of gravity training, Xiao Ziji was the first to take it, and then Lu Qianqian surpassed him. Until now, he was still in the lead. On the second level of agility training, Su Xiaoma was more talented in this area, so he was still on the list. On the third level of psionic energy training, Night Emperor, who cultivated the Taishan Sutra and I Ching Jing, was also on the list. It was only natural that he would occupy the list. It could be said that among all the disciples, Xianxia's psionic energy was the densest and most powerful. And all of this originated from the Taishan Sutra. Bang! In the training room, Xianxia punched the testing machine, and a shockwave surged. It could be said that it was very powerful. The strength displayed was 3 million Jin. Tisk, tisk. The system exclaimed, on the falling star continent, even a first-rank martial king only has a strength of 2.5 million gene. The host has a strength of 500,000 gene. This is quite powerful. Xianxia grinned and said, so, I'm already above the first-rank martial king level? No. The system said, the host is still a first-rank martial king. The reason why your strength is so strong is because of the sword and martial kings. I see. Xianxia punched a few more times. He felt that after these few days of training on the third level of the training tower, he had become more adept at using psionic energy. The system said, when you become more adept at using psionic energy, the power of your martial skills will also increase. It is recommended that the host not only cultivate but also train. You can't delay either. Understood. Xianxia continued to cultivate. He cultivated in the spirit gathering formation in the morning, and spent the afternoon on the third level of the training tower. The Iron Bone disciples were also cultivating seriously. Many of them who had just entered the martial master level also broke through one after another. Their level was higher and their strength was stronger day by day. And the ones who benefited the most were Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and other inner disciples who were stuck at the peak of martial master level. This was because after cultivating for a few days, they had entered Wu Zone. The condition to enter Wu Zone was to have a deeper understanding of martial arts. This understanding was to comprehend psionic energy and undergo a transformation in a certain sense. Training on the third level of the training tower was equivalent to transforming psionic energy, so it also unknowingly increased the speed of their comprehension and breakthrough. After realizing this, Xianxia said happily, when the disciples reach the peak of martial master level, won't it be easier for them to break through on the third level of the training tower? It's not that troublesome. The system said, as long as the martial master level disciples train step by step, it will be easy for them to break through Wu Zone when they reach the peak of martial master level. Xianxia was overjoyed. With the Cyclone Pill, Martial Master Pill, and now the third level of the training tower, the entire system of cultivation was guaranteed to send them to Wu Zone. With the breakthrough of Li Qingyang and the others, the number of Iron Bone Wu Zone disciples had also increased. Because they were all at the peak level, their combat strength was no less than that of a 6th or 7th grade Wu Zone. The sect leader was the Sword and Martial King, and the disciples were all at the peak level of Wu Zone. With the current strength of the Iron Bone School, other than the fact that they had fewer disciples, they were completely comparable to a 5th-rate sect. If they went to the Holy Spring sect, not to mention winning over 70 disciples, even if they went to challenge the elders, they would be crushed into a pile of shit. Of course. The disciples had all improved, and so did our elder Jiang. He had finally reached rank 3 Martial King from rank 2 Martial King. It had been a while since he joined the Iron Bone School, but he only reached rank 1. This was a bit slow. However, after Xianxia broke through, he was extremely excited. In the past, it took him 2 to 3 years to reach rank 2 from rank 1. Now, not only did he break through to rank 3 in a few months, he also reached the peak level from the high level. This was definitely something that he could not even dream of. Moreover, after experiencing the second and third levels of the training tower, Xianxia realized that as long as he continued to train, his strength in all aspects would only increase even more. Therefore, anyone who entered the Iron Bone School and experienced the convenience and speed of cultivation would be addicted to it. There was one exception. That was the last disciple, He Wudi. This person's aptitude was really strong. In 7 days, he had opened 7 meridians, 1 meridian per day. It was simply unbelievable. At this speed, I will be able to open 12 meridians in 5 days. He Wudi thought to himself, after I become a martial disciple, I will leave the Iron Bone School and go out to explore. He was able to become a Saint Lord in a higher plane by relying on all kinds of life and death experiences. Therefore, he did not like to stay in one place and cultivate step by step. Moreover, the Iron Bone School only had 2,000 disciples. In the Falling Star continent, it was only rank 6. How could he condescend to be here? He Wudi's heart was set on the Sea of Stars. Therefore, after opening 12 meridians and becoming a martial disciple, he hurriedly packed his luggage in the middle of the night and resolutely embarked on the journey to the outside world. Standing in front of the mountain gate, Wudi looked back at the Iron Bone School and muttered, "Kid, the next time we meet, one will be in heaven and the other on earth." He was heaven. Xianxia was earth. Shua. With a wave of his hand, he strode forward. However, just as he lifted his foot, his body suddenly trembled. His sea of consciousness seemed to explode, and all kinds of memories were instantly erased. He also rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. When he accepted Wudi as his disciple, sect leader Jun used many tricks to show how a sect leader thirsted for talents. But when he accepted Wudi as his disciple, he immediately became incomparably cold and even arranged for Wudi to be his last disciple. Why? Because joining the Iron Bone was equivalent to being directly bound. Leave the sect? Leave? Betray? Yes, but first erase all the memories that shouldn't exist. Xianxia was a little worried at first that the system might be lying to him. However, when Wudi had the intention to leave, the moment he walked out of the sect, his memories were ruthlessly erased, proving that the restriction really existed. This memory not only contained the muscle tendon changing scripture, but also the benefits of the mental cultivation method and the breakthrough of the realm. Wudi was unconscious at the door. Not only did he forget many things, his cultivation that had just broken through to martial disciple was also taken back. Once again, he fell to level 0. It could be said that it was tragic. Ding. Disciple Wudi has the intention to leave. His memory has been erased. Ding. Sect members, 252750000. Wudi's memory was erased, which was equivalent to automatically leaving the sect. One of the members also dropped. Xianxia, who was cultivating in the spirit gathering array, heard the notification and shook his head. He just broke through to martial disciple and he's leaving? He knew that he couldn't win people's hearts with tricks. Wudi definitely didn't join wholeheartedly and was prepared for him to leave. However, leaving right after breaking through to martial disciple was too impatient. The system said, everyone has their own ambitions. The memories that shouldn't have been there have been erased. The host can let him leave. Even so. Xianxia murmured. But such a good seedling. If I let him go, it will be a loss to myself and Iron Bone. So I have to recruit him again. The system was silent. My head hurts. The next day, Wudi, who was carried back to the sect, covered his head and opened his eyes. His mind was in chaos and his head was splitting. He panted a little and looked at the unfamiliar environment. He thought to himself, wasn't I surrounded by wolf beasts? The memory was erased for a long time, directly erasing the scene when he first came to the Falling Star continent and was attacked by wolf beasts in the wild. As for what happened after that, he forgot all about it. Creak. The door was pushed open and Xianxia walked in. Little brother, I saved you. Little brother. Little brother, the corner of Wudi's mouth twitched as he weakly asked, where is this place? This is the Iron Bone Upright Sect. Xianxia smiled and said, I am the sect leader of this sect. Iron Bone? What a name. What a name. Wudi, who had lost his memories, was tricked by sect master Jun, just like Tao Yuan, who had been saved by the sect master. Thinking that he had been saved, Wudi decided to stay. Little brother, since you have no parents and no relatives in the Starfall continent, why don't you join my Iron Bone sect? Xianxia asked with a smile. Join my Iron Bone sect. I'll take you in as my last disciple and provide you with all kinds of resources for free. Iron sect Iron. Iron sect Tao. Iron Master. Some people said that this was too stupid, right? That was not the case. Wudi joined Iron Bone for the second time. He felt that he was new here and did not know much about this world. He joined Iron Bone because he wanted to take the opportunity to familiarize himself with the world. His real thoughts were the same as when he joined Iron Bone for the first time. Once he understood enough, he would definitely leave. Just like that. Wudi joined Iron Bone again. He practiced I Jing again. He used a period of time to break through to martial disciple, and again, sect leader. The next day, Li Qingyang carried him into the main hall. He broke down and said, Junior brother, he fainted again. Will he lose his memory and cultivation? He will. Xianxia said, it's a kind of illness. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched, so he cooperated with the sect leader to put on a show. He accepted He Wudi as a disciple again and arranged a residence for him as a new disciple. He then brought him to the cultivation method pavilion for the third time. What a familiar feeling. He Wudi entered the technique pavilion for the third time. He felt a sense of familiarity, but he could not understand it. In the end, he followed Li Qingyang's suggestion and chose Yi Jingjing. A few days later. Sect leader. Li Qingyang carried him again and said, Junior brother, he fell at the mountain gate again. His illness is very serious. Do you want to find a famous doctor to treat him? No need. Xianxia said, just continue to cooperate. Okay. Li Qingyang was about to send He Wudi to the medicine hall. Xianxia stopped him and said, what martial skills did he choose these few times he went to the technique pavilion? This person always had the idea of leaving. He always lost his memory and cultivation. Could it be that the martial arts of Iron Bone sect were not attractive to him? It shouldn't be. Even a martial king like Xianxia is extremely excited after practicing all kinds of martial arts. A guy without cultivation should be overjoyed after seeing so many martial skills, Li Qingyang said. This disciple suggests that junior brother he cultivate Yi Jingjing first. That won't do. It's too little. Xianxia said, let him choose more martial skills. Let him experience my slash, rupturing fist, splitting mountain palm. Understood. Wait, let him see the high-level martial skills, such as Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash and 7 Profound Sunglow Break. Let him see them and be shocked. Yes. He Wudi woke up for the third time. Then, he was tricked by sect leader Jun in the same way. After adding the Iron Bone sect, he was brought to the technique pavilion by Li Qingyang. The plot was exactly the same, but our second senior brother changed his lines and said, Junior brother our Iron Bone sect has many martial skills. You can choose and look at them as you wish. Especially the last 2 rows, they are all high-level martial skills. High-level martial skills? A trace of disdain appeared in He Wudi's heart. He only joined the Iron Bone sect temporarily to understand the falling star continent. Naturally, he didn't believe that this sect would have any high-level martial skills. Because Li Qingyang didn't follow the previous routine, He Wudi didn't choose Yi Jingjing. He began to browse the martial skills on the shelves, including rupturing fist, splitting mountain palm, and other martial skills. After flipping through my slash, he was secretly surprised. This martial skill doesn't seem to be simple. Then, he looked at the seal shield, cloud steps, and voice transmission technique. He was very surprised. I didn't expect Iron Bone sect's martial skills to be so comprehensive. There are all kinds of martial skills. Unfortunately. Except for my slash, the other martial skills couldn't be compared to the martial skills cultivated in his own plane. While thinking, He Wudi came to the last shelf. He first saw Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash. After casually flipping through it, he murmured, it's barely acceptable. A divine-grade martial skill was barely acceptable. These words were really awesome. He Wudi put down the Scarlet Heaven's Raging Flame Slash and picked up another secret book from the shelf. Boom, when he saw the name of the martial skill, he was stunned on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. After a while, He Wudi rubbed his eyes to make sure that he didn't read the name wrong. He exclaimed in disbelief, 7 Mystic Sunglow Fragment 1? He Wudi obtained the first remnant of the 7 profound rays shimmering light and ended up being hunted down. At that time, he had planned to throw it out to save his life, but as soon as he took it out, it disappeared into thin air. It was gone, and he couldn't explain it clearly, so he could only continue to be hunted down. He was hunted from the southern heavenly gate to the western heavenly gate, and from the eastern heavenly gate to the northern heavenly gate. In the end, he had no choice but to use his supernatural power to cross space in a hurry. A high-level account was hunted down by a group of high-level accounts, and in the end, he was hunted down to level 0. Looking at He Wudi's experience, it was definitely worthy of the word tragedy. The cause of all this was the disappearance of the 7 profound rays shimmering light. Now that he came to the mortal realm and joined Iron Bone, he actually saw the missing remnant of the secret manual in the technique pavilion. He felt as if he was struck by lightning. Why is it here? Why is it here? No, he carefully observed and found that the remnant of the secret manual was as new as before, and it didn't emit an unfathomable aura. He guessed, this is not the original. Is it just a coincidence? He hurriedly flipped through it and found that the incantation and operation method recorded on it were the same as what he had seen before. He said with certainty, this must be a copy. A martial technique from a high-level plane had a copy in the mortal realm. This made He dumbfounded. Junior brother He? Xianxia said, are you okay? I'm fine. He forced himself to calm down and said, Senior brother Li, this secret manual doesn't seem to be simple. Why does Iron Bone have it? Xianxia thought that the reason for his shock was that the level of the martial technique was too high, so he didn't care and explained, Junior brother He, Iron Bone is actually a large sect that inherited the legacy of ancient times. A large sect that inherited the legacy of ancient times? He was stunned. Xianxia told him everything that Xianxia had told him about Ao Lai, Mount Huagua, and Mount Iron Bone. After hearing this, He was silent. No wonder there weren't many Iron Bone disciples, but there were many different kinds of martial arts. It turned out that they used to be an ancient sect. However, the 7 Profound Sunglow break was created by the 7 Profound Sage, so how could there be an Iron Bone? Wait a minute, He suddenly remembered that the 7 Profound Holy Sovereign wasn't someone from his plane. He had ascended from some mortal world. The ancient Iron Bone has such a martial skill, and the 7 Profound Saint Sovereign has ascended. Could there be a connection between the two? Senior brother Li, He asked, where's the first sect leader of our Iron Bone sect? He had a bold idea. It was very likely that the 7 Profound Holy Sovereign was related to the first sect master of the Iron Bone sect, or perhaps they were the same person. It was easy to explain why the Iron Bone faction had the 7 mysterious Sunglow fragment scroll. Xianxia shook his head and said, I'm afraid only the sect leader knows where Senior Sun, the founder of Iron Bone, went. This Senior Sun was the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, that Xianxia had fabricated. Only the sect leader knew. He thought to himself, I have to ask. Pfft. Xianxia, who was sitting in the main hall, spat out a mouthful of tea. He thought, do they really think that Iron Bone is an ancient sect, and Sun Wukong is the founder of the sect? Little He put down the teacup and said, is this question very important? He said, my Iron Bone sect has many martial skills. I'm also very curious about the sect's past. Xianxia thought quickly and said, this is the sect's secret history. However, since you're my last disciple, I don't mind telling you. He immediately pricked up his ears. Xianxia said seriously, actually, the founder of Iron Bone, the first sect leader, went through 81 disasters. He wore a golden armor and stepped on 7 colored clouds to ascend to the upper world. These martial skills of the sect were also left behind by him. 7 colored clouds to ascend to the upper world, wasn't this very compatible with the 7 Profound Sage, who controlled 7 attributes? As expected. He suddenly realized and thought, the great sage, heaven's equal, who created Iron Bone, and the 7 Profound Sage are the same person. This falling star continent should be the place where he ascended to the upper world. Even in his wildest dreams, Xianxia would never have imagined that his nonsense would actually match up with the 7 Profound Holy Venerate of a higher plane. Moreover, it would even make this fellow muddle-headed and forcibly fill in the blanks. After returning to his room, he thought for the entire night, and his mood became more and more excited. The 7 Profound Sage was an extremely powerful expert. He had accidentally crossed the void and came to the world he used to live in, and even joined the sect he created. This was completely a good fortune. What good fortune? It was completely similar, and it was purely a coincidence. If I cultivate here, I might be able to pry into a higher level of profoundness in the future and break through to the unreachable sage realm. The more he thought, the more excited he became. He secretly decided, I'll cultivate an Iron Bone. With so many coincidences, he firmly believed that Iron Bone was the sect created by the 7 Profound Sage, and it was the place to become a stronger expert. Thus, his mentality had changed greatly. Leave, impossible, after. Experiencing memory loss 3 times and joining the Iron Bone 4 times, He Wudi finally thought it through. He truly integrated himself into the sect and began to cultivate seriously. Because of the 7 profound sage, he was actually in awe of sect leader Jun. After all, he was the current sect leader. If he wanted to pry into a higher level of cultivation in the future, he might be able to provide a lot of help. Night fell. Close the door. He Wudi shouted loudly, and then closed the door with a smile on his face, fully immersing himself in the role of the last disciple. Sect leader. Li Qingyang, who was standing in front of the hall, was puzzled. Junior brother, he seems to be very happy. Jun Changxiao stood with his hands behind his back and said, because he has completely understood what it means to be unyielding and unyielding. It's just that, Li Qingyang said, if junior brother's strange illness is not cured, there is a possibility that it will recur. Half of his illness is caused by his inner demons. Once the inner demons are gone, he will naturally recover, Jun Changxiao said. Speaking of strange illnesses, he was reminded of Shi Jingxian. He couldn't help but secretly say, I wonder if an elementary spirit medicine can cure her eye disease? I've said before that I will pay a visit to Miaohua Palace. When I'm done with the matters in Jinyang County, I can go and take a look. The system said, why don't you go now? If you can cure Miaohua Palace's palace master's eye disease, you will owe her a big favor. If she knows that Iron Bone is in trouble, she might come out and help. This, Jun Changxiao pondered for a moment and said, why didn't I think of that? Miaohua Palace was a fourth-rate sect. If he could form a good relationship with them, there would be no harm in it. Moreover, according to the information he had, Miaohua Palace was located in a fifth-rate county. Although it was a fourth-rate sect like Gue Yuan Sect and Wanzhui Pavilion, it should be stronger than the others. Jun Changxiao slapped his forehead and said, I always thought that palace master she was a woman. I completely forgot that her sect is actually very powerful. The system had given him some inspiration and put a visit to Miaohua Palace on the agenda. However, before that, he had to make arrangements for his disciples to improve their cultivation faster. No matter how strong Miaohua Palace was, it was only an external force. If he wanted to avoid being bullied on the Falling Star continent, he had to rely on himself and his disciples. The duration of the token was 3 months. 1 month had passed, so Jun Changxiao was a little anxious about how to face a 6th-class county and 2 4th-class sections. Find Shangguanhong? No. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had no right to interfere with the matters between the counties. Jun Changxiao agreed with the system's suggestion. After all, the only power he could rely on now was Miaohua Palace, which he had a little relationship with. Next, he settled the affairs of the sect and distributed a large number of natural spiritual stones to the disciples so that they could improve faster. To be honest, even with the spirit-gathering matrix and energy-gathering pills, the Iron Bone disciples were already breaking through very quickly. With the addition of the spiritual stones, the speed would be unimaginably fast. 2 months. There would be earth-shaking changes. After everything was arranged, Jun Changxiao left Iron Bone on the Hurricane Wolf King with the little dragon. He didn't bring the disciples because he wanted them to break through faster. Everyone didn't disappoint sect leader Jun. They were cultivating with the clear heart technique all the time. The martial spirit of the entire sect was even stronger. Senior Sister Liu. Yao Menjing sat in the cafeteria and said enviously, I also want to cultivate martial arts like senior brother. The disciples of Iron Bone were all cultivating. She was the only one who had nothing to do every day. The main reason was that she was too young. Sect leader Jun meant that she could start learning martial arts when she was 12 or 13 years old. Lu Wancher smiled and said, you can find second senior brother and ask him to teach you martial arts techniques. The sect leader said that I'm too young to cultivate for now. Yao Menjing pouted. Lu Wancher put down her spoon and blinked. She smiled and said, second senior brother is easy to talk to. I'll take you to him. So, she led Yao Menjing to Li Qingyang and told him the purpose of her visit. Our general manager Li was indeed easy to talk to. He couldn't resist Lu Wancher's coaxing and finally agreed to let the little girl enter the technique pavilion to choose her martial arts techniques. Menjing. Lu Wancher accompanied her into the technique pavilion. Holding the muscle bone strengthening scripture, she smiled and said, "You can cultivate your martial arts techniques first and open your meridians." Okay. Yao Menjing nodded but accepted the secret manual. She looked at the shelf on the far right and unconsciously walked over. It was filled with evil sect martial arts. Jun Chongxiao had obtained these items from the evil sects he had annihilated. He did not agree with the difference between good and evil, so he placed the evil sect's mental cultivation method in the technique pavilion. If a disciple had talent in this area, they could also take it to cultivate. The word evil didn't come from cultivation, but from man-made actions. Even if one practiced righteous martial arts, doing evil things behind the scenes was not righteous, it was evil. Although heretical cultivators were a little extreme when it came to cultivation, as long as they didn't do anything heartless, they wouldn't be considered heretical. Of course. Sect leader Jun had warned them again and again that they were not allowed to cultivate as they pleased if they did not have the talent to cultivate evil arts. In Iron Bone, Xianxia was the only one who had the talent to become a heretic. Now, he had basically given up and focused all his attention on the system martial arts. Senior Sister Liu. Yao Menjing picked up an evil sect's mental cultivation method and scratched her head. "Can I cultivate this mental cultivation method?" Lu Wancher was surprised. "You want to cultivate an evil sect's martial arts?" No, no. She hurriedly shook her head. "The sect leader said that I can't casually cultivate evil sect's martial arts, or else it'll be easy for me to go mad." Yao Menjing hugged the secret manual tightly and begged, "Senior Sister Liu, I really want to learn." Lu Wancher was silent for a while, then said, "Since it's like this, then learn it." She wasn't old, so she didn't understand the consequences of cultivating evil sect's martial arts. If Li Qingyang came along, he would definitely try his best to stop his junior sister from cultivating evil sect's martial arts. "Thank you, Senior Sister Liu." Yao Menjing smiled brightly, then chose a few evil sect's martial arts and left happily with Lu Wancher. The path of evil cultivation was filled with danger. This little lowly, whether her choice today was right or wrong, no one could say for sure. On the second day, Li Qingyang came to the technique pavilion for a routine check. When he found the record of Yao Menjing's martial arts, he was shocked. Why did that little girl choose evil sect's martial arts? Do. He hurriedly went to the cafeteria and asked anxiously, "Where's little junior sister?" Lu Wancher said, "She's cultivating martial arts in the inner courtyard." Li Qingyang hurriedly went to the inner courtyard, but Yao Menjing's room was locked from the inside. No matter how he knocked, there was no response. Lu Qianxian coincidentally walked over. Seeing her second junior brother's anxious face, she asked, "What's wrong?" Li Qingyang hurriedly told her that Yao Menjing chose evil sect's martial arts. Bang, the door collapsed, and cold air filled the air. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched, thinking, "Senior sister, you're too violent." Lu Qianxian retracted her palm and walked in. She saw Yao Menjing on the ground, waved her hand, and carried her to the medicine hall. "Not good, little junior sister fainted." "What's the situation?" "I heard senior brotherly say that she cultivated evil sect's martial arts." Iron Bone disciples heard the news and all headed to the medicine hall. Woo-woo, inside the medicine hall, Lu Wancher cried and blamed herself. "It's all my fault, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have let little junior sister choose evil sect's martial arts." "Girl, don't cry." Elder Wei softly shouted. One of his hands was still on the unconscious Yao Menjing's pulse, checking why she fainted. Lu Wancher hurriedly stopped crying. Strange. After the diagnosis, Elder Wei was confused. Her meridians are fine, and her breathing is stable. Why did she faint? Xianxia, who was standing at the side, said, "Could it be that she suffered a setback while cultivating evil sect's martial arts?" "That's possible." Elder Wei could only think so. Hoo. At this moment, a dark aura suddenly appeared around the unconscious Yao Menjing. Elder Wei's face changed as he hurriedly took 2 steps back and said in shock, This is. Xianxia also opened his eyes wide. Hoo, the ink-like attribute was still spreading and completely enveloping Yao Menjing. The medicine hall was filled with a murderous aura, causing Li Qingyang, Lu Wancher, and the others to shudder. Elder Wei and Xianxia's gazes kept changing as a storm rose in their hearts. Yao Menjing, who was enveloped by the demonic aura, gradually rose and hung in the air. Her entire body seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. A few minutes later, the strange aura completely entered Yao Menjing's body as she floated back onto the bed. The oppressive murderous aura dissipated along with the dark aura. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Elder Wei. Li Qingyang hurriedly said, "What's going on?" Elder Wei was silent. Xianxia, who was standing at the side, was also silent. "What's going on?" Lu Wancher also asked. She didn't care about the dark aura, but whether Yao Menjing was alright. Elder Jiang. After a while, Elder Wei said, "You cultivated in the evil sects before, so you should know the situation." Xianxia nodded and said seriously, "If I'm not wrong, this girl has awakened her innate demonic body." Evil cultivator and demon cultivator. There were two more extreme professions in the falling star continent. The cultivation method of evil cultivators was nothing more than using unorthodox cultivation methods to achieve opportunistic means. Demon cultivators were different. They cultivated real demon techniques and absorbed the demon chi between heaven and earth. Evil cultivators were equivalent to martial cultivators and demon cultivators were equivalent to sword cultivators. Both were extremely rare. It was said that there were many demon cultivators in the falling star continent 10,000 years ago. There were also many demon sects that could compete with the top sections. However, demon cultivators' cultivation methods were more extreme than evil cultivators. Therefore, the major forces that claimed to be righteous joined forces and issued a demon-slaying order to prevent future generations from being bewitched. It was a war that lasted for 100 years. It was said that even martial emperors participated. Later generations called it the war between the righteous and evil. There were many righteous experts, and the demon sects were outnumbered. In the end, they were gradually eradicated. Today, there were no more demon sects in the entire continent. Of course. If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again. There were many demon cultivators who survived. They either lived in seclusion in the mountains or hid their identities and lived in the falling star continent. The demon-slaying order was still in effect. As long as the righteous sects found demon cultivators or demon sects, they would go all out to eliminate them. Therefore, every once in a while, there would be news of some demon cultivators or demon sects being discovered and then besieged by various experts. Why did they say this? Because Yao Menjing had awakened the connate demon body. A person with such a physique must be a demon cultivator, and a top one at that. Elder Wei frowned and said, 10,000 years ago, the patriarch of the demon emperor sect, the demon emperor, had the connate demon body. He fought with the 9 great martial emperors alone. It was said that he was the strongest person in the falling star continent. I've heard of it too. Xianxia said, unfortunately, even though the demon emperor's cultivation was unprecedented, he was still defeated by the 9 great martial emperors. In the end, he was killed by the 9 great martial emperors on the demon mountain. Li Qingyang and the others had never heard of this, but they were amazed that one person could fight with the 9 great martial emperors alone. This was definitely a super existence that could only be looked up to. Speaking of which, was Yi Xingchen among the 9 great martial emperors? No. The reason why he could become one of the 9 emperors was also because of the devil emperor. Although the other party had died in battle on the demon mountain, he had taken 2 martial emperors with him. That was how Yi Xingchen was able to comprehend the providence of heaven and earth and become a martial emperor. The ancient emperors fought for supremacy and divided the falling star continent into 13 prefectures. Some kind of restriction existed in this world, and only 9 people could ascend to the throne and enjoy the worship of all living beings. After the fall of the martial emperor, the emperor was scattered across the world, searching for the most suitable martial cultivator to take over. Yi Xingchen was the new martial emperor after the war between the righteous and demonic factions. What about those who had not become martial emperors? They also had the opportunity to become martial emperors. However, they had to challenge the 9 great martial emperors. If they won, they would replace them. It was very unrealistic for Wuxing to fight a martial emperor. Therefore, since ancient times, no one had been able to shake the 9 great martial emperors. They could only sullenly wait for them to fall. Perhaps the world could no longer withstand the battle of the martial emperors, so it had sealed off the path to becoming a martial emperor. However, there were exceptions, and that was the demonic cultivators who did not walk the normal path. 10,000 years ago, a peerless genius was born among the demonic cultivators. With an innate demonic body, after hundreds of years of cultivation, he broke through the shackles of heaven and earth and became a demon emperor. He also single-handedly founded the famous demon emperor sect. We must be ranked to succeed the martial emperor. You can ignore the rules of heaven and earth and break through to a higher level. How can you do that? Therefore, the martial cultivators of the falling star continent united and issued the demon-slaying order. Although the slogan was to slay demons, in fact, they were worried that if they were allowed to grow stronger, it would bring disaster to the martial cultivators. Who was right and who was wrong 10,000 years ago was no longer important. The important thing was that before the demon emperor died, he looked up to the sky and laughed, saying, "As long as heaven and earth are not destroyed, the demonic path will exist forever. I have planted the seed of an innate demonic body in the world. If it awakens in the future, it will definitely restore the glory of the demonic path." His voice contained supreme emperor power and majestic demonic chi. Not only did it ripple in the sky, but it also enveloped the entire continent, wantonly disturbing the minds of living beings. According to the historical records, this was the divine power that the demon emperor used before he died. He planted his innate demonic body in the hearts of the people, until one day it sprouted, bloomed, and bore fruit. As long as heaven and earth were not destroyed, the demonic path would exist forever. This sentence became the spiritual pillar of the demonic cultivators who were lucky enough to survive. They were also waiting bitterly for the awakening of the innate demonic body, because that would be their hope to restore the demonic path. More than 1,000 years after the demon emperor's death, an ordinary young man walked out of the mountains and accidentally awakened the innate demonic body. From then on, he embarked on the path of demonic cultivation. This was the life of a protagonist. Unfortunately, his identity as a demonic cultivator was exposed, and he was hunted down by the righteous sect. In the end, he died an unnatural death. In the following years, 7 innate demonic bodies appeared one after another. Some of them died during their growth, and some gathered the surviving demonic cultivators to strengthen the demonic path. In the end, their deeds were exposed and they were eradicated. Because innate demonic bodies appeared every once in a while, there were detailed records in the history books. Elder Wei and Xianxia had naturally heard of it. When Yao Menjing's body was surrounded by demonic qi, they determined that this was definitely the sign of the awakening of the innate demonic body. "This is troublesome, troublesome." Elder Wei frowned and said, "This girl has the innate demonic body. She is the public enemy of the entire falling star continent." Xianxia held his chin and murmured, "The first 8 were all men, but the 9th was a girl, and a 7 or 8-year-old girl." Li Qingyang also realized that the awakening of little junior sister's innate demonic body was not a good thing, so he hurriedly said, "Elder Wei, we have to inform the sect master quickly. Let's contact him through telepathy." Elder Wei said. Xianxia hurriedly performed his martial arts, but unfortunately, our sect master Jun was already far away, and there was no way to contact him. Elder Wei said, "The girl's awakening of the innate demonic body did not cause too much of a commotion, so the outside world might not know about it. Let's not spread the news and wait for the sect master to return before we discuss it." "All right." Xianxia agreed. Back to Jun Changshao, riding on the Hurricane Wolf King, traveled for about a day, and entered the 5th grade county where Miaohua Palace was located. He entered a city called Happy City. A 5th grade county was very powerful, and even an ordinary city like this was far superior to Qingyang City in terms of size, number of people, and even the experts. Sect Master Jun was dumbfounded as soon as he entered. Because on the main street of Happy City, he could see luxuriously decorated brothels every few steps, and there were gorgeous beauties standing at the entrance, throwing flirtatious glances at him. "This place is really a happy place for men." Jun Changshao shook his head, ignoring the beauty's calls, and chosen in to stay in. "Have you heard? The remnants of the demonic sect secretly returned to the demonic mountain and met with the experts of the various sections. They fought for a long time. This is big news, of course we have heard. That self-proclaimed 36th patriarch of the demonic monarch sect has just entered Wuhuang, but he dares to fight with the experts of the 1st grade sections. He is really overestimating himself." Jun Changshao sat by the window, and he had nothing to do but listen to their discussion. He couldn't help but think to himself, Wu Huang is just a beginner in their eyes. The martial cultivators of this 5th grade county are really awesome. He was just casually listening, and then he rested for the night before continuing his journey. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the mountain where Miaohua Palace was located. Miaohua Palace was located on Miaoling Peak of Miaohua Mountain. From afar, this peak looked like a young girl standing gracefully, which was why it was named Miaoling coincidentally. The first palace lord of Miaohua Palace came here because of this feature. Therefore, she established a sect that only accepted female disciples. In the hearts of countless men, Miaohua Palace was definitely a holy land because all the female disciples were as beautiful as flowers. Unfortunately, the sect had a rule that men were not allowed to enter. Therefore, entering Miaohua Palace to tour the flowers one day became the dream of many men. Some people would not turn back until they hit a wall. They knew that they could not enter, but they still came to Miaohua Mountain, hoping to see the beautiful female disciples. This was not the case. At the foot of Miaohua Mountain, there were many handsome young masters and famous young heroes gathered. Jun Changxiao walked over and looked at the 30 to 50 young elites gathered. He could not help but think to himself, it's quite lively. Swoosh! A young master dressed like a scholar walked over and opened his folding fan elegantly. He smiled and said, "Friend, are you also here to see the splendor of Miaohua Palace's disciples?" You can say that. Jun Changxiao naturally wanted to see how different the disciples of Miaohua Palace were from the 5th-rate Holy Spring sect. The scholar sized him up and said, "Judging from your attire, you shouldn't be from a big family." Jun Changxiao wanted to reply, "What does it have to do with you whether I'm from a big family or not?" However, it was better to keep a low profile when outside, so he replied, "I'm from an ordinary family." The scholar closed his fan and pointed at the young elites in front of him. They're all young masters. From famous clans. My friend, you're from an ordinary family. You definitely won't be given a second glance by the beautiful disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace. Oh? Jun Changxiao smiled and said, "From what you're saying, they came to Miaohua Palace to win a smile from the beauty." "You're not?" the scholar asked. "No." Jun Changxiao said honestly, "I'm here to visit Miaohua Palace." His voice was a little loud. When the young masters nearby heard him, they all looked at him in surprise. Did he hear it wrong? This guy wants to pay a visit to Wonderful Flower Palace? The scholar was taken aback as well. Soon after, he smiled and said, "Wondrous Flower Palace has never welcomed men. Isn't it a joke for a friend to visit? Is there something wrong with his head? If Miaohua Palace could be placed anywhere, why would we be standing at the foot of the mountain? Looks like he's a country bumpkin from the mountains. He hasn't heard of the rules of Ingenious Flower Palace." Everyone discussed in low voices, and all of their words were filled with contempt. Jun Changxiao was a little speechless. "So, just because you're not qualified to enter, I have to follow you." They were just a bunch of bored young masters from rich families. Sect leader Jun didn't lower himself to their level and continued to walk forward. "They're coming down, they're coming down." Suddenly, someone shouted. Jun Changxiao looked up and saw a dozen or so disciples of the Ingenious Flower Palace walking down the stairs. It had to be said that they had slender figures and good looks. It was easy for them to attract the attention of men. Walking in front was a disciple called Li who often accompanied Xianxia. "Senior sister," a female disciple said in a low voice, "there's another group of lechers at the foot of the mountain. Should we chase them away?" Li said indifferently, "They're just flies. Just ignore them." The dozen or so disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace coming down the mountain immediately attracted the attention of the young masters. They all looked up. The falling flowers were willing, but the heartless flowing water was merciless. They didn't even look at them and treated them like air. The young masters who came here were already used to it, so they didn't mind being ignored. Instead, they slowly admired the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace. "Young Master Su, I think the disciple walking in front has the most extraordinary appearance. The second to last female disciple is petite and extremely cute. She's the type I like the most. I think the second one is quite good." Everyone discussed in low voices. Jun Changxiao shook his head and thought, have they never seen a woman before? Sect leader Jun didn't know. The disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace cultivated on Mount Ingenious, which was full of spiritual energy. Over time, they formed a unique temperament that other women couldn't compare to. The young masters had seen their fair share of beauties, but compared to the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace, they were really vulgar. Not long after, Li Er led her fellow disciples down the mountain and continued to ignore the young masters on the side of the road. They were all like proud peacocks. Miss Li Er, Jun Xianxia said, we meet again. The young masters standing at the side were stunned. Then, they were all filled with murderous rage. This guy actually took the initiative to greet them. If they angered the other party, they would be chased away together with everyone. Even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to absolve them. In the past, there were people who tried to worm their way into being friends with them. As a result, outsiders weren't allowed to get close to Mount Ingenious for half a year. Sect leader Jun's words caused intense anger to be directed at him from all directions. He thought to himself in surprise, what's going on? Li Er frowned when she heard someone call her by her nickname. However, when she heard the words, she was stunned. She turned around and exclaimed, it's you. Everyone was dumbfounded. The disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace knew this guy. Jun Xianxia said, Miss Li Er, is it strange that I'm here? Li Er frowned and said, why are you here? I'm here to pay a visit, Jun Xianxia said. Li Er fell silent. Of course, she remembered the agreement between the palace lord and Jun Xianxia at the Iron Bone Palace. However, she didn't expect him to come so soon. What's wrong? Jun Xianxia smiled and said, am I not welcome? Humph, Li Er snorted and said, since you're here to pay a visit, my Ingenious Flower Palace will naturally welcome you. As she said that, she made a gesture and said, please. When they heard the words welcome and please, the young masters standing nearby were stunned. They even suspected that they had heard wrongly. They didn't hear wrongly because they saw with their own eyes Jun Xianxia climb the stairs under the guidance of Li Er and the other disciples. Oh my god! Who is that guy? He's actually qualified to enter Ingenious Flower Palace. From the looks of it, he seems to be old friends with the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace. Everyone was talking at once. Their eyes were filled with envy. Everyone. Jun Xianxia waved his hand as he climbed the stairs and said, I'll go up first. You guys can continue to watch from below. Damn it. You guys looked down on me just now. I must provoke you guys. Jun Xianxia's way of slapping them in the face was really a little childish and childish. What? In the study, Shi Jingxian stood up and said happily, Sect Master Jun is here to pay a visit? Yes. Li Er said, he's been arranged to stay in the West Wing by the disciples. However, she muttered in her heart, my palace lord, that guy is here to pay a visit. You don't have to be so excited. Li Er. Shi Jingxian hurriedly combed her hair and clothes and said in a panic, should I change my clothes and dress up? Jun Xianxia was arranged to stay in the West Wing. It was a separate area and he was the only one there. It was as if he was isolated from the world. The environment was not bad and the spiritual energy was abundant. Sitting in the gazebo, Jun Xianxia felt the spiritual energy and murmured, as expected of a fourth-rate sect. As he spoke, he released his spiritual senses and spread them around. Miaohua Palace was huge and majestic. It was obvious that it was a sect with a strong foundation. However, there were not many disciples. Under Jun Xianxia's spiritual senses, there were only 20 to 30,000 disciples. Since the sect mainly accepted female disciples, it was normal for there to be fewer disciples. Although there were few disciples in Miaohua Palace, they were strong. Martial masters could be seen everywhere. Even Wuzong was not rare. There were also several martial king powerhouses in the outer court hall. Judging from their clothes, they should be elders. Fifth-rate sects also had martial kings. It was not surprising that there were so many fourth-rate sections. Jun Xianxia murmured, Palace Master, she is only at the level of Wuzong. Can she control so many martial kings? In his opinion, Shi Jingxian was just a weak woman with an eye disease. It would be difficult for her to control such a powerful fourth-rate sect. The system said, what does it have to do with the host whether they can control them or not? Jun Xianxia ignored it and wanted to continue prying. However, he found that there were some restrictions in some places that prevented spiritual senses from penetrating. The system said, every force has a side that no one knows. It's impolite for the host to pry without restraint. That's true. Xianxia retracted his spiritual senses. At that moment, the martial kings of Miaohua Palace seemed to have noticed him. They released their spiritual senses and completely shrouded him with an unfriendly aura. Xianxia was embarrassed. Fortunately, the elders of Miaohua Palace did not pursue the matter on account that he was a guest. They left after a slight warning. Sect Master Jun Lier walked in and said indifferently, "The palace master invites you in." In the main hall of Miaohua Palace, 8 elders sat at the head of the table. Most of them were over 50 years old. Some of them looked old, while others were still charming. Judging from their auras, they were all martial kings. As soon as Xianxia came in, everyone's spiritual senses pressed down on him. There was a faint displeasure between their eyebrows. It was already unreasonable for a young man to come in, and he even unscrupulously released his spiritual senses to spy on them. This would definitely make them even more unhappy. Sect Master Jun, an old woman sitting on the right side of the palace master's seat, said lightly, "Young and promising." Her name was Zhang Sunfenghua, and she was the current Grand Elder of Miaohua Palace. Her strength had already reached the peak of the martial king realm. She was in charge of most of the sect's internal affairs, and was the person Shi Jingxian valued the most. The second elder was also a peak martial king. She sat to the left of the great elder. Her name was Leng Xingyu. She was a beautiful middle-aged woman. However, when he looked at sect leader Jun, there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He said, "Sect leader Jun, may I know the reason for your visit?" "It was your palace master who asked me to pay a return visit. Now that I'm here, you're asking me the reason for my visit. This is a little **ket up." Xianxia muttered in his heart, but he still smiled and said, "I've long heard that Miaohua Palace is one of the top sects in Jianghu. I'm here today to broaden my horizons." "I thought you were here to challenge us," Zhang Sunfenghua said. Leng Xingyu said, "Sect leader Jun first challenged the Haoqi sect, then the Sacred Spring sect. Later, you destroyed 4 evil sects in Huaiyang County. You've been very arrogant recently. Do these two have something against me? Why are they speaking in such a sarcastic manner? Or could it be that female martial cultivators who cultivate martial arts all year round have endocrine disorders, just like Abbess Miju?" Xianxia clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "The motto of the Iron Bone sect is that we won't attack unless we're attacked first. Those forces that were destroyed only have themselves to blame." The elders of Miaohua Palace cast disdainful looks at him. It was definitely not because the main character was born with a mocking face. It was because the people of Miaohua Palace had a strong repulsion toward men. Even if it were other men, they would have received the same treatment. As a keyboard warrior, Xianxia was confident that he could fight 300 rounds with them. But when he thought about how he was here to make friends, he smiled awkwardly. Sect leader Jun Zhang Sunfenghua said indifferently, "Miaohua Palace has never entertained men. So, you'd better leave the mountain today." Xianxia was instantly enraged. He said coldly, "I came here as promised. I haven't even seen Palace Lord Shi and you're already chasing me away. Is this how Miaohua Palace treats its guests? I don't want to lower myself to your level because you're women." Zhang Sunfenghua said in a low voice, "Sect leader Jun, please watch your words and tone." "My tone is like that." Xianxia's temper rose. He said, "If you don't like it, you can cover your ears." "How dare you?" Leng Xingyu shouted coldly. The elders also stared at him angrily. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became serious. With so many martial kings glaring at him, sect leader Jun was not afraid. Instead, he said coldly, "Palace Lord Shi, your Miaohua Palace doesn't seem to welcome me. I'll take my leave first." Whoosh, with that, he waved his sleeves and turned to leave. "Sect leader Jun, wait." Shi Jingxuan's voice came from the side door of the main hall. She was wearing a clean long dress and walked in with Lier's help. She was a stunning beauty to begin with. Now that she had put on light makeup, she looked even more like a fairy who was untainted by the mortal world. "Palace Lord." The elders who were originally incomparably cold hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Their eyes were filled with respect. Elders. Xianxia stopped in her seat and reprimanded softly, Sect leader June is an honored guest invited by me. Don't be too rude. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Jun Changxiao was surprised that a group of martial kings was so respectful to a Wuzong. He thought to himself, this woman can't be judged by her appearance. Sect leader Jun, Xianxia smiled and said, sorry for offending you just now. I apologize on their behalf. Please don't take offense. The great elder and the others frowned. They heard from Lier that the palace lord cared a lot about this kid. It seemed that it was true. That's right. Jun Changxiao turned around and said, if I were as polite as Palace Lord Shi, I would definitely be polite. Xianxia sat down. In this kind of situation, she didn't look like a weak woman. Instead, she exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. After all, she was the palace lord of a fourth-rate sect. Naturally, she had the dignity of a palace lord. Jun Changxiao was secretly surprised and said, it's completely different from when I was on Mount Hua. Sect leader Jun, Xianxia said, I heard that there have been frequent battles in southwest Yangzhou recently. Your iron-boned Qingyang County hasn't been affected, right? To be honest, it was as if she was a completely different person from when she learned that Jun Changxiao had come. It's affected. Jun Changxiao said helplessly, not long ago, Xinjiang County attacked. Xianxia said, if that's the case, why are you still free to visit my Miaohua palace? Jun Changxiao glanced at the elders present and said, Palace Lord Shi, I have an important matter to attend to. I wonder if you can ask them to leave for a while. What's so important that he needs to talk to the palace lord alone? In my opinion, that guy purposely sent us away so that he can talk to the palace lord alone. Judging from his appearance, he must be a womanizer. I'm just afraid that the palace lord's willpower is not strong enough and she will be bewitched by him. Outside the main hall, the Miaohua palace elders discussed worriedly. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue's expressions were ugly. They did not have a good impression of Jun Changxiao. Now that he was alone with the palace lord, they felt that it was not a good thing. Grand Elder. Ling Xingyue said, Li is right. The palace lord might really have feelings for that guy. We can't just stand by and watch. We have to stop it. Zhang Sun Fanghua said, you know the palace lord's personality. How can we stop her? Xianxia had absolute authority in Miaohua Palace. Although they were martial kings and elders, they could only listen to orders and did not dare to disobey. Ling Xingyue said, if there's no other way, let's ask the Grand Elder to step in. Every sect had a few surviving experts of the older generation. These people were called Grand Elders. Blue Mountain Sect and Sacred Spring Sect also had Grand Elders whose cultivation had reached Martial King. However, because they were focused on cultivating martial arts, they were in seclusion all year round. They would only come out when something big happened in the sect. If Jun Changxiao did not come to cause trouble in Xinjiang County, the Blue Mountain Sect's Grand Elder would definitely appear. To become a sixth-rate sect, there had to be an expert of Wuzong's level. If a sect wanted to become a sect, the toughest requirement was to have a martial king expert. What about the requirement for a fourth-rate sect? Not only did it have to have at least 5 martial kings, but it also had to have a Wu Huang. Therefore, the Grand Elder of Miaohua Palace who was in seclusion all year round was an expert of Wu Huang's level. She was not the only one. The previous palace lord was also Wu Huang. However, she left Miaohua Palace to travel after helping Xianxia ascend to the position. Xinjiang County's spiritual stream sect only had 1 Wu Huang, while Miaohua Palace had 2. This was the difference between a 6th-rate sect and a 5th-rate sect. Of course. It didn't mean that high-level sects had to have high-level experts. Some sects were declining day by day, and their strength was not as strong as before. They might not have the same level of experts as before. Zhang Sun Fanghua said, before Grand Elder went into seclusion, she said that if there is nothing important, we should not disturb her. Ling Xingyue fell silent. If the Grand Elder did not appear, no one could persuade the palace master. I'm sorry. In the main hall, Xianxia said weakly, they don't like men, so they are hostile towards Sect Master Jun. After the elders left, she seemed to have changed into another person. The majesty of the palace master had disappeared, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, making people feel pity for her. Isn't this change too fast? Jun Changxiao muttered in his heart. He increasingly felt that Xianxia was not simple. Palace Master Shi. He smiled and said, Jun isn't someone who holds grudges. He won't take it to heart. That's good. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Sect Master Jun, what important matter do you have? It was hard to imagine that this was the stern-looking palace master who was sitting at the head of the table just now. Jun Changxiao said, Palace Master Shi, Jun recently met an expert who is proficient in the art of medicine. He is quite accomplished in treating eye diseases. Xianxia hurriedly asked, who is it? Where is he? This senior likes to travel the world. Jun only met him once, and I don't know where he is now. Jun Changxiao spouted nonsense. Xianxia immediately became depressed. However, Jun Changxiao changed the topic and said, before I left, that expert gave me a pill, saying that it could cure all difficult and complicated diseases. This Jun Changxiao didn't have any illness, so he thought of Palace Lord Shi's eye disease. Therefore, I came back to visit, hoping to help you see the light again. The system was in awe of his ability to fabricate such a story. Xianxia was not in high spirits. Over the years, she had visited many famous doctors and eaten many pills, but her eye disease could not be cured. She had long been disheartened. However, she was very grateful that Sect Master Jun thought of her and specially came to Miaohua Palace for this matter. Can I feel the pill first? Xianxia asked. Yes. Jun Changxiao placed the low-grade spirit medicine on the table. Xianxia touched it randomly and took the pill in her hand. She said in surprise, the pill contains such rich heaven and earth attributes. She could feel it, Jun Changxiao said, according to that expert, this pill was refined from hundreds of medicinal herbs. Xianxia smiled and said, it's not poisonous, is it? Jun Changxiao was silent. This woman was quite cautious. However, if someone gave her a pill and she ate it without any hesitation, what was the difference between her and a fool? Sect Master Jun, Xianxia said, I want to test this pill. Yes. Jun Changxiao said. Xianxia said loudly, Fifth Elder, come in. The fifth elder, who was proficient in pills, walked in and took the pill in his hand. After careful analysis, he said, Palace Master, this pill has the effect of nourishing the body. The system only gave this explanation for the pill. The more miraculous effect was definitely not something she could understand or think of. After the fifth elder left, Xianxia said apologetically, Sect Master Jun, although I trust you, there are some things that I have to consider carefully. I understand, Jun Changxiao said. Xianxia pinched the pill and opened her small mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, turning into pure energy that instantly filled her body. Jun Changxiao looked at it intently and thought to himself, it must be effective. Curing Xianxia's eye disease was equivalent to earning a huge favor. If she sent someone to Qingyang County, it should be able to deter the powerhouses of the two sections. Outside the hall. When the fifth elder walked out, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue hurried over and asked, what's the situation inside? The palace master asked me to test a pill. Pill? Everyone was confused. The fifth elder said, this pill should be given by that kid. Judging from the aura it emits, it has the effect of curing diseases. Effect of curing diseases? Zhang Sun Fanghua frowned slightly and said, could it be that that guy wants to cure the palace master's eye disease? Impossible. Ling Xingyue said, the palace master has this disease since birth. Many famous doctors are helpless. How can he cure it? In my opinion, that kid just found a random pill to win the palace master's favor, an elder said coldly. We can't let the palace master have too much contact with him, lest she falls too deep into it. Zhang Sun Fanghua frowned. Huff huff, at this moment, a majestic and cold aura suddenly surged in the hall, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Oh no! Ling Xingyue exclaimed, the palace master has gone berserk. Whoosh! Whoosh, Zhang Sun Fenghua and the others couldn't care less and hurriedly rushed in. As soon as they entered, they saw Xianxia standing at the head of the hall. Her body was surrounded by a blood-red aura, and her empty eyes flickered with a sinister light. She didn't look like a human, but a killing god. Everyone. Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. What's going on? Shi Jingxian, who was standing in front of the chair, was surrounded by red attributes. Although her one eye was empty, it was filled with endless killing intent. It felt like a beast that had lost its consciousness. It made one's hair stand on end and scalp tingle. Jun Changxiao was dumbfounded. How did a cute girl become so scary all of a sudden? The elders of Miaohua Palace, who had just entered, almost cursed when they heard him ask about the situation. Only you and the palace master were in the main hall. Now that she had gone berserk, who should we ask about the situation? Jun Changxiao. Zhang Sun Fenghua said angrily, what's going on? The fifth elder seemed to have thought of something and said, did the palace master go berserk after taking the pill just now? Damn it. Zhang Sun Fenghua glared at Jun Changxiao and said, get into formation and stabilize the palace master. Whoosh, whoosh, as they spoke, Lin Xingyue and the other elders rushed over. Their hands quickly formed strange seals, leaving behind a faint light wherever they stepped. Die. Shi Jingxian said in a low voice. The killing intent in her empty eyes was even stronger. She waved her small hand, and the red attributes gathered around her rushed over like a flood. Be careful. Zhang Sun Fenghua and Lin Xingyue stretched out their palms. Dense spiritual energy erupted and instantly resisted the attacking red attributes. Buzz. Buzz, the three types of energy collided violently and instantly formed energy ripples that surged in all directions in the hall. The furnishings were instantly shattered. The system said, very strong, not inferior to the two peak martial kings at all. F***CK. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, that's powerful. In his opinion, Shi Jingxuan's cultivation was only at Wuzong. He did not expect her to erupt with such terrifying strength. No wonder she was the leader of a fourth-rate sect. No wonder the elders followed her orders. But, the system quickly analyzed. She's currently in a berserk state and has lost her rationality. Jun Changxiao could also see it. In particular, her empty eyes were filled with killing intent. She would definitely kill anyone she met. Could it be that this powerful strength came from the berserk state? Boom, at this moment, Shi Jingxuan's red attribute had gained the absolute upper hand. She had directly repelled the power of the two peak martial kings. Thump. Thump. Thump, Zhang Sun Fenghua and Lin Xingyue retreated several steps, their expressions abnormally ugly. Shua, 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 the other elders had already rushed over. Using a strange movement technique, they spun around, and their bodies were instantly filled with flowing light, which intertwined together to form an inescapable net, trapping Shi Jingxian within. Boom. Boom, the red attribute madly collided with the surroundings, causing the flowing light barrier to tremble incessantly, as if it could collapse at any moment. First elder, second elder. The fifth elder suppressed his boiling blood and said, come quickly. Zhang Sun Fenghua and Lin Xingyue strode over. They stretched out their palms and pressed them tightly against the barrier. Their peak martial king cultivation erupted and instantly stabilized the barrier. Who? The elders felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Boom. Boom, trapped within the barrier, Shi Jingxian continuously bombarded the barrier. However, with 8 martial kings stabilizing the barrier, she was unable to break it. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Who can tell me what's going on? First elder, I feel that this is a huge misunderstanding. Jun Changxiao, who was standing in the iron prison, said with a crumbling face. The 8 elders of Ingenious Flower Palace subdued Shi Jingxian and then captured him. He was completely dumbfounded throughout the entire process. Zhang Sun Fenghua fastened the chains and said coldly, you'd better pray that the palace master is fine. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Ingenious Flower Mountain alive. Jun Changxiao was speechless. He had kindly come to deliver the medicine, but in the end, he was reduced to a prisoner. As expected, it was not easy to be a saint. The system was very puzzled. Even if a low-grade medicine has no effect, it shouldn't cause one to lose their rationality. Ck Jun Xianxia sat on the wooden bed and said, I've been screwed over by you. Why are you blaming me? If you didn't say that you wanted to befriend Ingenious Flower Palace, why would I be here? Why would I be imprisoned? I didn't put a knife to your neck and force you to. Come here. It's your fault. Don't explain. It's not my fault. I won't explain. They were arguing, actually, with Jun Xianxia's strength, he could have just run away. However, if he didn't get to the bottom of this, it would be equivalent to offending Ingenious Flower Palace. Come to think of it, thinking about what happened in the main hall, he muttered, when Palace Master she went berserk just now, there was a different kind of charm to her. The system was speechless. He was already locked up, but he still cared about her when she went berserk. Was this guy despicable? Sect Master Jun was locked up for 2 days. During this time, he didn't even have anyone to deliver food to. This made him speechless. Even if I offend people, they should at least give me something to eat. Ka. On the 3rd day, the chains were unlocked. Zhangsun Fenghua said unhappily, the palace master invites you in. Jun Xianxiao got up from the wooden bed and hurriedly asked, Palace master she is fine? Zhangsun Fenghua's face was cold as she said indifferently, if anything happened to the palace master, you would have been dead by now. Jun Xianxiao didn't say anything. Under her guidance, he went to the inner courtyard of Ingenious Flower Palace and arrived at the independent courtyard where Shi Jingxian lived. Sect Master Jun, just as he was about to enter, Zhangsun Fenghua said indifferently, this old one doesn't want you to pester the palace master. It's best if you leave today. Oh. Sect Master Jun nodded. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Shi Jingxian sitting in front of the small pavilion. Her face was slightly pale, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Sect Master Jun, are you here? She heard the movement and spoke softly. Her voice was very weak, as if she didn't have any strength. The elementary spirit medicine didn't have any effect, although he was mentally prepared. Jun Xianxiao still shook his head and said, Palace Master Shi, I'm really sorry. Taking the pill made you feel uncomfortable. During the few days of being locked up, he had also thought about it. Shi Jingxuan's sudden outburst was definitely related to the elementary spirit medicine. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian lowered her head and said apologetically, I should be the one apologizing. No, it's my fault. I trusted that fraud who claimed to be an expert of Qi-Huang, Jun Xianxiao said. Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, it's not the first time I've lost my rationality. Sect Master Jun happened to encounter it. Not the first time? Jun Xianxiao was stunned. Shi Jingxian said bitterly, I won't hide it from Sect Master Jun. Actually, not only do I have an eye disease, I also have a strange illness. Every time I'm depressed, I'll lose my rationality and do some cruel things. After I recover, I can't remember anything. Jun Xiangxiao's mouth twitched. He thought about how gentle and cute she was now, and then how she had gone berserk in the main hall with killing intent all over her body. One was like an angel, while the other was like a demon. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, this woman doesn't have dual personality, does she? It's possible, the system said. The disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace didn't know what dual personality was. They understood their palace master's situation. As long as they saw her depressed look, they would immediately comfort her to prevent her from going berserk. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian squeezed out a smile on her pale face and said, I didn't scare you just now, did I? Jun Xianxiao said, it's okay. Shi Jingxian said softly, Sect Master Jun, after taking the pill you gave me, at this point, her little face suddenly turned red and she said, I think I saw your face. Jun Xianxiao was startled and said, the pill was effective? Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, I only felt my vision suddenly light up, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, my surroundings were still dark. That's not right. Jun Xianxiao thought, since it lit up, it means that she regained her vision, which means the pill was effective. Why can't she see anything? The system said, this eye disease of hers is a bit tricky. Wait a minute. Jun Xianxiao suddenly thought of a very serious question and said, Palace Master Shi, you said that you lost your rationality because you were depressed? Yes. You were also depressed before? Yes. Why were you depressed? Because. Xianxia lowered her head and said softly, I saw Sect Master Jun. He saw me. She was depressed. Sect Master Jun crouched in a corner and hugged his head with both hands, extremely depressed and howling in his heart. How can she be depressed after seeing my appearance? Ugly, the system said. Jun Changxiao wasn't ugly. In fact, he was very handsome. Then, why was Xianxia so depressed that she went berserk? Because in her heart, sect leader Jun should look like that. He shouldn't look like this. Xianxia, who was born with an eye disease, had never seen a human before. All her understanding was based on her own imagination. She imagined that Jun Changxiao had eyes, ears, a nose, and a big head. In short, he had human characteristics, but he didn't look like a human. When Xianxia regained her vision and adapted to the light, she vaguely saw Jun Changxiao's appearance. When she compared it with her imagination, she realized that there was a difference and was greatly disappointed. Then, her mood became depressed and she went berserk. To be honest, Xianxia, who had never seen a human before, definitely had problems with her aesthetics. Our sect leader Jun was definitely not ugly. It was just that he didn't meet her expectations. Ugly, the system's words echoed in Jun Changxiao's ears. It was like a sharp sword stabbing into his heart time and time again, causing him to break down from the pain. You can laugh at me, you can humiliate me, you can say that I'm weak. But you can't doubt my handsome appearance. If it's a sin, it's an unforgivable appearance. Hearing Jun Changxiao's words, the system broke down. I've never seen such a shameless person. Sect leader Jun? Xianxia asked weakly, are you okay? This woman didn't realize that because she saw his appearance, she was depressed and brought millions of tons of mental damage to sect leader Jun Fu. Jun Changxiao let out a long breath and said, I'm fine. Xianxia smiled. Sect leader Jun, thank you for the pill. It allowed me to see the light. Although it was only for a moment, I was very happy. She looked very cute when she smiled. She also looked like an innocent girl who didn't know anything about the world. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, she has an eye disease and a strange illness. The heavens are too unfair to her. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said, since you can see the light, there's a possibility of your illness being cured. So, you have to be full of hope for the future and face every day happily. Since he knew that she would lose her rationality if she was depressed, he would definitely encourage her with inspirational chicken soup. Yes. Xianxia smiled and said, I will. Although it was only a brief moment of light and she could only vaguely see the interior of the hall, seeing Jun Changxiao was enough for her to remember him forever in her heart. Sect Master Jun, Xianxia smiled and said, you didn't come to the ingenious flower palace just to deliver medicinal pills, right? Jun Changxiao scratched his head and said, Palace Master Shi, my Iron Bone sect has run into some trouble recently. I hope your sect can lend a helping hand. What trouble? Xianxia asked. Jun Changxiao told him about Jinyang County's invasion and how they had offended 2 fourth-rate sections. What? Xianxia asked in surprise, Sect Master Jun killed King Wu? Yes. Jun Changxiao said, it's still 3. Xianxia said in disbelief, Sect Master Jun, have you already broken through to the martial king realm? Yes. That's not right. Xianxia said, even if you really broke through, it's impossible for you to kill 3 martial kings in a row. This, Jun Changxiao said, I broke through both sword and martial arts at the same time. His tone was very humble, but for some reason, when he said it, it exuded an extremely strong aura of pretentiousness. Ah? Xianxia stood up and said in disbelief, Sect Master Jun is the sword and martial kings? I remember now. She said again, earlier, the elder said that there were signs of 2 martial kings descending in the sky. Could it be that Sect Master Jun is breaking through? Damn, the phenomenon caused by my breakthrough can be seen in the ingenious flower palace. If that's the case, my magnificent brilliance has already covered the entire falling star continent. Sigh. I wanted to keep a low profile and develop. Why did things go against my wishes? Since that's the case, I'll keep a high profile. Jun Changxiao shook his head confidently and said coquettishly, that's right. The phenomenon in the sky just now was me breaking through. Wow. Shi Jingxian said, it's been thousands of years since the sword and martial kings appeared. Sect Master Jun is really a dragon among men for you to be able to do it. If these words came from City Lord Xia, Sect Master Jun would definitely not be surprised. However, when these words came from a cute girl, he immediately felt smug. Humans had to have some vanity. If one didn't care about anything and was unmoved by nothing, one would definitely be a saint. However, Shi Jingxian continued, Sect Master Jun killed the martial kings of 2 fourth-rate sections. They definitely won't let this matter rest. Therefore, I can only ask Palace Master Shi for help, Jun Changxiao said. Shi Jingxian said, since the iron bone is in trouble, I naturally won't sit back and do nothing. This woman was also swift and decisive. She immediately went to the main hall and gathered all the elders, informing them of the matter. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue would definitely object. In their opinion, it was unwise to become enemies with 2 fourth-rate sects for the sake of an iron bone. Elders. Shi Jingxian, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, I have made up my mind. She was very strong and domineering. The elders were silent. They could only obey the palace master's orders and help the iron bone. How would they help? Not only did Shi Jingxian go personally, but she also brought thousands of disciples with her. Even the first elder and second elder had to accompany her. This lineup could be said to be luxurious. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian said, I will set off now. I will reach the iron bone in half a month. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said seriously, thank you for your help, Palace Master Shi. Jun will remember this kindness in his heart. If there is a need for my iron bone in the future, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, Sect Master Jun gave me pointers on martial arts on Mount Hua and traveled thousands of miles to deliver medicine. Now that your sect is in trouble, it is only right for me to help. Jun will take his leave first. I will wait for Palace Master Shi at the sect. Jun Changxiao rode on the Hurricane Wolf King and returned to the Iron Bone first. Although Ingenious Flower Palace did not send Wu Huang, he was still very relieved. As long as Palace Master Shi stood on the city gate tower, she would definitely be a deterrent. Palace Master. After watching Jun Changxiao leave, Zhang Sun Fanghua could not help but say, if we go to help the Iron Bone, we will not only offend 2 fourth-rate sects, but also Xianxia County. The county chief of Xianxia County is a very ambitious person. It is not wise to offend him. Ling Xingyue said. Shi Jingxian said, this queen knows that the 2 elders are thinking for the sake of the sect, but have you ever thought that Jun Changxiao is actually very ambitious? Zhang Sun Fanghua said indifferently, even if the leader of a small sect is ambitious, how can he cause any waves? Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, I am not wrong. Jun Changxiao and his iron bone will definitely have an important position in the falling star continent in the future. She did not see with her eyes, but with her heart. To be exact. She was betting that she was not wrong by going to help the Iron Bone. She was betting on the future of the Iron Bone sect. One day, when he and his sect had absolute strength and gained a foothold in the falling star continent, Ingenious Flower Palace would definitely benefit from it. From being unknown to becoming the most dazzling existence in the pugilistic world, he challenged the Sacred Spring sect, fought the evil faction of Huayang County, and now broke through to become the sword and martial kings. The elders of Ingenious Flower Palace could pretend that they did not see these things, but as the palace master, Shi Jingxian had to see them. She could not let her emotions affect her decisions. She had to consider many aspects. Since Jun Changxiao and his sect had great potential, she had to make friends with them. Therefore, Shi Jingxian went to help the Iron Bone sect not because she liked Sect Master Jun, but because she had her own considerations and plans. Sect Master Jun. On the way to the Iron Bone sect, Shi Jingxian said to herself, don't disappoint me. Sect leader Jun had been invited to Miaohua Palace as she wished. When they arrived at Iron Bone, they would definitely be able to intimidate the Spirit Stream sect and Wanshui Pavilion. However, this was only limited to the strength of the sect. They still had to face Xianxia County. When the time came, they would send hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The 1,000 members of Wolf Rider Hall would definitely not be able to contend against them. What should I do? What should I do? On the way back to the sect, Xianxia was very conflicted. At this moment, he finally realized the importance of strength in numbers. If he also had a large army, he would not have to fear Xianxia County's army. The system said, the best solution is to negotiate. Xianxia said, as a Huaxia citizen, I can only accompany them to the end. I will not negotiate. The system said, what right does the host have to accompany them to the end with a 6th-grade county? Furthermore, it added, Xianxia City is only a small place. At worst, we can just change to another mountain and continue to develop the sect. There is no need to spend so much effort to protect it. Therefore, even if your words are very human, you are still just an emotionless machine, Xianxia said. When Iron Bone was in trouble, City Lord Xia led 3.6 million people and stood on the same side as him. This was his sworn brother. Now that he and his 3.6 million people were in trouble, he had to pack up and leave. How could he be worthy of the plaque in the main hall that was engraved with the words Unyielding Iron Bone? Damn it. Xianxia said, at worst, I will not develop the sect. I will spend a lot of money to build a large army and fight against Xianxia County. No matter the price, he had to protect Xianxia City. This was because this was his promise to Xie Guangquan. A man's promise. Understood. The system said, the host is a real man. Don't talk nonsense. Xianxia said, hurry up and think of a way to fight against a 6th-grade Xianxia County. Didn't the host already think of a way? What the hell did I think of? The system said, didn't the host say that he would spend a lot of money to build a large army? What I meant was no big deal. I meant that we'll throw caution to the wind, Xianxia roared. The system said, host, if you insist on protecting Green Sun City, from the looks of the current situation, you can go all out. F***CK. Xianxia said, I asked you to come up with ideas, not to attack me. I support the host to go all out and spend a lot of money to recruit soldiers and buy horses to fight against the 6th-grade counties, the system said. Can you scram? I can't. If Xianxia could spend a lot of money to recruit soldiers and buy horses, he would definitely do it. However, the problem was that he only had 2 months. There was absolutely no hope of building a legion that could contend with Xianxia County in such a short period of time. Since we can invite Miaohua Palace, why don't we invite some of the bigger counties? Xianxia's mind was suddenly enlightened. It wasn't as if there weren't any counties that were on par with Xianxia County, or even stronger, in the southwestern Yangzhou. Who does the host know? The system asked. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he said, I know Patriarch Long. His Dragon Sun City is not to be underestimated. The system said, find Patriarch Long and ask him to be the mediator. Maybe we can reach a compromise. Xianxia was speechless. Why does this guy always want me to ask for a compromise? The system said bluntly, because the host is too weak now. If you don't ask for a compromise, it will be very difficult for you to fight against these giants. This sentence was very realistic, but also very cruel. Although sect leader Jun was already a sword and martial king, the overall strength of the sect was still very weak. Damn it. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly and said hatefully, if I had a few more years to develop, I would have made everyone bow down to me. Iron Bone. Xianxia returned gloomily. Sect leader. Just as he sat down in the main hall, Li Qingyang hurried in and said, Junior sister has awakened the innate demonic body. Innate demonic body? Xianxia's face was full of surprise. Xianxia walked in and reported Yao Menjing's matter in full detail. So, after Xianxia heard this, he held his chin and said, the innate demonic body is very strong? Very strong. Xianxia said, people with this kind of physique who cultivate the demonic path may become a demon emperor in the future. Xianxia's eyes lit up and said, the little girl has such potential. This is great news for our Iron Bone. Good news? Xianxia's mouth twitched and said, Sect leader, demonic cultivators are like rats on the street in the falling star continent. Yao Menjing has the innate demonic body. If news of this spread out, it will definitely bring about a huge disaster. What do you mean? Jun Changxiao asked. Xianxia hurriedly told him about the demon emperor from 10,000 years ago and the demon-slaying order in the Jianghu. After Jun Changxiao heard this, he said, "It seems to be very serious." Xianxia said, "In the past 10,000 years, 8 people with the innate demonic body have awakened. In the end, all of them died without exception. Their families and forces were also destroyed. Are demonic cultivators so evil that they are hunted down by the whole continent?" Jun Changxiao asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Many demonic cultivators are like evil cultivators. They do whatever they want. The reason why they are hunted down is nothing more than to make some people feel insecure." Having lived in the demon fiend sect, he could say that he saw through the mystery. The most fundamental reason why demonic cultivators had fallen like this was that the first patriarch of the demon emperor sect could ignore the rules of heaven and earth and forcefully enter the emperor level. Naturally, the various forces would not tolerate someone breaking the balance and posing a threat to them. Therefore, they joined forces to destroy him and eliminate him forever. If demonic cultivators were the same as evil cultivators, cultivating special cultivation methods could allow them to grow quickly, but it was still within a controllable range, so they would not be destroyed. Jun Changxiao frowned and said, "Since they are not evil people, it is a bit too much to want to kill them all." Xianxia said, "Sect leader, I think for the sake of Iron Bone, let Yao Menjing focus on martial arts." "Are you afraid that others will find out?" Jun Changxiao asked. Xianxia said, "There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Once the news that Yao Menjing has the innate demonic body spreads, my Iron Bone will definitely be destroyed 100 times. Moreover." He paused and said with a serious look, "Those who come to destroy my sect may be first-rate sects or martial emperors." Damn. Jun Changxiao was shocked. Facing a 6th-class county and 2 fourth-rate sects, he was ready to risk everything. Facing a first-rate sect and a martial emperor, he would definitely die. Where is Menjing now? In the room. Jun Changxiao came to the inner courtyard and walked into Yao Menjing's room. The little girl was curled up in the corner with her head lowered. Sect leader, Yao Menjing gently raised her head, bit her lips, and said with red eyes, Are you going to drive me away?" Jun Changxiao said, "Why should I drive you away?" Yao Menjing choked and said, "I have awakened the innate demonic body. I am an inauspicious person. I will bring disaster to the sect." "Who said that?" Jun Changxiao asked. Yao Menjing buried her head between her legs and said, "I had a dream. In the dream, many bad people came to the sect. Senior brother and senior sister were all lying in a pool of blood. Sect leader was covered in injuries and stood in front of me to protect me. Those bad people said that I was a devil, that I was a demon. They told sect leader not to be stubborn and not to protect me. Otherwise, they would destroy Iron Bone. It was just a dream." Jun Changxiao walked over and said gently, "Why take it so seriously?" He squatted down, raised his hand and put it on her little head, and said, "You are an Iron Bone disciple for a day, an Iron Bone disciple for a lifetime. As long as you are willing to stay here, I will not drive you away." Woo-woo, Yao Menjing cried even more sadly and choked. In the dream, sect leader also answered the bad people like this. He said that I am an Iron Bone disciple for a day, an Iron Bone disciple for a lifetime, and no one can hurt me. After Yao Menjing awakened her innate demon body, she fell into a coma for a period of time and had many strange dreams. The dream that left the deepest impression on her was that many people came to Iron Bone, saying that they were the remnants of the demonic path, a disaster, and an ominous person. Yao Menjing was extremely scared. She hid behind the sect master, her hands trembling violently. Senior brothers and senior sisters stood in front of her to protect her. Even though those bad people were strong, they were not afraid at all. "Menjing." The sect master turned his back to her and said, "Don't be afraid, this seat and your senior brothers are all here." In Yao Menjing's dream, sect master Jun was still so coquettish. This sentence was also full of magic, making Yao Menjing, who was originally afraid, gradually calm down. Later, the dream changed, and many senior brothers fell in a pool of blood. Although she did not witness the process, she could guess that they must have fought with the bad people. Yao Menjing raised her head with difficulty and found that the sect master was also injured, covered in blood, but still standing in front of her. At that moment, her heart was in pain, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Jun Changxiao. On the opposite side, an old man with a strong aura said in a deep voice, "Hand over the remnants of the demonic path behind you, and we can let your iron bone go." Jun Changxiao's eyes became incomparably cold, and said, "This seat still has the same words, once a disciple of iron bone for a day, a disciple of iron bone for a lifetime, no one can hurt her." Although it was just a dream, the sect master's words were deeply engraved in Yao Menjing's heart. Even after waking up, she did not forget. Speaking of which, with our sect master Jun's personality, if someone really came to kill his disciple, even if he was seriously injured, it was very possible that he would fight to the end. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Jun Changxiao rubbed Yao Menjing's little head and said with a smile, "Little girl, don't think too much, let Lu Wancher make you a delicious meal later." He got up and left. After returning to the main hall, he gathered Xianxia and the others and said, "No one is to spread the news about Yao Menjing's innate demon body." Yes. The disciples received the order. Li Luoqiu asked, "Sect Master, did you gain anything from your trip to Miaohua Palace?" "Palace Master, she will bring people here soon." Tisk tsk. Li Luoqiu smiled and said, "Sect leader is really charming. You can even invite a fourth-rate sect." Jun Chang smiled and said, "How could I not be charming enough to make Hall Master Li willingly join us?" "Right." He returned to the topic at hand and asked, "What has Xiangyang County been up to recently?" When it came to serious matters, Li Luoqiu became serious and said, "Xiangyang County has been mobilizing its troops recently. It seems that they plan to attack other counties." Jun Changxiao leaned back in his chair and said, "We just conquered Huayang and Heiyang County, and now there's another movement. This Xiangyang County is really restless." Shui Rengue said, "Judging from the enemy's attack route, they want to take all the counties in the southwest region and establish a larger county. The other counties just sit there and do nothing, allowing Xiangyang County to expand their territory?" Jun Changxiao asked. Shui Rengue said, "Xiangyang County has already taken control of several important military bases. Even if the other counties have objections, they won't be able to pose a substantial threat." Jun Changxiao rubbed his temples and said, "This is really a big problem. If it isn't solved, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Go. Call Xiang over." Before long, Long Xiang entered the main hall. When he learned that the sect master wanted to go to Longyang City to ask for help, he shook his head and said, "Sect master, Longyang City is only a city. It won't participate in worldly wars. Not even with money?" "No." Jun Changxiao was speechless. Forget it, forget it. I'll just take it one step at a time." Jun Changxiao threw away all his worries and focused on cultivation. Yao Menjing, who had awakened her innate demonic body, also began to comprehend body metamorphose scripture. The senior brothers also did their best to teach her martial arts so that she could quickly comprehend this kind of body-strengthening mantra. As for the evil sect's martial arts, if she could cultivate it, then cultivate it. If she couldn't, then don't force it. As long as the disciple's heart was with the sect, as long as she didn't do anything unforgivable, Jun Changxiao didn't care if she cultivated the evil path or the righteous path. Xianxia had cultivated the evil sect's martial arts before, so he could also give Yao Menjing some pointers. In short, this little lowly, who had awakened her innate demonic body, was doted on like a pearl in the palm of iron bone. On the other hand, our pitiful last disciple He Wudi was completely unloved by his grandmother. He relied on himself to cultivate and would occasionally be greeted by a happy football. However, this guy's aptitude was really strong. After cultivating for the 4th time, he broke through to martial disciple in just a few days. His speed was getting faster and faster. After comprehending body metamorphose scripture, He Wudi began to cultivate Iron Bone's various martial arts. He secretly exclaimed, "These martial arts look very ordinary, but they are all extraordinary." As expected of the birthplace of the 7 profound sage, Yi Xingchen had always believed that Jun Changxiao came from the upper realm. He Wudi believed that iron bone was related to the seven profound sage. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other inner sect disciples relied on a large number of spirit stones and spirit gathering arrays to enter Wuzong from 1st grade to 4th grade. The improvement was quite obvious. The outer sect disciples at the martial master level progressed even faster. For example, Li Tian, Sima Zhongda, and the others. Although their aptitude wasn't high, they relied on a large number of resources to reach the peak of martial master. Because they had already adapted to the 3rd floor of the training tower and had been refining the spirit energy in their dantian, breaking through Wuzong would be easier than Li Qingyang and the others. The predecessor planted the tree, and the successor reaped the shade. The iron bone's various measures were gradually perfected. The disciples who joined later would definitely cultivate faster than the disciples who joined earlier. In this half a month, He Wudi also began to enter the molding room to mold his body. The first time, he was tortured for a few hours and sat on the stairs with no desire to live. The next day, he felt refreshed all over and began his self-torture journey tirelessly. As for the other disciple, Tao Yuan, he had also integrated into the iron bone. Other than cultivating, he would discuss the art of war with Shui Rengue and was deeply impressed. Hall Master Shui. He cupped his hands and said, "If you lead an army in southwest Yangzhou, no one will be able to defeat you." The disciples all made progress, but sect leader Jun frowned. This was because he had been cultivating for the past half a month. He had also consumed a lot of spirit stones and pills, but his realm still hadn't broken through. The system said, the host is a sword and martial king, and there are 2 spirit cores in his dantian. It's several times harder for him to break through compared to a normal martial king. Damn. Jun Xianxia was speechless. This is a double-edged sword. Sect leader. Li Qingyang hurriedly reported, the palace master of Miaohua Palace has arrived with the disciples. Is that so? Jun Xianxia personally went out to welcome them. He was about to enthusiastically shake hands with Shi Jingxian to show his friendliness, but when he saw Changsun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue's cold faces, he dismissed the thought and smiled. Palace Master Shi, please come in. P.S. The temperature has dropped sharply recently, and the child has a fever, coughing, and making a fuss. It's really a headache, and the updates aren't very stable. Fortunately, I can maintain 3 updates a day. As for the midnight updates, I've temporarily cancelled them. Yes, that's right. I'm a married man with a child. To those beautiful ladies who have a good impression of me, I'm sorry, but my heart already belongs to someone. As for those gays, you can give up. Finally, don't call me dog anymore. Shi Jingxian brought 2,000 disciples and 4 elders who were martial kings. It was a luxurious lineup. It was a feast for the eyes of the male iron bone disciples. After all, they were all beautiful women. Senior brother, the disciples of Miaohua Palace are so beautiful. It would be great if our iron bone had so many girls. The iron bone disciples gathered together and discussed in low voices. If the young masters waiting at the foot of the mountain knew that the iron bone disciples could admire the female disciples of Miaohua Palace up close, they would be so envious that they would vomit blood. Palace Master Shi. In the main hall, Jun Changxiao said, Jun has ordered the disciples to prepare food and wine to welcome your esteemed sect. Thank you, Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian said with a smile. She was wearing a sky blue gauze dress today. After carefully dressing up, she looked even more beautiful. Jun Changxiao said, if Xianyang County invades, they will definitely attack Qingyang City. After dinner, please follow me to Qingyang City, Palace Master Shi. He would never leave Miaohua Palace in the sect. After all, there were secrets that should not be known. Shi Jingxian said. Before long, the fragrant dishes were prepared. She led the elders to the cafeteria. The eyes of the female iron bone disciples who had been here earlier were shining. They had eaten Lu Wancher's dishes once, and the taste was still lingering in their minds. Zhangsun Fanghua and the others kept their heads up, looking cold and aloof. After they were seated, some disciples picked up their chopsticks anxiously. Zhangsun Fanghua reprimanded softly, how many days have you not eaten? A female disciple whispered, Grand Elder, the dishes made by the iron bone chef are simply delicacies. Delicacies? Zhang Sun Fenghua snorted coldly. As an old woman who had lived for hundreds of years, what kind of delicacies had she not eaten? She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. As a sharp-tongued person, the great elder had already thought of a lot of vicious comments in his heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! The disciples of Miaohua Palace raised their chopsticks. Zhang Sun Fenghua didn't reprimand her, because right now, she was slowly savoring the food in her mouth, her expression changing again and again. She had eaten many delicacies, but after swallowing this dish, she concluded that what she had eaten before were all radishes and cabbages. The lines that they had thought of were washed away by the delicious food and were replaced with compliments. Food was the most important thing for the people. Unless one was an expert who could achieve anidia, it would be very difficult to resist the delicious taste on the tip of the tongue. How is it? Leng Xingyue said. Zhang Sun Fenghua suppressed the impact of the food and said, "You can try it." Leng Xingyue raised her chopsticks and ate a mouthful of food. Her beautiful face was instantly filled with shock. Clearly, she was shocked by Lu Wancher's food. Everyone. Jun Changxiao said with a smile, "Sorry for making a fool of myself in front of you." The corners of Zhang Sun Fenghua and the others' mouths twitched. Even this kind of delicacy can be described as plain tea. What can we eat? Just as Leng Xingyue picked up a mouthful of food and was about to eat it, she caught sight of Elder Wei, who had just walked in through the door. Whoosh! She jumped up and slammed her chopsticks on the table. Her beautiful eyes flickered with anger as she said, "Wei Qingfeng." Her voice was very loud and alarmed everyone. Jun Changxiao looked up and saw Leng Xingyue staring at Elder Wei. He couldn't help but think, is that Elder Wei's name? He had joined the sect for a while, but he didn't even know his name. He was really incompetent as the sect master. Elder Wei looked at Leng Xingyue in surprise. After a while, he smiled gently and said, "So you've joined Miaohua Palace." Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice. "You know this woman?" "Yes." Elder Wei replied, "She's my 35th ex-lover." Ex-lover? 35th? Sect Master Jun was dumbfounded. "Elder Wei, you've given me 35 bowls of dog food." When I'm caught off guard, Leng Xingyue's beautiful eyes were still filled with anger, but there was also a trace of undetectable resentment. This complicated gaze was enough to prove that she and Elder Wei had an unforgettable love story. "Wei Qingfeng," she said coldly, "facts have proven that I, Leng Xingyue, can still live a good life without you." "This is not the place to talk," Elder Wei said. "What?" Leng Xingyue's expression was cold as she said, "Are you afraid that others will find out that you, a man, have broken your promise?" Elder Wei fell silent. "What a joke." Leng Xingyue said self-deprecatingly, "I've been bewitched by a heartless man like you for decades just because you said, if you bloom, a cool breeze will come." If you bloom, a cool breeze will come. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched as he imagined a scene. It was a picturesque peach forest. The young Elder Wei stood in front of the young Leng Xingyue, holding a peach branch in his hand. He said in an extremely gentle voice, "Little sister Xingyue, if you bloom, a cool breeze will come." Oh my, oh my. He's so King hipster, so King mushy, Elder Wei said bitterly, "Xingyue, do you still hate me that much?" "I hate you to the core." Leng Xingyue gritted her teeth, and the hatred in her beautiful eyes intensified. Elder Wei didn't say anything. He turned around and walked out of the cafeteria. How could Leng Xingyue let this go? She didn't even eat the delicious food and chased after him. When the two of them left, a disciple of Ingenious Flower Palace whispered, "Grand Elder, is this old man the man who hurt the second elder the most?" Zhang Sun Fenghua said coldly, "He's a flirtatious man who deceived the second elder of her feelings for decades." At this point, she glanced at Jun Changxiao and said, "You even took in such a person. They're just jackals of the same tribe." Sect leader Jun was speechless. Elder Wei's flirtatious bed. Why is she looking at me? Ever since I transmigrated to the other world, although I have a little anticipation for the relationship between a man and a woman, I have always kept myself clean. The readers are so anxious that they ask who the female lead is every day. How can they be jackals of the same tribe? However, but then again, Elder Wei was a veteran in the field of love. He had more than 30 ex-girlfriends alone. As a senior bachelor, he had to find an opportunity to ask for advice. Come, come. Jun Changxiao called out, don't just stand there. Everyone, eat, eat. As he spoke, he released his spiritual senses and locked onto Elder Wei and Leng Xingyue. He watched the two of them stop in the Lotus Pond Pavilion. As expected of an expert in love. Jun Changxiao inwardly said, it looks like a random place, but it's actually so suitable for romance. He learned it, he learned it. Xingyue. Elder Wei stopped and looked at the lotus pond in front of him. He sighed and said, actually, I have my own difficulties. Difficulties? Leng Xingyue sneered. Your difficulties are probably because you have too many women, right? Elder Wei looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said sadly, I, Wei Qingfeng, am destined to drift with the wind for the rest of my life. I can't give you stability or safety, so I can only choose to leave, even if I have to violate the oath between us. He dumped her and still made it sound so poetic. He wasn't an expert in love, but a saint in love. You're drifting with the wind now. If I bloom, the wind will come? Leng Xingyue said coldly. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao almost burst out laughing. Sigh. Elder Wei shook his head and said, Xingyue, I thought you would understand me, but in the end, he gently clutched his chest and said, my heart hurts so much. Leng Xingyue said with a cold face, have you ever understood me? Have you ever known how painful it was for me to wait for you for all those years? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Wasn't it embarrassing to say such mushy lines that only appeared in romance dramas? So, the system said, the host deserves to be single forever. Crack, that was the sound of a broken heart. Elder Wei and Leng Xingyue were chatting by the lotus pond while sect leader Jun released his spiritual senses to eavesdrop. He wasn't eavesdropping, but learning. As the saying went, there was bound to be someone to learn from. In terms of relationships, Jun Changxiao was like a blank piece of paper. There were too many things that he needed to consult Elder Wei about. However, when he heard those mushy words, he retreated in defeat. He couldn't learn. Sect leader Jun retracted his spiritual senses and said, Palace Master Shi, eat more. Elder Wei's heart ached. You told her to eat more. In comparison, the system's words made sense. She deserved to be single forever. Yes. Shi Jingxian nodded lightly and slowly tasted the food. Although the food was delicious, she maintained the demeanor of a sect leader. The disciples of Miaohua Palace were the same. At this moment, they really wanted to wolf down all the delicacies, but because they were women, they had to maintain their composure and not let others laugh at them. After the meal, Elder Wei and Leng Xingyue were still chatting by the pond. However, the atmosphere had eased a lot. Jun Changxiao said in admiration, Second Elder wanted to kill someone just now, but she can calm down now. Elder Wei must have coaxed her a lot. Sect leader Jun, Shi Jingxian said, when are we going to Qingyang City? Let's go now, Jun Changxiao said. After the meal, wouldn't it be better to find a place with a good environment to chat with others? There was really no hope. Jun Changxiao brought Shi Jingxian and the disciples of Miaohua Palace to Qingyang City. Leng Xingyue stayed in Iron Bone for the time being. It seemed like she wanted to completely resolve her feelings of many years. So many beautiful women in their prime flooded into Qingyang City, instantly bringing a huge visual impact to the citizens of the city. When Xie Guangquan learned that the person who came was the palace master of Miaohua Palace, he hurriedly welcomed her personally and was very enthusiastic. Of course. He also admired sect leader Jun in his heart. He could even invite a fourth-rate sect and let them bring so many disciples and upper echelons. How powerful was he? Or could it be that sect master Jun and palace master Shi have already fallen in love? After settling Shi Jingxian and the group of disciples, Xie Guangquan smiled and cupped his hands. Sect master Jun, when will this Xia be able to attend your wedding? Wedding banquet? Jun Changxiao was at a loss. Xie Guangquan smiled and said, you even managed to invite the palace master of Miaohua Palace. I'm afraid your relationship is only lacking a wedding. Don't spout nonsense. Jun Changxiao said, palatial master Shi and I are just friends. Xie Guangquan's face showed an I understand expression, and then he smiled and said, understood. Jun Changxiao knew that he had misunderstood, but he was too lazy to explain. He then said goodbye and returned to Ironbone. There was still more than a month left before the battle exemption token expired. He wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate and strive to break through to rank 2. Even though he was a Sword King and Martial King, and he had 2 spirit cores, which made his cultivation progress extremely slow, as long as he could make substantial improvements, his battle prowess would soar. Sect Master June had just returned to the sect when Ling Xingyu left with red eyes. The anger around her had completely dissipated. He went back and forth to Qingyang City after a meal. Elder Wei solved his relationship problems just like that. He was indeed an expert. Jun Changxiao hurried to the herb garden. Elder Wei was currently sitting in a gazebo, looking at the sky with a worried expression and sighing. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao walked over and said, "Are you all right?" Sigh. Elder Wei sighed and said, "I've owed too much in my life. It was probably romantic debt." Sect Master. Elder Wei said, "What's the matter?" Jun Changxiao sat down and said seriously, "I want to discuss the art of picking up girls with Elder Wei." Picking up girls? It's the art of picking up girls. Picking up girls? Discussing the relationship between men and women. Elder Wei understood and shook his head. The most painful thing in this world is the relationship between men and women. Once you fall into it, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. What's the point of discussing it? If I can be like Elder Wei and have so many old lovers, I'm willing to try no matter how painful it is, Sect Master Jun said seriously. Elder Wei's mouth twitched. Sect Master, you still have to develop the sect. You must not be infatuated with the relationship between men and women. F***ck, am I going to be lonely for the rest of my life? As a sect master? Also. Elder Wei continued, if you don't handle matters of the heart well, there will be endless trouble in the future. This was definitely the most valuable experience for someone who had experienced it. Seeing how serious he was, Sect Master Jun was a little afraid, so he gave up on asking about the art of picking up girls and went back to the topic at hand. He asked about the recent medicinal herbs. Many of the medicinal herbs for the Qi Gathering Pill and Martial Master Pill had been refined. With the continuous supply of heaven and earth attributes, the spiritual energy contained in the medicinal herbs was also stronger than the previous batch. Sect Master. Elder Wei stood in an open space outside the herb garden and said, I plan to continue expanding the herb garden and plant more medicinal herbs. Okay. Jun Changxiao approved. During this period of time, Sun Bukong and the other members of the medicinal hall had already gained a lot of experience under Elder Wei's meticulous guidance. There was no problem in maintaining a larger herb garden together. Of course. Sect Master Jun wouldn't always plant the medicinal herbs needed for the Qi Gathering Pill and Martial Master Pill. After the expansion, he would plant more varieties in preparation for the future. After returning from the herb garden, Jun Changxiao first cultivated in the spirit gathering array for 4 hours, then cultivated on the first, second, and third floors of the training pagoda for 2 hours. Night fell. He returned to the study and found little Long Long curled up in its nest, already asleep. It can't be hibernating again, right? Jun Changxiao muttered as he opened the intermediate store. He hadn't looked at the system store for a while. He didn't finish looking at it after it refreshed last time. His contribution points had overflowed, but he only hurriedly bought a bottle of beginner-grade spiritual medicine. Is there anything else good? Jun Changxiao continued to look, but he was disappointed. There was nothing worth buying. There are still more than 4,000 contribution points. Let's try refreshing again. As he said that, he fiercely pulled down. Ding. Sect contribution points, 45445,000. The items in the store were replaced once again. Jun Changxiao looked at them seriously until he saw the second row of items and jumped up from his seat. Under normal circumstances, anything that could make him so excited most likely had something to do with guns. However, it wasn't a gun, it was a cannon. It was called Magic Modified Schneider 1897 75mm Field Cannon. Jun Changxiao exclaimed, there really is a cannon. He clicked on the detailed introduction, item, Magic Modified Field Cannon. Introduction, Type 1897 75mm Field Cannon. the world's first cannon equipped with a recoil device. It shone brilliantly in the First World War and was later magically modified to be suitable for the world of high martial arts. Advantages: extremely long range, extremely powerful. Disadvantages: extremely expensive crystal nucleus, and requires at least a high-grade crystal nucleus. Price: 2,000 contribution points. Damn it. After seeing the introduction, Xianxia exclaimed, "It's real, an Italian cannon." However, 2,000 contribution points, that's way too expensive, the system said. If you think it's too expensive, the host can choose not to buy it. How could he not buy it? Xianxia County was about to kill their way over. With this kind of field cannon in the city, once it was fired, it would definitely blow up the people on the other side, causing their scalp to go numb. Buy. Buy. Ding. The host has spent 2,000 contribution points and obtained Magic Modified Field Cannon X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 2544500. With a thought, Xianxia summoned the field cannons he had bought. The muzzle was very long and had 2 wheels. The extended tail was tightly attached to the ground, which was obviously used to reduce the recoil. The tail was attached to the ground, which should be used to reduce the recoil. The design of this magic modified field cannon was exactly the same as the ones in Italy in the TV series. At the bottom of the cannon, there was a fist-sized groove, which should be the place to gather the cannonballs. Swish! Xianxia took out a high-grade crystal core and pulled the energy into the groove. The gray cannonball icon began to light up. However, after all the energy was transferred, only 1/3 of the cannonball icon lit up. Damn. Xianxia's mouth twitched. To gather 1 cannonball, do I need 3? The greater the power, the greater the consumption. The system said. Okay. Xianxia said, I hope it won't disappoint me. He took out 2 more crystal cores and transferred them all in. Only then did he successfully charge 1 cannonball. There were 2 cannonball icons on the cannon, which meant that it could hold 2 cannonballs. Xianxia was eager to test the power, so he did not charge the second cannonball. Instead, he called Xiaoxia and the others and directly pushed it to the back of the mountain. As long as they bought a new gun, they would come here to test it. It was like a shooting range. Sect Master. Xiaoxia said in surprise, is this a gun? Oh my god. Su Xianma also came. He walked around the field cannon and said in surprise, the muzzle is so big, the power must be terrifying. After Xianxia checked it, he locked onto the small mountain in the distance and clapped his hands. You will know when you fire it. Can this disciple do it? Su Xianma's eyes suddenly became hot. Yes. Xianxia said, go. Su Xianma walked over, beaming with joy. He stood in front of the field cannon and asked, Sect leader, how do I use it? Xianxia said, press the red button. When he said this, he had already retreated several hundred meters away. As for Xiaoxia, who had experienced being thrown into trees many times, he also avoided it far away. Su Xianma did not realize that he was completely focused on the field cannon. He rubbed his hands and pressed the red button that was more eye-catching. Boom, the peaceful iron bones suddenly emitted a loud boom, causing the ground and buildings to tremble. Because the sound was too loud, the birds in the distance were shocked and fell to the ground. The animals were also frightened and ran around in fear. What's going on? The disciples who heard the buzzing sound looked at the back of the mountain in shock. They saw billowing white smoke rising in the distance and gradually converging into a mushroom shape. Go. Let's go take a look. Everyone hurriedly rushed to the back of the mountain. As soon as they entered, they saw the field cannon spewing out thick smoke. The sect leader and senior brother Xiao stood in the distance. The 2 of them were dumbfounded. Because they were too close, their ears were buzzing from the sound of the cannons. Someone exclaimed, Senior brother Su fell. Su Xianma fell on the grass beside the field cannon. White foam was coming out of his mouth, and his body was twitching violently. He was beaming with joy just now, but now he was like a bear. The contrast was too great, of course. Su Xianma was not shaken by the recoil, but by the sound of the cannons. It was very tragic. Quick! Quick! Carry him to the medicine hall for emergency treatment. The disciples rushed forward like a swarm of bees, carried Xianxia and ran towards the medicine hall. Sect leader. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. What happened to junior brother Su? Jun Chongxiao, who had just adapted to the sound of the cannons, tilted his ears and shouted, "What did you say?" This was a temporary loss of hearing due to the vibrations. It was not just him. Xiao Ziji also lost his hearing. This situation lasted for more than half a day. The disciples had to shout when they talked to the two of them. Of course, the power of the field cannon was still very terrifying. The mountain 40 li away was not only blown to pieces, but it also created a circular crater that was hundreds of zhang wide. How was this a cannon? It was almost comparable to a missile. After Jun Chongxiao's ears were covered, he stood at the edge of the crater and grinned. Why should I be afraid of Xinjiang County? He had absolute confidence that if he fired the cannon, it would definitely scare the army of Xianxia County to the point of wetting their pants. The field cannon was very powerful, but its weakness was also obvious. It was too loud. If it was set up in the city, the sound of the cannon could make the people without cultivation vomit blood. It can be used to deter the enemy. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is better not to use it. Jun Chongxiao murmured. With the powerful field cannon, he was originally worried about how to face sect leader Jun of Xianxia County. However, he immediately relaxed. With the Italian cannon in hand, "You guys are coming." After a routine cultivation, sect leader Jun returned to the study and found that the little dragon was still sleeping. This made him certain that the little fellow had hibernated for the second time. I wonder what changes it will undergo when it wakes up. After the first hibernation, the little dragon's body was much bigger. It could even activate its battle form and directly oppress the rank 2 Marshal King Xianxia. Jun Chongxiao was looking forward to the little dragon's second awakening. Shua. He opened the shop again. Jun Chongxiao continued to flip through the book. His luck this time wasn't too good. The only useful item was the Italian cannon. There were no martial techniques, equipment, or recipes. The system was speechless. A powerful field cannon that can help the host fight the army of Xianxia County head-on is called bad luck? Jun Chongxiao ignored it and continued browsing. When he saw the last item, his eyes lit up. It was a very ordinary sackcloth bag with the words "weapon dispelling Qianquan bag" written on it. He clicked on the description. Item, weapon dispelling Qianquan bag. Description, a special summoning treasure. There are spirit beans in it. After using it, one can transform the beans into soldiers. Advantage, it can store 100,000 spirit beans. Not only can it transform into soldiers, but it can also be boiled, stewed, or fried. It tastes very good. Disadvantage, the spirit beans can transform into soldiers. If the user dies, there will be one less spirit bean used. Price, 1,000 contribution points. Grade, Saint rank, high, Jun Chongxiao said in surprise, this seems pretty good too. It's not just good. The system said, it's practically tailor-made for the host's current dangerous situation. Jun Chongxiao's biggest problem now was Xianxia County, and the 2 fourth-rate sections Shi Jingxian could deal with the sects with her help, but they couldn't fight against a colossus like Xianxia County. Now that he had the field cannon and the weapon dispelling Qianquan bag, he could definitely use them to wrestle with Xianxia County. As for the various ways to eat spirit beans in the description, unless one's brain was kicked by a donkey, they would definitely not try them. Buy. Sect leader Jun spent 1,000 contribution points to buy the weapon dispelling Qianquan bag. Then, he opened the shop and spent 500 contribution points to buy 5 AK-47s that were on cooldown. It was very difficult for guns to cause substantial damage to high-level experts, but if the disciples were equipped with them, they would be very effective against the army of Xianxia County. I have no more contribution points. Looking at the remaining 1,000 points, sect leader Jun suddenly felt a sense of insecurity. P.S. Gozi is begging for votes. After buying Jia Bing's Qianquan bag, Jun Chongxiao took it out. This thing was similar to a numbing bag, but there was a space inside it. It was similar to a spatial item and stored many fingernail-sized spirit beans. Can it be eaten? He took out one and held it in his hand. Jun Chongxiao's eyes flashed with surprise as he sensed the faint spiritual energy that permeated the air. There were only 100,000 spirit beans. If there were any casualties, every spirit bean used would be one less spirit bean. Sect leader Jun would definitely not be willing to eat them. The system said, maybe it has a miraculous effect. Jun Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, if you want to use it, you have to use it on the blade. It's a waste to eat it. How can it be used on the blade? In his opinion, if the Xinjiang County led an army, he would use the beans to create soldiers and fight them to the end. However, how powerful would the soldiers be if they were made from beans? Jun Xianxia went to the training ground of the Wolf Rider Hall. He stood on the mountain peak and took out Jia Bing's Qiankuan bag. What is the sect leader doing? The members of the Wolf Rider Hall who appeared on the training ground looked up with puzzled faces. Is he here to check on our training? Everyone, you must perform well. Don't disappoint the sect leader. Okay. Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes shining with excitement. During the period when the battle exemption card was in effect, they had persisted in cultivating and training. Not only had their realms increased, but their coordination had also become more and more perfect. Now, the 1,000 Wolf Riders had an average cultivation of a 7th grade martial master. There was still a month before the battle exemption card expired. At this speed, they could reach the 9th grade martial master level. They could break through so quickly because Jun Xianxiao gave them a lot of qi gathering pills and natural spirit stones. In short, in order to face the upcoming storm, they had to use all their resources to create the strongest Wolf Rider Hall, magic beans to create soldiers. Jun Xianxiao stood on the mountain peak and shouted. Then, he used his mind to control Jia Bing's Qiankuan bag. With a wave of his hand, spirit beans flew out. What is that? The members of the Wolf Rider Hall were dumbfounded. Bang! 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 The spirit beans made contact with the ground, producing a light sound. Thick white smoke rose and covered the area. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew, and the smoke dissipated. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall widened their eyes. Tens of thousands of soldiers wearing bright white armor and holding long weapons appeared out of thin air. Their figures were straight and their gazes were cold. They gave off the feeling of divine soldiers and heavenly generals. Jun Xianxiao was stunned. The martial Dao aura emitted by the soldiers transformed from spiritual beings was actually at the martial master level, the most coquettish thing. Sect leader Jun could feel that he could control it as he pleased. Turn! He muttered in his heart. The 10,000 soldiers standing below turned around in unison and faced the mountain he was on. Their actions were so synchronized that they looked like guards of honor who had undergone strict training. Shui Rengue walked over and asked in surprise, Sect leader, where did these soldiers come from? Jun Xianxiao did not explain. Instead, he smiled and said, it's all right, right? Very strong. Shui Rengue said seriously. Very strong was not referring to the cultivation of the soldiers, but from the way they stood and moved, it was obvious that they had received very professional training. Come. Jun Xianxiao said heroically, you command the Wolf Rider Hall, and I command these soldiers. Let's have a military exercise. N. Shui Rengue nodded. On the training ground. 1,000 Wolf Riders stood in the west, while 10,000 spiritual being soldiers stood in the east. The two sides were facing each other. Shua. Shui Rengue waved the war flag. Zhong Yi shouted and led the members to charge over on the hurricane wolves. These 2 months of training were indeed remarkable. The strength of the Wolf Riders was definitely much stronger than before. If they were to fight with the Tiger Army commanded by Tao Yuan again, let alone 30,000, even 50,000 would be easily crushed. Attack! With a thought, Jun Xianxiao issued an order. Ta! 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 Under the control of the 10,000 spiritual being soldiers, they all held spears and strode forward. During the process, they changed continuously and finally formed an arc-shaped square formation. This? Shui Rengue was dumbfounded. A team of 10,000 people could change frequently and finally arrange a formation suitable for fighting against cavalry. This was incredible. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do it. No matter how perfect the cooperation was, it would take time to complete. There would be continuous changes during the movement and it was easy to make mistakes, causing the formation to become messy. Jun Changxiao could do something that a 5-star general could not do. This was because although the 10,000 spiritual being soldiers seemed to be humans, they were in fact marionettes. As long as he had a thought, they would strictly execute the next action. Standing on the mountain peak and looking down, not only could he perfectly control the 10,000 soldiers, but he could also make the most timely arrangements according to the enemy's situation. Shui Rengue had to use the war flag to coordinate the overall situation. On the other hand, Jun Changxiao seemed to be playing a strategy game. He could control the soldiers with a click of the mouse. There was no comparison at all. Shush, shush, Zhongyi led the members and charged over. They did not use weapons. Instead, they used self-slash, forming dense crescent-shaped flowing lights. As this was a military exercise, they did not need to use their true abilities and their powers were suppressed. However, thousands of flowing lights blasted the spiritual being soldiers who were moving forward. There were only chaotic sounds and it could not stop them from moving forward. It felt as if they were an iron bastion. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "Is their defense that high?" These soldiers could move according to his thoughts. Could they use martial arts? At the thought of this, he quickly evolved the self-slash movement in his sea of consciousness. Shush! Shush! The 10,000 soldiers put away their weapons. Under the command of their master, they raised their left hands and used self-slashes. "Oh no!" Zhongyi shouted, "Put up the shields!" Shush! Shush! The wolf riders lifted their iron shields and instantly endured the bombardment of tens of thousands of self-slashes. For a moment, the spiritual force of the training ground was overflowing and dust was flying. The spiritual being soldiers were only martial masters. The self-slash was not very powerful and it did not affect the members of the Wolf Rider Hall. However, this made Jun Changxiao overjoyed. Under his control, they could use martial arts. They could use martial arts. They were not spiritual being soldiers, they were simply his doppelgangers, the system said. The host can control the spiritual being soldiers at will. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are doppelgangers. Ha ha ha. Jun Changxiao raised his head and laughed. He could control them at will and use all kinds of martial arts. If he were to go to the battlefield, he would not be afraid of Xianxia County, not to mention, there were still 90,000 spiritual beings in Jiabing's Qiankuan pouch. If these spiritual being soldiers were to line up outside Qingyang City, they would not be afraid even if they were to face hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. Suppressing his excitement, Sect leader Jun continued to control the spiritual being soldiers to fight with the Wolf Riders. Because of their strong defense and the ability to use martial arts, they were able to suppress the Wolf Riders in a head-on confrontation. This battle lasted for an hour. Zhongyi and the members of the Wolf Rider Hall were extremely depressed. The spiritual being soldiers also knew the martial arts that they knew. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. They did not have any advantage at all. The most shocked person was Tao Yuan, who was watching the battle from afar. He had seen the strength of the Wolf Rider Hall. However, he never expected that there would be such an elite division of 10,000 people in the sect. If the county chief intends to attack Qingyang County, it will be difficult for us to win if Iron Bones joins the battle. Tao Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he was praying in his heart that Qingyang County did not intend to swallow Qingyang County. Otherwise, as a disciple of the sect and a general of the county, he would be in a difficult position. Unfortunately, Tao Yuan, who had lost his memory, did not know that Qingyang County had already planned to swallow Qingyang County. Moreover, he had sent an army to fight. Sect Master. Shui Rengue exclaimed, "These soldiers are like heavenly soldiers." Jun Changxiao said, "If we have more soldiers, what are our chances of winning against Qingyang County? If we have about 100,000 well-trained soldiers, we might not be able to fight Qingyang County head-on, but we can definitely defend Qingyang City." Shui Rengue said seriously. "Is that so?" Jun Changxiao laughed. The soldiers transformed from spirit beings could be controlled at will and could even use martial techniques. They were definitely very powerful and gave him more confidence to fight Qingyang County head-on. Continue to train the Wolf Rider Hall. Don't slack off. Jun Changxiao ordered. Yes. Shui Rengue was very puzzled. Tao Yuan was captured and Iron Bone joined. Why was there no movement from Qingyang County? He didn't know that it was because of the battle exemption token. After returning to the sect, Sect Master Jun continued to cultivate. He had to break through to second-grade sword and martial king within a month. At this moment, he was not worried at all, nor was he conflicted at all. He was even looking forward to Xianxia County leading the army and killing them. He wanted to show them what a real elite army was. 1 month later, the battle exemption token lost its effect. Xianxia County gradually recovered their paused memories. Strange. In the secret chamber of the Spirit Stream Sect, Wu Huang, who had just returned, was puzzled. Why am I in the sect? When the chaotic memories gradually came back to him, he suddenly remembered that he was ordered by the Patriarch to go to Xianxia County and find the murderer of Xuanyong. However, when he used the power of heaven and earth to form a giant hand and was about to kill him, a stream of light came down from the sky. Then, the more Wu Huang thought about it, the clearer it became. The more he thought about it, the more his hair stood on end. At that time, the power that came down was very terrifying. It was so terrifying that he was like a weak ant. When he Wudi appeared from the void, his cultivation was still rapidly degenerating. Even so, it was still not something a martial king of the falling star continent could contend against. This Spirit Stream Sect expert should be glad that when the other party fell, his cultivation had greatly degenerated. Otherwise, he would have definitely died on the spot. That looks like a person. Could it be the reinforcements that guy invited? Or perhaps there are even stronger existences in Xianxia County? Wu Huang looked fearful. Grand Elder. At this moment, the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect transmitted his voice, please come to the main hall quickly. It turned out that Wu Huang was the Grand Elder of the Spiritual Stream Sect. No wonder his cultivation was so strong. In the main hall, the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect, who was in his 70s, sat at the head of the table. There was anger on his aged face. There were also many elders seated in the lower seats. However, there was still a slight gap between their strength and the upper echelons of Miaohua Palace. Patriarch. Elder Shui and Elder Zhuang died in the Azure Sun County. They must be severely punished. An elder said with a cold face. Another elder said coldly, although we don't know who did it, since he died in Azure Sun County, let the entire county be buried with him. The death of 2 martial kings infuriated the upper echelons of the Spirit Stream Sect. Just as they were filled with righteous indignation, the Grand Elder walked in. Everyone stood up and saluted him. Patriarch. The Grand Elder sat down and said solemnly, I'm afraid there's an expert with unfathomable strength in Xianxia County. Everyone was surprised. The Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect asked, why do you say that? The Grand Elder hurriedly reported that he was attacked in the wilderness. The Patriarch and elders fell silent. Even a martial emperor would not be able to dodge this sudden attack. His strength must be terrifying. Could it be Wu Xing? The Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect frowned. The Grand Elder shook his head and said, it's hard to say. Just as the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect was about to speak, a disciple walked in and said, Patriarch, there's a letter from the county governor. Oh? He hurriedly took the letter and opened it. After reading it, he said in a deep voice, the county governor wants to attack Azure Sun County. He wants the Spirit Stream Sect to send people with him. Without hearing the Grand Elder's words, everyone would definitely agree. Now that there was a suspected expert at Wu Xing's level in Azure Sun County, everyone hesitated. Sigh. The Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect sighed and said, since the Spirit Stream Sect is betting on Xianxia County, we naturally have to cooperate. He said, Third Elder, Fourth Elder, bring a few hundred disciples with you. Yes. The Third Elder and Fourth Elder accepted the order and led the disciples down the mountain. As for the Grand Elder, he chose to continue cultivating in seclusion because he was afraid of the expert who ambushed him. From the looks of it, he Wudi had not only saved sect leader Jun but also successfully restrained an expert at Wu Huang's level. After the battle exemption token lost its effect, the people of Xianxia County naturally remembered Tao Yuan's defeat and capture. Huayang County and Heyang County had been conquered, and Azure Sun County had lost a talented young general and an elite division. It was definitely difficult for them to accept. The county governor immediately ordered to mobilize 300,000 soldiers to attack Azure Sun County. Not only did he notify the Spirit Stream sect, but he also notified the Duanshui Pavilion. They also sent 2 martial king elders and a few hundred disciples. 2 days later, everyone gathered in a certain city in Heyang County. The 300,000 soldiers and many experts majestically charged toward Azure Sun County. Sect leader. In Iron Bone, Li Luoqiu received the news and said with a frown, Xianxia County's army will arrive at Azure Sun City in 3 days. They're finally here. Jun Changxiao hurriedly dispatched the Wolf Rider Hall and disciples to Iron Bone City as quickly as possible. As for Tao Yuan, who had recovered his memories, he locked himself in a room with a complicated gaze. I was captured. I became a disciple of Iron Bone. Who can tell me what's going on? Jun Changxiao knew that Tao Yuan needed time to accept reality, so he did not disturb him. He left the sect's matters to Li Luoqiu and headed toward Azure Sun City. Sect leader Jun on the city gate tower, Xianxia said in surprise, your aura seems to be stronger than before. In the past month, Jun Changxiao had been cultivating in seclusion. Relying on enough natural spirit stones and qi-gathering pills, he finally entered the second stage from the first stage. Before coming to Azure Sun City, he specially went to the training room to test his strength. His punch was 4 million jin. Every time a superior martial king broke through one stage, his strength would increase by 500,000 jin. This guy directly reached 1 million jin. It could be said that he was quite valiant, the system once said, the host is strong enough to fight an advanced peak martial king. It was understandable for a lower level to fight against someone of a higher level. As a martial king, he was able to fight against a martial king at the peak of the martial king realm. This was the sword martial king. This was the dual spirit core. Cultivation was much slower than normal martial cultivation, but as long as it increased, even if it was only by one stage, it would be even more explosive. Jun Changxiao scratched his head and said, recently, I have a new understanding of martial arts. My strength has increased a little. Only a little? Xianxia asked suspiciously. She, who could not see the light with her eyes, was very sensitive in her mind. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changxiao said, I have received news that Xianxia County has sent 300,000 soldiers. There are also experts from 2 sects accompanying them. He would not tell her about his breakthrough. After all, it had only been a few months since he became a dual martial king. If he advanced by another stage, it would definitely arouse unnecessary suspicion. Such a large force? Xianxia pondered for a while and said, Sect Master Jun, my Miaohua Palace can help your sect with the 2 sections. As for the 300,000 soldiers, there is nothing I can do. Jun Changxiao said, Palace Master She only needs to hold back the experts from the 2 sections. Leave the rest to my Iron Bone. Xianxia County is a large county that is good at fighting. Sect Master Jun, are you confident that you can fight against them? Xianxia asked curiously. Jun Changxiao put his hands behind his back and looked at the battlefield outside. His eyes were cold as he said, not only am I confident, but I will also make those who invade my Azure Sun City pay the most painful price. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. It could be seen that in the near future, there would be a world-shocking battle of slaughter. A few days later, the famous general of southwest Jiangzhou, Bai Ruihu, led the White Tiger Army and arrived at Qingyang City. What did it mean to have 300,000 soldiers? Looking from the tower of Qingyang City, it was like a wave that couldn't be retreated. These soldiers cultivated martial arts. When they released their cultivation, it was as if they could shake half of the sky. Although the people in the city didn't see the army, they trembled in fear when they felt the cold aura from afar. In front of this battle-hardened army, ordinary people were like weeds. Even Xie Guangquan, who was standing on the tower, couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw the soldiers. If sect leader Jun wasn't in charge of guarding the city, he wouldn't have the courage to face such a huge army. Shui Rengue was calm. As a 5-star general, he had seen millions of soldiers, let alone 300,000. Tisk, tisk. Su Xiaoma sat on the city wall and grinned. It looks scary. There are so many soldiers. If we go in and kick them, we can definitely kill many of them. Li Fei's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He wanted to rush into the army and use his golden right leg to kill to his heart's content. Crack! Xianxia clenched his fist and said, I can't wait. For the past 3 months, they had been cultivating with spirit stones and energy-gathering pills. They had improved a lot and wanted to test their strength on the soldiers of Xinjiang County. Shui Rengue wasn't afraid because he had seen the world. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei weren't afraid because they had been trained to be brave. Even if they were in a desperate situation, they wouldn't change their expressions. This was the Iron Bone Sect's disciples. This was the Iron Bone Sect. Those standing on the tower weren't just the inner disciples. There were also outer disciples, such as Song Xianzhou, Lin Jianghang, Li Tian, Cui Bujian, Sima Zhongda, and others. Other than a small group of disciples who were in charge of daily affairs, everyone who could come was here. He Wudi was here too. He was now a grade 6 martial master. He had lost his memories 3 times and had even wasted 3 times of his cultivation. To be able to reach such a level in just over a month, as expected of the final disciple of unyielding sect. As for our sect leader June, he was still lying on the city gate tower with a charming smile on his face. I didn't expect Xinjiang County to send so many people. Looking at the large army outside, Zhang Sun Fanghua frowned. In her opinion, the reason why Xinjiang County sent such a large army over was to take over Azure Sun County and expand their territory. Leng Xingyue said indifferently, even if we can hold back 2 fourth-rate sects, Iron Bone will definitely not be able to defend Azure Sun City. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, Elder Leng, don't jump to conclusions. Although the Iron Bone sect couldn't be compared to the Xinjiang County, she still trusted Sect Master Jun more. Outside the city, Bai Ruihu, who was dressed in battle armor, rode a tall horse and stood in the middle of the army. His eyes were sharp. He was the highest commander of the White Tiger Legion and one of the 10 great generals of southwest Yangzhou. He definitely had a strong aura of a veteran. A general of the same rank as Tao Yuan looked at the row of Iron Bone disciples on the city gate tower and sneered, defending the city with so few people, are you looking down on our White Tiger Legion? General Tao is the same. The young general beside him said indifferently, he actually lost to such a low-grade city and even became a captive. In my opinion. Someone said, General Tao has probably surrendered. Tao Yuan was the youngest general in the White Tiger Legion and was very talented in military affairs. Naturally, many people didn't like him. Now that he was a captive and there was no news of him, they would definitely hit him while he was down. Even Bai Ruihu, who was furious on the surface when he heard that Tao Yuan lost the battle and was captured, was actually relieved. Recently, the county governor admired this person very much. This made him very worried that Tao Yuan would replace him in the future. Now that Tao Yuan lost the battle and became a captive, it would be difficult for the county governor to put him in an important position. As expected. Just as Shui Rengue said, Bai Ruihu was a narrow-minded person, Tao Yuan was a rising star in the military world. Even if he didn't lose to Jun Changxiao, he would definitely be obstructed by Bai Ruihu in the future. General Bai. The third elder of the Spirit Stream sect walked over and said with a serious expression, the one standing in front of the city gate tower is the palace master of Miaohua Palace. Bai Ruihu said in surprise, a fourth-rate sect in Tianin County? Why is she in Qingyang City? The third elder said, maybe she's a helper from Qingyang County. Bai Ruihu sneered and said, could it be that Miaohua Palace wants to get involved in a secular war? What he said. As if the Spirit Stream sect and Wanshui Pavilion weren't involved in a secular war, the third elder said solemnly, Miaohua Palace's strength is not to be underestimated, especially that young new palace master. She's even called an extraordinary woman. Although the Spirit Stream sect and Miaohua Palace were of the same level, their overall strength was much weaker. Not to mention, standing next to Shi Jingxian were 2 peak martial kings. If the martial kings sent by the Spirit Stream sect and Wanshui Pavilion dared to clamor in front of the city gate, they could teach them a lesson in a matter of minutes. This time, the true Yang County had sent experts from the 2 sects to intimidate them with their strength. In the end, the other side had an even stronger existence, so it was meaningless. Bai Ruihu didn't care. These martial kings were just icing on the cake. To truly take down Qingyang City and the entire Qingyang County, he still had to rely on his own army. Thank you, Governor. He channeled his energy into his dantian and shouted, for the sake of the people in the city, you should give up resisting. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light shot toward him. The fourth elder of the spirit stream sect flew up and formed a defensive wall in front of him, blocking the bullet. What kind of hidden weapon was that? The fourth elder landed and stabilized his body. His eyes were filled with surprise. If he hadn't fully activated his spiritual senses, he wouldn't have been able to accurately capture the stream of light with his naked eye, let alone form a defensive wall to block it. On the sentry post, Xiao Ziji put down his AWM sniper rifle and shook his head helplessly. With a martial king around, it would be difficult for him to hurt the enemy. Jun Changxiao stood up from the roof and said with a smile, "Listen up, Green Sun City is now under the protection of my Iron Bone faction." Iron Bone? Bai Ruihu and the other generals sneered. The fourth elder of the Gui Yuan sect said in a deep voice, "A mere Iron Bone dares to get involved in a secular war. What a joke." Jun Changxiao flew out with the cloud-treading steps and landed in front of the army of 300,000. He pointed at the martial king and said, "Old man, you seem to be looking down on Iron Bone. Come, let's fight." One person declaring war in front of so many people. How arrogant was that? The fourth elder of the Gui Yuan sect said in disdain, "Me? Are you the sect master of Iron Bone, Jun Changxiao?" Just as he finished speaking, his expression changed. That was because the young man was emitting a special aura, which turned into a powerful pressure and pressed down on him. The fourth elder wanted to dodge, but under the pressure of Ling Jian's sword, not only did his movements slow down, he was also gradually frozen in place. In the end, he couldn't move at all. "Old man." Jun Changxiao raised his hand and a red light gathered at his fingertips. He said coldly, "This is the result of looking down on Iron Bone." Whoosh, the 7 mysterious sunglow break was used and shot out in a beam of light. No, the fourth elder of the Ling Yuan sect was shocked. Pucci, but just as he shouted a word, his chest was mercilessly pierced through by the red beam of light. His thoughts and sea of consciousness were cut off and his eyes dimmed. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue's eyes were filled with disbelief. Bai Ruihu and the other experts from the two sects also widened their eyes. Rank 2 martial king, he was insta-killed by him just like that. P.S. Please vote. The noisy fourth elder of the Spirit Stream sect was killed by Jun Changxia's 7 profound sunglow break. Bai Ruihu and the others widened their eyes. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue, who were standing on the city gate tower, were stunned. That guy killed a rank 2 martial king too easily, there was nothing they could do. Under the suppression of the sword aura, the fourth elder of the Spirit Stream sect couldn't dodge or resist. He could only stand there and wait for death. When Jun Changxiao first used the sword aura in the Blue Mountain sect, he could only barely restrain a martial king. Now that his cultivation had improved and his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened, when facing a low-level martial king, his chi domain was comparable to Wu Huang's. Plop! The fourth elder of the Spirit Stream sect fell to the ground. Elder Wang. The third elder of the Spirit Stream sect glared at Jun Changxiao with a strong killing intent in his eyes. "You have a problem with that?" Jun Changxiao said, "Come, let's fight." Arrogant. Arrogant, the third elder of the Spirit Stream sect said in a deep voice, "Kid, you killed people of the Spirit Stream sect. We won't rest until you die." Although he was angry, he was more rational. To be able to kill the fourth elder, this kid was very strong. If he blindly accepted the challenge, it would be dangerous. Therefore, he could only threaten him. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said indifferently, "It's not like I haven't killed them before." "Do you think I'm afraid?" "It's not like I haven't killed them before." The third elder of the Spirit Stream sect was stunned. Then, he remembered something and said in surprise, "Elder Shui and Elder Zhuang were killed by you?" Jun Changxiao was surprised. "You don't know?" In his opinion, his identity should have been exposed since he was chased by Wu Huang of the Spirit Stream sect. That was why he flew out and killed the fourth elder. Anyway, there was a grudge between them. Since he had already killed 2, it didn't matter if he killed one more. In fact, the Spirit Stream sect didn't know who the murderer was. Although the Grand Elder had seen him, he didn't know his true identity. The two martial kings of the Duanshui pavilion were also angry and murderous. An elder and many disciples of their sect went to the Blue Mountain sect with the Spirit Stream sect and never returned. They must have been killed by him. The three martial kings glared at him angrily. Junchang laughed and said, "You're so angry. How about this?" He paused and said, "Don't say that I'm bullying you. The three of you can come at me together." One person challenging three martial kings? How arrogant. Arrogant. The anger in the eyes of the elders of the two sects burned even brighter. As the king of martial Dao, he would definitely find it hard to accept being looked down upon by a junior. Elder Zhang, Elder Zhao. The third elder of the Spirit Stream sect said in a low voice, "Since Sect Master Jun has said so, it would be rude of us to not accompany you." Not bad. Duanshui Pavilion's Elder Zhang said, "If Sect Head Jun insists on fighting 1 against 3, we must accompany you to the end." Jun Changxiao was able to instantly kill a rank 2 martial king. None of them had the confidence to fight him one-on-one. However, if they were to fight him together, they would have a very high chance of winning. Shua, 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 the three of them flew out and landed in front of the formation. Then, they unleashed their martial king cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh. A thick and heavy aura instantly filled the battlefield, causing Xie Guangquan, who was on the city gate tower, to tremble. Zhang Sun Fanghua said coldly, 1 against 3 martial kings. That brat is truly arrogant. Leng Xingyue said, although his strength is not bad, he's too young and impetuous. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, I feel that Sect Master Jun dares to fight 1 against 3. He's a man of iron and unyielding character. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue were silent. It seemed that the palace master was truly infatuated with that guy. No matter what he did, she believed it to be right. Facing the 3 martial kings who unleashed their cultivation, Jun Changxiao asked inwardly with a calm expression, "What's the strength of these 3 people?" The system said, 1 rank 5 martial king and 2 rank 3 martial kings. If that's the case, they're equivalent to rank 11 martial kings, Jun Changxiao thought to himself. System, adding up the other party's cultivation level, this was too strange. Sect Master Jun, the Spirit Stream sect's third elder, said coldly, "Can we begin?" With so many people watching and 3 against 1, he had to pay attention to his demeanor to prevent others from gossiping behind his back. "Let's begin," Jun Changxiao said with his hands behind his back. "I'll let you guys make the first move." This was truly arrogant. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue, who were already unhappy with him, rolled their eyes. They secretly thought that such an arrogant junior would fall sooner or later. There was no need for sooner or later. Now was the time. If 3 martial kings joined forces, they would definitely be able to beat him to a pulp. The Spirit Stream sect's third elder's eyes flickered with anger. He exchanged glances with the 2 Duanshui Pavilion's third elder and then used their respective martial skills. Immediately, multicolored spiritual energy gathered. Whoosh, the spiritual energy surged and the wind howled. 3 martial kings working together could be said to be extremely powerful. The White Tiger Corps soldiers standing at the front line had fear in their eyes. Then, they unconsciously retreated more than 10 steps. They were worried that they would be affected by the aftershocks and die an unnatural death. Since ancient times, there had been many little ghosts who had suffered because of a fight between immortals. Go! The third elder of the Spirit Stream sect shouted. At the same time, he rushed over using his movement technique. His fists were infused with spiritual energy and instantly blasted out dozens of punches in the air. Hidden Tyrant Fist. Supreme Grade Fist Technique. Whoosh whoosh. The densely packed fist shadows formed a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas as they pressed forward. As soon as the Spirit Stream sect's third elder made his move, the 2 Duanshui Pavilion's third elder also quickly stepped forward. Then, they gathered spiritual energy in 2 directions and blasted it. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 vigorous energies turned into streams of light like saber energy. This was Duanshui Pavilion's unique martial skill, water-drawing saber. Although its level was not as high as the Hidden Tyrant Fist, it was still a rather rare spiritual energy martial skill. Boom! Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The densely packed fist imprints first blasted towards Jun Changxiao. Under the energy explosion, a cloud of mist immediately rose up. Following that, the two saber-drawing water-breaking swords swept up a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Hiss! Many soldiers sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were to resist this kind of power, they would definitely be blasted into meat paste. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue both shook their heads. 3 different martial techniques came from 3 different directions, but that guy actually stood in the same place without moving. Did he think that he could use the spiritual energy wall to resist it? A 5th-grade martial king and 2 3rd-grade martial kings. The power they erupted with was at least 6 to 7 million jin. Even a peak martial king might not be able to resist it. Gradually, the dust dissipated. Jun Changxiao's figure gradually appeared. Still standing there, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Even if the spiritual energy wall could resist the bombardment of 3 martial kings, it should at least take a few steps back, right? What did he mean by standing there? Whoosh, a gust of wind blew away the thin mist, and they could clearly see that Jun Changxiao was not only standing in the same place, but he was also wearing a scarlet armor. He had an imposing appearance, and was extraordinarily mighty. This, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue were stunned. They looked at the armor on Jun Changxiao's body and couldn't be sure for a moment. Was it an equipment or a treasure? The combined attack of 3 martial kings was very powerful. However, Jun Changxiao's spirit armor had an extremely high defense, so it was able to withstand all of the attacks. Because of his mood, he even turned into a scarlet-red color. It was simply too bright. The 3 martial kings from the 2 sects frowned. They knew that this child was strong and used his trump card right from the start. However, not only did it not injure him, it did not even push him back. This was very damaging to their pride. Swoosh! Jun Changxiao raised his hand and smiled. It's my turn to make a move. Whoosh, the special energy in the world was extracted and condensed into a scarlet ball of light in his palm. The armor was scarlet red. The attribute was also scarlet red. At that moment, sect leader Jun was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. The 3 martial kings' expressions changed greatly. Just now, Elder Wang's chest was directly penetrated by this energy. He's using the 7 profound sunglow break again? He Wudi, who was on the city wall, thought. This move consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Isn't he afraid of exhausting himself? No. Dual core drive, sufficient energy. Jun Changxiao's palm was aimed at Duanshui Pavilion's Elder Sunday. At that moment, beads of sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. A rank 2 martial king was instantly killed by this move. Although he was a rank 3 martial king, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Pa! Elder Zhang strode over and placed his hands on Elder Sun's back. He shouted, "You and I will form a formation together." Okay. Elder Sun quickly formed a seal. Whoosh whoosh. The surging spiritual energy and Elder Zhang's spiritual energy converged together and instantly formed a solid defensive barrier in front of them. Double seal formation. Zhang Sun Fanghua said. Leng Xingyue said, "This seems to be a mid-rank defensive martial skill." Yes. Zhang Sun Fanghua said, "That guy might not be able to move it." Break. At that moment, Jun Changxiao disdainfully said. Whoosh, a scarlet beam of light suddenly shot out from his palm and hit the defensive barrier at an extremely fast speed. Bang! In an instant, the defensive formation created by the 2 rank 3 martial kings was instantly shattered like paper. Poochie, Poochie, the remaining power of the crimson light beam did not diminish, and it directly passed through Elder Sun's left shoulder. Elder Zhang, who was behind him, could not avoid it, and his left shoulder was also pierced through. Breaking the barrier would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The might of this 7 profound sunglow break was truly astonishing. When Zhang Sun Fanghua and Leng Xingyue saw this, their eyes widened again. The 2 of them had come to assist Iron Bone in defending Green Sun City, but in the end, not only had they become a shocking audience, but they had also been slapped in the face time and time again. They were truly pitiful. Hoo-hoo. Right at this moment, a heavy pressure suddenly appeared in the sky. Jun Changxiao raised his head and looked. Clusters of spiritual energy were gathering, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the border. The 3rd elder of the Spirit Stream sect, who was standing in the distance, raised his hands to the sky. Spiritual energy surged out of his body and surged into the air. After a short period of accumulation, he roared, Mahayana heaven-destroying palm. Whoosh, a giant hand emerged from the converging spiritual energy and pressed down from above with rolling airwaves. This aura made everyone suck in a cold breath. It was no exaggeration to say that when the palm pressed down, the sky of Green Sun City became dim. Jun Changshao said indifferently, light of a firefly. Ta. He took a step forward and clenched his fists. When the palm was about to press down, he suddenly blasted toward the sky. Bang! 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 After a series of violent explosions, the palm pressing down was directly broken by the overbearing force. Puff! The third elder of the spirit stream sect spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were filled with horror. The Mahayana heaven-destroying palm was his strongest trump card. He had begun to accumulate power when the opponent attacked Duanshui Pavilion's martial king. In the end, it was broken just like that. Shua. Jun Changshao appeared in front of him with cloud-treading steps and said coldly, don't struggle. Whoosh, whoosh. Once again, the mountain-collapsing earth-shattering fist spread out and immediately launched a storm-like bombardment. The whole process took place in a flash. Only Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue could keep up with Jun Changxia's movements and the speed of his fists. Bang! 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 Thump! 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 Facing the violent bombardment, the third elder of the spirit stream sect was beaten back repeatedly. His expression was constantly changing, and in the end, it was fixed on extreme pain. When sect leader Jun retracted his fist, he had already retreated dozens of steps. When he stabilized his body, he fell to the ground while vomiting blood. The corners of Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue's mouths twitched. Out of the 3 martial kings, 2 were injured and 1 was brutally beaten. This guy's strength was too strong. If the 2 knew that sect leader Jun had not used his full strength, they would be even more shocked. It could be said that, with his current strength, not to mention a 5th-grade martial king, he could even defeat a 7th or 8th-grade martial king. Heavens! City Lord Xia was shocked. Sect leader Jun is simply too terrifying. The Iron Bone disciples raised their heads and puffed out their chests. Obviously, they were proud of the strength displayed by their sect leader. Boring. Jun Changshao looked at the stunned Bai Ruihu in the distance and said, let's quickly give the order to attack the city. With a wave of his long sleeve, he flew to the city tower. The 3 martial kings from the spiritual stream sect and Duanshui Pavilion endured their injuries and retreated in a sorry state. Jun Changshao did not intend to take their lives. Otherwise, they would have already become corpses. Sect leader Jun Bai Ruihu said in a deep voice, is the Iron Bone really going to participate in the war and defend Qingyang City to the death? Although he was shocked by Jun Changxia's strength, according to the rules, martial kings were not allowed to participate in worldly wars. Why? Because the strength of a martial king was too terrifying. They could destroy tens of thousands of soldiers with a wave of their hand. Jun Changshao, who had just landed in front of the city tower, said, the Iron Bone is here. Qingyang City is here. His voice echoed in the air. The millions of people hiding in the city heard his words and their trembling hearts were immediately comforted. Sect leader Jun Xie Guangquan, who was standing at the side, was so moved that he almost cried. He cupped his hands and said, Qingyang City will remember this kindness in our hearts. Humph, Bai Ruihu sneered. How can a mere sect compete with the mighty army of my Xianxia county? Shua, the battle flag was waved. Thousands of soldiers pushed the heavy siege vehicles out. Clearly, the siege was about to begin. Hall Master Shui. Jun Changshao said, I'll leave this battle to you. Yes. Shui Rengue stepped forward and waved the war flag in his hand. The city gates immediately opened and the members of the Wolf Rider Hall rode out on their hurricane wolves. Wolf Riders? Bai Ruihu's eyes were filled with surprise. That's it? A general laughed disdainfully. Xianxia County had 300,000 soldiers, but Iron Bone had sent out 1,000 wolf cavalry soldiers to meet the enemy head-on. The disparity was simply too great. The determination to break through enemy lines, only death awaits. Zhong Yi brandished his overlord spear and roared, kill, kill, kill. The hurricane wolves carried the members of the Wolf Rider Hall on their backs and formed a long snake formation as they charged forward. Looking down from above, the Xinjiang County's army was like a boundless ocean, and the wolf cavalry was like a lone boat. However, even though there were only a few of them, the members of the Wolf Rider Hall had a cold gaze as they emitted an unyielding aura. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating your capabilities. Bai Ruihu snorted and waved the war flag in his hand. Ta ta ta. 50,000 iron bone cavalry soldiers stood at the front line and gradually formed a formation. Facing 1,000 wolf cavalry soldiers with this number, General Bai was also very cautious. Kill! The cavalry general roared. Ta! 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 The 50,000 iron bone cavalry soldiers immediately moved. Their horses madly galloped, causing the earth to tremble violently and rolling up a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Shua! Xiao Ziji, who was standing on the sentry tower, raised his Type 88 sniper rifle. One of his eyes was placed on the 8x scope as he decisively pulled the trigger. Pung! 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 The 20 bullets were all used up as they flew past the members of the Wolf Rider Hall and accurately hit each and every one of them. Kill! At the same time, Zhongyi led his members and charged forward. A battle of cavalry with fewer numbers had officially begun. Over the past 3 months, the Wolf Rider Hall still had 1,000 members, but their strength had increased significantly. They were all peak martial masters. Sect leader Jun had also spent a lot of money. He had taken out all the natural spirit stones from the mines to help them improve their cultivation. With the help of spirit stones, they could increase their cultivation by 2 levels in Wuzong in a few days. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall were only martial masters. With all kinds of resources, it was easy for them to break through. The cavalry that Tao Yuan had carefully trained had been suppressed before. Now that the overall strength of the Wolf Rider Hall had increased, it was naturally easier for them to fight the 50,000 cavalry of the White Tiger Legion. This was not. Zhongyi led the way. He was like an invincible sword. Wherever he went, he would kill. He did not give the enemy any chance to survive. Once again, the cavalry that had wanted to surround the Wolf Riders lost 3,000 to 4,000 men. During this time, they had tried to fight back. However, the members of the Wolf Rider Hall were all covered in armor. They were armed to the teeth. They were like a moving iron wall. Kill! Zhongyi shouted again. Awu, awu, the hurricane wolves showed their full speed. On the battlefield of Green Sun City, they lined up in the shape of a person, and then in the shape of a line. They were very smug. Pucci, a cavalry soldier, was pierced through the chest by the Overlord's spear. He was then thrown off his horse. As soon as he landed on the ground, the hurricane wolves behind him stepped on him. Kill, kill, the members of the Wolf Rider Hall shouted angrily. They waved the Overlord's spear in their hands and killed the soldiers one by one. At this moment, life was worthless on the battlefield. After a few rounds, the formation of the tens of thousands of cavalry soldiers was completely disrupted by the Wolf Riders. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. These Iron Bone Sect disciples riding hurricane wolves and wearing armor were simply demons that came out from hell. What was more tragic was that not only did they have to face the Wolf Rider Hall, but they also had to face Xiao Ziji, who was standing on the sentry tower. Because every time this guy fired a shot, he would take away a life. Of course, Li Tian, who was standing on another sentry tower, was also shooting frequently. Although his skills were still bad, at least he would not hurt his own people. Bai Ruihu's face was very ugly. The Wolf Riders were too strong. Their own cavalry soldiers were being suppressed to the point that they could not fight back. Shua, the battle flag was waved. The remaining 50,000 infantrymen charged forward. The best way to deal with this kind of wolf cavalry was to rely on numbers to suppress them, and then exhaust them until they were completely exhausted. Disciples, heed my command. Jun Changxiao, who was standing on top of the city gate tower, shouted, "Go out and meet the enemy." Yes. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei used cloud treading steps and jumped down from the city gate tower, impatiently rushing towards the battlefield. The two of them had long wanted to make a move. Unfortunately, the sect leader did not give any orders. They could only watch as Zhongyi led his men to slaughter everyone below. Now that he was allowed to make a move, he was like a rabid dog that had escaped from its leash. Shua! Shua! Long Xiang, Yang Yuhua, Sima Zhongda, Cui Bujian, and the others also rushed in. All of a sudden, nearly 2,000 Iron Bone disciples charged into the battlefield. When they burst forth with their cultivations, Zhang Sun Fenghua exclaimed in disbelief, "They are all peak martial masters." Leng Xingyue widened her eyes and said, "Is this a seventh-rate sect?" "Sorry." Jun Changxiao, who was standing next to her, said seriously, "My Iron Bone is now a sixth-rate sect, not a seventh-rate sect." Leng Xingyue's mouth twitched. Even a sixth-rate sect could not have more than 2,000 peak martial masters. Moreover, the few disciples who charged into the enemy group and slaughtered crazily were all 6th grade or 7th grade Wuzong. If she knew how many natural spiritual stones Iron Bone had absorbed in the past 90 days, she would definitely understand why it had such a powerful realm. Puchi! Puchi! Su Xiaoma and Li Fei relied on their speed and rushed into the enemy first. The cold-edged sword in their hands flashed, and the soldiers fell to the ground one by one. They were really mad dogs. They would bite whoever they saw, showing no mercy. Yang Yuhua, who was the second meat shield, rushed in with her iron shield. She was like a bulldozer, directly dragging dozens of soldiers with her. Long Xiang rushed in with the overlord spear in his hand. A cold light flashed first, and then the spear shot out like a dragon, mercilessly killing the surrounding soldiers. Even the seemingly insignificant disciples of Iron Bone, such as Sima Zhongda and Cui Bujian, showed their terrifying killing power when they charged into the enemy group. The 50,000 infantrymen who were about to encircle the wolf cavalry were immediately stopped by the 2,000 Iron Bone disciples. Bang! Bang! The light of my slash flashed, and the landslide fist whistled. All kinds of gorgeous energy exploded at the same time, and the scene was spectacular. In front of the fierce Iron Bone disciples, the white tiger soldiers were like weeds being harvested row by row. Bai Ruihu's expression changed again and again, becoming more and more ugly. In the end, he waved the war flag again, and another 50,000 infantrymen rushed over. "You're strong. I'll rely on the human wave tactic to completely crush them." Sect leader Shui Rengue frowned and said, "This is not good." After all, Iron Bone was weak alone, and it was difficult for them to fight against hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Jun Changxiao said, "Tell them to retreat." Swoosh! The war flag was waved. Zhong Yi received the order and immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Swoosh! Swoosh! The members of the Wolf Cavalry Hall did not linger and rode the hurricane wolves back to the city. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others also returned to Qingyang City after killing many soldiers. Very soon, only the White Tiger soldiers were left on the battlefield. From the corpses on the ground, at least 20,000 had died in a short period of time. On the side of Iron Bone, due to their powerful strength and excellent equipment, none of their disciples died. Of course, someone was injured. After all, after rushing into the crowd, they would be bombarded by dozens of people if they were not careful. After a long time, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Damn it. Yang Yuhua, who had returned to the city, grimaced and said, "It really hurts." The clothes on his back were all torn, revealing the soft silk armor that was left behind by various weapons and martial arts attacks. Phew. Sima Zhongda gasped for breath and said, "Fortunately, Sect Master told us to retreat in time. Otherwise, we would have been surrounded. Even if we were not killed, we would have been exhausted to death." Zhang Sun Fenghua said indifferently, "Sect Master Jun, although your disciples are strong, there is no hope for them to defend Qingyang City." This was not looking down on Iron Bone, but the truth. Thousands of disciples, even if they were peak martial masters, had a limit. How could they fight against an army of 300,000? Xie Guangquan was also a little worried. The disciples of Iron Bone were already very tired after charging for a round. If Sect Master Jun did not have a backup plan, how could they fight the enemy next? Don't worry, don't worry. Jun Changxiao said confidently, "The show has just begun." Xiao Ziji jumped out of the sentry tower, then used the cloud-treading steps to walk to the back. After a few ups and downs, he stopped on a hillside outside the city and tore off the weeds, revealing the field artillery that had been prepared long ago. Ka ka ka, he controlled the steering wheel, and the muzzle of the cannon turned toward the east city gate. He said telepathically, Sect Master, the calibration is complete. Xianxia did not say anything, but his eyes were fixed outside the city. Ta ta ta. The 100,000 soldiers of the White Tiger army marched forward, and the siege chariots in front opened the way. Facing such a formation, it was really difficult to fight head-on without enough troops. Swoosh! A general raised the war flag and shouted, "Attack! Fire!" At this moment, Xianxia transmitted his voice. Xiao Ziji, who was standing in front of the field artillery, pressed the button directly. The muzzle of the cannon suddenly spewed out flames, and thick smoke rose. Boom! The sound of the explosion was transmitted. The walls of Green Sun City trembled, and the buildings in the city creaked from the tremors. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Lin Xingyu's expressions changed. At the same time, an object dragging a stream of light appeared in their field of vision, then drew a beautiful arc and landed in the midst of the Xinjiang County army that was preparing to attack the city. Boom! The sound of the explosion came from the battlefield, and an extremely strong shockwave was formed. Whoosh whoosh, strong winds blew, and thick fog appeared. The elders and disciples of Miaohua Palace all widened their eyes, and some people's ears even buzzed. Bai Ruihu was even more miserable. Because he was very close to the explosion, he was directly blown off his horse by the shockwave and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His eyes were filled with fear. What is this? It was a cannon. Bang! A cannon! After the sound of the cannons, the buildings and the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. The citizens in the city were terrified. Their blood boiled, and their ears buzzed from the sound of the cannons. Xianxia had already taken good care of them by setting up the cannons on the mountain outside the city. Otherwise, if the cannons were to be fired in the city, many people would vomit blood and faint from the shock. The citizens were weak, so it was normal for them to not be able to withstand the sound of the cannons. However, the ingenious Flower Palace disciples on the city walls all had decent cultivations. Yet, they were still shocked by the sound of the cannons. Zhang Sun Fanghua and the other elders opened their mouths. Their cultivations were high and could withstand the impact of the sound, but they were stunned by the scene outside the city. There, 100,000 Xinjiang County soldiers were preparing to attack the city. As a streak of light arced down, not only did it cause a huge explosion, but it also caused a mushroom-shaped cloud to rise. What was going on? Could it be that an expert had used an extremely high-level martial technique? Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Whoosh, waves of violent energy rippled out in all directions. The Italian cannons were truly powerful, however, Xiao Ziji also suffered. Even though he had plugged his ears with something, he was still shaken to the point of spinning on the spot. In the end, he sat on the ground dizzily. If it were Su Xiaoma, he would have fallen to the ground and started convulsing again. The aftershock of the explosion gradually dissipated. A crater several hundred feet deep appeared outside Xinjiang City. Hiss! Xie Guangquan sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes filled with fear. What shocked and frightened him was not just the crater, but also the tens of thousands of soldiers lying outside the crater. There were many more outside. Some were killed by the aftershock, and some survived by luck. However, all of them were heavily injured and moaned in pain as they lay on the ground. The most terrifying thing was inside the crater. There were shattered pieces of armor and scattered pieces of flesh. Nearly 10,000 soldiers were in the center of the explosion, and not even their corpses were left. Plop! Bai Ruihu, who had just stood up, was so shocked that he sat on the ground again. His eyes were filled with horror. 100,000 soldiers were almost completely wiped out by the explosion. The shock and impact of this was simply too great. The White Tiger Legion soldiers who hadn't participated in the battle were so scared that their scalps were about to explode. Just what was that streak of light that flew over just now? It could produce such a terrifying destructive power, at that moment. Everyone in the White Tiger Legion was terrified. The Wolf Riders and Iron Bone disciples had also given them quite a shock, but it was far from being comparable to the cannon. After all, its destructive power was too great. General Bai. On the city gate tower, Xianxia asked, "Are you satisfied?" Bai Ruihu was not only very satisfied with the cannon blast, but he was so satisfied that his scalp went numb. Suppressing his fear, he asked in a trembling voice, Is it a martial king or above? Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue were also considering this question, but in the end, they rejected it because they did not detect any spiritual waves when the stream of light flew over. This meant that there were no experts nearby. Judging from the light just now, it seemed more like a hidden weapon. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, Your Xinjiang County has spirit core-powered throwers, magic explosive crossbows, and siege chariots. My Iron Bone naturally also has ingenious battlefield weapons. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue were sure that the stream of light just now was definitely a hidden weapon. Could it be made of high-level crystal cores to be able to produce such a powerful force? Their guess was right. The cannonballs were indeed condensed from crystal cores. However, the pure energy of crystal cores could not produce such a strong destructive power. It all came from the field cannon. This kind of magically modified Italian cannon could convert energy to produce even higher damage. Bai Ruihu's expression was abnormally ugly. It turned out that Iron Bone had such a powerful trump card. No wonder they could remain so calm in front of his 300,000 soldiers. What should he do? What should he do? Bai Ruihu was bombarded by the cannon and lost his will to fight. To be precise, he became a coward. In an instant, the 100,000 soldiers were killed and injured. Even a 5-star general like Shui Rengue would be afraid. Of course. Jun Changxiao said, just now was just a greeting gift. The real battle has just begun. Swish, he jumped to the roof of the city tower and opened his hands. Buzz, buzz, on the left and right outside Qingyang City, a stream of light suddenly appeared. Array? Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue looked at each other. Suddenly, they remembered that yesterday, this guy strolled casually outside the city with his hands behind his back and occasionally drew on the ground with a branch. At that time, the two of them thought that this guy was bored out of his mind. Now it seemed that he was not doing boring things, but setting up an array. How is it possible? Zhang Sun Fanghua said in disbelief. Array masters were all serious and careful when setting up arrays. That guy could form an array just by drawing randomly? Yes. It was very easy. Because it was the Chiman 32 array. General Bai. Jun Changxiao raised his hand and smiled. Today, I will let you see what an elite army is, what a mighty army is. Clap, his palms were tightly clasped together. Swish, swish, the isolation array on both sides of the city immediately disappeared. What appeared in everyone's vision were soldiers in armor, with mighty auras and cold gazes. There were a total of 100,000 of them. Sect leader Jun was afraid that if he directly scattered beams into soldiers, it would cause a huge shock and bring unnecessary trouble to himself, so he placed the spirit beams in the isolation array in advance. In this way, no one would think that the soldiers were made of beans. They would only think that he had set up an ambush outside the city in advance. Xie Guangquan was dumbfounded, and then his eyes lit up with excitement. It turned out that sect leader Jun had more than one backup plan. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Ling Xingyue frowned and thought to themselves, although these soldiers don't have any martial arts aura, their strength must be extraordinary. Why did they think so? Because they could tell from their aura and eyes. Bai Ruihu, who had been through hundreds of battles, naturally realized it. The other party had extremely lethal war weapons and so many elite soldiers. This was very troublesome. Retreat. As soon as this thought arose, Jun Changxiao, who was standing on the city tower, controlled the 100,000 spirit bean soldiers and walked over in an orderly manner. There were 50,000 soldiers on each side, and they gradually surrounded Bai Ruihu's less than 200,000 soldiers. Sect leader Jun is wise and virtuous. He will benefit the common people and unite the world for thousands of years. The spirit bean soldiers shouted in unison. Their voices rippled in the sky for a long time. System, for the soldiers to shout such a slogan, it must have been transmitted by Jun Changxiao's thoughts. Did he want to be more arrogant? What do you know? Jun Changxiao said, this is aura. The system said, this slogan is Dongfang Boobies. Host, cut off the unnecessary things below and you will meet the criteria of unite the world for thousands of years. There were a total of 100,000 spirit bean soldiers on the left and right, shouting slogans as they strode forward. Their deep voices resounded in the air and were quite imposing. However, unifying the pugilistic world for thousands of years was a little too arrogant. Zhang Sun Fanghua and Lin Xingyue rolled their eyes. A sect master of a sixth-rate sect wanted to unify the pugilistic world. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Shi Jingxian, who had been silent all this while, smiled and said, Sect Master Jun wants to unify the pugilistic world. What a big goal. Due to her eye disease, her presence was not very strong. However, Shi Jingxian could tell from the voice that the Xinjiang County Army must have suffered a setback. Humans. Jun Changxiao, who was standing on the city gate tower, raised his head 45 degrees and said proudly, we have to set a big goal. Only then will we have more motivation to work hard. Therefore, this guy spent all his skill points on acting cool. If he could use them to persuade people, how could he still be single? TSK Zhang Sun Fanghua and Lin Xingyue were disdainful. Humans had to have goals, but they should also recognize themselves and not daydream all day long. On the battlefield, 100,000 spirit bean soldiers had already approached. Their aura was like a rainbow and they shouted slogans that shook heaven and earth. Instantly, the soldiers of the White Tiger Legion were so shocked that their hearts trembled. To be honest, the cannon blast just now had left them with a psychological shadow. Bai Ruihu also knew that their morale was low. If they fought hard, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Shush, he rode his horse with difficulty and shouted, retreat. They were really terrified. Stomp. 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 The soldiers of the White Tiger Legion were not in the mood to fight. After hearing the order, they hurriedly turned around and retreated. They're retreating. They're retreating. Xie Guangquan shouted excitedly. The attack of 300,000 soldiers made him prepared to die if the city was still there. Now that the other party had retreated, it was definitely the most satisfactory result. You come and go as you wish. Do you think my Xinjiang city is a market? Jun Changxiao sneered and immediately controlled the spirit bean soldiers to use the cloud-treading steps, blocking the retreat at full speed. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the 100,000 soldiers were like a huge net, surrounding the White Tiger Legion. If they wanted to retreat, they could only kill their way out. Hall Master Shui. Jun Changxiao said, have the Wolf Rider Hall assist in the defense. Yes. Shua. Shui Rengue waved his battle flag, and Zhongyi once again led 1,000 wolf riders and rushed out at top speed. Jun Changxiao said, don't just stand there. Yes. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the other disciples flew down from the city wall. In an instant, 100,000 spirit bean soldiers surrounded the White Tiger Legion on the battlefield outside the city. 1,000 wolf riders and iron bone disciples stood in the outer circle. Jun Changxiao's meaning was simple. Since they were guests, and they had traveled thousands of miles to Xinjiang City, as the host, he had to treat them well and make them feel comfortable. Commander, we've been surrounded. A general in the enemy army said with an unsightly expression. Bai Ruihu said in a deep voice, break out. Yes. The generals immediately mobilized their forces, locked onto a position where they could retreat, and launched an attack. Once the soldiers were scattered, their strength would definitely be limited. However, what made the White Tiger Legion despair was that the 10,000 soldiers in charge of breaking out of the encirclement and the 1,000 spirit bean soldiers at the breakout point were instantly killed. Boom, boom, the energy of Wachop erupted crazily, and broken limbs flew all over the sky. In just one round, the 10,000 soldiers who broke out of the encirclement were instantly killed. At the same time, the surrounding spirit bean soldiers also began to use Wachop on a large scale. With so many people condensing so many crescent-shaped streams of light, the scene was truly shocking. F***CK. Su Xiaoma, who was standing outside, opened his mouth in shock. It turns out that so many people using Wachop will form such a magnificent scene. Li Fei exclaimed. Shua, shua, boom. Boom. Boom, Jun Changxiao controlled the spirit bean soldiers and continuously used Wachop. This was absolutely shameless, so what if it was shameless? As long as they could win on the battlefield, no one would fight openly. Plop, plop, the soldiers of the White Tiger Corps who were trapped were pitiful targets that could only passively be beaten. Bai Ruihu, who was protected by a few generals, watched his own people fall one by one. His eyes were filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. at this moment, he only wanted to leave as soon as possible and return to Xianxia County. Whoosh, the streams of light flew over and directly pierced through the generals in front of him. Blood splattered on Bai Ruihu's helmet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh, several streams of light flew over one after another. The generals in front of him were all shot and killed. Ah! Bai Ruihu was furious. Whoosh, at this moment, a figure rushed over from the layers of soldiers and then stopped in front of him. He grinned and said, "To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader." Phew, Su Xiaoma moved his body, went to the back, and raised his leg to kick Bai Ruihu's butt. Bai Ruihu's strength was not bad. He had reached the level of 6th grade Wuzong, but he still could not withstand the force of this kick and was directly kicked into the sky. "Marshal!" all the soldiers exclaimed in unison. "Watch me." Li Fei tiptoed and used the cloud-treading steps. He leaped more than 20 feet and then landed on the same level as Bai Ruihu. With a golden hook, he kicked Bai Ruihu out like a ball. "Junior brother Yang, catch him." "Okay." Ta, Yang Yuhua, who was standing on the periphery, kept her iron shield and ran toward Bai Ruihu. Finally, when he was about to hit the ground, she caught him with great precision. "Our general has been captured." Xie Guangquan was so excited that he almost jumped up. The soldiers of the White Tiger Corps, who had already lost their will to fight, became even more chaotic when they saw their marshal being captured by the Iron Bone disciples. They were definitely going to be utterly defeated. It would be a piece of cake for Jun Changxiao to wipe them all out. However, he passed an order to the Spirit Bean soldiers. They shouted loudly, "Lay down your weapons and we will spare your lives. Lay down your weapons and we will spare your lives." The voice was like a bell, shocking everyone's mind. The spirit of the White Tiger Corps soldiers immediately collapsed. They threw the weapons in their hands to the ground and raised their hands high. The Spirit Bean soldiers also stopped their attacks. Of the 200,000 soldiers that were surrounded, 60,000 to 70,000 died in a short time. This killing speed was too fast. No wonder the well-trained and battle-hardened White Tiger Corps soldiers chose to surrender. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Complete Victory. You have received 2,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 35445,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and triggering the hidden rewards. You have received Saint Grade Aptitude Modifying Liquid X1 and Medial Grade Sect Leader Sphere X1. They have been transferred to the interspatial ring. Defeating 300,000 soldiers and completing the hidden mission. How wonderful! The Saint Grade Aptitude Modifying Liquid and Medial Grade Sect Leader Sphere were also very satisfying. Plop. In the Qingyang City drill ground, Yang Yuhua threw the tied-up Bai Ruihu on the stone platform. This was one of the top 10 generals of southwest Jiangzhou. He led an army of 300,000 to attack, but in the end, not only was he defeated, but he was also captured. He was even more miserable than Tao Yuan. "General Bai." Jun Changxiao walked over and said proudly, "You lost." Bai Ruihu, who was kneeling on the ground, had his head lowered. His eyes were filled with anger and pain. He had led an army for 50 years. Although he had lost many battles, this was the most tragic one. Even if he was ransomed, his career was completely over. Sect Master Jun, Xie Guangquan said, "How should we deal with this person?" Puchi, Jun Changxiao took out the cold light sword and directly cut off Bai Ruihu's head. He said indifferently, "Send him to Xianxia County. Let that ambitious county governor understand the consequences of offending Xianxia County." Xie Guangquan was stunned. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never imagined that Sect Master Jun would so decisively behead a famous general of southwest Jiangzhou. Jun Changxiao could have subdued Bai Ruihu, but he still chose to kill him. The reason for doing so was to let the true Yang County governor understand that Azure Sun County was not something that could be easily annexed. Not convinced? Continue to send troops. My Iron Bone sect will accompany you to the end. Sect Master Jun, who had the field cannons and the Qianquan bag, was now full of confidence. He was not afraid of worldly wars at all. If it wasn't for the sect's development, he might have led the army to attack Truyang County. This guy is really ruthless, Zhang Sun Fenghua said. Leng Xingyue said indifferently, killing the White Tiger Legion's commander is equivalent to completely becoming enemies with Truyang County. Zhang Sun Fenghua said, Truyang County still has 3 legions. If they really want to be ruthless, they can kill all of them. Let's see how he can defend Azure Sun City. Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, County Governor Zhua is an ambitious person. He's not a boorish man. The White Tiger Legion's defeat in Azure Sun City must have sounded the alarm for him. Without careful consideration, he won't easily send more troops. This woman saw through things very clearly. She also supported Jun Changxiao killing the enemy's commander because it would be a deterrent and let Truyang County know that although Azure Sun County was small, it was not a pushover. The more Shi Jingxian saw with her mind, the more she had a good impression of Jun Changxiao. From the looks of it, she thought to herself, helping him is the right bet. Zhang Sun Fenghua and Leng Xingyue were not as complicated as Shi Jingxian thought. The two of them agreed that the Iron Bone Sect master was too arrogant. He was still a hothead and would fall sooner or later. Yes. They thought that they would fall when the army of 300,000 attacked. In the end, they were still slapped in the face by reality. The 300,000 soldiers of the White Tiger Legion had suffered heavy casualties. The remaining 100,000 soldiers surrendered and were imprisoned by Xie Guangquan. Truyang County's attack ended in complete defeat. It was not hard to imagine that when this news spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in southwest Jiangzhou. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian smiled and said, Green Sun City's crisis has been temporarily resolved. Since the sect is busy, this queen will bring the disciples back first. Many thanks for Palace Master Shi's help. Jun will remember this kindness in his heart. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands. He still had to deal with the aftermath, so he only sent Shi Jingxian out of the city. Leng Xingyu, who was following them, stopped. She turned around and looked at the city gate tower. She met Elder Wei's gaze, and there was still a faint hatred in her eyes. Ai. Elder Wei sighed. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao said, Elder Leng is still charming. She must have been a great beauty when she was young. Why didn't the two of you reconcile? It would definitely be a good thing if their hall master could develop a better relationship with an elder of Miaohua Palace. Elder Wei shook his head and said, I'm just an old man with one foot in the grave. How could I possibly burden her? You're still so pessimistic. Jun Changxiao was speechless. Elder Wei changed the topic and said with a smile, the palace master of Miaohua Palace seems to have a good impression of the sect master. If she takes the initiative, there will definitely be something between the two of you. Jun Changxiao said, didn't you say that I can't be infatuated with romantic relationships if I want to develop the sect? Elder Wei said, if it were any other girl, of course you can't be infatuated with her. However, that girl is the sect master of a fourth-rate sect. If you marry her, she will definitely be a good wife for you. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao rubbed his chin and said, although this woman is blind, she must have extraordinary means to be able to sit in such a high position. If I marry her and let her manage the sect, won't I be able to roam the world with my sword? The system was speechless. Marrying a beautiful girl, yet he wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper. If this guy can find a girlfriend, the heavens must be blind. Elder Wei said, I'm just saying. If the sect master wants to marry the sect master of a fourth-rate sect, it will probably be more difficult than breaking through to Martial Emperor. Jun Changxiao agreed. I'm very handsome and charismatic. However, why would she abandon such a huge sect and marry into Iron Bone? The system couldn't take it anymore. Forcing an explanation and praising myself, this guy's skin is probably thicker than the walls of Qingyang City. On the battlefield outside the city, the corpses had been cleaned up. Although faint traces of blood could still be seen, at least it wasn't as scary as before. Thank you, City Lord. Jun Changxiao said, I'll pick a batch of the captured soldiers to bring back to Iron Bone. I'll leave the rest to you. Ah? Xie Guangquan was dumbfounded. How am I supposed to deal with so many captives? How to deal with them was his problem. After checking the captives, Sect Master Jun brought the disciples of Iron Bone back to the sect. The captives he brought back were all soldiers of the Tiger Army. Iron Bone was still short of more than 2,000 disciples. Since they couldn't recruit any outstanding youths and couldn't poach from other counties, they could only start with these soldiers. They chose the soldiers of the Tiger Army because they were personally trained by Tao Yuan. As long as that guy acknowledged the sect, they would naturally acknowledge him as well. Sect Master Jun's little abacus was very good. However, after returning to the sect, Tao Yuan still locked himself in his room. It could be seen that after being captured, losing his memory and joining Iron Bone was a knot in his heart that couldn't be untied. Creak. The door opened. Xianxia walked in and sat on a chair. He crossed his legs and said, Xianyang County sent 300,000 soldiers to attack Qingyang City. Tao Yuan, who was facing the wall, was expressionless. The result. Xianxia said, the commander of the army, Bai Ruihu, was killed by me. His head has been sent to Xianyang County. The White Tiger Army no longer exists. Tao Yuan, whose back was facing him, trembled slightly. After a while, he sighed deeply. However, there wasn't much shock in his eyes. For the past 3 months, he had been living in Iron Bone. Not only did he know that the wolf cavalry was brave and skilled in battle, he also witnessed the sect master's use of beans to create soldiers. If such a powerful force was used on the battlefield, it would definitely be successful. Not to mention, Hall Master Shui was extremely proficient in the art of war. Although Bai Ruihu's White Tiger Army had 300,000 soldiers, it wouldn't be easy for them to attack the city. Xianxia said, I'm not showing off to you. I just want to tell you that if my Iron Bone can defeat an army like Xianyang County, what kind of opponent can't we defeat? Tao Yuan was silent. Xianxia said again, the door has always been open. You can leave now. I won't force you. Tao Yuan's gaze became complicated. Yes. Iron Bone's door had always been open. He could leave without hesitation. However, he chose to lock himself in his room. This meant that he was struggling in his heart. These days, Tao Yuan admired Shui Rengue and wanted to lead the wolf cavalry. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay. However, his dignity as a soldier restricted him. He couldn't make a decision. Xianxia stood up and looked out of the window. He said heroically, stay and follow me to conquer the world. We'll sweep through the world and achieve great feats. Tao Yuan was startled. His gaze gradually became filled with battle intent. I brought the soldiers you've trained. Xianxia said, they can continue to fight with you. In the future, there will definitely be a place for you in the Falling Star continent. No. He said resolutely, it should be the god of war whose name resounds through the heavens. Sect Master Jun's ability to fool people wasn't just for show. Even Shui Rengue, who was standing outside, was completely ignited when he heard the words God of War. He was already past the age where his blood was boiling. People didn't have dreams. What was the difference between him and a salted fish author who didn't update? Therefore, Tao Yuan, who was already in a dilemma, suddenly stood up. He then turned around and saluted Xianxia. His voice was as loud as a bell as he said, Disciple Tao Yuan is willing to follow Sect Master to conquer the world and achieve great merits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, bewitching people's heart. You have received 1,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 45445,000. The main city of Xianyang County, Xianyang City, had an extremely majestic palace-like building complex. This was where the county chief lived and was privately called the palace by the people. Just from the architecture alone, it was clear that the county chief of Xianyang County was a very ambitious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have built a palace like the one the emperor lived in. Then, what did this county chief look like? Following the camera into the grand hall, they saw a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s sitting at the head of the table. Shuachaochuan, the county chief of Xianyang County. His face was full of whiskers and gave off a very wild feeling. His tiger-like eyes shone brightly and he gave off the aura of someone who had been in power for a long time. His image was very fitting. He was an ambitious and ruthless person. However, below him, the generals and strategists all had their heads lowered and their hearts were all trembling. The atmosphere in the hall was very solemn. Just now, Bai Ruihu's head was placed in a brocade box and sent over. Pa. Shuachaochuan slammed his palm on the table and shouted angrily, 300,000 soldiers not only failed to take down Jinyang City, they were also completely wiped out. Bai Ruihu can't absolve himself from the blame even if he dies 10,000 times. This county chief was really angry. After all, the White Tiger Legion was one of the 4 legions that he had painstakingly built. Now that it was gone just like that, his heart would definitely ache. County chief. A burly general cupped his hands and said, "This general is willing to lead the Xuanwu Legion to attack Xinyang County and bring back the head of the Iron Bone Sect master. My Azure Dragon Legion requests for battle. My Vermilion Bird Legion requests for battle." Not only was the county chief angry that the White Tiger Legion had been wiped out, but the commanders of the 3 legions were also very angry. The 3 legions added together had at least 1 million soldiers. If they really attacked Xinyang City, Sect Master Jun would definitely be under a lot of pressure. Although Shuachaochuan was so angry that his beard was trembling, he calmed down and said, "Recently, our Xinyang County has been going to war frequently and has made the other big counties very unhappy. We can't waste our forces for a small county." Iron Bone had been stationed in Xinyang City, wiped out the White Tiger Legion, and even sent Bai Ruihu's head over. This was obviously a warning. If it was just Iron Bone, Shuachaochuan would definitely take it. However, there was more than one enemy at the moment. Many large counties were eyeing Xinyang County covetously, so he had no choice but to consider carefully. Furthermore, the White Tiger Corps had been completely wiped out, so Iron Bone definitely had some strength. If they sent troops over, there would definitely be casualties. It was not a wise move to take over a 9th-grade county that was only meant to expand their territory and had no value in resources. Shuachaochuan wasn't a brainless villain who sent trash to give experience to the main character. After suffering a loss, he would definitely be well-behaved for a period of time. At the very least, they had to deal with the large counties that were eyeing them covetously before thinking about attacking Azure Sun County. This was also what Sect leader Jun wanted. Because what he lacked now was time. Even if he was given a bit of time to breathe and let the sect develop, he would have the confidence to confront the entire world. Did you guys hear? The True Sun County sent a total of 300,000 soldiers to attack Azure Sun County. However, they were all defeated outside Azure Sun City. I've long heard of such a huge matter. Moreover, from what I know, the commander of the army, Bai Ruihu, was beheaded and his head was sent to Xinyang County. My God, the White Tiger Corps is one of the best elite corps in southwest Jiangzhou. General Bai is also one of the top 10 generals, but he actually died outside Azure Sun City. As expected, the martial cultivators in southwest Jiangzhou received the latest news and discussed in shock, especially when they found out that the person in charge of defending Azure Sun City was Iron Bone. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. A period of time had passed since the life and death arena was set up at the foot of the mountain, and its popularity had gradually decreased. Because Iron Bone participated in the secular war and wiped out the White Tiger Corps, he once again became the #1 trending topic. What family war, what who fought with who for 3 days and 3 nights, even recently, the hot topic of a family head's concubine having an affair with his housekeeper was covered up by Iron Bone. The happiest people were the 7 city lords of Azure Sun County. When they received the news, they almost couldn't help but jump in excitement. Azure Sun City was the main city of the county, and Iron Bone's defense had undoubtedly brought light to them who were lost in the darkness. 6th grade Jinyang County. It wasn't undefeatable. The news of victory spread throughout Azure Sun County. The people in the cities, towns, and villages all rushed to spread the news and celebrated with gongs and drums. Many people even kowtowed in the direction of Iron Bone Mountain. When Azure Sun County fell, they would become slaves. They were Iron Bone, and it was sect leader Jun who turned the tide. Naturally, they would be worshipped by the people. If Jun Changxiao turned the sect into a temple and put up incense boxes, it would definitely attract many worshippers. Grand Qi Sect, Main Hall. After Qin Haoran received the news, he held the letter and sat in the main seat, dumbstruck. He couldn't recover for a long time. Iron Bone could resist an army of 300,000, how was this possible? If it wasn't written clearly in black and white, Alliance leader Qin would really think that he was dreaming. he had already received the news that Jinyang County had attacked Heiyang County and Huaiyang County. At that time, he had discussed with the alliance leaders and finally came to the conclusion that Azure Sun County would be targeted. Because of this, Grand Qi Sect and the alliance sects all closed their doors and didn't care about worldly affairs. When Azure Sun County was in danger, they all chose to stay out of it. This kind of action was really despicable. Therefore, Jun Changshao led Iron Bone disciples to defend Azure Sun City and defeated Jinyang County's army. This was undoubtedly a slap to their faces. It was loud and clear. This slap also woke up Qin Haoran, who was pretending to be asleep. He finally realized and admitted that Iron Bone was an existence that he and the alliance couldn't fight against, challenging Sacred Spring Sect. Fighting Massacre Shrine on the stage. Now, fighting against the elite army of a 6th-grade county. What could Qin Haoran, his vast Qi sect, and his 100-sect alliance do? They couldn't do it at all. They didn't even dare to think about it. In the past, Iron Bone was just an ant at the foot of a mountain in the eyes of Qin Haoran and the alliance leaders. Now, it had become a giant that they could only look up at. Looking up was still behind. When Tao Yuan acknowledged Jun Changshao and Iron Bone, his 2,472 Tiger Army soldiers also joined the sect. When the number reached 5,000, the sect mission was triggered. When the disciples completed the mission and met the requirements, the sect's level would increase and the number of members would also increase. Iron Bone would also be one step closer to becoming a 5th-rate sect. Why? Because to be promoted to a sect, not only did it need 10,000 members, it also needed 1 martial king, 10 wuzong, and 1,000 martial masters. Iron Bone's realm level was completely met, but it lacked disciples. Therefore, increasing the number of members was the key to becoming a sect. Of course, disciples weren't a problem, because the soldiers trained by Tao Yuan lived in Iron Bone. Not all of them joined the sect due to the limit of members. As long as Jun Changshao didn't care about aptitude and wanted to improve, it would be easy for Iron Bone to be promoted to a sect. Tao Yuan finally thought it through and truly regarded himself as a member of the Iron Bone sect. This showed that sect leader Jun's brainwashing ability was still very strong. As for what he said about following him to conquer the world and sweep through the world, he was actually bragging. Fighting a war was impossible. After all, the main task now was to develop the sect. After Tao Yuan agreed, the captured Tiger Might army soldiers naturally joined willingly. The number of disciples in the Iron Bone sect was instantly filled. Sect missions appeared in the mission pavilion, and the disciples began to actively work on them. During this time, Jun Changshao assigned the new soldiers to the Wolf Rider Hall and appointed Tao Yuan as the deputy hall master to assist Shui Ringue. One was a 5-star general, and the other was a rising star in the military world. What kind of achievements the Wolf Rider Hall would have in the future under the management of these two people? Let's wait and see. Sect leader Shui Ringue said, "We don't have enough mounts." Don't worry. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "When the wolf cubs in the mountains grow up, they will be assigned to the Wolf Rider Hall." Living in a place full of spiritual energy and with a supply of feed pills, the hurricane wolves living in the mountains grew up very quickly. Soon, the new members of the Wolf Rider Hall would all ride one. Although Jun Changshao had no intention of conquering the world, since there were ambitious people in the Falling Star continent, he definitely needed to plan ahead and develop. At least when the war came, he would have the ability to deal with it. Although this Iron Bone sect leader was a little mischievous, he definitely had other merits besides being handsome. The contribution points of the newly recruited over 2,000 disciples were also overflowing. Jun Changshao didn't go to the shop. Instead, he bought a lot of molding rooms and mid-grade aptitude-modifying elixirs for the development of the sect and disciples. Because Jinyang County stopped attacking, Qingyang County was able to calm down as usual. Sect leader Jun also had a rare moment of peace and began to think about who to give the holy grade aptitude-modifying elixir to. Xianxia's aptitude is very strong. It's useless to give it to her. Let's give it to Qingyang first. Everyone could see that Li Qingyang had put in a lot of effort for the sect. Giving the elixir to him was definitely the most suitable. Jun Changshao wasn't biased when it came to the distribution of martial arts resources. He gave them to whoever was most suitable. If there was really no choice, then he could only give them on a first-come, first-served basis. Therefore, in the future, as long as there were people like Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen, there would definitely be a lot of them. When he bought the AWM sniper rifle, Sect leader Jun had also bought 5 bottles of top-grade aptitude modification elixir. Now that he had 7 bottles, he gave them to Li Yuhua, Ling Yuanxue, Song Xianzhou, and Zhang Wei. Hoo-hoo. Inside the room, Li Qingyang clenched his fists tightly as his eyes glowed with a scorching luster when he took the modification liquid and raised his aptitude from supreme grade to divine grade. The transformation of his aptitude boosted his cultivation, allowing him to smoothly advance from the 7th rank to the 8th rank of Wuzong. At Wuzong's level, the one with the highest cultivation was Yi Xingchen, who had already reached the 9th level of Wuzong. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma and the others were at level 7. Long Xiang and the other disciples who entered the inner gate later were at level 4 or 5 on average. After Yang Yuhua, Ling Yuanxue, and the others took the top-grade aptitude modification elixir, their spiritual roots were raised to supreme grade. Because they had taken it before, although they were very excited, they weren't too surprised. Song Xianzhou, on the other hand, was extremely shocked. "Senior brotherly," he said in disbelief, "what kind of elixir is this? It can actually raise the level of one's spiritual roots after taking it." Li Qingyang said, "Don't be surprised, it's very common." "Very common?" Song Xuanzhou's mouth twitched slightly, then he excitedly went to cultivate. So far, there were 2 divine grade, 14 supreme grade, and 5 superior grade among the Iron Bone Inner disciples. Note, the number of Iron Bone Inner disciples in the previous paragraph was 22, but the actual number was 21. I calculated wrongly. There were so many disciples with high-level spiritual roots, it was impossible to find them in the 2nd or 3rd-rate sections. As for whether there were any in the 1st-rate sects, it was hard to say, it was still the same sentence. The Iron Bone had great potential, but it lacked time to grow. After the number of disciples reached the quota, the sect missions were triggered, and the disciples accepted them one after another. The sect's achievement value was capped at 5,000 points. If they completed all the missions, not only would they be overpaid, they would also be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points. Therefore, Jun Changxiao could only open up the store again and spend them in advance. He bought Jia Bing's Qiankuan bag, but there wasn't anything good, so he spent 100 contribution points to refresh it. Holy shit! Sect leader Jun glanced at the new products and almost jumped up in excitement when he saw the mid-grade Qi gathering pill formula. Although natural spirit stones could increase one's cultivation quickly, there was a limit to it. The Iron Bone's biggest reliance was still the Qi gathering pill. The low-grade Qi gathering pill was effective in the lower levels, but as one's cultivation level increased, it would obviously lose its effect. Therefore, they needed higher-grade Qi gathering pills. He clicked on the introduction. The mid-grade Qi gathering pill could increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy by 30 times. The low-grade Qi gathering pill could increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy by 10 times, but with higher-grade herbs, it could increase the speed by 15 times or even 20 times. If the mid-grade Qi gathering pill was used with higher-grade herbs, it would definitely increase the speed by more than 30 times. Buy. Jun Changxiao bought the mid-grade Qi gathering pill formula without hesitation. It was automatically matched to the alchemy pavilion. He clicked on the pills and saw that there were many types of herbs needed to refine them, but they weren't too precious. He should be able to buy or grow them. He continued to flip through. Sect leader Jun saw a formula called antidote pill. The introduction said that after taking it, it could neutralize hundreds of poisons. In the future, disciples will have to go out and train in the wild. It's not bad to have an antidote pill. He spent another 1,000 contribution points to buy the formula. During this time, sect leader Jun had collected a lot of herbs. He opened the alchemy pavilion and could refine a few hundred pills. Therefore, he decisively refined the antidote pill. He continued to browse the store and found 2 more martial techniques. Although they were only high grade, they were still stronger than the exploding fist technique. Sect leader Jun decisively bought them. As long as the martial techniques were refreshed, he would buy them regardless of their grade to enrich the sect's martial techniques library. After copying 5,000 of each martial technique, sect leader Jun still had 796 contribution points left of the 4,996. He didn't panic at all because the disciples would slowly fill up their contribution points after completing the sect's missions. As expected, in the next 5 to 6 days, the disciples who accepted the missions completed them one after another. The contribution points and achievement points on the system interface kept rising. Sect leader Jun thought of ways to spend all 796 contribution points in order to make it a round number. On the 10th day, all the missions were completed. Contribution points, 50005000. Achievement points, 72005000. I can level up now. Xianxia rubbed his hands and clicked on the sect construction. Ding. Sect construction has increased to level 6. Ding. Sect members, contribution points, and achievement points have increased. Ding. Sect spiritual aura pavilion opened. After the notification sounded, the system interface changed. Sect name, Iron Bone Jing Sect leader, Xianxia sect level, 6th rate sect construction, level 6 sect functions, medicine refining pavilion, smithing pavilion, talisman pavilion, spirit beast pavilion, spiritual aura pavilion. Sect cultivation technique, Jing, low-grade divine grade, cloud steps, low-grade high-grade, sound transmission technique, mid-grade high-grade, sect members, 500, 010000. Sect contribution points, 500010000. Sect achievement points, 2200100000. Sect main mission, within 100 years, I finally broke through 10,000. At the start, the system interface's value limit was 100. Now that it had reached 10,000, Xianxia almost couldn't hold back his tears. For the sect, for the sake of becoming stronger. Even with a fever of 60 degrees, I still insisted on developing the sect. Do you know how hard I worked? The system poured cold water on him. There are still 90,000 disciples short of the 100,000 required for the main mission. Host must work harder and have a fever. After the upgrade of the sect leader Jun was most interested in the new function of the spirit room. From the word spirit, he speculated that it might be related to spiritual energy. From the word room, he guessed that it might have a nurturing function. Could it be that it can help me nurture spiritual energy? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly tapped on the spirit room. A small panel popped up. As usual, there was a space similar to a 3D projection. There was something that looked like an alchemy furnace, and the words spirit room were engraved on it. There were many items under the panel, all of which were already there. For example, the elementary grade cold edge sword, iron shield, overlord spear, soft silk armor, and the intermediate grade cold edge sword. What was going on? Sect leader Jun tapped on the elementary grade cold edge sword with doubts. Item, elementary grade cold edge sword spirit room, 0 to 1. Please select metal spirit, wood spirit, water spirit, fire spirit, earth spirit. Note, as the level of the sect's construction increases, more spirit room will be unlocked. Xianxia was dumbfounded. What does this mean? The system explained. The host guessed half of it right. The spirit room does have a nurturing function, but it doesn't nurture spiritual energy. It nurtures weapon spirits. Nurturing weapon spirits? Xianxia's eyes widened. The so-called weapon spirits were life forms formed in the weapons. Many people thought that the special effect of the green dragon crescent blade had a weapon spirit. In the end, it was targeted by the demon fiend sect. The function of the spirit room was to nurture the weapons and treasures of the system at a deeper level, thus condensing weapon spirits of different attributes. For example, the elementary grade cold edge sword. If it was chosen to nurture a fire spirit, it would become a weapon with a fire spirit. After hearing the system explain the function of the spirit room, Xianxia's eyes lit up. This function of nurturing weapon spirits was equivalent to embedding various attributes on the equipment. Let's give it a try. Xianxia tapped on the Fire Spirit button, and a window popped up. Available quantity, 1. Do you want to continue? F***CK, it can be nurtured in batches? If he took back all of his cold-edge swords and refined them with a single button, he would definitely be able to create a weapon with a weapon spirit. Continue. Jun Changxiao tapped on the button. Hoo, the spirit accumulating furnace was suddenly filled with a rich fire attribute spiritual energy. It seemed that the spirit accumulating furnace had begun. According to sect leader Jun's experience, the more advanced the system was, the more time it would take to activate the functions. Thus, he retracted the system interface and began to consider another problem. Should he continue to recruit soldiers from the Tiger Might army or recruit talented martial cultivators? As long as Jun Changxiao was willing, the number of members in the sect could easily exceed 10,000. After that, they would be able to directly certify the sect. However, although these soldiers' cultivation levels were not bad, their spirit roots were too weak, and their room for growth was limited. If he could take all of them in, he could even take in 100,000, let alone 10,000, because there were still many white captives in Qingyang City. However, once the number of people reached the requirement, it would be very difficult for the sect to become stronger in the future. In the past, Iron Bone only had a few hundred disciples, so Jun Changxiao felt relaxed. Now that the number of disciples had exceeded 2,000, the consumption of resources was simply too great. 100,000 mediocre disciples would definitely require more resources to nurture. This would also increase the burden and slow down the overall development of the sect. If I can't recruit soldiers, I still have to set my sights on martial cultivators with good aptitudes. At least I can save a lot of resources and speed up the growth of the sect. Jun Changxiao made a decision in his heart. The 100-year time limit made him have to treat it seriously and not just find a group of ordinary soldiers to rush in. How should he recruit them? He had to place them in the outer counties. Naturally, sect leader Jun would not openly poach them. Instead, he planned to not recruit them and let them take the initiative to come. Now, he had to think carefully about what method to use. The next day, the elementary-grade cold-edge sword was successfully nurtured. Jun Changxiao hurriedly took it out. From the outside, the nurtured cold-edge sword did not change, but the cold aura was replaced by heat. Tisk, tisk. Jun Changxiao said in amazement, a weapon refined from cold iron actually has a fire attribute after being nurtured. This is truly inconceivable. He released his spiritual senses and merged them with the sword. A small space opened up inside, and a little guy floated like a ghost. This was the newly nurtured fire spirit. Although its body was small, it was filled with the power of fire. The system said, the weapon spirit is in an ownerless state. The host must sign a contract with it to truly control it. Jun Changxiao communicated with it with his spiritual sense and found that the little guy was a little resistant. However, after a little scare, it obediently submitted. Signing a contract with a newly formed weapon spirit was much easier than signing a contract with a ferocious beast. It only took an hour. After successfully obtaining the fire element weapon spirit of the cold-edge sword, Jun Changxiao felt that he was more compatible with the weapon. With the weapon spirit in control of the weapon, he and the weapon spirit were indistinguishable. They could use the weapon better. Huff, huff, Jun Changxiao held the sword hilt and communicated with the weapon spirit. The entire sword was instantly enveloped in scorching flames. It could be said that he was too handsome. Awesome. Sect leader Jun's eyes were filled with excitement. He then went to the inner yard's martial arts field and began to slash to his heart's content. Shwa, 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 streams of flaming sword energy filled the air and interweaved into a dazzling net of flames. Damn. Su Xiaoma walked out from the side room. Looking at the crisscrossing flaming sword energy in the martial arts field, his eyes suddenly widened. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others were also alarmed. They all looked at the sect leader practicing his sword with admiration, after playing for a while. Jun Changxiao kept his sword and the flames gradually dissipated. He said, "Isn't it handsome?" "Handsome," everyone said in unison. Su Xiaoma said with a face of admiration, "If I can be a fire element martial cultivator like the sect leader, that would be great." He believed that Jun Changxiao's flaming sword energy was related to him being a fire element martial cultivator. Isn't that simple? Jun Changxiao said confidently, "Give me your cold-edge sword. This seat will let you become a fire element martial cultivator." Give me the sword and become a fire element martial cultivator. Su Xiaoma's eyes were filled with confusion, but he still handed the cold-edge sword over. Are you sure you want the fire element? Jun Changxiao asked. Yes. As a man, he naturally liked the fire element that represented explosion and wildness. Jun Changxiao then looked at Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others, and said, "Give me your swords as well. This seat will let all of you become fire element martial cultivators." Huh? All the disciples were dumbfounded. However, out of absolute trust in the sect leader, they all handed over their weapons. Sect leader Yang Yuhua scratched his head and said, "I prefer the earth element." Jun Changxiao said, "As long as it is within the 5 elements, you can choose as you wish." Song Xianzhou anxiously said, "Sect leader, I like the metal element." Long Xiang handed over the conqueror spear and said, "Sect leader, I also like the metal element." Sect leader, I like the wood element. Sect leader, I like the water element. Although the disciples didn't know what was going on, as long as they handed over their weapons to the sect leader, they would tell him which element they liked. Stars. Jun Changxiao said, "What about you?" Yi Xingchen muttered in his heart, "This emperor prefers to use his fists." However, since the sect leader took the initiative to ask, he said, "Up to you." After memorizing them one by one, Jun Changxiao opened the spiritual aura chamber and began to refine them in batches according to the different elements. Although the spiritual aura chamber's refined function was slow, it took the same amount of time to refine one weapon and a pile of weapons. Therefore, early the next morning, the cold-edged sword that contained different weapon spirits was refined. There is a weapon spirit inside the sword. You can use the element you want after signing a contract with it. After assigning the weapons, Jun Changxiao didn't forget to remind them. Weapon spirit? All the disciples' eyes widened. Knight Emperor, who preferred to use his fists, also had a look of surprise in his eyes. When he took the cold-edged sword and felt that there was indeed a weapon spirit inside, he opened his mouth in shock. This was really a weapon with a weapon spirit. Wait, Yi Xingchen broke down, "Sect leader. Why is it a water element weapon spirit? Didn't you say anything was up to you?" Jun Changxiao said. At that moment, our Knight Emperor almost vomited blood. It would have been fine to give a fire or metal element weapon spirit, but to give a water element weapon spirit, did he think of himself as a woman? P.S. Proud Beauty Knight said loudly, "Please vote." Iron Bone disciples quickly signed a contract with the weapon spirit after obtaining the weapon. The advantage of this was that it would become an exclusive weapon. Even if others obtained it, they would not be able to use it as they did not have the support of the weapon spirit. Cold-edged sword and overlord spear, as system weapons, were already very powerful. Now that they had weapon spirits, they would only be more powerful, to be exact. Weapons with weapon spirits could be classified as treasures. Jun Changxiao had helped many disciples form weapon spirits, which was equivalent to giving each of them a treasure. This was very powerful. It also shocked Yi Xingchen. He had seen weapons with weapon spirits in his previous life, but they were extremely rare. The sect leader actually gave them to his disciples, the upper realm. They must have come from the upper realm. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the large training field in the outer courtyard, Xianxia and the others communicated with the weapon spirits. In an instant, fire element red, water element blue, wood element light green, earth element light brown, and metal element bright yellow. The brilliant 5 elements spread out, interweaving into a spectacular scene. From another perspective, it looked like they were all equipment embedded with various attribute stones. They were definitely RMB players in the game. He Wudi, who had just finished cultivating in the forging room, saw Xianxia and the others holding all kinds of beautiful weapons. He immediately widened his eyes and said, These weapons all have weapon spirits?" He was indeed an expert. He could tell at a glance. In his world, weapon spirits were standard. Without them, one would not be considered an expert. He would be embarrassed to greet them when he went out. However, in the mortal realm, martial masters had weapon spirits, and there were so many of them. This was shocking. They must have been left behind by the 7 profound sage in the mortal realm. Yi Xingchen thought that these weapons came from the upper realm. As a real person from the upper realm, He Wudi thought that they were left behind by a powerful person. This misunderstanding was really wonderful. Whoosh, whoosh, on the training field, the 5 elements were released frequently. It was gorgeous. Xianxia, Li Fei, and the others were fire element weapon spirits. The flames that spread out revealed an explosive power. Long Xiang and Song Xianzhou were both metal-type weapon spirits. The spearhead and the sword body exuded an indestructible sharpness. Yang Yuhua's spirit wasn't a weapon, but an iron shield. Because it had an earth attribute artifact spirit, after it was activated, it immediately formed a thick and heavy aura, and its defensive strength also increased. As for the wood and water elements, they were more of a support type, so they were more suitable for girls. No wonder. Yi Xingchen, who had obtained a water-type equipment spirit weapon, had the urge to vomit blood. Sect leader Jun stood in front of the main hall with a smile on his face as he watched his disciples test their weapons. The spirit concealment pavilion, which had been opened to the 6th level, was indeed very powerful. If the disciples were equipped with this kind of weapon, their combat strength would definitely increase by a lot. Furthermore, as long as he had a system weapon, he could use spirit accumulation at any time. He didn't need any random materials. It's a pity that elementary weapons like the cold-edged sword and the Overlord spear can only be used once. This was what Sect leader Jun was dissatisfied with. He opened the spirit concealment pavilion and tapped on the cold-edged sword. The data that appeared was similar to the cold-edged sword, but the number of spirit accumulations was 2, which meant that 2 types of artifact spirits could be produced. I am a fire attribute martial cultivator and the king of the sword Dao. Choosing a fire spirit and a metal spirit is more suitable. Jun Changxiao muttered. At this moment, Lu Qianqian walked in from the inner courtyard. He said, "Qianqian, bring your cold-edged sword over. I will help you modify it." It was a pity that there was no ice attribute artifact spirit, otherwise, it would definitely be his first choice. Lu Qianqian walked over, but did not take out the cold-edged sword. Instead, she said, "Sect leader, disciple wants to go out and gain experience." She had mentioned this matter before, but because of the invasion of Xianyang County, it was temporarily put on hold. Now that the matter had been temporarily resolved, it was time for her to go to the Northeast Lu Prefecture to cultivate. "All right." Jun Changxiao said, "I allow you to go out and gain experience." He would not stop his disciples from going out. However, Jun Changxiao added, "Bring me the cold-edged sword first." Going out to gain experience was not a problem, but she must first condense a weapon spirit. At least it could increase her combat power, and it would be safer outside. Lu Qianqian handed over the cold-edged sword. Jun Changxiao did not ask her what weapon spirit she needed. Instead, he chose a fire spirit and a water spirit. Because there was no ice spirit, the second best choice was the water spirit. As for the fire spirit, he hoped that it could melt her cold heart. The next day, Jun Changxiao handed the weapon that had been condensed with a spirit to Lu Qianqian and said, "When do we leave?" "Today." Lu Qianqian said. "So soon?" Jun Changxiao thought for a moment and said, "Approved." Iron Bone Sect, outside the mountain gate. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the other disciples personally sent their eldest senior sister off. Although Lu Qianqian's personality was cold and taciturn, she was still the eldest disciple of the Iron Bone Sect. Naturally, she was deeply respected by her fellow disciples. "Eldest senior sister." Lu Wancher cried, "Take care." She used to be very afraid of Lu Qianqian. After all, when she first came, she had a sword on her neck. However, after she became a disciple of the Iron Bone Sect, if there was anything she did not understand in martial arts, her senior sister would guide her. Although she was cold and taciturn, she could often point out the flaws in one sentence, which benefited her a lot. With the gradual contact, Lu Wancher became more aware that her eldest senior sister was just cold, but she was actually a very good person. Ling Yuan Shui and the other Iron Bone Sect disciples watched their eldest senior sister leave the mountain. They were also sad. Second senior brother. Su Shama said, "Where's the sect leader?" Li Qingyang shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Jun Changxiao did not come to send his eldest disciple off. He sat alone on the roof of the main hall. The past rose up in his sea of consciousness. "I want to join the Iron Bone Sect." This was the first sentence Lu Qianqian said when she first appeared. At that time, sect leader Jun had just crossed over. He even had to rely on Aunt Wang to eat. It could be said that he was poor and destitute. You're the sect leader? I left the sect. In the face of Lu Qianqian's doubts, sect leader Jun used all his means to make her stay. Later, he went to Qingyang City to participate in the recruitment of hundreds of sections. This sect's only disciple had a poisonous tongue, which also gave many readers the opportunity to use this topic to criticize. Damn it. Jun Changxiao shook his head and threw away all the memories. He said, "It's not like you won't come back. Why be so sad?" He stood up and looked at the graceful figure that had disappeared on the stairs. He transmitted his voice, "Lu Qianqian, remember my words. You will always be the eldest disciple of the Iron Bone sect." Lu Qianqian, who went down the mountain, heard it but did not respond. If you encounter trouble outside, don't be rash. You must find a way to ask for help from the sect. I and your junior brothers and sisters will be your strong backing. Jun Changxiao transmitted his voice again. Lu Qianqian stopped at the foot of the mountain and looked back at the gate. A group of junior brothers were still waving their hands and smiling as they sent her off. When she was expelled from the sect, no one comforted her or cared about her. Now, she was just going out to experience the world. It did not mean that she would not return. Her junior brothers and sisters stood in front of the gate to send her off and did not leave for a long time. At that moment, Lu Qianqian's heart was in turmoil. Is it so difficult to have a heart like still water? Her eyes were filled with bitterness and she left without looking back. On this day, the eldest disciple of the Iron Bone sect went down the mountain and began her experience. As for when she would return, it was unknown. After Lu Qianqian left, the cold aura that permeated the Iron Bone sect completely disappeared. However, the disciples felt that something was missing. They felt that something was wrong when they did their morning exercises. Sect leader Jun wasn't used to it either. After the morning exercises, he sat in the main hall and would occasionally look outside the door. Over there, she would often appear out of nowhere, and then she would lean against the door and say some cold words. Everyone had feelings. Even if these feelings had nothing to do with love. He had interacted with Lu Qianqian for a long time. Although she didn't have much of a presence, now that she was gone, he would definitely feel that something was missing. Sigh. Jun Changxiao let out a long sigh. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have allowed her to go out for training. She just left. Li Luoqiu walked in from outside and smiled. Sect leader, do you miss her? There was a hidden meaning in her words, but sect leader Jun, who was a loner, didn't understand. He said rather sadly, she's the eldest disciple after all. How can I not miss her? Li Luoqiu said, don't think about it. I'll tell you a piece of good news. What good news? Jun Changxiao asked. Li Luoqiu smiled. Xianxia County and Scarlet Sun County have started a war. Both sides have sent 500,000 troops. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. It is indeed good news. Xianxia County and a 6th grade county were fighting, so they definitely wouldn't have the time to target Qingyang County. He could develop his sect in peace. Senior martial brother. On the martial arts field, Su Xiaoma said in a low voice, eldest senior martial sister isn't here. Everyone seems to be listless. We need time to get used to it, Li Qingyang said. Swoosh, he stood up and clapped his hands. Don't just stand there. Go do your missions and cultivate. Eldest senior martial sister wasn't here. As the second disciple, he had to shoulder the responsibility. Yes. The disciples adjusted their moods and began to focus on cultivation. Sect leader Jun gradually walked out of the negative emotions brought about by the departure of his eldest disciple and began to plan for the sect's development. First, he had to expand the sect. After accommodating 5,000 disciples, the inner and outer courtyards became more crowded. Expansion was necessary. Upon receiving the order, Li Qingyang took out many architectural sketches and even many small models. Looking at the exquisite architectural model, sect leader Jun asked in surprise, "You made it?" "Okay," Li Qingyang said. "Tsk tisk." Jun Changxiao praised, "These building models you created are completely comparable to Stylus Lei." Stylized thunder? Li Qingyang was at a loss. Jun Changxiao did not explain too much. He handed over the spatial ring and said, there are 10 million taels here. Come and get more if it's not enough. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Spending 10 million taels to expand the iron bone factory was definitely extravagant, there was no other way. Sect leader Jun lacked cultivation and a large number of talented disciples. The only thing he didn't lack was money. The next day, under the direction of Li Qingyang, the expansion of the Iron Bone Academy's inner courtyard was in full swing. The other disciples continued to cultivate as usual. Sect leader Jun, on the other hand, went to Huyang City after the morning exercise. He bought the mid-grade spirit-gathering pill formula, but he lacked the ingredients and seeds to refine it. Sect leader Jun. Inside the medicine shop, Xianxia hurried over and said gratefully, guarding Qingyang City is equivalent to guarding Qingyang County. This is a great favor. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning, Jun. Xianxia said. Xianxia's mouth twitched. He faced 300,000 soldiers from Xinjiang County head-on and even killed by Ruihu. If this was a small matter, then what was a big matter? Family head AI. Jun Xianxia returned to the main topic. I came this time to purchase some herbs and seeds. As he spoke, he handed over a list of materials. Xianxia looked at it carefully and said, Sect leader Jun, we don't have many of these herbs in stock, but we do have a lot of seeds. I'll take all of them, Jun Xianxia said straightforwardly. With Elder Wei and the medicine hall around, the seeds were definitely more valuable than normal herbs. Xianxia was very efficient. In just an hour, a large batch of herbs and seeds for the mid-grade spirit-gathering pill was delivered. How much is it? Sect leader Jun helped Qingyang County resolve the disaster. I'm very grateful. I'll give it all to you for free. This, Jun Xianxia reluctantly said, all right then. Before he left, he gave Xianxia dozens of healing pills and body-shaping pills. On the main street, Sect leader Jun walked straight, and the people in the city all looked at him with gratitude and admiration. Li Er. A woman hugged a 3-year-old boy and said, this is the sect leader of Iron Bone Clan. He's the benefactor of Qingyang County. Mother. The child said with a determined gaze, when I grow up, I'll definitely join Iron Bone Clan. Sect leader Jun, an old man, knelt down and said, please accept this old man's bow. He wasn't a native of Qingyang County. 100 years ago, he moved here with his family. The reason for moving was that his hometown had been baptized by war. As someone who had been through it, the old man knew better than anyone the cruelty of war and the importance of a peaceful life. Therefore, he knelt down to thank sect leader Jun. When I wrote this paragraph, I thought of my great-grandmother. She was still alive and was almost 100 years old. When she was young, it was the era when China was invaded by foreign enemies. She took her grandfather, my grandfather, who was still young, to avoid the bombardment of the Japanese shells. We live in a peaceful era, so how can we understand how the older generation of people who were born in a war era live in fear and trepidation? So, we can't forget the shame of the country. Countless ancestors shed their blood to ensure that the country is prosperous and the people are at peace. The future generations should always remember it in their hearts. Old man, please get up. Jun Xianxia waved his sleeve, and gentle spiritual energy helped the kneeling old man up. However, just as he helped him up, the people standing on the street knelt on the ground. Sect leader Jun, everyone cowed out and said, please accept our bow. This, Jun Xianxia was very embarrassed and hurriedly left Huyang City. However, just as he walked to a remote area, 2 black shadows flew out from the darkness, their bodies erupting with dense psionic energy. From the aura, they were definitely martial kings. Boom, boom, Jun Xianxia suddenly turned around and directly blasted the person who ambushed him out. Thump. Thump. Thump, the 2 black shadows landed on the ground and staggered back. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They hid so well and suddenly attacked, but he actually counterattacked so quickly. His reaction was too fast. Jun Xianxia retracted his palm and sneered, the 2 of you have been following me for a long time, right? Yes. They had been following him since Huyang City. Sect leader Jun, a rough-looking man in black in his early 30s, cupped his hands and said, your strength is indeed strong. We 2 brothers admire you. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, are you people from Xianxia County? No. People from Demon Fiend Sect? No. People from Deicide Temple? Not either. Jun Changxiao was puzzled. He only had these few enemies. If none of them were from Demon Fiend Sect, who could have sent them? Sect leader Jun, the man in black, cupped his hands and said, we two brothers have no sect and have been wandering the world all year round. We want to join the Iron Bone clan. Huh? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Two martial kings took the initiative to join the Iron Bone clan. This way of opening was a little wrong. The two martial kings who attacked from the dark were about the same age as him, in their early 30s. They also looked similar, so they should be blood brothers. They wanted to join Iron Bone, which made Jun Changxiao dumbfounded. Two martial kings wanted to join them just by going out for a trip. This was a bit too mysterious. Or could it be that I have reached the stage where experts from all walks of life would fight to be my underling, under normal circumstances? Sect leader Jun would definitely suspect that the two of them were spies. However, joining Iron Bone would mean that they would be restricted. They would not dare to obtain information or have their memories erased. Therefore, he was not worried at all. Sect leader Jun said, you two are martial kings. You should be quite famous in Jianghu, right? The older man in black cupped his hands and said, my name is Ning Duxing. My brother is Ning Duzue. Because we broke through to martial king by chance, we are not famous in Jianghu. Ning Duxing. Ning Duzue. Everyone is drunk, I am the only one awake? Everyone is awake, I am the only one drunk. This name was really unique. Ning Duxing said, we heard that sect leader Jun dared to fight against Xianxia County. You are a man of indomitable spirit, so we came to seek shelter. Please accept us. So that's how it is. Jun Changxiao understood. However, you guys came to seek shelter. You didn't have to sneak attack in the dark, right? In fact, the two brothers were just testing the waters. Although their spiritual power was strong, they did not have any killing intent. Because of your names, I will allow you to join Iron Bone Sect. Jun Changxiao took out the entry form that he always carried with him. Iron Bone was in urgent need of talented martial cultivators. Since two martial kings came to seek shelter, they would definitely welcome them warmly. Because of my name, Ning Duxing and Ning Duzue looked at each other. Their expressions were a bit interesting. Ding. Sect members, 500-210000. Ding. Sect contribution points, 500-210000. After accepting the two, Jun Changxiao said, let's go. Follow me back to Iron Bone Sect. Yes. The two Ning brothers cupped their hands and said. From their tone, it was obvious that they had already entered the role of Iron Bone disciples. Sect leader Jun couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Were they really sincere in coming to rely on him? The eldest brother, Ning Duxing, was more cheerful and talkative. His brother, Ning Duzue, was more indifferent. He had only said yes from the beginning to the end. What are your realms? On the way, Jun Changxiao asked. Reporting to Sect Master. Ning Duxing said, both of us are rank 5 martial kings now. TSK. For these two rogue cultivators to be able to become martial kings and even break through to rank 5, they must have had an extraordinary fortuitous encounter. Speaking of fortuitous opportunities, sect leader Jun thought of Rinshan. Was it because he had recruited him into the Iron Bone that he was so lucky that even the martial king had sided with him? Sect leader. In the main hall, Li Qingyang sent a voice transmission in astonishment. These two martial kings, were they really picked up on the road? Okay, Jun Changxiao replied. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Sect leader went to Huyang City and came back to pick up two martial kings. It was truly inconceivable. Xianxia sent a voice transmission. Sect leader, I've heard of these two people. They seem to be from the southeast province. They roam the Jianghu all year round and are called the Ning Duo. Jun Changxiao asked in astonishment, they are bandits? Xianxia said, they specialize in robbing the rich to help the poor, so they are called bandits. Later on, they offended too many people and couldn't survive in the southeast province. They began to wander around. The common people called them the Ning Duo. The circle of martial kings was only so big. Those who were slightly famous would definitely be known by their peers. So that's how it is. Jun Changxiao suddenly understood. At this moment, he finally understood why these two brothers came to him to seek refuge. Why? Because he had defended Qingyang City and protected countless common people. Since these two were chivalrous people, they must have been moved by what he had done and were willing to lower themselves to become Iron Bone disciples. Sigh. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, if there were more chivalrous people like them in the world, I wouldn't have to worry about not being able to recruit capable people. You're thinking too much. The system said, in the Falling Star continent, where martial arts are respected, such people are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Jun Changxiao ignored it and ordered, Qingyang, you're in charge of these two people. Yes. Li Qingyang led the Ning brothers to the inner courtyard and told them about the sect. Martial kings? Our Iron Bone disciples are getting more and more powerful. Even such powerhouses are willing to join us. We can't embarrass the sect leader. We still need to work hard in cultivation. The Iron Bone disciples heard the news and came over, all of them whispering. In the past, they, who were born ordinary, had never thought that one day they would be in the same sect as martial kings and be in close contact with them. In the herb garden. With Elder Wei's expansion, it had reached a size of 1,000 acres. Jun Changxiao walked over and looked at the rich spiritual energy gathered in the sky. His eyes immediately filled with pride. The Iron Bone Mountain, which was originally in the middle of nowhere, had undergone earth-shattering changes under his management. He was absolutely filled with a sense of accomplishment. Just you wait. Sect Master Jun swore in his heart, I will turn this mountain into a holy land for martial artists. Everyone will come from all directions to worship me. The system said, this goal is as difficult as making the sect the strongest in the Falling Star continent. It's only challenging if it's difficult. Jun Changxiao said. Isn't it just the beginning of hell mode? Since I've shouldered such a fate, I will never give up or surrender. Elder Wei. Jun Changxiao said, I have some high-level seeds here. Divide a medicinal field and plant them. Okay. Elder Wei took the seeds and looked at them carefully. How long will it take to mature? Jun Changxiao asked. Elder Wei said, a month. A month, it wasn't too long. He could afford to wait. Elder Wei didn't directly plant the seeds in the medicinal field. Instead, he placed them in the seed incubation pool for nurturing first. Jun Changxiao returned to the courtyard. At this moment, a ding sound rang in his ears. AI Xianxia had given him a lot of ready-made medicinal herbs that could be used to refine mid-grade qi gathering pills, so he had already started refining on the way back to the sect. In the study, little Long Long was still asleep and showed no signs of waking up. Jun Changxiao sat down and took out the newly refined mid-grade qi gathering pills from his interspatial ring. He enveloped them with his spiritual sense and muttered, the spiritual energy is so abundant. The medicinal herbs that AI Xianxia gave were all ordinary, and the pills refined were also very ordinary. The speed of increasing spiritual energy was only 30 times. I'll let the inner sect disciples take these pills first. The next day, Jun Changxiao sent the hundreds of mid-grade qi gathering pills into the pill machine. In the martial arts practice field, a melodious divine song rang out. Jun Changxiao led the disciples in a dance. The Ning brothers, who had just joined Iron Bone, looked ashamed. After the dance, they wished they could find a hole to hide in. There was no other way. Morning exercises and dancing were a major feature of Iron Bone. Even martial kings were no exception. How could a martial king be a disciple in the sect? So sect leader Jun started to think about what kind of position to give him. Hall master? There didn't seem to be any other halls for them to manage. The system suggested, the sect lacks elders. Why don't you appoint them as elders? That's possible. Jun Changxiao also thought about it, but he held his chin and said, we can't give them that right after they enter the sect. We need to observe them carefully. How would he observe them? After thinking about it, he decided to let the Ning brothers teach the disciples first. Xianxia was overjoyed when he heard the news. As the only elder in the sect, he would hold a lecture every once in a while to guide the disciples on the path of martial arts. At first, Xianxia didn't think much of it. He even thought it was a good job. But when he met Xianxia, it was the beginning of the tragedy. This girl with extremely high martial arts attainments asked as many questions as the stars in the sky. Elder Jiang had a splitting headache from all the questions. He wished he was dead. Every time he went to teach Wu Tang, he would rush to the battlefield with the determination to never return. To be able to torture our Elder Jiang like this, it was obvious how terrifying Xianxia was. Now that the sect leader sent 2 martial kings to teach the disciples martial arts, wasn't it the same as breaking free from the sea of suffering? Xianxia was so excited that he almost drank in the cafeteria to celebrate. Sect leader Jun let the Ning brothers start by teaching the disciples and observe them for a month. If their performance was good, it wasn't impossible to appoint them as elders. After making the necessary arrangements, he began to focus on his cultivation. However, because they were martial kings, not only did they need to consume a lot of resources, they also needed a long time. Cultivating step by step is still too slow. Jun Xianxia murmured, if I complete the mission and get experience talismans to break through, that's the best way. The system said, dream on. Jun Xianxia ignored it and started to think about the hidden missions he had completed recently. He wanted to see if there were any missions that were related to eliminating evil for the people. In the end, there were too many hidden missions related to idioms. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't have a clue. The system said, hidden missions are about letting nature take its course. Host should focus on the right path. AI. Jun Xianxia withdrew his unrealistic thoughts and skillfully opened the middle-tier store. Previously, he had bought quite a number of formulas, but because he didn't have enough contribution points, he hadn't finished browsing through all of them. It was a pity. The subsequent products had no purchase value. With a thought, Jun Xianxia spent 100 contribution points to refresh the shop. His luck was too bad. After browsing through all the new products, he still didn't see anything decent. Sect Master Jun was greatly disappointed. I have 5 points of luck. Why didn't I get anything good? The system said, the luck value only increases the host's luck. It's not like there's a 100% chance of getting something good. Jun Chang opened the shop and his eyes lit up when he saw the new product. The second item in the first row was a secret manual. Written on it were 4 bold and powerful words, 10,000 swords return to origin, swordplay. This was a sword technique. Jun Xianxia hurriedly clicked on the details. Item, 10,000 returning swords. Introduction, a forbidden sword technique from a certain dimension. It was later modified and perfected by a mysterious almighty being. Its power is unfathomable. Effect, it is divided into 3 realms. The first realm is 10,000 swords return to 1. The second realm is 10,000 swords. The third realm is if I am the sword, there will be no sword under the heavens. Advantage, this technique is extraordinarily powerful after being modified. It can be considered a top-grade sword technique. Disadvantage, it is difficult to learn, difficult to master, and consumes a lot of energy. Even if you comprehend it, do not use it rashly unless you are a sword king or above. Otherwise, you will suffer a backlash. If light, you will be injured. If heavy, you will die. Price, 2,000 contribution points. Level, none. None? Seeing the level introduction, Jun Xianxia was dumbfounded. From the introduction and advantages, this was definitely a very powerful sword technique. How could it not have a level? The system explained, in the vast universe, there are as many experts as there are clouds. Some almighty beings may have created martial techniques that are beyond the system's calculation range, so it is unable to give an accurate level classification. Jun Xianxia said in surprise, even the system can't calculate it. This 10,000 swords return to origin must be super powerful. Ding. Host has spent 2,000 contribution points. You have obtained 10,000 swords return to origin X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 280210000. After purchasing the 10,000 swords return to origin, the system did not automatically match it with the sect's cultivation technique. It could be seen that this sword technique was not suitable for disciples to cultivate in large quantities. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, it was a sword technique. Among the Iron Bone disciples, only Zhou Hong had the aptitude for the sword. Shua. Sect leader Jun waved his hand and took out the sword technique that emitted the sword force. He couldn't wait to read it. However, after just looking at the first stage, 10,000 swords returned to one, he felt like he understood it. He couldn't help but sigh, it's a bit difficult. The martial techniques bought in the mall were easy to understand, no matter how high the level was. Only the Lingjian divine art and the 10,000 swords returned to origin were exceptions. Still, sword Dao martial arts were so unfathomable. Even if it's difficult, I have to learn it. In the following time, Jun Changxiao focused on comprehending the sword technique and didn't even cultivate. However, 10,000 swords returned to origin was too profound. Sect leader Jun cultivated in his room for 5 days and only comprehended a little. This question is too difficult. He hugged his head and roared to the sky, I don't know how to do it, I don't know how to do it. Everyone thought that sect leader Jun was extremely monstrous now. He was the king of martial arts and the king of sword Dao. Little did they know that he was stumped by a sword technique. This also meant that there were countless martial arts in the world, and there was no lack of profound and unfathomable martial arts. I don't believe this. Sect leader Jun and the 10,000 swords returned to origin were exhausted. He handed over the sect's matters to Li Qingyang and Li Luoqiu and completely focused on comprehending the sword technique. Ah! This shouldn't be. Why is this question so difficult? Every once in a while, when a disciple passed by the courtyard and occasionally heard a breakdown, he couldn't help but secretly ask, what's wrong with sect leader? Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The medicinal herbs needed to refine mid-grade qi gathering pills had matured under the hard work of Elder Wei and the members of the medicine hall. Sect leader Jun was still cooped up in his room and didn't come out. Second senior brother. Lu Wancher sent the food over as usual and said worriedly, sect leader still locked himself in his room. He hasn't eaten for a few days. Is he seriously ill? Li Qingyang almost fell over. This little girl still spoke so innocently. Sigh. Li Qingyang shook his head and said, I didn't expect that eldest senior sister's departure would bring such a big blow to sect leader. If Jun Changxiao heard this, he would definitely send a flying kick over. Abnormal your head, I'm comprehending a profound sword technique, not because of Lu Qianxian. Senior brother. Su Xiaoma said, let's go and persuade sect leader. Don't let him miss eldest senior sister too much. Alright. Li Qingyang led the disciples to the courtyard. Just as they reached the door, they heard loud laughter coming from the room. Lu Wancher said nervously, sect leader can't be crazy, right? Boom. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, a cold sword aura erupted, blowing everyone's black hair into a mess. Ta. Jun Changxiao took a big step forward and laughed. I understand this question. Li Qingyang and the other disciples were dumbfounded. They hadn't seen each other for a month. Sect leader's hair was messy, and he was sloppy, like a beggar on the street. Sect leader. Su Xiaoma said weakly, Are you okay? Jun Changxiao pushed away the messy hair covering his eyes and laughed. Today, I'll let you see what it means to unite 10,000 swords into one. Swoosh, he jumped and flew to the top of the main hall. As a result, as soon as he landed on it, his feet slipped and he fell straight down. Plop. Humans were made of iron and rice was made of steel. If he did not eat, he would be hungry. Sect Master Jun, who had not eaten for 6 or 7 days, was preparing to show off in front of his disciples. However, when he landed on the main hall, his body collapsed and he fell down. It was a pity that he failed to show off and ended up losing. In the dining hall, Jun Changxiao, who had a big bump on his head, was wolfing down food. There were already a few plates beside him. Sect Master, eat slowly. Don't choke, Lu Wancher said worriedly. Phew. After eating a few more dishes and 2 bowls of rice, Jun Changxiao put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Do, your culinary skills are getting better. It was not that his culinary skills were good. It was because he had been hungry for too long. Even if it was a bowl of cabbage stew, he could taste the delicacies. Sect Master. Lu Wancher blinked her eyes and said, the culinary competition in southwest Yangzhou will begin in a month. Huh? Jun Changxiao scratched his head and said awkwardly, if you did not mention it, I would have forgotten. He had experienced too many things recently. How could he remember? Lu Wancher's eyes were filled with resentment as she said dejectedly, I knew that Sect Master did not take it seriously. Don't worry. Jun Changxiao patted her head and smiled gently, I will bring you to participate and let the world know what it means to be a god of cooking. He had promised in the past that he would bring Lu Wancher. Furthermore, the matter in Jinyang County was settled. There was nothing else to do. He could spare some time to go out and walk around. Perhaps he would be able to pick up 4,988 martial kings with monstrous aptitudes. Just as Jun Changxiao was dreaming, Lu Wancher placed a bowl of fried rice on the table and said with a smile, this is the fried rice that I recently developed. After eating it, you can increase your strength. Sect Master, please try it. Jun Changxiao immediately became nervous. He had once eaten the strength food made by the little girl. In the end, he was carried to the medicine hall for emergency treatment. It was definitely a psychological shadow, Lu Wancher said with a serious face, Sect Master, disciple now knows many herbs like the back of her hand. The food that I developed this time will definitely not have any poison. Please eat it without worry. Jun Changxiao was still worried. But when he saw that the little girl's face was full of expectation and didn't want to refuse, he could only pick up the fried rice and then walk out of the cafeteria. He called Su Xiaoma, who was playing soccer outside, over and said, finish the fried rice. If he didn't dare to do it himself, he would have his disciple do it. This was really particular. Sect leader. Su Xiaoma said, this disciple has just eaten. I'm not hungry yet. Just eat when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense. Oh. Su Xiaoma took the fried rice. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks to eat, he heard Lu Wancher say with a smile, Senior brother, this is a strength food that I developed. After eating it, you can increase your strength. Ah? Su Xiaoma was stunned. The scene of the sect master spitting out white foam and his entire body twitching as he was carried into the medicine hall appeared in his mind. Sect master, he was about to cry as he said, can this disciple not eat? I must. Jun Changxiao took out a pill and said, this is an antidote pill. If you feel that something is wrong, you can take it immediately. The antidote pill is already prepared. Today, I have to be prepared to die and test the poison with my body. Sect master. Su Xiaoma held the fried rice, his eyes filled with determination as he said, this disciple will still be a disciple of the Iron Bone Upright sect in my next life. As he spoke, he swallowed a mouthful resolutely. Gradually, Su Xiaoma's expression changed. His muscles began to twist, giving people the feeling that he was poisoned. Sect Master Jun hurriedly stuffed the antidote pill into his mouth. However, Su Xiaoma picked up his chopsticks and finished the fried rice. Then, he said with joy, Sect Master, this fried rice is not only delicious, but it can also increase strength. Gah! Jun Changxiao was stunned. Bang! Su Xiaoma punched the testing machine. His strength was 400,000 jin. In the month that Sect Master Jun comprehended the Sword Dao, his realm broke through from the 6th stage to the 7th stage. Wuzong, his strength was 370,000 jin. In other words, after eating Lu Wancher's fried rice, his strength increased by 30,000 jin. Some people might say that it was not much. One had to know that this was just a bowl of fried rice, not a pill, and not a strength-increasing talisman. After eating it, Wuzong's strength increased by 30,000 jin. It was absolutely inconceivable. Let me try. Jun Changxiao ordered Lu Wancher to make another bowl of strength fried rice. When he punched the testing machine, his strength was displayed as 4 million jin, an increase of 400,000 jin. The system said, the fried rice made by this little girl contains many types of heaven and earth spiritual energy. It can provide 10% of the host's strength. Compared to the strength-increasing talisman, Lu Wancher's strength fried rice was definitely not worth mentioning. However, it still made Jun Changxiao very happy. Food could be made casually without using any herbs. Eating a meal to increase one's combat strength by 10%, this was definitely a very good thing. How long can it last? Jun Changxiao asked. After analyzing, the system said, looking at the energy consumption of the host's food, it should last for 2 hours. Not bad, Jun Changxiao looked at Lu Wancher and said, "Do, your strength fried rice is too magical." Hee. Receiving the sect leader's praise, Lu Wancher smiled brightly. Jun Changxiao said, if it can be mass-produced, not only can it be used to satisfy hunger, it can also increase one's strength. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I have already grasped the main points. Frying a few big pots is not a problem. Lu Wancher said. Then what are you waiting for? Jun Changxiao urged, hurry up and fry as much as you can. Lu Wancher's strength fried rice was really mysterious. However, it also had its flaws. It had to be eaten to achieve the effect of increasing one's strength. If eating a bite can increase one's strength, that would be even better, Jun Changxiao said. Lu Wancher said, Sect leader, I can improve it. She had learned a lot of knowledge about herbs from Elder Wei, so she could use it to experiment without restraint. Jun Changxiao said, then work hard. Try to make a fried rice that can increase one's strength with just a small bite. Lu Wancher nodded heavily, I will. Jun Changxiao distributed the few big pots of rice that had just been fried to the disciples, letting them each take a big bowl and store it in their space rings. Other martial cultivators would store pills, crystal cores, silver notes, and various martial resources in their rings. Iron Bone disciples would put fried rice. Not only was this strange, it had to be done thoroughly. Because of the fall, sect leader Jun was not interested in showing off his 10,000 swords returned to sect. Instead, he asked the Ning brothers about the situation of teaching the disciples in the past month. Their performance was not bad, and the disciples had benefited greatly. In view of the two's performance, sect leader Jun announced that the Ning brothers were appointed as elders. At this point, the Iron Bone sect now had 3 elders, all of whom were martial kings. Even a 5th-rate sect could not compare to them. After the appointment, Jun Changxiao came to the medicine hall to collect all kinds of herbs. After being nurtured by the seed incubation pool and being carefully cultivated by Elder Wei, the newly matured herbs had abundant spirit energy. Ding, middle-grade energy-gathering pills were refined continuously. After Jun Changxiao took 1 pill, he judged that the elixir refined from this kind of high spiritual herbs could reach 50 times the absorption speed. My iron bone has resources to improve cultivation faster. If I can't become stronger, it will be unreasonable. Sect leader. Half a month later, Lu Wancher said, the culinary competition is about to start. When are we going? Let's go tomorrow, Jun Changxiao said. Okay. The next day, Lu Wancher made a sumptuous meal for herself and the sect leader. After the two ate, they set off with peace of mind. The place they were going to was the heavenly mandate imperial city. It had been almost 2 years since he transmigrated to the other world. Jun Changxiao was going to the largest city in southwest Jiangzhou for the first time, so he was looking forward to seeing what was different about the imperial city. There was still half a month before the culinary competition in southwest Jiangzhou. Jun Changxiao brought Lu Wancher and left. He did not bring the other disciples with him because he hoped that they could increase their cultivation as soon as possible. As for the thousands of middle-grade qi-gathering pills, they had already been distributed to the pill machine. The disciples could receive them at a fixed time. As the sect developed, sect leader Jun would soon be able to take over. If there is a device that is interconnected with the space ring, even if I am not in the sect, I can refine pills, weapons, and other items and distribute them to the various machines with 1 click. Jun Changxiao thought. The system said, yes, but it depends on luck. Is that so? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. He was traveling around the falling star continent. What if his disciples lacked pills? It was simple. Elder Wei would send the herbs he planted to the equipment and send them to the space ring. After refining them, he would send them to the pill machine to replenish them. Thinking of this, Jun Changxiao was even more looking forward to it. Speaking of which, why didn't he just hire some alchemists to refine pills? The system's pill pavilion could easily refine pills with 1 click. Moreover, the pills refined were extremely awesome. Why would he need to hire an alchemist? Although sect leader Jun was only one person, he could do many kinds of work. Pills, weapons, talismans, and even spirit weapons could be done by himself. He was absolutely omnipotent. What was even more amazing was that he didn't even need to do it himself. It could be said that it saved him a lot of trouble and effort. Ah! Standing in the beautiful wilderness, Jun Changxiao opened his arms and smelled the intoxicating scent of the grass. He sighed, "It's not bad to come out and relax." Lu Wancher sat on a rock, holding her chin with her hand. Her face was filled with conflict. "What are you thinking about?" Jun Changxiao said. Nothing," Lu Wancher said in a panic. Jun Changxiao sat down and said, "After leaving the sect, you've been frowning. Is there something on your mind?" "No," Lu Wancher said, "no, there's nothing on my mind." Jun Changxiao was speechless. Her thoughts were written all over her face. If he couldn't see it, wouldn't he be blind? "Let me guess what's on your mind." Jun Changxiao pondered for a moment and said, "You must have an extraordinary identity to be able to make a strength-enhancing fried rice, right?" "What kind of extraordinary identity can I have?" When Lu Wancher said this, her two big eyes kept shaking. Jun Changxiao saw this and continued, "As far as I know, there is also a family head in Yangzhou in the southwest who specializes in cooking. The food he makes can improve one's martial strength." Lu Wancher said, "Are you talking about the Ouyang clan of the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City?" "Not bad," Jun Changxiao said. Lu Wancher said, "Sect master thinks I'm from the Ouyang clan?" "It's hard for me to believe that an ordinary person can make fried rice that increases strength," Jun Changxiao said. This meant that he believed that the little girl was from the Ouyang family. Otherwise, how could she develop such a magical food? "All right," Lu Wancher said, "I'll be honest. I'm related to the Ouyang clan." Jun Changxiao was not surprised. After taking in this girl, Lu Qianqian also had doubts. Although he did not take it seriously, he must have thought about it when he was bored. It was not just Lu Wancher. Sect Master Jun had thought about many disciples. The one who thought about it the most was Lu Qianqian, because her intuition told her that the story behind this disciple was definitely not simple. Until now, Jun Changxiao still thought that such a talented woman joined the Iron Bone sect to avoid the pursuit of her enemies. So when Lu Qianqian went out to experience the world, she said that no matter what danger she encountered, the sect would be her strongest support. "I don't care who the enemy is or how strong they are. If they dared to hurt my disciple, I will use all the power of the sect to kill them." Sect Master Jun's personality was to protect his disciples. It could be seen when his disciples were bullied by the evil sects of Huayang County in Death Valley and were all killed. "Just related?" Jun Changxiao asked. Lu Wancher lowered her head, her small hands clenched together as she said softly, "Sect Master, I am actually the illegitimate daughter of the Ouyang clan." She used a lot of courage to say the last three words, even her body was trembling slightly. "Is that so?" Jun Changxiao replied. He guessed that Lu Wancher was related to the Ouyang clan, but he didn't expect her to be an illegitimate daughter. In his previous world, illegitimate children did not sound good to begin with, and they would even be criticized by others. In the other world, it was definitely worse than that. "My mother was a normal person," Lu Wancher said. "She met that bastard and then I was born. That bastard was definitely her father. Then, my mother died from a serious illness, leaving me alone. That bastard found me and brought me back to the Ouyang clan." The more Lu Wancher spoke, the more furious the hatred in her eyes became. Entering the Ouyang clan was the start of her nightmare. Jun Changxiao could guess it. An illegitimate daughter entering a big family would definitely be targeted by her own family. Yes. Lu Wancher was often bullied by her own family, and being called a bastard was the most common. Because of her background, the little loli could tolerate it. But the more she tolerated it, the worse it got. She couldn't tolerate it anymore, and one day, she quietly left the Ouyang clan. In order to not be found, Lu Wancher came to the most remote Qingyang County, which was why she met Jun Changxiao in Qingyang City. She always followed her mother's surname. Although the surname Ouyang represented honor, she didn't want it at all. If she had a choice, Lu Wancher even wanted to give up the Ouyang clan's blood, even if she had to be the poorest ordinary person. However, her bloodline was born with it. How could she give it up just like that? Lu Wancher's mother was very normal, but she inherited her father's cooking talent. Although she only lived in the Ouyang clan for a year, she had an extraordinary understanding. In this world, there were really people with extraordinary talent. Lu Wancher was one of them. Although she had never entered the Ouyang clan's kitchen, just by secretly watching, she was able to learn by herself. If she received professional guidance, her cooking skills would definitely improve greatly. It was a pity. Because she was an illegitimate daughter, she was destined not to be qualified to learn the Ouyang clan's ancestral cooking skills. If you don't let me learn, I'm too lazy to learn. Lu Wancher began to ponder on her own, and just by relying on her own talent, she successfully developed a fried rice that could improve strength. If this matter was learned by the Ouyang clan, it would definitely cause quite a stir. After all, without learning the Ouyang clan's recipes, she could develop a dish that could improve martial arts strength. It was simply incredible. Thinking of the past that she couldn't bear to look back on, Lu Wancher was in low spirits. She wasn't like Long Xiang, who had to prove to the bullies that he was wronged. She just wanted to cut ties with the Ouyang clan forever. However, the cooking competition was held in the Heavenly Mandate Royal City, and the Ouyang clan would definitely send their direct descendants to participate. What should she do? Xianxia touched her head and said with a smile, "When you go to the Heavenly Mandate Royal City this time, if the Ouyang clan dares to bully you, I will make them pay a painful price." He said a flag. It seemed that going to the Heavenly Mandate Royal City would be another trip to show off. There was still plenty of time. Xianxia brought Lu Wancher along as they traveled at a moderate pace. They passed by towns and cities to experience the local customs of the other world. However, they did not see the good side. They only saw the dark side. The villages were still fine as the people were simple and honest. In the slightly bigger towns, there would always be some martial cultivators bullying the weak and taking advantage of the weak. Among them, some clans were the most serious. They had hired thugs and servants, and they were unscrupulous bullies when they walked on the streets. The Falling Star continent also had government organizations that were only used to restrain the ordinary people. As for the big clans, they could only turn a blind eye. From what Xianxia saw and heard, he deeply realized that although the Azure Sun County was small, the 8 city lords were at least doing something. The outside world was actually so cruel. Bang! In a certain town, a ferocious-looking cultivator kicked out an old singer and said, "It's your fortune that my young master likes your daughter. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "Father!" a 15-year-old girl cried. She was surrounded by a few thugs with a smile on her face. These people were the Zhen family's hired thugs. The young man in embroidered clothes who looked passable standing next to her was the Zhen family's young master. He was a complete good-for-nothing. The passers-by on the street secretly shook their heads, thinking that the girl would not be able to escape today. Mississippi young Master Zhen smiled and said, "Since you followed me, I won't treat you badly." As he spoke, he walked over with a lewd look in his eyes. The girl was so frightened that her face turned pale. However, because of the thugs around her, she could not retreat at all. "Sect Master." At that moment, a clear voice sounded. "Is this considered taking liberties with a good woman in broad daylight?" "Yes," someone said. Young Master Zhen frowned slightly. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man and a woman walking on the street. The man was about 18 or 19 years old, and the girl was about 11 or 12 years old. "Eh?" Young Master Zhen's eyes lit up when he saw the petite and cute girl. He smiled naughtily and said, "What a beauty." "Sect Master." The girl frowned and said, "This guy's gaze is so annoying." "I'll help you beat him up," the man said. "Beat me up?" Young Master Zhen laughed. The group of thugs surrounding the young girl also laughed. Bang! The sound of a fist suddenly rang out. The smiles on the faces of the Zhen family's hired thugs immediately froze. This was because the seemingly weak young man was already standing in front of the young master, his fist landing on the young master's chest. His speed was so fast that he didn't even see it. "Does it hurt?" The young man raised his fist and said innocently. Young Master Zhen was still standing in the same spot, but his expression was gradually becoming more and more ferocious. It hurts. If it hurts, why aren't you flying out? Ah, young Master Zhen's entire body was lifted off the ground. Then, he flew backward and landed more than 30 meters away. He clutched his chest and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The commoners on the streets were stunned. He threw a punch and it took a while for it to fly out. What kind of operation was this? An expert. The martial cultivators hidden in the crowd were secretly shocked. In their opinion, someone who could send young Master Zhen flying like this definitely had extremely high control over his strength. However, that was the young master of the Zhen family. It would be hard to escape unscathed after beating someone up in their territory, as expected. The Zhen family's hired thugs came back to their senses. They angrily rushed forward and surrounded the young man. They glared at him as if they wanted to kill him with their eyes. How dare you hit our young master? Are you alive? Before a martial cultivator could finish his words, a cold palm flew directly toward him. Slap, the young man slapped him in the face. Then, he waved his other hand and accurately hit the faces of the surrounding martial cultivators. Slap. 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 In an instant, 6 or 7 of the Zhen family's hired thugs were sent flying. The people on the streets were completely dumbfounded. That young man clearly kept a certain distance from the Zhen family's hired thugs, but when he attacked, they felt as if he was right in front of them. An expert, an expert. The martial cultivators were shocked. Young Master Zhen, who got up from the ground, clutched his chest and said angrily, "Despicable guy, just you wait." He hurriedly turned around and fled in a sorry state. He wanted to go home and ask for help. He wanted to call all the hired thugs of his family to tear this guy into pieces. Father. In the Zhen family's main hall, the Zhen family's patriarch was talking with a guest. When he heard his son's crying voice, his face suddenly darkened. Father. Young Master Zhen staggered in. With tears in his eyes, he said, "I was beaten up outside." Slap, the Zhen family's patriarch slammed the table and said angrily, "Who is so bold?" "It's me." A voice came from outside. Young Master Zhen was stunned. He hurriedly looked outside and saw that the young man who beat him had actually followed him in. He gritted his teeth and said, "Father, it's him." The Zhen family's patriarch strode out. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, "Kid, how did you get in?" "I walked in," the young man said. The Zhen family's patriarch's face was extremely ugly. Were the guards at the gate idiots? They let an outsider walk in without any scruples. They were idiots. Because they were all beaten into idiots. They were lying on the ground together, twitching all over. "Kid." The guest also came out. He stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "You beat up young Master Zhen and trespassed into the Zhen family's residence. You are really bold." Zhen family's patriarch. He said, "Let me take action on your behalf and teach this ignorant kid a lesson." The Zhen family's patriarch said, "Thank you." This was a Wuzong level elder of a 5th-rate sect. If he personally took action on behalf of his family, it would be very honorable. "Kid." Elder son said coldly, "Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to the Zhen family's patriarch. Then, I can spare your life. Otherwise," his voice stopped abruptly when he said this. Because he glanced at the waist tag hanging on the young man's waist. There were 4 words engraved on it, "Unyielding Iron Bone." Elder son's face changed drastically. He said in shock, You are a disciple of the Unyielding Iron Bone sect?" Unyielding Iron Bone sect, the Zhen family's patriarch was stunned. He had naturally heard of the sect that was in the limelight recently. Coincidentally, the two of them were just talking about the Iron Bone sect and the sect master bringing his disciples to Huayang County to destroy the 4 evil sects. Whoosh! The young man appeared in front of Elder Son and threw a punch. Bang! Elder Son's face suddenly became ferocious after his abdomen was hit hard. Then, he fell down like a pile of mud. The Zhen family's patriarch was dumbfounded. How did this guy come over? Slap! The young man reached out and grabbed the Zhen family's patriarch's neck. He looked at Elder Son who was lying on the ground and said, "I killed him. Do you have any objections?" This seat, could he be? Jun Changxiao, elder son, endured the pain and said hurriedly, no objections. No objections. The young man looked at the Zhen family's patriarch and said indifferently, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. You are not a good person either. Crack, the young man tightened his grip. The Zhen family's patriarch did not even have the chance to speak before his head tilted to the side. Father. Young Master Zhen was terrified. The young man threw the corpse aside and walked in front of him. He said, don't cheat your father again in your next life. Whoosh, a sword flashed and the head fell to the ground. The town was in an uproar. The heads of the Zhen family's patriarch and his son, who had committed all kinds of crimes, were hanging on the city gate. There were also 4 words written in blood on the wall, unyielding iron bone. Unyielding iron bone? Is it the Azure Sun County's unyielding iron bone sect? The 4 evil sects that were destroyed in Huayang County also left behind similar words. It must be them. While the crowd was discussing, the young man who brought the girl away heard a crisp sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, Punish Evil and Eliminate Evil 5. You have received 500 contribution points. Ding. Sect contribution points, 480210000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the series of missions, Punish Evil and Eliminate Evil. You have received 2000 contribution points and the title, Chivalrous Light. Ding. Sect contribution points, 680210000. On the way to the heavenly mandate Imperial City, Jun Changxiao encountered a group of ruffians bullying the weak. They were almost beaten to death. Finally, under Lu Wancher's pleas, he acted to punish them. In the end, he unexpectedly completed the second hidden mission, Punish Evil and Eliminate Evil. The first time this mission appeared was to destroy the Black Eagle Hall. Now that it was completed again, Master Jun realized that it was a series of missions like eliminating evil for the people. As a result, Master Jun went from being indifferent to a chivalrous warrior who walked the world with his sword. As long as he passed by a city and encountered a bully, he would definitely teach them a lesson. As for the vicious ones, he would kill them mercilessly. The system once said, without such a mission, you will definitely not do good. Nonsense. Jun Changxiao said, in this dangerous world, if there is no reward, I will definitely not do good. For a few days, he taught a lot of bullies and took care of many ruffians. The missions of Punish Evil and Eliminate Evil were completed. One after another. Each mission gave him 500 contribution points. It was to find targets better. Jun Changxiao asked around as he hurried along. He learned that the Zhen family of Tongling Town was a playboy who did all kinds of evil. So he locked on to his target and rushed over with Lu Wancher. The rumors were true. As soon as he entered the town, he saw the Zhen family bullying people. Especially when the father learned that his son was being bullied, his eyes were full of murderous intent. He was obviously not a good person. Master Jun went all out and dealt with the father and son together. In this way, the series of missions of Punish Evil and Eliminate Evil were completed. He received a total of 4000 contribution points and a title of Light of Chivalry. Nice. Master Jun walked on the road and opened the system panel. He put on the new title. His luck increased from the initial 5 points to 10 points. Master. Lu Wancher said, if we kill them and leave them behind, others will know that we did it. Jun Chang smiled and said, I just want to let others know. The system was speechless. Are you not afraid of trouble? I am, Jun Changxiao said. The system broke down. If you are afraid, why did you leave clues? Are you looking for trouble? Jun Changxiao said, if the Zhen family wants revenge but can't find the murderer, will they vent their anger on the people I saved? The system was silent for a moment, then said, yes. That's why I want them to know who killed them and who they should seek revenge from. Jun Changxiao shrugged. So that's what he was thinking. Furthermore, Jun Changxiao said, killing these evil people is undoubtedly doing the people a favor. Letting the world know that it was our Iron Bonjing sect who did this, won't it also raise our prestige? It was true. Everyone in Tongling Town was talking about the Iron Bone Righteous sect at this moment. They had deep respect for them. Young Master Zhen had been a tyrant in the town for a long time. Countless innocent women had been harmed by him. Now that he had been killed by Iron Bone, it was a great satisfaction. If the system had reputation, my chivalrous deeds would definitely have increased a lot, Jun Changxiao said. The system poured cold water on him, it will also bring unnecessary trouble. Lingyao Sect. Elder son, who was injured in the Zhen family, walked into the main hall with a pale face. Elder Sunday and Elder asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" Elder son said, "I was injured." That person was instantly furious, "Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts?" "Don't mention it." Elder son's face was ugly, "I almost died." Shua, at this moment, the patriarch of Lingyao Sect walked in with a cold expression, "Who did this?" His sect's elder was injured. Naturally, he would not let it go. The other elders also walked in. Their eyes were filled with anger. It was as if all of them were going to move out and take revenge on the culprit. Patriarch. Elder son said, "It's Jun Changxiao." Jun Changxiao? An elder said coldly, "Who is this? Why haven't I heard of?" Wait, Jun Changxiao. It sounded a little familiar. Patriarch of Lingyao Sect was shocked, Iron Bone Clan sect leader. That's right. Elder son said, "It's him." The elder's expressions changed drastically. Lingyao Sect had naturally heard of the Iron Bone Clan sect leader who had been in the limelight recently. Especially outside Qingyang City, when he defeated 3 martial kings of Xianxia County with a strong cultivation, it was widely spread. Who would have thought that the one who injured Elder Son would be him? Cough. Patriarch of Lingyao Sect's anger dissipated as he said, "Third Elder, how is the cultivation of the disciples recently?" Reporting to Patriarch. Third Elder said, "Their cultivation is not bad. Many disciples have broken through." The other elders who were furious instantly calmed down and began to talk softly. They completely forgot that Elder Son had been injured. The 4 evil sects of Huaying County were destroyed, and the peak martial kings of Godslaying Hall were scared away. The Iron Bone Clan could not be provoked. After completing the series of missions to punish evil, sect leader Jun no longer chose to walk the official path. When there were benefits, he was a chivalrous man. If there were no benefits, he would just pretend that he didn't see them. This guy was really realistic. After obtaining a lot of contribution points, Jun Changxiao had the courage to open the intermediate store again. Unfortunately, the last time he refreshed, he only gave a 10,000 swords return to Sect, and there were no other valuable items. He could only spend 100 contribution points to continue refreshing. Among the new products, there was one that attracted sect leader Jun's attention. That was Chinese recipes. There's such a thing in the store? Only you can't think of it. There's nothing that can't be refreshed. He clicked on the introduction and learned that there were 8 major cuisines recorded in this Chinese recipe. They were Shandong cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Guangdong cuisine, Jiangsu cuisine, Zhejiang cuisine, Min cuisine, Hunan cuisine, and Anhui cuisine. The price was 1,000 contribution points. I can buy it and let Dudu learn it, and let Chinese cuisine go to another world. Jun Changxiao thought. Ding. Host has spent 1,000 contribution points and obtained Chinese recipes X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding. Sect contribution points, 570210000. Dudu, Jun Changxiao took out the recipe, and said, "I have a recipe here, you can take it and study it." Recipe? Lu Wancher pointed to her head, and said with a smile, "Sect leader, I have recipes in here." Heh. This little girl was quite confident. Jun Changxiao said, "This recipe of mine is a gathering of heroes." Is that so? Lu Wancher took the Chinese recipe with some suspicion, then casually flipped through it, and then she couldn't help but be immersed in it. After a long time, the little girl exclaimed, "Sect leader, there are many dishes in this recipe that I have never heard of before. The recipe was passed down from ancient times, it is my Iron Bone Sect's treasure." Jun Changxiao said, "Today, I will hand it over to you, I hope it can be carried forward." Passed down from ancient times, the treasure of the sect, Lu Wancher's eyes widened, she immediately hugged the Chinese recipe book tightly, and said with an incomparably serious face, this disciple will follow sect leader's orders, and will definitely carry forward the recipe. The system said, shameless. Sect leader Jun was really shameless to say that the Chinese cookbook was a treasure passed down from ancient times. Lu Wancher believed it. On the way to the heavenly mandate imperial city, she studied the cookbook and was stunned by every dish and every process of the 8 major cuisines. Sect leader, Lu Wancher said in surprise. With this cookbook, I have more confidence in participating in the culinary competition. There were many dishes in the Chinese cookbook that she had never seen before. As long as she controlled the heat and seasoning well, she would definitely achieve good results in the competition. Jun Xianxia said, we must win first place and show the power of my iron bone. Yes. Lu Wancher nodded heavily. However, Jun Xianxia said, before that, you have to practice more. Lu Wancher smiled and said, Sect leader, what dish do you want to eat? I can try to make it. Jun Xianxia thought for a while and said, let's start with a dish of sweet and sour carp. This was Shandong cuisine, and also his hometown cuisine. Boom, in the river, there was a wave, and different kinds of fish were directly blown out and then fell to the ground. Jun Xianxia put away the AMW sniper rifle and said, see if there are any carps. System, eating fish and using a gun to blow it up. This operation was really strange. Lu Wancher ran over and picked up a big carp, smiling brightly. Sect leader, there are several. Take them all. Okay. With the fish, Lu Wancher began to set up the stove and then prepared the seasoning. Sect leader, there is no white sugar. This, Jun Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, use honey instead. As he spoke, he released his spiritual senses and successfully locked onto a beehive in the distance. Then, he swaggered over. Buzz, 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 the bees flew out and sensed danger approaching. They immediately launched an attack. Unfortunately, facing sect leader Jun, who was covered in armor, they could not cause any damage at all. The system completely collapsed. Using a spirit armor to get honey, this was making a mountain out of a molehill. I'm happy to. Jun Xianxia said, is it any of your business? Not only did this fellow have to use the spear to fry the fish, he also had to use the spirit armor to block the attacks of the little bees. He even had to use the exquisite fire to control the fire at the bottom of the pot for Lu Wancher. One word, horsefly, whoosh, the exquisite fire burned under the stove. Lu Wancher put on an apron and followed the recipe, focusing on cooking. A serious woman is the most beautiful. A serious loli was even cuter. A short while later, the golden-colored sweet and sour carp was ready. Since the author was worried that the readers would learn it, the process of Lu Wancher's cooking and every step was encrypted. Want to learn? Go and do your own research. Jun Xianxia took a bite and savored it carefully. How is it? Lu Wancher blinked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Jun Xianxia praised, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sweet and sour, fragrant and delicious. Not bad, not bad. In fact, it was different from the sweet crisp carp he had eaten before. The difference was that it lacked the taste of his hometown. It was normal. Even if a person from another world mastered the recipe of sweet and sour carp, he might not be able to make a soulful authentic Shandong dish. I don't know if I will be able to eat the most authentic hometown dish in my lifetime. Jun Xianxia was homesick again. Headmaster, Lu Wancher said, during the culinary competition, I will use this dish to compete with them. Done. Jun Xianxia smiled and said, the championship is guaranteed. Lu Wancher said, the culinary competition is the same as the sect competition. We have to go through several competitions. It's not enough to rely on one dish. Then choose a few more dishes from the recipe. Okay. Jun Xianxia and Lu Wancher continued to move toward the heavenly mandate royal city. Because they took the small roads and did not enter the city for sightseeing, their speed was faster. 10 days later, the two entered the territory of the heavenly mandate royal city. It was worthy of being the face of Yangzhou in the southwest. The official road was very grand, and there was no problem for several carriages to travel side by side. The passers-by on the road were also of high cultivation. TSK, TSK. Jun Xianxia said in surprise, Wuzong is everywhere, and there are as many martial arts masters as dogs. The system said, are there more rich people in a small county, or in the city? Of course it's in the city, Xianxia said without hesitation. The system said, so, in this kind of royal city, it's normal to see Wuzong everywhere. Xianxia said, Yangzhou in the southwest is just ordinary in the Starfall continent. If we go to a stronger state, will Wuzong be everywhere, and there are as many martial kings as dogs? If the host wants to be a dog so much, can I cooperate and say it? The system said. Go to hell. Step, 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 on the official road behind them, dozens of martial arts cultivators in tight clothes galloped over on horses. These horses were tall and red all over, and there were flames under their feet. They looked very majestic. Red flame soldiers. Someone exclaimed. The passers-by's expression changed, and they hurriedly made way, with fear in their eyes. Headmaster. Lu Wancher said telepathically, these are the Imperial Guards of the Heavenly Mandate Royal City. Let's get out of the way. Oh. Xianxia responded. Just as he turned his body sideways, dozens of soldiers riding on horses galloped past him. Just as Sect leader Jun turned around, the leader of the group walked past him. Intentionally or unintentionally, he turned his head and met Sect leader Jun's eyes for a brief moment. It was a woman. She was wearing red armor, and her black hair danced in the wind. She looked very valiant. The two of them made eye contact for a brief moment and immediately separated. If this was in a TV series, there would be all kinds of slow-motion scenes, and all kinds of replays that lasted for dozens of seconds to show how a man and woman inadvertently made eye contact. Oh my God! The one riding the horse just now was Princess Red Lotus. Isn't Princess Red Lotus cultivating in the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Why would she appear outside the city? The passers-by on the road suddenly started to talk, and their eyes were full of admiration. Headmaster. Lu Wancher said excitedly, the one who just passed by was Princess Red Lotus. Is she very powerful? Xianxia asked. Princess Red Lotus is the daughter of the city lord of the Heavenly Mandate Royal City. She has the body of fire spirit and is one of the top geniuses in southwest Yangzhou and even the entire Star Zone continent. Lu Wancher said with admiration. Body of fire spirit? Xianxia murmured, no wonder the exquisite fire in my body was a little restless just now. Lu Wancher said, also, Princess Red Lotus is a great beauty. It is said that she is ranked second on the ranking of peerless talents. Xianxia was speechless. If it was not the Gathering of Heroes list, then it was the ranking of peerless talents list. How free and boring would they have to be to come up with this? If they were so capable, they could come up with the entire jade tree overlooking the wind headmaster list. If I can't get first place, I'll kill myself immediately. The system was speechless. However, Xianxia rested his chin on his hand and said, that woman is quite beautiful. If she can join my Iron Bone clan, it would be good. Princess Red Lotus was a fair, rich, and beautiful woman with a background, potential, and looks. Any normal man would think that if they could marry her, they would definitely reach the peak of their lives. Headmaster Jun actually wanted to take her in. It was really hopeless. Beep, beep. Xianxia said, your eldest senior sister's potential is not inferior to hers. Why don't I see you admiring her so much? Huh? Lu Wancher was stunned. She patted her little head and said, yes, eldest senior sister is also very powerful. Why didn't I think of it? Xianxia's mouth twitched. It seemed that this little girl only thought that outsiders were outstanding and completely ignored the fact that her fellow disciples were actually more outstanding. The Heavenly Mandate Royal City was very big and very majestic. When Xianxia came to the city gate and saw the towering city walls, he opened his mouth. Headmaster. Lu Wancher whispered, everyone is looking at you. Xianxia retracted his stunned expression, straightened his body, and said, let's go in. At this moment, Lu Wancher screamed, Headmaster, look, it's Princess Red Lotus, it's Princess Red Lotus. Xianxia shook his head secretly and said, what a little fangirl. At the city gate, Princess Red Lotus was leading a red horse and talking to the general of the city gate. Lu Wancher looked at her with admiration. She was indeed a fangirl. Jun Changxiao shook his head and observed the woman carefully with his spiritual thoughts. He realized that she was outstanding in both appearance and temperament. Due to the strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the falling star continent was filled with beauties. Princess Red Lotus was definitely a rare beauty. Beep. Beep, retracting his spiritual thoughts, Jun Changxiao said, let's enter the city. Okay. Lu Wancher followed, her eyes still filled with admiration. After Princess Red Lotus talked to the general of the city gate, she looked over. Her eyes were like stars in the dark night. Sect Master. Lu Wancher sent a voice transmission. The princess is looking at you. Looking at me, Jun Changxiao turned around and met Princess Red Lotus's eyes again. This time, they did not pass by each other. They looked at each other directly, so he smiled like a gentleman. Princess Red Lotus smiled faintly as she led her horse into the city. Wow! Lu Wancher exclaimed, Sect Master, Princess Red Lotus smiled at you. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said, isn't it normal to smile at such a handsome guy? Eh? Lu Wancher grinned and whispered, how shameless. The two of them continued into the city. However, they were stopped by the general of the city gate. They had to provide identification before they could enter. This was the procedure to enter the city. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Jun Changxiao handed over his identification. On it was written that he was a resident of Azure Sun City in Azure Sun County. City Lord Xia had specially arranged for him. The general of the city gate took a look and said in surprise, Jun Changxiao? Is there a problem? Jun Changxiao asked. The general said, Azure Sun County's Iron Bone Sect Master is also called Jun Changxiao, right? Even the general of the city gate has heard of my name. Jun Changxiao puffed out his chest and said proudly, that's right, Jun is the leader of Iron Bone Upright Sect. This guy is Iron Bone Sect leader? The sect that defended Green Sun City and annihilated Xianxia County's 300,000-strong army? Not bad. Sect leader Jun became even more arrogant when he heard the surprised discussions of the passers-by. Everyone had vanity. Not only does our sect leader Jun have it, it's very strong. When he heard others talking about his great achievements, he immediately became complacent. Men. At this moment, the general shouted coldly, take him down. Shwa. Shwa. Shwa, sect leader Jun, who was feeling smug, was immediately surrounded by dozens of soldiers. All kinds of weapons were placed on his neck. F*CK, what was going on? Brat. The general said coldly, you are the 18th person who has pretended to be the leader of the Iron Bone Sect in the past month. Impersonation, Jun Changxiao broke down and said, General, I am really the leader of the Iron Bone Sect. Every person who pretends to be the leader of the Iron Bone Sect. The general shouted, take them down and lock them in the dungeon. Wait. Jun Changxiao said, I have the sect seal. It can prove my identity. The general laughed coldly and said, you can go and have a good discussion with the group of sect leaders who are locked up. And so, our sect leader Jun was taken away by the neck by a group of soldiers. This made Lu Wancher very anxious. She shouted from behind, sect leader. Sect leader. This girl must be an accomplice. Take her away too. Creak, the door of the dungeon closed. Sect leader Jun and Lu Wancher stood in a cell surrounded by iron walls on three sides. Ahahaha. The system's gloating laughter could be heard. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. In the past, when he said that he was the leader of the Iron Bone Sect, he was looked down upon. Now that he said that he was the leader of the Iron Bone Sect, he was thought to be a fake. The system said, host can break out of prison. Break out your sister. Jun Changxiao clearly remembered that the first sect leader was beheaded because he broke out of prison. Of course, with his strength, breaking out of prison was easy. However, he was the leader of the Iron Bone Sect. Once he broke out of prison, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Friend. At this moment, a cellmate walked over and smiled, how did you get in? Is there even a need to ask? Another cellmate said, to be able to enter this cell, you must be pretending to be Jun Changxiao. Pretending my ass. The cellmate squatting at the side said, I am the leader of the Iron Bone Sect. In the small cell, there were 17 people. This made sect leader Jun suddenly remember that the general had said that he was the 18th imposter. His mouth twitched. You are all Jun Xianxia? Nonsense. A cellmate said, if you are not Jun Xianxia, how can you be locked in here? At that moment, sect leader Jun almost took out his green dragon crescent blade and cut these people who had impersonated him and caused him to be imprisoned into pieces. Calm down, calm down. Jun Xianxia suppressed his urge to kill and carefully examined these imposters. As a result, he almost vomited blood. They were all a bunch of repulsive people. They actually dared to pretend to be the wise and mighty me. The most unbearable thing was that there was actually a bald old man in his 60s or 70s among them. Oh please, imposters should at least be more professional. Little girl. A Jun Xianxia walked over and said with a smile, the leader of the Iron Bone sect is a man. Why did a girl like you appear? Lu Wancher said, I am a disciple of the Iron Bone sect. Everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at Jun Xianxia and gave him a thumbs up, saying, you even brought a disciple. You impersonated a friend well. Impersonation my ass. Impersonation my ass, I am really Jun Xianxia. I am really the leader of the Iron Bone sect. Sigh. A cellmate shook his head and said, we were one step too late. The first imposter succeeded. Otherwise, why would we be locked in here? Damn. The person next to him said angrily, they acted so quickly. These words made Jun Xianxia realize that since all 18 of them, including himself, were imposters, there must be a real one who had already entered the heavenly mandate Imperial City. Damn it. I just made a name for myself in the other world, and someone impersonated me and put me in jail. I will definitely torture them to death once I catch them, the system said. The host should think about how to get out. Creak. Suddenly, the door of the room was opened. A fat prison guard stood at the door and said calmly, Sect leader Jun, follow me. Jun Xianxia and a group of imposters were brought to the interrogation room. The observant general of the city stood proudly. Sitting in front of the interrogation table was Princess Red Lotus, who had just entered the Imperial City. She put her hands on the table and clasped her fingers. She smiled and said, are you all Jun Xianxia, the leader of the Iron Bone sect? Her voice was clear and disturbing. That's right. Before Jun Xianxia could speak, the imposter spoke. You imposters, where did you get the courage to say that you are the leader of the Iron Bone sect? Princess Red Lotus said, as far as I know, the leader of the Iron Bone sect is not more than 20 years old. Does your age match? Jun is only 17 or 18 years old. It's just that he is growing a little fast, the bald old man said. Jun Xianxia's mouth twitched. Old man, you are not growing fast. You are growing faster than the speed of sound, Princess Red Lotus said. Sect leader Jun is a fire elemental armament. Do you have it? Huh, this woman knew him well. It seemed that he could only show the exquisite fire to prove his identity. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the imposter standing at the side raised his hand. A cluster of scorching flames erupted. He said proudly, can this prove my identity? Jun Xianxia opened his mouth. Damn, this guy was also a fire elemental armament. Fire elemental martial cultivators were not rare in the Falling Star continent, so it was normal for an imposter to show it off. Furthermore, it was easier to impersonate someone professionally. Only a fool would think that the bald old man was the sect master of Iron Bone. Princess. The general whispered, this person is a fire elemental martial cultivator and is about the same age. It might be real. Princess Red Lotus said, would sect master Jun of the Sword and Martial Kings have such a low flame? The general fell silent. Jun Xianxia had been releasing his spiritual senses the entire time. When he heard their conversation, he thought to himself, she actually knows that I'm the Sword and Martial Kings. The system said, it's normal for the host to have a breakthrough in Azure Sun City. That's true. Jun Xianxia felt relieved. Names could be impersonated, flames could be impersonated. However, who in this world could impersonate his cultivation of the Sword and Martial Kings? If he wanted to prove himself, it wouldn't take too long. Princess Red Lotus said, Iron Bone has many special martial techniques. Since you are Sect Master Jun, you should be able to use them, right? Everyone fell silent. Actually, before they entered the interrogation room, some of the impostors were already feeling guilty. Xianxia said, "Princess, what martial technique would you like to see?" Princess Red Lotus said, "On Spirit Spring Mountain, the Iron Bone Sect's disciple, Li Qingyang, once used a special spiritual energy-type martial technique to defeat an inner sect disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect. Would it be possible for you to use it?" Xianxia said, "You remember clearly where and who used it. Princess, you really know Iron Bone like the back of your hand." Princess Red Lotus flicked her hair and said with a smile, "A nameless sect suddenly rose to prominence in Azure Sun County. Of course, I have to understand it." The two of them looked at each other. After a while, Xianxia retracted his gaze and said, "This place is small. It's not suitable to use martial techniques." Princess Red Lotus said, "General Song, take these 17 people away and continue to lock them up." "Yes." The general escorted the 17 impostors away. Sect Master June, Princess Red Lotus said with a smile, "My subordinate is only doing his job. If he has offended you, please forgive him." "You think I'm real?" Xianxia asked. Princess Red Lotus said, "Actually, from the moment Sect Master June came in, I knew that you were real. Not just anyone can impersonate the aura of two kings. Since that was the case, why did he need to interrogate him? Could it be that he had nothing better to do, or was he testing him?" Instantly, Xianxia became vigilant and inwardly said, "I'm afraid that this woman isn't simple." Lu Wancher looked at Princess Red Lotus in excitement. She nearly took out a notebook to ask for her autograph. Xianxia did not expect that the way he entered the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City was not through the main gate, but directly from the prison, accompanied by the princess of the city. Sect Master June, Princess Red Lotus said, "I heard that you are a martial arts master. You have also guided many sects on Mount Hua." This woman knew him like the back of her hand. The more she knew, the more cautious Xianxia became. He said, "It's just a coincidence." Princess Red Lotus stopped and smiled. "I'm going back to the academy. If Sect Master June has time, you can come to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Many of our juniors have admired you for a long time." "Is that so?" Xianxia was immediately tempted. Of course, he was not going for a tour. He was thinking, why not recruit disciples in the academy? The Heavenly Mandate Academy was not a powerful organization. The students who cultivated there were also not sections. Recruiting disciples was not considered poaching. "Princess," Xianxia said, "are you interested in joining the Iron Bone Academy?" How direct and straightforward. Lu Wancher, who was standing to the side, opened her mouth. If her idol joined the Iron Bone Academy and became her fellow disciple, she would be very excited just thinking about it, of course. Just thinking about it. The little girl also knew that Princess Red Lotus was of noble status. How could she join a sect? "Sect Master June, are you recruiting me?" Princess Red Lotus smiled. Xianxia said, "The Iron Bone Academy needs a proud woman like you to create a dream together." Princess Red Lotus said, "Before Sect Master June, there were already many sects that wanted to recruit me. There was no lack of first and second-rate sects among them. Although the first and second-rate sects are strong, their potential is limited." Xianxia said with a smile, "For a heroine like the princess, only by joining my Iron Bone faction can she blossom with dazzling brilliance." The system was speechless. When it came to recruiting disciples, he was really good at **ting. He had to **t. How could he recruit a genius with extraordinary potential just by relying on his strength? Princess Red Lotus said, "I'll think about it." She did not refuse, nor did she agree. Xianxia said, "It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Princess, you must seriously consider it." Princess Red Lotus smiled and said, "Sect Master June, I'll take my leave first." With that, she turned and left. Xianxia rubbed his chin as he looked at that valiant figure from behind. He said, "If we take in the Princess of Royal City as our disciple, then even if Xiangyang County has 10 times the courage, they won't dare to act rashly." No wonder he was so eager to recruit her. He had taken a fancy to her status. "Sect Master," Lu Wancher said, "will Princess Red Lotus join the sect?" "Yes." Jun Changxiao said firmly. Not only Princess Red Lotus, but he also wanted to recruit students from the Heavenly Mandate Academy. How could he return empty-handed from this trip to the Imperial City? The Heavenly Mandate Imperial City was really big. Even the Western District was far from what Qingyang City could compare to. Jun Changxiao admired the row upon row of buildings while looking for an inn with Lu Wancher. About an hour later, they chose an inn comparable to a 5-star hotel. The room was comparable to a presidential suite. Rich and willful. Wow. Entering the room, Lu Wancher said in surprise, "This house is so big." Don't be amazed. Jun Changxiao reminded her, the culinary competition will begin in 5 days. Quickly study the recipes. Yes, yes. The little girl sat on a soft chair and took out a Chinese recipe to read. Jun Changxiao stood in front of the window by the street and looked at the endless stream of people below. He murmured, there must be many hidden talents in the Imperial City. In the Eastern District of the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City, the famous Heavenly Mandate Academy was located here. On the huge field, countless geniuses were cultivating. On top of a tall building, an old man in a long robe stood. He had a head full of white hair and looked very sage-like. Dean. A middle-aged man walked over and said, the leader of the Iron Bone clan has come to the Imperial City. I know, the old man replied. Although his voice was old, it had a powerful aura. His cultivation must be extraordinary. The middle-aged man said, in a short time, this Iron Bone clan has developed from a second-rate sect to a sixth-rate sect. This Iron Bone clan really has potential. The old man said, it is hard to say whether the Iron Bone clan has potential, but Jun Changxiao can become the king of sword and martial arts. He will have great achievements in the future. That is true, the middle-aged man agreed. Moreover, the old man said, this boy has a very deep understanding of martial arts. If we can persuade him to give up the sect and become a teacher of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, he will have students all over the world in the future. This boy is arrogant and has caused a lot of trouble. I am afraid he is not suitable to be a teacher, the middle-aged man said. The old man was silent for a while and ordered, in the name of the academy, invite him here. Yes. The middle-aged man left. It was not only the Heavenly Mandate Academy that was thinking about Master Jun. There was also the Yangzhou Certification Academy in the southwest. At this moment, the head of the academy, Yi Tianjin, had also received the news that Jun Changxiao had entered the Imperial City. He was discussing this matter with several elders. He had just entered the largest city in the southwest of Yangzhou, and 2 non-forces were very concerned about Jun Changxiao. This was enough to make others envious and jealous. Headmaster Jun in the guest room, the middle-aged man cupped his hands and said, are you free to go to the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Jun Changxiao was a little confused. He had just checked in, and the people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy came to him. What was going on? Tomorrow, Jun Changxiao said. After traveling for so many days, he was also a little tired and wanted to have a good night's rest. The middle-aged man said, in that case, I will take my leave. After leaving the room, he shook his head and said, many people feel honored to be invited by the academy, but he insisted on waiting until tomorrow. As soon as the people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy left, Elder Zhou of the certification headquarters came. Headmaster Jun, he cupped his hands and smiled. Are you free to go to the certification headquarters? The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched slightly. Were these people's eyes always on him? As soon as he stepped into the Imperial City, they were all here. Elder Zhou. Jun Changxiao said, tomorrow. That's good too. Elder Zhou did not want to disturb him and left. Damn. Isn't that Elder Zhou? Why did he come out of that high-end guest room? Is there a big shot living in there? First, the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and then the certification headquarters came to visit the same guest room. This made the martial arts cultivators in the inn talk about it. Shopkeeper Tian. A warrior walked to the counter and said, who lives on the 2nd floor? The shopkeeper said, no comment. The owner of the inn would naturally keep the identity of the guests a secret. The more this was so, the more curious the warriors were. Who lived in the guest room? The next day, Jun Changxiao walked out in high spirits. However, as soon as he opened the door and stood in the corridor, countless eyes fell on him. He looks very unfamiliar. He seems to be a young junior. How could he alarm the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the certification headquarters? Everyone whispered, and their eyes were filled with disappointment. Xianxia ignored them and knocked on Lu Wancher's room. He said, "Girl, let's go out for dinner." Okay. After Lu Wancher washed up, she followed the headmaster down to the second floor. The two of them casually ate something in the cafeteria on the first floor and then left the inn. Lu Wancher learned a few dishes yesterday, but she didn't have the ingredients, so she had to go to the grocery store to buy them. Xianxia also wanted to take a look at the martial arts market in the Heavenly Mandate Imperial City, so he followed along. The martial arts market in Monarch City was huge. Medicine stores, elixir stores, weapon stores, crystal core stores, and other stores related to martial arts were numerous. On the streets, there were also many armament cultivators who were purchasing all kinds of resources. After walking for a while, Xianxia saw many high-ranked Wuzong. There were even martial kings among them. As expected of the capital, experts were as common as clouds. Lu Wancher entered a sundry goods store while Xianxia strolled around casually. The medicinal herbs and seeds here should be pretty good. With this in mind, he entered a medicinal herb shop. Indeed, the medicinal herb shops in the capital city were much better than the AI clan in terms of medicinal herb variety and quality. Xianxia needed a large amount of materials to refine middle-grade qi-gathering pills, so no matter if it was herbs or seeds, as long as they were available, he would take them all. In the end, he had spent nearly 10 million. So expensive. Xianxia took out banknotes to pay, and suddenly the customers who were choosing medicinal herbs were stunned. Spending so much money to buy some ordinary medicinal herbs and seeds, is there something wrong with his brain? Maybe it's a rich second generation from another city who came to show off his wealth. While the crowd was discussing, Xianxia had already left the medicinal herb shop. You all think that there's something wrong with my brain or that I'm showing off my wealth, but you don't know that it's absolutely difficult to refine qi-gathering pills. Right. Xianxia murmured, if I open a beast material store in Monarch City, there should be more profits, right? The system said, buying feed in Monarch City, host, don't you find it embarrassing? As long as there's money to be made, it's not embarrassing even if I sell feces. Xianxia said. The system said. Someone is fighting in the sundry goods store. Suddenly, an armament cultivator shouted at the top of his voice. Daring to fight in the market, isn't this courting death? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Sect leader Jun frowned because Dudu was also in the sundry goods store. Sundry goods store. At this moment, many materials were scattered on the ground, and the shopkeeper was so scared that he hid under the counter. A young man in embroidered clothes fell on the ground while holding his stomach. His face was slightly ferocious, and it seemed that he was injured. Who hit him? Lu Wancher. At this moment, she clenched her fists, and her eyes were filled with anger. Lu Wancher usually had a cheerful look, and she was rarely so angry. Bastard! A few youths hurriedly helped him up, and one of them said angrily, you actually dared to attack and injure sixth cousin brother. Lu Wancher gritted her teeth and said, if you call me bastard again, do you believe that I won't beat you up too? The little lowly's angry look was quite scary. Humph. That person said coldly, no wonder you dared to come back, so you've been cultivating outside. But no matter how high your cultivation is, you're still a bastard. This guy's words were very unpleasant. Lu Wancher really couldn't take it anymore, and she clenched her fists and walked over. Although the youth was afraid, he forced himself to be calm and said, if you dare to attack in Monarch City again, even fourth uncle can't save you. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. The youth was stunned, and he turned around to look. Unknowingly, a young man of similar age to him was standing behind him. Sect Master. Lu Wancher couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Xianxia saw it, and his heart ached. He said in a deep voice, they are from the Ouyang clan? That's right. The youth raised his eyebrows and said. Xianxia directly pressed him to the ground, and he raised his leg and started to stomp on his back. Bang, bang, bang. The martial artists gathered outside the miscellaneous goods store opened their eyes wide, In just a moment, the Ouyang clan direct descendant who called Lu Wancher a bastard was stomped until he was foaming at the mouth, and he fainted. The other two direct descendants were so scared that their faces turned pale. They didn't care about their injured comrade, and they hurriedly ran away. Swoosh, swoosh, Sect Master Jun reached out and grabbed the two of them. He didn't care if they bullied Lu Wancher or not, he directly pressed them to the ground and started to trample on them again. Stop. At this moment, a shout came from outside the miscellaneous goods store. It's the patrol envoy. Fighting in Monarch City is definitely a serious crime. He's beating up a direct descendant of the Ouyang clan. The crowd hurriedly made way for a middle-aged man in armor and more than 20 soldiers to surround the miscellaneous goods store. Bang, bang, Jun Xianxia was still kicking him, one kick at a time. Seeing this, the patrol envoy frowned. He then entered the miscellaneous goods store and shouted, "Fighting in the city without permission is against the law. Stop right now, or else," bang, before he could finish, he was sent flying out of the store. The passers-by were all stunned. That guy even dared to beat up the patrol envoy. Is he tired of living? Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, two martial artists landed in front of the miscellaneous goods store from afar. Their auras were strong, and they were both martial kings. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice, "You ignorant brat, how dare you hurt a direct descendant of the Ouyang clan?" Jun Xianxia stopped his violence and dragged out the two men who had been beaten to the point of looking like dead dogs. He said indifferently, "This king will not only beat up your family's direct descendants, but also beat up you two old men." Arrogant. The two martial kings shouted coldly. Patrol envoy. The white-haired old man said, "This kid hurt a direct descendant of the Ouyang clan. Can I retaliate?" The patrol envoy struggled to stand up and said while holding his chest, "Yes." Kid. The white-haired old man's martial king aura burst out and said coldly, "I will discipline you on behalf of your parents." Just as he was about to attack, an extremely cold aura filled the air. Not good. The white-haired martial artist's face changed and he couldn't move at all. Jun Xianxia walked over and said with a cold look in his eyes, "You don't have the qualifications to discipline me." Sect leader Jun directly suppressed a martial king of the Ouyang family with his domineering sword momentum and walked in front of him. Slap. A slap was delivered, and a crisp sound was heard. Everyone's eyes widened. Why didn't the martial king of the Ouyang family dodge? Why was he slapped in the face by a young man? The sword momentum suppressed him like Wu Huang's qi domain. The white-haired old man's left cheek was swollen, but his heart was filled with shock. Slap. Sect leader Jun slapped him again and said, "The direct descendant humiliated my disciple. This is the Ouyang family's failure to discipline him." Everyone's mouth twitched. A martial king being slapped in the face in front of so many people was simply unimaginable. This was not a slap in the face. This was trampling on the dignity of the Ouyang family. Whoosh whoosh. Just then, another martial king strode over, his aura whistling through the air. Boom, Jun Xianxia turned around and used the landslide fist, directly meeting the Ouyang family's strong cultivator head-on. Whoosh whoosh, the power exploded, and a gust of wind rose. The martial cultivators close to the military salute were so shocked that they retreated. Thump thump thump, the martial king of the Ouyang family also staggered back. In the end, he fell to the ground on his butt, his eyes full of disbelief. This man's strength was strong, and he was definitely a high-grade martial king. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, two more figures flew over, and the aura they emitted was also that of a martial king. Gold and silver guardians. The warriors exclaimed. The two warriors who landed outside the grocery store were about 40 or 50 years old. Their eyes shone with a sharp light, as if they were generals who had experienced hundreds of battles. They were the two guardians of the heavenly mandate royal city, and they were responsible for the security of the city. What's going on? Guardian Jean asked in a deep voice. The patrol envoy pointed at Jun Xianxia and said, "Lord Guardian, this man openly beat up a direct descendant of the Ouyang family in the city, and he even injured me." Oh? Guardian Jean said in surprise, "That's a bit rare." It wasn't that there were no troublemakers in the royal city. But to beat up a direct descendant of the Ouyang family and a patrol envoy, it was a mess. Boy. Enforcer Silver laughed strangely and said, "You sure have guts." Protector Jean said, there are clear rules in the royal city that no one is allowed to attack without permission. Not only did you hit someone, but you also injured the patrol envoy. That's an additional crime. I don't care about the rules. Jun Changxiao once again slapped the Ouyang clan's martial king's face and coldly said, humiliating my sect's disciple, even the heavenly emperor will have to pay the price. Facing so many martial kings. How arrogant, sect leader Jun was amazing. Protector Jin's face gradually darkened. Tsk tisk. Protector Silver said, this old man hasn't seen such an arrogant little fellow in a long time. Protectors. Another Ouyang clan martial king clenched his teeth and said, this kid is acting recklessly in the city. Please seek justice for our Ouyang clan. He knew that this young man was powerful and that he was no match for him. He could only rely on the two protectors. After all, one of them was at the 9th rank and the other was at the 8th rank. Brat. Protector Yin grinned and said, let this old man spar with you. Whoosh, as he spoke, the aura of an 8th rank martial king burst out, forming a powerful aura that pressed over. Jun Changxiao sneered. His sword aura split and instantly rushed forward, clashing with his opponent's aura. Boom, thump. Thump, Protector Silver took a few steps back and said in surprise, what a powerful sword will. You are, a sword king. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Martial kings could be seen in the royal city, but sword kings were very rare, at that moment. The passers-by finally understood why this kid dared to arrogantly make a move in the royal city and even dared to hit a patrol envoy. A sword cultivator was already very amazing. The king of swordsmanship would only have an even higher status. Back then, a sword king had once come to the heavenly mandate royal city. The city lord had personally received him and treated him as a distinguished guest. Protector Jean said cautiously, may I know your name? The king of swordsmanship was definitely not an ordinary person. Jun Changxiao from the Iron Bone clan. Not only did Jun Changxiao report his name, but he also reported his sect. Because the sword momentum was still being released, even the words he spoke revealed an extremely sharp aura. The Iron Bone clan, Jun Changxiao. Protector Jin's expression changed again and again. He said, so you are the clan leader of the Iron Bone clan. The clan leader of the Iron Bone clan. The surrounding warriors suddenly remembered the clan that had been widely spread in the Jianghu recently, and their faces were all filled with surprise. No. Someone was puzzled and said, I have seen the clan leader of the Iron Bone clan. He shouldn't look like this. Yes, I saw him in the southern district yesterday. Could it be that he changed his appearance? Many warriors whispered to each other. Jun Changxiao frowned and said to himself, could it be that he is an impostor who entered the city first? Very good, since he was in the city, he had to torture him to death, the system said. At this time, the host should consider how to escape. Simple. Jun Changxiao said, make a big deal out of it. Make a big deal out of it? Bang, Jun Changxiao punched the abdomen of the Ouyang clan's martial king who was restrained by the sword and said coldly, today, I will take care of the Ouyang clan's old man and seek justice for my disciple. Whoever dares to stop me will end up like him. Protector Jin's face was ashen and he said, clan leader Jun, don't go too far. He was not biased towards the Ouyang clan, but it was his duty to protect the law and order of the city. Bang, Jun Changxiao punched the chest of the Ouyang clan's martial king again, making him look ferocious. He said, am I going too far? Everyone's mouth twitched. Hitting the Ouyang clan's martial king in front of two protectors, was he not going too far? Protector Jean said in a deep voice, clans have their own rules, and countries have their own rules. Even if clan leader Jun is the king of the sword, he must abide by them. He took a step forward and a complicated fist shadow was immediately displayed. He could not bear it anymore. He had to take down this arrogant junior and tell everyone that the laws of the royal city were not to be violated. Whoosh whoosh, a 9th grade martial king displayed a powerful fist technique, forming a terrifying aura. The passers-by closest to him were so shocked that they retreated one after another. Your royal city has rules, and so does my Iron Bone. Jun Changxiao took a big step forward and displayed the landslide and earth-shattering fist. In an instant, all the fist shadows were destroyed. He said proudly, those who offend my Iron Bone will have to pay the price. Whoosh whoosh, Protector Jean attacked again. Whoosh whoosh, clan leader Jun did not show any weakness. He poured violent power into his fists and punched back. For a moment, the spiritual energy in the marketplace exploded with great momentum. Heavenly Mandate Academy. The old man standing on the building felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy and frowned. He said, "Why is this kid fighting with Protector Jean?" The middle-aged man who went to invite Jun Xianxia shook his head and said, "Dean, I have said before that this kid is a troublemaker. It is not a wise move to let him teach at the Heavenly Mandate Academy." The old man said, "This trouble is not small. You go and mediate." "All right." The middle-aged man turned and left. Headquarters of the Certification Academy. The corner of Yi Tianjian's mouth twitched. He just came to the royal city and he is already fighting with Protector Jean. What is going on? Elder Zhou was speechless. It might alarm the city lord. Elder Zhou. Yi Tianjian said, "Go and mediate the fight." Yes. Jun Changxiao had just gotten into trouble, and the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Certification Academy had sent people to clean up his mess. Boom, boom, in the market, powerful explosions sounded frequently. Boundless spiritual energy wreaked havoc, shaking the surrounding buildings. The buildings in the royal city were indeed powerful. To be able to withstand the attack of a martial king, he was still able to hold his ground. If it were Qingyang City, a large part of it would have collapsed long ago. In front of the grocery store, Jun Changxiao and Protector Jean were fighting fiercely, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. The two of them didn't want to affect the surrounding buildings, so they tacitly chose to fight hand-to-hand. The cultivators who were hiding far away were extremely excited. It was an honor to be able to witness the battle between martial kings and sword kings in the strict royal city. Ta. 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 A large number of royal city soldiers rushed over and surrounded the martial arts market. At the same time, the other martial king-level protectors of the public order hall also rushed over at their fastest speed and locked onto Jun Changxiao. Things were getting out of hand. Judging from the current situation, sect leader Jun was in a very bad situation. This was really a good way to die. Or perhaps, a protagonist who didn't court death wasn't a good author. Boom. At this moment, the two of them punched each other again. Neither of them had the upper hand and they both retreated a few steps. Protector Jin's expression was extremely ugly. Although this brat was a sword king, he was still a low-grade martial king. He, a 9th-grade martial king, was actually unable to do anything to him. However, he didn't know that sect leader Jun hadn't used his full strength from the beginning. Otherwise, if the martial king and sword king were to use their full cultivation, they would definitely be defeated. Heh. Looking at the surrounding soldiers and the 4 martial kings who appeared, Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "What a big lineup." The martial cultivators admired him. The 6 martial kings of the Royal City Public Order Hall were all out, yet he could still remain so calm. As expected of a man who dared to fight against a 6th-grade Xiangyang County, however. This wasn't Xiangyang County, but the Royal City. If a sect leader dared to fight against the Public Order Hall, it was equivalent to fighting against the city lord, there was no denying it. The Iron Bone sect leader had been very famous recently. However, if he dared to cause trouble in the royal city, he would definitely be tired of living. The Ouyang family martial king sneered and thought, "Brat, no one in the world can save you." Sect leader Jun Protector Jean said in a deep voice, "Surrender." After exchanging blows, he had already realized that this kid's strength was extremely strong, and it was impossible for him to take him down alone. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "Only defeat, never admit defeat." His attitude was also very unyielding. "Take me down, come at me with your strength." Protector Jin's gaze was cold as he said, "Protector Yin, let's join forces and quickly capture this child." "All right." Protector Silver strode forward. Wu Huang's aura completely erupted. Wang, a cold sword appeared in the void. Jun Changxiao gripped the hilt of his sword and suddenly pulled it out. His gaze was cold as he said, "Since you want to fight me with numbers, then don't let this seat be merciless." Whoosh whoosh, in an instant, scorching flames erupted from the sword. What a powerful flame! Guardian Jean and Guardian Yin's expressions changed slightly. They knew that the Iron Bone sect leader was a fire martial cultivator, but they didn't expect his comprehension to be so pure. They're using their weapons. I'm afraid there will be bloodshed today. The Iron Bone Sect leader is really reckless. Everyone discussed in low voices. Fighting in the city was already a serious crime. If he were to use his weapon, it would definitely be an additional crime. Jun Changxiao. Protector Jean said in a deep voice, "You're walking step by step into the abyss." If it was just a fight, there was still room for negotiation. However, once weapons were used in a fight, it was absolutely unforgivable. Jun Changxiao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he said, "Come on." Protector Yin. Protector Jin's gaze was cold as he said, "Since this kid is so contemptuous of the monarch city's laws, we'll kill him here today." All right. Protector Yin agreed. Such an arrogant junior made the two of them want to kill him. Whoosh whoosh, the aura of a martial king erupted wildly, and killing intent filled the sky above the martial arts market. Just as Protector Jean and Protector Yin were about to attack, a shout came from afar. "Stop." Everyone looked over and saw Princess Red Lotus flying over. "Greetings, Princess." Protector Jean and the rest, as well as many soldiers, bowed. Princess Red Lotus looked at Jun Changxiao and said, "Sect leader Jun, please put away your sword first. We can talk things over." Clang, she sheathed her sword. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "I'll give the princess some face." Everyone was a little dizzy. Did the noble princess care about your face that much? Princess. Protector Jean said, "This kid attacked in the monarch city and violated the laws. His crime is unforgivable, I understand." Princess Red Lotus interrupted. She looked at Jun Changxiao and shook her head. "Sect leader Jun, this is the heavenly mandate monarch city, not the Iron Bone Sect. It's too reckless of you to attack so recklessly." "If I had been reckless, Protector Jean would have become a soul under my sword," Jun Changxiao said. He was not pretending. He really had the strength. With sect leader Jun's current cultivation, even a peak martial king might not be a threat. Princess Red Lotus said, "Sect leader Jun's strength is admirable. However, you should not attack in the monarch city. Please give up resisting and go to the dungeon." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. He just came out and went back in. The frequency of him being in the dungeon was too frequent. The system mocked, "With the trouble you've caused today, you should be content if you're just locked up in the dungeon." Princess. Protector Jean said angrily, "This kid has no respect for the law. He can't escape death. He can't escape death." The soldiers of the Public Security Department shouted in unison. Judging from this situation, if sect leader Jun did not give a perfect explanation today, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Protectors. Princess Red Lotus said, "Leave this matter to me." This, Protector Jean and Protector Yin looked at each other. The two of them had always been in charge of public security matters. Why was the princess interfering today? Princess. Protector Yin said awkwardly, "This is a serious matter. We have to ask the city lord." Why? Princess Red Lotus frowned and said unhappily, "I don't even have that right?" "Yes, you do." The two protectors hurriedly said. The princess was the apple of the city lord's eye. They did not dare to offend her. Princess Red Lotus said, "Sect leader Jun knows the location of the dungeon. Please go there yourself." Jun Changxiao spread his hands and turned to leave. He had beaten up the Ouyang family and helped his disciple vent her anger. Since the princess had given him a way out, he had to do it. Princess. At that moment, the martial king of the Ouyang family said, "This kid hurt my Ouyang family. Please give us justice." Justice? Jun Changxiao turned back and said coldly, "You said that my Iron Bone disciple is a bastard. I will go to your Ouyang family to seek justice." The martial king of the Ouyang family sneered. "Kid. How can you seek justice in your current situation?" Sect leader Jun, Princess Red Lotus said, "Let's go." Wait. At this moment, Elder Zhou from the certification center flew over anxiously and said, "Princess, there must be some misunderstanding. It's Elder Zhou of the Certification Academy. Why is he here?" While everyone was discussing, a middle-aged man also rushed over and said, "Red Lotus, Sect leader June is an important guest of the academy. You must not neglect him." Gah! The entire place was silent. First, the people of the Certification Academy said it was a misunderstanding. Then, the people of the Heavenly Mandate Academy said it was an important guest. What was going on? The appearance of the Certification Center and the Heavenly Mandate Academy one after another stunned the martial cultivators who were watching the show. After a while, the smart martial cultivators immediately realized that they were here to help the Iron Bone Sect leader out of his predicament. How could a sect leader alert two large organizations at the same time? The Certification Center was responsible for the certification of sects and had a very high prestige. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had nurtured many strong martial cultivators, so its status in southwest Yangzhou was needless to say. If these two organizations really wanted to help Jun Xianxia out of his predicament, even the city lord would have to consider it carefully. Honored guest? Princess Red Lotus was surprised. Sect leader Jun stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of pride. He had a mental breakdown. If you were 2 steps slower, I would have to enter the palace a second time. He had expected that the Certification Center and the Heavenly Mandate Academy would come to help him. After all, they had warmly invited him yesterday. Based on this alone, sect leader Jun dared to bully the direct descendant of the Ouyang family and King Wu. Then, he deliberately made a big deal out of it to attract the attention of the two organizations and let them know that he was in trouble now. The system said, "Host, aren't you worried that they didn't get the news?" "They won't." Jun Xianxiao said, "They knew as soon as I entered the city. They must be paying attention to my every move." The system was silent. This guy was thinking too much. If he dared to court death without thinking too much, he would definitely end up dead. Everything was under Jun Xiangxiao's control, but he didn't expect that Princess Red Lotus would come first. Could it be that she is tempted and has plans to join the Iron Bone Sect, so she came to give herself a way out? Sect leader Jun secretly guessed. Vice Dean. Princess Red Lotus said, "Sect leader Jun beat up the direct descendant of the Ouyang family. They need an explanation." "Is that so?" The Vice Dean looked at King Wu. Elder Zhou also looked over. When the two of them looked at each other, King Wu was on the verge of collapse. The power of these two organizations was beyond imagination. They were existences that his family absolutely could not afford to offend. "Brother Ouyang," Elder Zhou said, "it's not a big deal. Why are you so calculative? How is it not a big deal that his direct descendant and elder were beaten up?" King Wu's expression was extremely ugly. Although he was very unhappy and aggrieved, he didn't dare to express it. "How about this?" The vice principal of the academy tried to mediate the situation. "Just let sect leader Jun pay for the medical expenses. Let's turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing." The corners of many martial artists' mouths twitched. This was not a matter of money. This was a matter of dignity, speaking of which, the Iron Bone Sect leader was also quite impressive. The two large organizations had actually helped him out of his predicament. Ouyang clan's martial king realized that he and his direct descendants would have to suffer in silence, so he said, "This matter has to be handed over to the Public Security Hall to handle. Our Ouyang clan will accept whatever judgment they give." So many people were watching. Of course, he couldn't directly admit that he was unlucky. He could only push the problem to the Public Security Department. "Protector Jean," Elder Zhou asked, "what do you think?" Protector Jean was immediately put in a difficult position. He broke down in his heart and said, "You don't say anything about your family's matter. What do you mean by pushing it to the Public Security Hall?" Princess Red Lotus said, "Sect Master Jun and a direct descendant of the Ouyang family had a quarrel. It's not a big deal." Protector Jean understood and hurriedly said, "Just pretend that it didn't happen." "Disperse, all of you," Protector Silver said. Step. 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 The thousands of soldiers surrounding the marketplace retreated. Several martial kings from the Public Security Hall also left one after another. In that case, Ouyang clan's martial king cupped his hands and said, "Then we will also take our leave." He was furious. However, the certification headquarters and the Heavenly Mandate Academy were biased. He could only swallow his bitterness. Wait a minute. At this moment, Xianxia said, go back and tell the Ouyang clan leader that I will visit the Ouyang clan when I have time. He couldn't just let the matter of bullying a disciple of the Iron Bone sect go. Many people thought that Xianxia had gone too far. They didn't know that the cause of all this was the direct descendant of the Ouyang clan humiliating Lu Wancher. In particular, when he saw his disciple crying and calling for him, the grievance in her eyes made him furious. When he made his move, Xianxia didn't think about anything. He just wanted to give the direct descendant of the Ouyang clan a good beating. No one could stop him. This was the Iron Bone sect leader. Even if he was in the royal city and there were many rules and restrictions, as long as his disciple was humiliated, he had to pay it back double. Because of the intervention of the certification headquarters and the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the conflict was reduced to a small matter. The assailant was still at large. He didn't even pay for the medical expenses. He beat up someone in the royal city, and he even beat up a patrol envoy. The Iron Bone sect leader is definitely the first person to come out unscathed. He has the support of 2 major organizations. If I had such connections, I would definitely be able to do whatever I wanted in the royal city. Then again, sect leader Jun is also quite powerful. He could even get the certification headquarters and the Heavenly Mandate Academy to come out and help. The warriors were still discussing what had just happened. They also had a new understanding of the Iron Bone sect leader. As for the person involved, Xianxia, he followed the deputy dean to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Lu Wancher also followed, but her brows were still slightly furrowed. Sect leader. After a while, she transmitted her voice, I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? Xianxia didn't understand. Lu Wancher blamed herself and said, I shouldn't have acted impulsively. I almost got you into jail again. Silly girl. Xianxia said, I was bullied. As the sect leader, if I can't uphold justice, then what qualifications do I have to be the sect leader? Sect leader, Lu Wancher was deeply moved, and her tears flowed down unconsciously. Back then, she was saved by the sect leader in Xingyang City. Joining the Iron Bone sect was just to find a place to stay. Now it seemed that this was the best choice in her life. You won't look good if you keep crying, Xianxia said. Lu Wancher wiped away her tears and said firmly, I am willing to cook for the sect leader for the rest of my life. Of course. Xianxia said, you've spoiled their food. If it were another chef, your senior brothers and sisters would definitely go on a hunger strike. Haha. The little girl was amused. The previous sadness and self-blame also faded a lot. Mother. Lu Wancher secretly said in her heart, Dudu is very happy to have met such a sect leader. Princess Red Lotus, who was traveling with them, had been paying attention to Xianxia. Did he know that someone would come to help him, so he dared to act so recklessly in Royal City? This man. Princess Red Lotus secretly said, he's not simple. Princess. Xianxia slowed down and walked side by side with her. He whispered, have you thought it through? Princess Red Lotus said, not yet. Xianxia said, only I can nurture a genius like you. Thinking about it a little longer is a waste of your life. Is that so? Princess Red Lotus smiled. Her smile was very charming. Xianxia knew that she doubted his words, so he shook his head and said, when you become an Iron Bone disciple, you will understand if I'm exaggerating. When it came to recruiting talents, sect leader Jun would spare no effort. However, Princess Red Lotus smiled politely and said, Sect leader Jun, we have arrived at the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Oh? Xianxia looked up. Only then did he realize that there was a magnificent building in front of him. The words Heavenly Mandate Academy were engraved on it, exuding an ancient and dignified aura. Very impressive. Xianxia couldn't help but say. The Vice Dean said proudly, the Heavenly Mandate Academy has a history of 5,300 years. The number of strong cultivators we have nurtured is as numerous as the sand in the galaxy. In fact, this was also a form of posturing. As an established academy, they had the right to be pretentious. Sect leader Jun, the Vice Dean said, please. Please. Jun Changxiao stepped into the Heavenly Mandate Academy with a long history. As soon as he walked in, his spiritual senses detected that many youths were gathered in the huge field. These people were around his age, and their temperament and cultivation were very good. Southwest Yangzhou, the cradle of martial arts, lived up to its reputation. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, if I recruit disciples here and bring them back to the sect for training, they can all become pillars of the sect. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a heavy aura suddenly appeared in the distance, and a palm print condensed in midair and pressed down mercilessly. The students who were cultivating in the field sensed it and looked over. Oh my god! It's a saint-grade martial technique, void palm. Whoosh whoosh, the palm print whistled over like a dark cloud covering the sky. Although the power was very strong, it didn't contain any killing intent. This made Jun Changxiao conclude that the strong cultivators of the academy must be testing him. Interesting. The corner of his mouth curled up in a smile, and he took a step forward. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, scorching flames erupted, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao raised his right hand, and the spreading flames suddenly condensed together, forming an energy similar to blade qi. What pure flames! The students in the distance exclaimed. There was no lack of talented fire elemental martial cultivators, but compared to Jun Changxia's flames, they were definitely inferior and ashamed. Not only them. Even Princess Red Lotus, who possessed a fire spirit body, was shocked when she saw Jun Changxiao release his flames. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a martial king level fire martial cultivator before, but to be able to explode flames to such an extent, this was definitely an extreme level of comprehension. Even though sect leader Jun rarely comprehended the fire element on his own, his understanding of the fire element was at the Grandmaster level. Why? This was because both the alchemy pavilion and the smithing pavilion required flames to operate. Every time he refined an elixir or a weapon, his understanding of flames would increase. In the past year or so, sect leader Jun had refined a lot of pills and weapons. Naturally, his understanding of flames had also improved greatly. Refining martial arts resources with one key could also increase one's proficiency in the fire element. It was confirmed that she had cheated. Hoo-hoo! Scorching flames erupted, and the temperature was still rising rapidly. Jun Changxiao made a chopping motion with his right hand and shouted, "Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Cut." Huff, the flames turned into blade aura and slashed down fiercely with explosive power. The waves of fire and the air clashed violently, and the entire space seemed to be distorted. The last time he used the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Cut was when he took Long Xiang to the Long family to participate in the clan tournament. Now that he had become the dual king of sword and martial arts, the power produced when he used this move again could be described as shocking. Hiss! Seeing the space being distorted by the heat, the students of the Heavenly Mandate Academy gasped in shock. At that moment, no one paid attention to the void palm that was pressing down. All eyes were locked on the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Cut. This was because whether it was the power or the momentum, it could be seen at a glance. Boom, the flame cut and the giant palm collided violently. The explosive power of the former directly cut the latter in half. Even more valiant was that the area where the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Cut was actually scorched black. From the perspective of the students, it was as if the space had been directly cut open. Powerful, too powerful. Who was this young man who was similar in age to them? How could he have such a terrifying cultivation? Princess Red Lotus was also astonished. To be able to directly break the saint-level void palm, the level of the martial arts technique he used must be extremely high. Could it be? Princess Red Lotus was shocked. Is it a divine-level fire elemental martial arts technique? Strictly speaking, the mid-level divine-level Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Cut was not a fire elemental martial arts technique. Ordinary martial arts cultivators could also cultivate it. However, if they had a fire elemental attribute, it would be very beneficial for their cultivation and execution. Whoosh whoosh, at that moment, in the void where the mark was left, a vast power erupted again. In an instant, two giant palm prints were condensed and pressed down in a rush. Still probing, Jun Changxiao shook his head. Once again, he condensed scorching flames and slashed out two Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Cuts. Although it looked casual, its power was equally explosive. Boom, boom, flames erupted, and heat waves swept across. In the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy, 3 traces of flames were left. It was as if 3 cracks had been torn open. The students were stunned speechless. For someone of the same age as him to be able to explode with such power and break through the void palms so easily, this was simply too terrifying. Students who could enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy were all talented and proud. However, when they witnessed Jun Xianxia's attack with their own eyes, there was only one word in their hearts: admiration. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a sloppy-looking old man appeared in their field of vision. He stroked his beard and said, "You have such rich spiritual energy at such a young age. No wonder you are the leader of the Iron Bone clan who dares to go against the Xianxia county." Although this person's eyes were cloudy, the aura around him was very strong. Jun Xianxia immediately judged that his cultivation was at least at the peak of the martial lord realm. The leader of the Iron Bone clan? He is Jun Xianxia. The eyes of the students of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were burning. He had won more than 70 battles on the sacred Spring Mountain, destroyed 4 evil sects in a row in Huayang County, set up a life and death arena at the foot of the mountain, and destroyed the White Tiger Corps outside Qingyang City. Any of these things that Iron Bone had done could cause a huge sensation in southwest Jiangzhou. The students of the academy had naturally heard of them. To be exact, they had heard of him like thunder. They often talked about him and worshipped him. Seeing Princess Red Lotus, Lu Wancher was so excited that she turned into a little fangirl. Many students of the academy also turned into little fangirls and fanboys when they learned of Jun Xianxia's identity. A person of the same age as them could do so many great things. This would definitely make many young people feel a strong sense of admiration. In a short time, Master Jun's position was surrounded by students of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They were just short of taking out their light sticks to cheer for their idol. "Master." Lu Wancher transmitted her voice, "You are so popular." Jun Xianxia was also very surprised. However, he said calmly, "The eyes of the masses are bright. They naturally know who is the strongest and who to worship." In the Falling Star continent, martial arts were respected. The Iron Bone clan leader, who was about the same age as him, was powerful and had done so many things. Naturally, he was admired by the students of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, most of the people who admired Jun Xianxia were ordinary students. The real geniuses did not appear. Instead, they stood in the distance and watched. Their faces were a little red and ugly. The higher-ups of the academy invited Jun Xianxia, and they learned about it in advance through various channels. Many of them were proud and arrogant. They were waiting for the arrival of the Iron Bone clan leader. They wanted to fight with him and see if he was as strong as the rumors said. The protagonist came to the academy and was targeted by various geniuses. This was definitely the most common plot. However, what surprised the geniuses of the academy was that the higher-ups of the academy first sent a peak martial king to test him. He even used the holy grade martial technique, Void Palm. He was just the leader of a sect. Wasn't his probing a little too high? When Jun Xianxia unleashed his fire element and broke the first Void Palm, these geniuses widened their eyes. Then, he broke the last 2 moves one after another. They were completely dumbfounded. That guy was really terrifying. If the higher-ups did not make a move and they challenged him, they would definitely be overestimating themselves. "Young Master Chu, didn't you say you wanted to spar with clan leader Jun?" In the pavilion by the pond, a student smiled lazily. The man called Young Master Chu's mouth twitched. There were also a few other students of the academy gathered here. They were all extraordinary and imposing. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, there had been a hero list. Those who could enter the list were all talented people. These were the geniuses on the hero list. They were ranked very high. If the higher-ups of the academy did not send a peak martial king to test him, they might have fought with clan leader Jun. A genius student said bitterly, "I didn't expect this person to be so powerful. We are as weak as ants in front of him." The lazy youth grinned and said, "I said from the beginning that the Iron Bone Sect's sect leader is not simple to be able to do so many things. You didn't believe me and insisted on bickering with me. Now it's time to slap your faces." "Humph." The man called Young Master Chu snorted and then turned to leave. The other geniuses on the hero ranking also left. Many people secretly rejoiced that it was fortunate that the higher-ups of the academy had made a move first to test the waters. Otherwise, if they were to fight Jun Changxiao, they would definitely embarrass themselves in public. Surrounded by a group of fans, Jun Changxiao wore a cap, a pair of sunglasses, and a mask. Escorted by several bodyguards in black, he entered the reception hall of the school from the airport, looking like a superstar. Sect Master Jun, the vice president said, "Please wait for a moment." With that, he cupped his hands and left. Jun Changxiao carefully examined the interior and found that there were many portraits of ancient people hanging on the walls. There were also detailed introductions. Princess Red Lotus's eyes were filled with admiration as she said, "These seniors are all cultivators nurtured by the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Even the weakest of them is at the level of Wu Huang." Jun Changxiao was astonished. There were at least 20 portraits hanging on the wall. In other words, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had nurtured more than 20 Wu Huangs over the years. Awesome indeed. Princess. Jun Changxiao asked curiously, "How many students are there in the Heavenly Mandate Academy?" 16,000, Princess Red Lotus said. "Only 16,000? Jun Changxiao thought that such a great academy with such a heritage would have at least 100,000 students. Princess Red Lotus said, "To enter the academy, one must not only have extremely high martial arts aptitude, but also fit the recruitment period. Therefore, there are not many students." "Oh." Jun Changxiao responded and said, "Are these students not affiliated with any sects?" "They are not affiliated with any sects," Princess Red Lotus said. The Heavenly Mandate Academy's external recruitment targets were ordinary youths or direct descendants of clans. They would not recruit those who belonged to any sections. Jun Changxiao said, "Since they are not affiliated with any sects, the academy won't object to me recruiting disciples here, right?" "No objection," Princess Red Lotus said. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, "With so many students idolizing me, I will definitely be able to recruit many in a while." But Princess Red Lotus added, "If you want to recruit disciples in the academy, you need to obtain approval from the higher-ups." "Understood," Jun Changxiao said. Princess Red Lotus said casually, "Sect leader Jun used a fire elemental martial arts technique just now, right?" She could have left with the deputy headmaster, but she stayed here because she was interested in the Crimson Sky Raging Flame Slash. Jun Changxiao said, "You can say so." Princess Red Lotus said enviously, "To be able to break the Void Palm, Sect leader Jun's martial arts technique must be of high quality." "It's alright." Jun Changxiao thought to himself, "It seems that this woman is interested in the Crimson Sky Raging Flame Slash." At this moment, an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being walked in from outside. The aura he exuded was extremely dense. "Headmaster." Princess Red Lotus hurriedly stood up and greeted him. The person who came was the current headmaster of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Xianxia. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, "What is this person's cultivation level?" The system said, "There is some kind of energy that conceals his cultivation level. It cannot be analyzed." Jun Changxiao was secretly shocked. For the system to be unable to analyze his cultivation level, could it be that the headmaster of the Heavenly Mandate Academy had reached the level of Wu Sheng? Sect leader Jun Xianxia smiled and said, "You are a promising young man." Jun Changxiao stood up and cupped his hands. Jun Changxiao admires teachers the most in this life. In that case. Xianxia smiled and said, "Why don't sect leader Jun stay in the academy and be a teacher?" This headmaster was very direct. "Be a teacher?" Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Jun Changxiao still has to take care of the sect. "I don't have time to teach students." Xianxia said, "The sect can be handed over to others to manage. You can come to the academy to teach students and nurture more geniuses." "Wouldn't that be wonderful?" "Wonderful my ass, I have to develop the sect with a bomb on my back. If I really come to be a teacher, I will definitely be done for." Princess Red Lotus said, "Sect leader Jun is knowledgeable and has high attainments in martial arts. If you can work in the academy, it will be a blessing for Southwest Jiangzhou." The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. At this moment, he finally realized that the Heavenly Mandate Academy invited him to be a teacher. It would be good enough if he didn't recruit all of your outstanding students into the sect. You actually want me to give up being a leader and become a teacher? Sect leader Jun, Siduhayan said, the Heavenly Mandate Academy welcomes you. Sorry. Jun Changxiao declined. Jun Changxiao is devoted to the sect and has no intention of becoming a teacher. Siduhayan spared no effort in recruiting. If sect leader Jun can work in the academy, you will definitely be a gold medal teacher. Sect leader Jun, Princess Red Lotus followed. The Heavenly Mandate Academy has a pivotal position in the Falling Star continent. The status of a gold medal teacher is no less than that of a leader of a third-rate sect. Moreover, she paused and continued, the martial arts resources in the academy are comparable to that of a first-rate sect. She was not only a student of the Heavenly Mandate Academy but also a princess of the imperial city. Naturally, she hoped to keep the sword and martial kings. Jun Changxia's expression became interesting. Come on. Shouldn't I be the one to persuade others to join in the plot? Jun Changxiao came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy with the intention of recruiting disciples, but he was recruited by the Dean and Princess Red Lotus first. This was awkward. The Heavenly Mandate Academy's power and resources were definitely stronger than those of Iron Bone. If Jun Changxiao became an instructor of the academy, he would definitely make a profit. But he had to refuse. There was no other way. There was a soul bomb in the space ring, so he couldn't give up on the sect. Besides, being an instructor was equivalent to being confined to the academy, which was far less free than being the leader of a sect. Dean, Princess. Jun Changxiao said seriously, Jun is devoted to the sect and will not be an instructor of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Siduhayan said, won't you consider it? No, Jun Changxiao said. Sigh. Siduhayan sighed and said, it's a loss for the Heavenly Mandate Academy and Southwest Jiangzhou if sect leader Jun doesn't become an instructor. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. This damned old man, he thought too highly of himself. Dean. He clasped his hands and said, in fact, there is no difference between teaching students in the academy and teaching students elsewhere. Siduhayan said, what do you mean? Jun Changxiao said, the aptitude of the students in the academy is very good. If they enter Iron Bone to cultivate, they will definitely become the cream of the crop. It was Siduhayan's turn to twitch his mouth. I recruited you as an instructor, but you were thinking about the students in the academy. Besides, Jun Changxiao said confidently, the students will graduate one day and enter society. My Iron Bone has unlimited potential and is definitely worth joining. Sorry. Let's see who is better at bluffing. I won't back down, Siduhayan smiled and said, the students have their own choices. Whether they join Iron Bone or not, I can't make the decision. The Heavenly Mandate Academy only taught students martial arts and naturally did not interfere in other matters. That was exactly the case. On the streets outside the academy, there were many sex offices. Every day, they tried their best to recruit students who did not belong to any sect. Dean. Jun Changxiao said, Jun wishes to recruit disciples from the academy. Please approve. It's possible. Siduhayan said, however, I have a request. What is it? Jun Changxiao asked. Siduhayan smiled and said, since clan leader Jun has no intention of joining the Heavenly Mandate Academy, why don't you become an honorary teacher? Huh? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Siduhayan said, Sect Master Jun doesn't have to stay in the academy all the time. You can come here occasionally to teach the students. This, Jun Changxiao began to ponder. Besides, Siduhayan continued, although you're a mentor in name, you still enjoy the benefits of a formal mentor and receive a fixed amount of spirit stones every month. Sure, Jun Changxiao said. The system, this guy must have agreed so decisively because of the spirit stones, damn. He was still the sect leader of the Iron Bone Upright sect. A few spirit stones made him lose his principles. Bah, Sect Master Jun agreed to be an honorary teacher, but he had to make it clear in advance that there was not enough time. He might not come to the academy for a few months or even a few years. No problem, Siduhayan said. He agreed to this? Was he so charming? Just as Jun Changxiao was muttering in his heart, Siduhayan smiled and said, Sect Master Jun should have time now to give the students some pointers. This, he really had the time. Red Lotus. Situ Haoyan said, take Sect Master Jun to the Juing Hall. Yes. Princess Red Lotus smiled and said, Sect Master Jun, please. In order to obtain the right to recruit students, Jun Changxiao became an honorary teacher of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and enjoyed the benefits of a formal mentor. If this were to spread, people would be envious. One had to know that the teachers of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were highly respected by the world. With this status, they would be treated as distinguished guests in any city in southwest Yangzhou. So here was the problem. Was Sect Master Jun qualified to be a teacher? Situ Haoyan asked him to teach the students now because he wanted to observe. Sect Master Jun, Princess Red Lotus led Jun Changxiao and Lu Wancher in the corridor and said, we are going to the Juing Hall. Oh. Sect Master Jun nodded. Princess Red Lotus said, the Juing Hall is the highest standard school in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. There are many extraordinary geniuses. Is that so? Jun Changxiao's interest was piqued. If he could pick geniuses from the Juing Hall and take them in, he would be delighted. Princess Red Lotus continued, however, these geniuses are all proud and arrogant people. Ordinary teachers may not be able to gain their recognition. Huh. Jun Changxiao said, Princess Red Lotus, do you mean that the students of the Juing Hall are all troublemakers? You can think of it that way, Princess Red Lotus said. Jun Changxiao smiled faintly and said, since I, Jun Changxiao, am a teacher, there are no students that I cannot control. The Juing Hall was located in the picturesque South Academy. There were other schools in it. It could be said that it was the gathering place of the top geniuses of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They had just entered the academy. The students they casually met were all level 7 or 8 martial masters. Not bad, Jun Changxiao said. Lu Wancher, who was following behind, had a calm expression. She said to herself, these students are far inferior to second brother and the others. Princess Red Lotus led the two of them and stopped in front of the Juing Hall. She said, Sect Master Jun, this is the Juing Hall. Yes. Jun Changxiao stepped in. The Juing Hall was not too big. It was about 200 square meters. There were many tables and chairs in a mess. Dozens of students in uniform were whispering to each other. Among them were the students who had appeared in the pavilion by the pond. When Jun Changxiao walked in, everyone turned to look at him. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Young Master Chu. Someone whispered, why is he here? Young Master Chu put his legs on the table. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. Sitting next to him, a lazy youth who seemed to have never woken up grinned and said, Sect Master Jun, why are you here at the Juing Hall? To guide you in martial arts. Jun Changxiao stood on the podium with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the students present. When he saw young Master Chu, who had his legs on the table, looking sloppy, he thought to himself, this should be a troublemaker. Guide us in martial arts? The students in the Juing Hall immediately laughed. Sect Master Jun, young Master Chu said calmly, although you are very strong, I'm afraid you are not qualified to guide us. I'll have to trouble this student to put your legs down and put your hands on the table. Jun Changxiao said with a smile. Young Master Chu said proudly, this is what I like to do. Whoosh, Jun Changxiao appeared in front of him. He grabbed his collar and pressed him to the ground with a bang. This sudden attack was too fast. The students in the Juing Hall did not notice it at all. When they saw young Master Chu being pressed to the ground, they were all dumbfounded. Kid. Jun Changxiao said with a cold gaze, the first lesson I will teach you today is how to respect your teacher. You. Young Master Chu's eyes were filled with anger. Whoosh. Jun Changxiao lifted him up and tossed him aside, causing him to crash into the wall. Then, he swept his gaze over the stupefied students and said in a deep voice, remember, when you speak to me, the first thing you call me is Teacher Jun Juing Hall. It was meant to gather all the heroes in the world. There were a total of 39 students in this hall. Although it couldn't be compared to the hundreds of other halls, each of them had a prominent status. For example, the seemingly sleepy young man was the young master of the Hua family, one of the 8 major families in the imperial city. Most of the others were direct descendants of the families in other counties. Mu Honglian, the princess of the imperial city, was one of the students of Juing Hall. However, she was about to graduate and rarely came to the hall for routine classes. Not counting her. The student with the highest status in Juing Hall was Chu Shonan. He came from the Chu family, the head of the 8 major families in the imperial city. It was precisely because of the prominent status of the students of Juing Hall that no teachers were willing to teach them because they were all existences that they couldn't afford to offend. Moreover, they were all proud and arrogant, boasting that they were extraordinary. They didn't care about ordinary teachers at all and would chase away anyone who came. This batch of Juing Hall students were the best in terms of aptitude and were the most difficult to discipline. Sidu Haiyun had a splitting headache. Over time, he could only let them develop on their own. When Jun Changxiao agreed to be an honorary teacher, he decided to let him try. Dean. The vice dean frowned and said, Jun Changxiao likes to cause trouble. I'm afraid that something big will happen if he instructs the students of Juing Hall. Boom, boom, at this moment, a deafening sound was heard. The ground and furniture trembled. What's the situation? The vice dean's expression changed. He released his spiritual senses to spy in the direction of the sound and finally locked onto Juing Hall in the southern district. In the hall, Jun Changxiao punched the wall wildly with both fists. Whoosh whoosh, psionic power exploded and the airwaves roared. A moment later, sect leader Jun stopped. After everything dissipated, the wall was densely cracked. Chu Shonan was sunken in it. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He was foaming at the mouth. Dean. The vice dean said in shock, that guy beat Chu Shonan. Really? Sidu Haiyun laughed. The dean was laughing? He could still laugh. The vice dean said in a low voice, if a teacher beats a student, it will definitely affect the reputation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Dean, why did you leave? I'm a little sleepy. Let's sleep. The vice dean was left hanging on the spot. His expression was extremely interesting. He thought to himself, are they going to let Jun Changxiao do whatever he wants in the academy? When Sidu Haiyun walked out of the meeting hall, he sighed and said, if it weren't for my status as the dean, I would have beaten up that Chu clan's direct descendant. Shua. Jun Changxiao stepped on the chair with one foot and said with a cold gaze, you dare to whisper in my ear during my class. You have no respect for your elders. You will end up like this brat. Everyone shuddered, and their eyes were filled with shock. Without saying a word, he pulled young Master Chu out and beat him up. This guy was really ruthless. Pa. A student slammed the table and raged, Jun Changxiao, you're not fit to be an instructor for bullying students like this. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, Jun Changxiao's fist landed directly on his face, and his whole body crashed into the wall like a cannonball. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Jun Changxiao retracted his fist and said in an indisputable tone, anyone who doubts me must suffer the iron fist of love. Princess Red Lotus was speechless. Was he here to guide students or to beat them up? This is too much. Boom, I want to complain. Boom, I would rather die than be humiliated. Boom, in just a moment, more than 10 students who had opinions about sect leader Jun in the assembly hall all suffered his iron fist of love. That feeling was exhilarating. Pa. Jun Changxiao returned to the podium and glanced at the other students coldly. He said in a cold voice, freedom of speech. Anyone who has opinions about me can speak up. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched violently. Freedom of speech was free, but if they had opinions about you, they would definitely be beaten up. Tell me loudly. Jun Changxiao shouted, who else has opinions? The lazy young man stood up from his chair and shouted, Teacher Song Jun, I have no objections. Remove the word song. Teacher Song, I have no objections. Boom, Jun Changxiao sent him flying with a punch and roared, I said to remove the word song, not Jun. Ming, the young man fell from the wall and foamed at the mouth. I understand. In Jun Changxiao's opinion, the so-called assembly hall was just the giant infant hall. If he wanted to guide them, he had to first beat them until they were obedient. The effect was not bad. After the students who had opinions were beaten up, they sat upright like obedient babies. To be honest, they were just asking for a beating. A beating would be enough. Although Chu Shonan's eyes were filled with hatred, he still sat upright with a big bump on his head. He thought to himself, despicable fellow, I will remember this. Jun Changxiao said, it is your supreme honor that I took the time to guide you in martial arts. TSK. The students despised him in their hearts. They recognized Jun Changxiao's strength. After all, he was a sword and martial arts king. But to be a teacher, he did not rely on martial arts, but martial arts, a person who was about the same age as them, even if his cultivation was outstanding, how could he have the experience to guide them in martial arts? The students of the assembly hall did not approve of Jun Changxiao. Most of them did not want to admit that he knew martial arts and martial arts. Otherwise, it would be too much of a blow to their self-esteem. Time is limited. Jun Changxiao said, if you have any problems in martial arts, you can raise them. I will answer them one by one. Teacher Jun. Hualing, who was lazy before, was now full of energy, said, I have a problem in martial arts that I would like to consult you on. Speak. Jun Changxiao said. Hualing told him about the trouble he had encountered in martial arts. Sect leader Jun, who had crushed the insight talisman, explained to him seriously from the incantation to the method of operation. I see. I see. Hualing was enlightened, his eyes filled with admiration. After teacher Jun's guidance, this student is enlightened. Humph. Chu Shonan snorted in a low voice and thought to himself, what a spineless fellow. Teacher Jun. A student said, I also have some doubts about martial arts. Speak. Teacher Jun, I also have some doubts. Teacher Jun, a few students asked questions one after another. Sect leader Jun did not refuse any of them. He explained to them one by one, enlightening them and enlightening them. Princess Red Lotus, who had been standing outside, had a look of surprise in her eyes. She thought to herself, as the rumors say, his martial arts attainments are extremely high. Teacher Jun. At this moment, Chu Shonan said indifferently, you are so knowledgeable. The disciples you nurture must be very strong, right? Of course, Jun Changxiao said. Chu Shonan said indifferently, I wonder if there is a chance to spar with an iron bone disciple. Haha. This kid actually dares to challenge my disciple. He is really bold. Chu Shonan wanted to challenge an iron bone disciple. Unfortunately, sect leader Jun didn't bring Li Qingyang and the others. Otherwise, he would be taught a lesson. The aptitude of the Juing Hall students wasn't bad, but their cultivation wasn't good. The average level was only a 5th or 6th grade martial master. Not to mention the iron bone inner disciples, even the outer disciples could beat them to a pulp. Sect leader. At this moment, Lu Wancher, who had been standing outside the hall, said, I'm willing to spar with him. That's right, there was still Du, although he was a chef in iron bone, he was still a disciple. Kid. Jun Changxiao said, I'll give you a chance to challenge my iron bone disciple. Looking at the girl who was only 11 or 12 years old, Chu Shonan felt humiliated, so he said angrily, Teacher Jun, do you think I, Chu Shonan, will challenge a little girl? Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, you can't win against her. Can't win against her, Chu Shonan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, Teacher Jun, don't underestimate me. He was a direct descendant of the Chu clan, the head of the 8 major clans in the capital. He had the best spiritual root. If he couldn't win against a little girl, was he worthy of being a martial cultivator? You don't believe me? Jun Changxiao said, fight with my disciple and you'll know. Okay. Chu Shonan stood up and said angrily, let's fight. Although he knew that winning against this little girl wasn't worth showing off, he couldn't let the Iron Bone sect leader look down on him. Men. They should have dignity that couldn't be blasphemed. Circle it and wait for the test. Teacher Jun actually let a little girl fight with young Master Chu. Isn't this looking for a beating? I heard that the Iron Bone disciples are very strong, but if such a little girl can win against young Master Chu, that would be strange. In my opinion, Teacher Jun is deliberately angering young Master Chu. There was a small martial arts practice field outside the Juing Hall. At this moment, Hualing and the others were standing beside it and whispering. From their words, it wasn't hard to see that they didn't think highly of Lu Wancher. That was true. So young, and a girl. It was a little unrealistic to spar with the Chu clan's outstanding. Beep beep. Jun Chongxiao transmitted his voice. He is a 6th grade martial master. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? I'm confident. Although Lu Wancher was only a rank 4 martial master, she relied on the sect's resources and martial arts facilities to raise her cultivation. More importantly, when Lu Qianxian was in the sect, she taught her a lot of martial arts. Unfortunately, our little lowly Lu was always in contact with food and had almost never fought. It was very easy for people to forget that she was actually an authentic armament cultivator. Who? Lu Wancher took a deep breath. She raised her head to look at the sky and said, Senior brothers, this is the first time Dudu is fighting with someone. You must protect me. If Li Qingyang and the others heard this, they would definitely fall to the ground. Lass, we're still alive, so what are you looking up at? Can we begin? On the practice field, Chu Shonan was already prepared, but impatience hung on his face. Wait. Lu Wancher said, I'll eat something first. As she spoke, she took out a bowl of strength fried rice from her interspatial ring and began to eat. The Assembly of Heroes Hall students were stunned. Eating before a battle, was she so particular? However, everyone sniffed the smell of the fried rice and secretly exclaimed, it's so fragrant. After eating the fried rice, Lu Wancher's body was filled with strength. She then waved her small hand and said with battle intent, we can begin. Shua. Just as she finished speaking, Chu Shonan used his movement technique and rushed over. Spiritual energy gathered in his palms. Xiao, a shockwave-like energy burst out. Self-slash. Lu Wancher raised her hand and slashed down. A crescent-shaped flowing light flew out close to the ground and collided with the shockwave. N? Chu Shonan's eyes were filled with surprise. This little girl could actually use spirit force-type martial arts so skillfully. It seemed that she had some ability. Shua. Shua. Shua, Lu Wancher's 2 hands kept waving. One after another, self-slash burst out. Oh my god. The Assembly of Heroes Hall students widened their eyes. A 12-year-old girl was able to use spirit force-type martial arts without restraint. How much spiritual energy did she have in her dantian? Not good. Chu Shonan frowned and used his movement technique to dodge. Pung. Pung. Pung, self-slash flew past him and hit the stone floor. Chu Shonan stabilized his body and said, at such a young age, you have such strength. Not bad. Shua. Lu Wancher used cloud-treading steps and rushed over like a petite elf. At the same time, she used landslide fist, boom, although Chu Shonan dodged, the energy that blasted past him shocked him. Self-slash. Boom, Lu Wancher took this opportunity to use spirit force-type martial arts that consumed very little. She successfully blasted Chu Shonan's back and forced him back a few steps. Damn it. Young Master Chu was furious. However, just as he stabilized his body, he felt the wind whistling and a few more flowing lights burst out. Pung. Pung, boom. Boom. Boom, the petite Lu Wancher used her sect's martial arts. Sometimes she used landslide fist and sometimes she used self-slash. Her attacks were very impressive. Chu Shonan fell into a passive state and couldn't make an effective counterattack. He finally found a flaw in Lu Wancher's attacks and used a tricky angle to attack. In the end, the other's body was covered in rainbow-colored armor. When he hit it, he felt numb from the impact. The spirit armor turned into a rainbow color, which suited the little lowly's cute young girl heart. Shua, shua, Lu Wancher used cloud-treading steps and circled behind Chu Shonan. She used landslide fist and landslide fist, pung, thump, thump, thump. Chu Shonan retreated a dozen steps and almost fell on his butt. This wasn't a weak little lowly that could be pushed down easily. This was King Kong Barbie. Hua Ling and the others stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. A little girl had such strength. Wouldn't an adult Iron Bone disciple be even more terrifying? Very terrifying. Any one of them would be able to beat the geniuses of Assembly of Heroes Hall. Boom, Lu Wancher used cloud-treading steps and rushed over again. She used landslide fist and hit Chu Shonan from the east to the west. After 2 punches, young Master Chu was at an absolute disadvantage. What awaited him was being beaten up by lowly Lu, Peng, Peng. On the martial arts field, Chu Shonan was being beaten by Lu Wancher. Outside the martial arts field, the mouths of the Assembly of Heroes Hall students twitched. At that moment, the pride between their brows and the pride in their bones gradually dissipated under Lu Wancher's punches. Jun Changxiao crossed his arms and shook his head. You can't even beat Du. What right do you have to be arrogant in front of this seat? Actually, Chu Shonan had both talent and strength. He was completely beaten by Lu Wancher in terms of martial arts. Princess Red Lotus said, Sect Master Jun being able to raise such an outstanding disciple is truly admirable. This was admirable? If they see the inner disciples of my Iron Bone sect, wouldn't their admiration for me be like the endless torrential river? Or like the overflowing yellow river that can't be controlled? Jun Changxiao said, that's enough. Lu Wancher punched Chu Shonan's back, knocking him out of the martial arts field. He fell to the ground in pain. Thank you for letting me win. The little girl imitated second senior brother and cupped her hands. Jun Changxiao said, who else wants to spar with my Iron Bone disciple? Huo Ling and the others were silent. Me. A voice came from behind. At the entrance of the south courtyard, a man in black walked over. Princess Red Lotus said in surprise, why is he here? Who? Jun Changxiao said with interest. Princess Red Lotus said, 10th on the hero ranking, Jing Wugo. P.S. Please vote. Hero list? Jun Changxiao had never heard of it before. Princess Red Lotus said, it's a comprehensive ranking of cultivation and strength in our academy. It's similar to the Gathering of Heroes list on the Falling Star continent. I see. Jun Changxiao looked at Jing Wugo, who was walking over, and said with a smile, this person should be quite capable. Princess Red Lotus said, students who can enter the top 10 of the hero list can also enter the Gathering of Heroes list. Is that so? This surprised Jun Changxiao. Xianxia, a disciple of the Qian sect, whom he had met at Mount Hua, was ranked 89th in the Earth class. If the top 10 of the hero list could enter the Earth class, their strength and aptitude must be extraordinary. It's Senior Jing. Isn't he in seclusion? Why did he come out? Judging from his aura, he seems to have broken through to Wuzong. The students of the Gathering Heroes Hall were filled with admiration. Only the seniors ranked in the top 10 of the hero roll could make them worship them so willingly. Under everyone's gaze, Jing Wugo stopped. His long hair fluttered, revealing his fair face. He said, Sect Leader Jun, I want to challenge your sect's junior. Bang, the iron fist of love landed on his face and sent him flying to the outer wall. Remember. Jun Changxiao clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, call me Teacher Jun. Jing Wugo, who was stuck in the wall, said in a weak voice, I understand. Huo Ling and the others' mouths twitched. This teacher was too scary to be violent without a word. Those Iron Bone upright sect disciples must be living in an abyss of suffering. In fact, it was the opposite. Kid. Jun Changxiao said indifferently, I only brought one disciple. If you want to challenge, go to the Iron Bone Mountain yourself. This genius ranked 10th on the hero list was quite strong. He definitely couldn't let Lu Wancher fight with him. Okay. Jing Wugo came down from the wall and rubbed his swollen face. He said with a determined gaze, I will go to the Iron Bone Mountain. If a little girl could defeat Junior Chu, those older Iron Bone school disciples must be stronger. He had to go and meet them no matter what. A genius with extraordinary aptitude. It wasn't for the protagonist to slap their faces, they were also obsessed with martial arts and were more willing to compete with powerful opponents. However, if Jing Wugo really went to the Iron Bone, he would definitely be tortured to the point where he would have no self-esteem left. Because when he stepped into the sect, he would deeply understand that the disciples of this sect were all monsters. We can only pray for him in silence, that he can leave the mountain safely. Continue with the class. Jun Changxiao shouted. Shua. Huo Ling and the others hurriedly returned to the classroom and sat in front of the table. The dizzy Chu Shonan also sat down. At this moment, his inviolable dignity as a man had been crushed to pieces, and he wanted nothing more than to lie on the table and wail. He couldn't even beat Lu Wancher, and he actually wanted to challenge Jun Changxiao when he came to the academy. Were all the direct descendants of the big clans so arrogant? Sect leader Jun, who had crushed the clear vision talisman, seriously answered the students' questions regarding martial arts. Since he had agreed to be an honorary instructor, he would love to do whatever he wanted. Students from other schools in the southern district heard the news and gathered outside the Juing Hall, fighting to be the first to ask difficult questions about martial arts. In a short time, hundreds of students gathered outside the classroom, including the instructors of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At first, they were curious about how high a young man of 18 or 19 years old could be in martial arts. When they saw Xianxia's guidance, they were full of admiration. Any martial technique, any mental cultivation method, could be analyzed from inside to outside, from outside to inside, and provide the correct guidance to it. He was definitely a master of martial arts, Princess Red Lotus murmured. Iron Bone could rise in such a short time. It is not without reason. Miss Liu, she asked curiously, did sect leader Jun teach you this in the sect? Huh? Lu Wancher was so excited that her idol suddenly talked to her that her little heart was beating wildly. Then she stuttered, no, sect leader was very busy and almost never taught me. This was true. In the sect, Jun Changxiao really did not teach the disciples other than supervising their training. It was not that he was unwilling to use the talisman of insight, but the disciples were all practicing systematic martial arts, and there was no way to observe. Fortunately, most of the systematic martial arts techniques were easy to learn, and Iron Bone disciples could be self-taught. Princess Red Lotus was very surprised. To be able to defeat Chu Shonan without any guidance, how did he do it? Iron Bone's specialty was not that they had a master of martial arts to teach them, but that they had various resources and facilities to help them grow. Of course. As the Ning brothers became elders, they also had strong masters to teach them. 2 hours later, the effect of the second talisman of insight dissipated. Jun Changxiao said loudly, students, today's guidance ends here. Class dismissed. Whoosh, Hualing and the others stood up and said loudly, Teacher Jun, thank you for your hard work. You are teachable, teachable. Jun Changxiao nodded with satisfaction and strode out of the classroom. The students outside made way for him, and their eyes were filled with strong admiration. Outside the sports field, he defeated the void palm of the academy's higher-ups. Now, he was teaching them with profound martial arts techniques. Their admiration was like an endless river. On the way back to the reception hall, Princess Red Lotus said, Sect leader Jun's understanding of martial arts is really deep. It's all right. Jun Changxiao smiled gently and elegantly. Speaking of which, why did he not recruit Princess Red Lotus? There was no need. He had first displayed powerful martial arts techniques, and then displayed his strong martial arts attainments. If she was not moved, then it would be useless no matter how much he tried to convince her. Sect leader Jun, Princess Red Lotus smiled and said, Miss Liu is so powerful under your guidance at such a young age. I am very curious. Those disciples at Iron Bone must be even stronger. My disciples are all good-for-nothings. They can't be compared to the students at the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Jun Changxiao said. Sect leader Jun is too humble. Princess Red Lotus said, as far as I know, the inner disciples of your sect, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and Yi Xingchen, are all very outstanding geniuses. Jun Changxiao stopped and smiled. I am flattered that Princess Red Lotus knows so much about my Iron Bone. The two of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Princess Red Lotus blinked and smiled. Sect leader Jun, please rest assured. I am just curious about your sect. I have no ill intentions. I hope so. Jun Changxiao shrugged and started walking. Princess Red Lotus was silent. She thought to herself, is he warning me? Sect leader Jun, the students of my Juing clan are not bad, right? Situ Haoyun, who had just taken a nap, walked into the reception hall and said with a smile. You are such a bad old man. You purposely made me teach a bunch of troublemakers. As expected of a famous great academy. The students you recruit are all moldable geniuses. Sect leader Jun said politely. Situ Haoyun smiled and said, since that is the case, Sect leader Jun will teach the students of Juing clan. No problem. Jun Changxiao said, however, Jun would like to emphasize again that time is limited. I will not come to the academy to teach too many students. Situhayan said, sect leader Jun's martial arts attainments are so high. Even if you come once a year, the students will benefit for life. You are flattering me, however. It felt good. Dean, since Jun is already an honorary teacher of the academy and has taught students, can we recruit disciples? Jun Changxiao asked. Situhayan said, yes. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, although the students of Jueying clan are arrogant, as long as they are obedient, they will definitely be the first choice for recruitment. P.S. Year-end summary. Another year of handsomeness. Sai please vote. Jun Changxiao chatted with the dean for a while, then got up to leave. He was very busy because he still had to go to the certification hall. After all, he had sent someone to invite him yesterday, and Elder Zhou had helped him out in the morning. Red Lotus. Watching Jun Changxiao leave, Situhayan smiled and said, this Jun Changxiao is not simple. Yes. Princess Red Lotus said, he became a dual king of sword and martial arts at such a young age, and he is also a martial arts master. It is hard to predict what he will achieve in the future. Isn't this the person your father is waiting for? Situhayan smiled. Princess Red Lotus blushed and said, Dean, you are teasing me again with what happened in the past. 10 years ago. The city lord celebrated his birthday, and all the strong people gathered in the imperial city. At the banquet, Situhayan smiled and said, Princess Red Lotus is very talented. The city lord will have to spend a lot of effort to find a husband for her. Ha ha ha. The city lord laughed and said, in this world, the only one who can marry my daughter is a dragon among men. Yes. He had drunk a lot, and his words were a little light. What is the standard of a dragon among men that the city lord mentioned? Someone asked. A dual king of sword and martial arts, and a martial arts master, is worthy of my precious daughter, the city lord said loudly. Everyone was silent. How could such a dragon among men be found? The city lord's drunken words were widely spread and became the standard for Princess Red Lotus to find a husband. Dual king of sword and martial arts master. These 2 points had stumped many young talents who admired the princess. To this day, the city lord could only sigh in despair. Because of his drunken words, his daughter was already 18 years old, and no one dared to matchmake her. What should he do if she could not get married in the future? Change his words, lower the standard? As the city lord, how could he go back on his words? The city lord of Heavenly Mandate Royal City was now in a situation where he had to keep up the pretense after drinking. However, who would have thought? Jun Changxiao appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he become a dual king of sword and martial arts, but he was also a martial arts master. Fortunately, the city lord was now in seclusion. If he knew about sect leader Jun, he would definitely take the initiative to greet him, shake hands, and say, good, you came in time. Red Lotus. Situhayan returned to the topic at hand and said, Sect Master Jun's stubborn character has a lot of potential. Since he's sincerely inviting you to join him, you should consider it carefully. Yes. Princess Red Lotus responded as a complicated glint suffused her eyes. It's Jun Changxiao. This is the first time I've seen someone who was personally invited to the Heavenly Mandate Academy by the Vice Dean. Just now in the market, he was on par with Guardian Jean. It's only natural that he would be invited to the academy. Speaking of which, if this guy is real, who is Jun Changxiao from the Southern District? It must be a fake. The soldiers of the Public Security Department are looking for that guy all over the city. On the street, the passers-by were discussing in low voices. Jun Changxiao, who was walking with Lu Wancher, frowned and said to himself, forget about that imposter. He had just gained a little bit of fame, and there were already so many people impersonating him. If he were to do something bad, wouldn't it be very troublesome? No. He had to be caught. Princess. Jun Changxiao said telepathically, if you catch someone impersonating Jun, please inform Jun immediately. Princess Red Lotus, who was in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, received the telepathic message and said, Dean, please inform Sect Master Jun that I have sealed off the city. The imposter can't escape. Situhayan nodded and conveyed the message to Jun Changxiao. This was one of the benefits of becoming a martial king. They could communicate with each other telepathically. The iron bone telepathy technique could also do this, but the flaw was that the target of the message must also have cultivated the telepathy technique. There was a group of warriors outside the certification headquarters because Jun Changxiao had been personally welcomed by Elder Zhou when he walked in. First, he was invited by the vice dean of the academy, and now he was welcomed by the chief of the certification headquarters. Everyone was amazed at how powerful Sect Master Jun was. The Ouyang family has been beaten up. They can only suffer in silence. It's not just suffering in silence. Sect Master Jun said that he was going to visit the Ouyang family. It can't be anything good. I heard that the Ouyang family's direct descendants first scolded the Iron Bone disciples for being bastards, which caused the conflict. In Death Valley, a few evil sects bullied the Iron Bone disciples, but they were all wiped out. It shows that Sect Master Jun is very protective of his disciples. The Ouyang family is unlucky to have offended him. As the two major organizations showed enough respect to Jun Changxiao, the situation changed. Many people believed that the Ouyang family was in trouble. In the main hall of the certification headquarters, Yi Tianqing smiled and looked at Jun Changxiao, who was sitting at the head of the table, and said, "Sect Master Jun is indeed a talent." "You flatter me," Jun Changxiao said humbly. It was hard to imagine that this was the ruthless person who beat up the Ouyang family in a fit of anger for his disciple. Seriously. Sect Master Jun was not arrogant. In many things, he always believed that he would not offend others unless offended. Sect Master Jun Yi Tianqing smiled and said, "Your sect only took a year to rise from the 9th rate to the 6th rate. Your growth is very fast." When he and the elders received the letter from Deacon Zhao and learned that the Iron Bone had risen from the 7th rate to the 6th rate, they were shocked for a long time. Since the establishment of the certification headquarters, there had never been a sect that could rise so quickly. "Master Yi," Jun Changxiao said, "you flatter me." Master Yi Tianqing was a little confused, but he still smiled and said, "Sect Master Jun seems to have caused a lot of trouble recently." "Don't mention it," Jun Changxiao said gloomily, "they are all third-rate evil sections." Yi Tianqing said, "Although our certification headquarters is not a force, we still have some prestige in the Falling Star continent. If Sect Master Jun encounters a troublesome matter, as long as you ask, we will definitely help you." There was such a good thing? Why didn't you say so earlier? It was not that they didn't want to say it, but that you wanted to keep a low profile and didn't let the certification headquarters announce that your sect was in the top 3. The top 3 sects had unlimited potential. The certification headquarters would definitely take good care of you. But this guy chose to keep a low profile, so he could only play along and pretend that he didn't know anything. With the prestige of the certification headquarters, the 2 third-rate evil sects would definitely not come to harass Iron Bone if they knew that it was in the top 3. Headmaster Yi. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your kindness." Yi Tianqing said, "Sect Master Jun fought for all of this yourself. If the Iron Bone was unknown, it naturally wouldn't have enjoyed such special treatment." These words were very realistic. However, Jun Changxiao agreed and said, "That makes sense. In the cruel otherworld, if you wanted to gain the respect of others, you had to fight for it with your strength." Sect Master Jun and Headmaster Yi had a pleasant conversation and regretted not meeting earlier. They didn't leave until dusk came. "Sect Master." Lu Wancher smiled and said, "You are also a big shot now. The Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy and the Headmaster of the Certification Headquarters are all polite to you." "Girl," Jun Changxiao said telepathically, "don't be blinded by appearances. These old men are very bad. They must have a purpose for being so nice to me." "What purpose?" Lu Wancher asked. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "Who can guess?" At present, he could only guess that Sidu Haoyun was so friendly to him that he might want to recruit him as a teacher. As for Yi Tianqing, it was hard to guess. One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one should always be vigilant. Living in the other world, one had to be cautious. "Headmaster," Elder Zhou said, "if Sect Master Jun and his sect can develop steadily, they will definitely have a place in southwest Yangzhou in the future." Yi Tianqing said with his hands behind his back, "Southwest Yangzhou certification headquarters has been suppressed by other states for so many years. Finally, a sect with a bright future has appeared. We can finally hold our heads high. Elder Zhou was stunned and said in surprise, Headmaster, are you going to let the Iron Bone participate in the Dragon Tiger battle for hegemony? After visiting the certification center, Jun Chongxiao brought Lu Wancher back to the inn. The next day. There were 3 days left before the culinary competition. At first, Lu Wancher had planned to study Chinese recipes in the inn to prepare for the upcoming competition, but she was called out by Jun Chongxiao. Headmaster. Walking on the street, she saw that the headmaster was not going to the academy or the certification center. She was puzzled and asked, Where are we going? The Ouyang family, Jun Chongxiao said. Lu Wancher hurriedly advised, Headmaster, forget it. Although she had suffered a lot in the Ouyang family, she did not want to feel proud. She only hoped that she would never have anything to do with this family. The little girl could bear it, but Jun Chongxiao could not. He was called a bastard when he met the direct descendant of the Ouyang family in the grocery store. This was too much. Headmaster Jun is going to the Ouyang family? Something interesting is going to happen. Let's go, let's follow him. The passers-by judged that Jun Chongxiao was going to visit the Ouyang family from his route, so they hurriedly followed him. After a while, there were thousands of martial cultivators following behind sect leader Jun, and they were almost forming a long line. Headmaster. In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the vice-headmaster released his spiritual thoughts, and the corner of his mouth twitched. That guy is going to cause trouble for the Ouyang family. A young man. Situ Haoyun said calmly, it's inevitable that he is hot-blooded. The vice-headmaster was speechless. He had just beaten up the direct descendant and the elders yesterday, and today he was going to cause trouble for the family. This was more than hot-blooded. Yi Tianqing, who was at the certification center, also noticed Headmaster Jun's movements. He shook his head helplessly and said, This is really a restless person. Jun Chongxiao's every move was not only observed by the 2 major organizations, but also by the major families in the city. When he went to the Ouyang family, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. TSK, TSK. A family leader said, the Ouyang family offended the sword and martial kings. This is going to be troublesome. Patriarch, this matter has also given us a warning. When the direct descendants are outside, they must keep a low profile and not cause any trouble, an elder said solemnly. That makes sense. The patriarch agreed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jun Chongxiao brought Lu Wancher and stopped in front of the Ouyang family's residence. As expected of a clan in the capital, their facade was very grand and imposing. Creak. The gate of the mansion opened, and a few old men with strong auras walked out. One of the slightly older elders asked with a dark expression, Sect Master Jun, why have you come to my Ouyang family? These were the elders of the Ouyang family who had real power. Lu Wancher was so frightened that she hid behind the sect leader timidly. Lass. Jun Chongxiao said, I'm here, don't be afraid. Lu Wancher responded. Her state of mind gradually calmed down, and her courage increased. Jun Chongxiao said indifferently, Your Ouyang clan's direct descendant humiliated my sect's disciples at the sundry goods store yesterday. I'm here today to seek justice. The faces of the Ouyang clan's elders were abnormally ugly. Sect Master Jun, the elder with a higher status, said in a deep voice, I've already heard about yesterday's matter. The direct descendant was indeed in the wrong first, but she was also beaten by you. Isn't it too much to ask for justice? Furthermore, he looked at Lu Wancher behind him and said indifferently, This girl is still a member of my Ouyang clan. Sect Master Jun brought her here to seek justice. It doesn't make sense, right? These words were said perfectly. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to accept it. However, Sect Master Jun said, My disciple is a member of your Ouyang clan. That's why I brought her here to seek justice. The corners of the martial cultivator's mouth twitched slightly. So that girl was still a member of the Ouyang clan. A little conflict with someone from the same clan was also other people's family matter. Why did you, an outsider, meddle in it? The eyes of the Ouyang clan's elders were filled with anger. Jun Chongxiao said, Some of your clan's direct descendants have bullied my precious disciple many times. Ask them all to come out and bow and apologize one by one in public. Bow and apologize in public, this request was too much. Jun Changxiao. A bad-tempered elder said angrily, "Do you really think my Ouyang clan is a soft persimmon that can be kneaded as you wish?" "You can think of it that way," Jun Changxiao said. The Ouyang clan's elder was furious. "Not happy?" Jun Changxiao squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "You can challenge me." The Ouyang clan's elders' faces turned ugly. If this arrogant iron-bone sect master wasn't the sword and martial king, they would definitely have challenged him to defend their clan's honor. So arrogant. If a person isn't arrogant, it's a waste of youth. The martial cultivators in the distance started to discuss. Although the Ouyang clan wasn't considered a top clan in King City, they still had a reputation. Sect Master Jun's arrogant provocation was simply unreasonable. If these martial cultivators knew about Lu Wancher's past and the grievances she had suffered in the Ouyang clan, they wouldn't think that Jun Changxiao had gone too far. Being beaten up only hurt in the heart. Being called a bastard by their blood-related relatives all day long, the pain was in their hearts. Sect Master Jun could imagine the scene of Lu Wancher and the Ouyang clan being surrounded and called a bastard by her clan members. He could also imagine the scene of her crying helplessly in a corner. "My iron-bone sect's disciple was born to be doted on by me, not for you to humiliate and feel superior. Today, I will definitely destroy the Ouyang clan's place. Even Jesus can't save me." Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. For a moment, Jun Changxiao's martial king and sword martial king aura burst out, gathering two violent forces, rolling up a gust of wind and spreading in all directions. Wang! 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 The sword intent filled the area, and the sword at the martial cultivator's waist trembled violently, as if it could fly out of the sheath at any time. "Ouyang clan, listen carefully." Jun Changxiao's eyes were cold as he shouted, "Those who bullied Lu Wancher, get out here now." Under the contrast of the two forces of Sword Martial King, it was extremely domineering. Several Martial King realm elders of the Ouyang clan were affected by the two forces of Sword Martial King. They were so shocked that their faces changed greatly. In the Ouyang clan's inner and outer courts, the direct descendants who had humiliated Lu Wancher were shocked. When they felt the cold aura, they were so scared that they almost collapsed to the ground. The anger from the Sword Martial King and Sword Martial King was not something that they, as martial disciples and martial masters, could contend with. This aura is so terrifying. Although many martial cultivators who were watching the show from afar did not feel the pressure from the power of the Sword Martial King and Sword Martial King, they were also shocked. At that moment, they had no doubt that if Sect Master Jun dared to burst out so unscrupulously in the market yesterday, he could definitely beat the gold and silver guardians to death. The Sword Martial King and Sword Martial King are indeed extraordinary. Situ Haoyun, who was standing on the building of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, exclaimed. The Vice Dean broke down and said, "He burst out so unscrupulously. The people of the Peace Order Hall will definitely not sit idly by." End of chapter 515. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.